There was nothing in the world he could not learn. He possessed an exceptional talent for swordsmanship. Nothing could escape his blade. He trained day and night until his hands were covered in bloody calluses. After graduating from high school, he spent 20 years honing his knife skills and became the best knife master in the country. Every table in the restaurant was full, and it was no surprise since the chef at this establishment was simply amazing. The chefs were working without a moment's distraction when suddenly their attention was drawn to a strange and rather unusual sound. It was the chef's cell phone ringing, but he was so absorbed in his work that he didn't even notice it. When he finally reached for his phone, the man saw that he had received a message from a game he had recently deleted. Probably something had happened to the phone itself, and it was some kind of glitch. At that moment, a kitchen staff member announced that a guest had arrived. The head chef asked them to tell the guest he wasn't there. But just then, strangers entered the restaurant kitchen. They said the chef still hadn't learned how to lie properly. They were local gangsters. They had come for an answer and wanted to know what Mr. Kim had decided. The thugs said they had given him enough time to think it over, since for someone who uses them every day, the request wasn't difficult at all. The man added that with all the commotion, he had completely forgotten his manners. After all, he had to show his sincerity right away. He made sure the restaurant owner wouldn't be disappointed. A suitcase full of money was ready. The man explained that this was an advance of 300 million, and if the task was completed correctly, an additional payment would follow. The restaurant's head chef listened to all this while holding his favorite sashimi knife in his hands. The man said that cleanliness was the most important thing in this kitchen, and there was no place here for such dirty people. The chef asked the guest to leave his kitchen immediately. The gangster said that, as expected, the chef was a master of his craft. He wasn't the type who should be filleting fish in a dive like this. But before the man could say anything else, the knife in the chef's hands flashed unmistakably. The men had to leave the kitchen. However, the ringleader said he wouldn't give up so easily and would definitely be back. After that, issuing a final warning, the thugs left the restaurant kitchen. The kitchen worker was in shock. He would never have turned down such an advance, but the chef said he'd spent his whole life cutting fish and didn't know how to be a gangster. The chef had a reputation as a master of the knife, and he wouldn't have to cut anyone. He could simply intimidate anyone and earn enough money for a new house and restaurant. The chef replied that in any case, he would never agree to such a job. At that moment, more messages came in on his phone. He was still playing Divine Defense. The kitchen worker went to tidy up, while the chef didn't understand why messages were coming in since he had deleted the game. Left alone, the man began to think about his life. He had to start working as a chef after going bankrupt, and now he was forced to focus on making money. The phone in his pocket wouldn't stop, and it was starting to drive him crazy and was getting out of hand. The chef thought he must have reinstalled the game when he got drunk the night before, but he still needed to delete it and forget about it for good. The demons had been invading his life for far too long. The chef decided that this game had no place in his life anymore. But before he could delete the app, his favorite heroine appeared on the screen and a familiar melody began to play. The cook hadn't played in a long time, but the soundtrack still delighted him, and the female characters were, as always, beautiful. The man was holding his phone when suddenly something went wrong. Space warped and began to tremble. Some time passed and one of the kitchen staff went out to the restaurant's backyard looking for the chef. There was absolutely no one in the yard, only a phone lying on the ground. It was completely unclear where the chef had gone and why he had left his cell phone behind. The man decided that the chef had gone to the restroom. It's just a shame that he spends too much time away from his work. The phone screen was still flickering, and finally a message appeared saying that the transfer had been completed successfully. In reality, there wasn't much to say about this game. It was a typical model with in-app purchases and a standard auto-search system. A typical mass-market game that requires no explanation as to why people download it. The man downloaded it because of the gorgeous artwork of the female characters. The game literally captivated the main character. The irony is that he spent a fortune on it and went through several more additional cycles. But now he wasn't even a playable character or an NPC. He was a minor character whose whereabouts were completely unknown to anyone, and that was incredibly infuriating. Now he was a young man, and his name was Kang Joma. Joma was about to enter the subway when the door swung open and a girl stepped out. The girl apologized for not looking both ways, and the young people went their separate ways. The young man studied this version of the game carefully. Fortunately, the setting was also in Korea. The name of the location and the station's location mostly matched. So the guy was able to adapt pretty quickly. He was happy that he had become a teenager, which meant fewer of the problems that come with adult life and responsibility. And now a year had passed since the young man had been living here, having forgotten whether this was a game or already reality. After all, this was a life the hero didn't have in the real world until that very day arrived. When he returned home, he was greeted with joyful shouts, telling him that Kang Joma was a great master of the blade and the pride of the family. His parents showed him a letter they had received from the Joaquin Academy. Kandel was invited there to study. His parents were happy to have raised such a wonderful child. They were very proud of him and planned to show off this letter again and again. It turned out that the enrollment ceremony was scheduled for the next day, so their beloved son had to make sure to pack all the necessary items. And so the young man's modest dream of a normal, peaceful life was shattered, but since his parents were so happy, he simply couldn't refuse them. Joma had tried several times to tell his parents that he didn't want to study there, but no one had paid any attention to him. The boy looked wistfully at his room, which he would have to leave soon. His gaze settled on a framed photograph. Looking at himself, he couldn't understand how such a dimwit could have been accepted into this prestigious school. But the situation had unfolded something like this. His parents came to him and reminded him that last year the boy had displayed divine power, and Kang Joma had immediately passed the entrance exam. The protagonist understood that his character, Kang Jona, had displayed divine power and had been admitted to the academy on his first try. He must have been some kind of genius. Divine power is a special ability that people can use. This ability is somewhat similar to skills in a game, and different people develop different abilities. However, not everyone possesses special abilities. Most often, divine power is inherited and passed down genetically, depending on whether or not the parents possess divine power. Society is divided into three factions: the nobility, the middle class, and the poor. The Joaquin Academy is an educational institution created to maintain the power of the established elite class. The original pretext for building the academy was to raise a hero, but it has long since become an educational institution for children from wealthy families. Very recently, they introduced a special admission system for families who are not heroes. Kang Joma was accepted as one of these special students. One might wonder why heroes are needed at all, but the answer to that question is very easy to find. It's all the fault of the Demon King, who along with his subordinates of all kinds and stripes must be defeated by heroes. Kang Jona understood that this wasn't reality. He would go to study at the academy, where heroes are trained for war. It was probably something like military service. The young man lay on his bed and thought about his divine power. He possessed the divine power of painlessness, which reduced pain. Now a status window regularly appeared before him. At any moment, he could check which divine power was available at that stage. It was 30 seconds of painlessness. It was very strange that with such a primitive divine gift, Joma had been able to enroll in the academy. The young man thought about how he had received the divine power when he took possession of this young body. Joma deduced that he possessed the blessing of the god of the sword. The opponent would suffer additional cuts if he attacked an enemy. A very strange ability. The young man had never seen any information about this divine power in the game. The very well thought out name stood in stark contrast to the overly simple effect. What does additional cuts upon dealing damage even mean? It's written in such an absurd way. But it was even funnier to read the activation conditions. The sword must be 30 centimeters long or shorter and less than 5 centimeters wide. You could hardly even call it a sword. It was just a regular sashimi knife. Was this a hint that even in the game, Joma would be forced to make sashimi? It was some kind of karma. He had to enter the game world just to end up slicing fish again. Life clearly wasn't going the way he wanted it to. The young man sat at the table in the room, going over in his head what he might have forgotten to pack for tomorrow's trip. Just in time, he remembered that he hadn't picked up his gear yet. Joma started thinking about weapons for his character. Even the lowest rank weapons cost tens of millions of won, and mid-rank weapons cost hundreds of millions. On top of that, the tuition fees were exorbitantly high. Of course, he didn't really want to spend money on something he'd been forced into. The letter, of course, stated that he needed to bring equipment, but Joma decided he wouldn't bring anything. Most likely, he'd make a bad impression on the very first day. But right now, the guy didn't care, and he decided to take a stroll to the store. He remembered the first master who had insisted on using a Japanese sashimi knife worth over 100 million won. Joma didn't even understand why he'd suddenly thought of that old man. Of course, there's a saying that a true master never blames his tools. The day of the academy entrance ceremony began with an inspection of the equipment. Candela brought a stack of knives he'd bought on sale at the nearest store. It was hard to believe that the young man had brought these knives as his weapons. It seemed like he was just messing around. Of course, the instructor was prepared for the fact that every year, high school seniors pull some pranks. That's why it was necessary to put them in their place right from the start. The teacher decided to do just that. He immediately asked the boy where he thought he was, at the academy or the circus, if Joma considered it acceptable to use some kitchen knife at the entrance exam. The young man replied that it was his weapon. He was completely calm. The young man's composure literally infuriated the instructor, who could no longer contain himself and began yelling at the student. Joma replied that he was a special student from a simple family. The tuition alone was a huge burden for his parents, so the young man couldn't ask them for an expensive weapon. The instructor looked closely at the student's ID and realized that he was indeed dealing with a special student. Tuition fees are a heavy burden, and it was hard to understand how someone working at the institution could be so biased against a good student. Joma, looking at the instructor, said that the institution should promote equal rights to education, but there was another point as well. The young man believed that only an amateur would disparage a person's weapon. A true master would never blame the tool. This wasn't the kind of thing a young man should be saying. Kang Joma sounded as if he were already a man who had reached the pinnacle in certain fields, and an eloquent one at that. The instructor realized he had a tough nut to crack on his hands. A young man with an unyielding spirit and a sharp tongue. The instructor knew that such unique, gifted students were a rarity, and it was an honor for him to work with them. It was a truly amazing experience. The instructor stood at attention, his hands pressed against his sides, and announced that Cadet Kang Joma's weapon had been approved for use. The students standing in line looked at Joma with anything but friendliness. They couldn't understand how such a simpleton had ended up at their school, and assumed he would likely reek of poverty. The instructor overheard these conversations and immediately put a stop to them, stating that as soon as the equipment inspection was over, everyone would have to leave the room. The instructor said that depending on the student's behavior, he could be as gentle as a lamb, or he could make their lives a living hell. Kang Joma wasn't very happy about such favoritism. He realized that now the other students would harbor resentment toward him. By the time the inspections were over, half the day had already passed, and he simply wanted to take a break. The young man sat down on a bench in the academy courtyard. He had, of course, expected something like this, but he still felt uncomfortable. On the other hand, his equipment had already been checked, and he had gone through the admission ceremony. All that remained was to pass the entrance exam for his class. But he still couldn't believe that Kang Joma had actually made it into the academy. He would spend the next few years at this school. It was a school for training heroes, the Joaquin Academy. The young man had imagined this place to be a little different, but in reality it turned out to be something more like a small town than just a single school building. Of course, one could agree and admit that the academy impressed even a skeptic like Kang Joma. Attending a school intended for the upper echelons of society, while recalling the time when the boy had actually been forced to drop out due to his family's poverty, felt like pure surrealism. 121. An announcement came over the loudspeaker stating that the entrance exam would begin shortly, and all students were asked to gather in the training hall. Joma began gathering his things. The admission ceremony was over, but the entrance exam was far more important. The boy took out a kitchen knife, raised it, and said that an exam is an exam. He'd have to get through it to study at this school. Come to think of it, the young man hadn't used the knife once since he entered the game. There simply hadn't been a need. But he remembered the master's words that one must never leave one's knife for even a day, or even at night while sleeping. One must always keep it in one's hand. Kang Joma hadn't let go of his knife for 20 years in real life. So of course, his skills hadn't dulled after a year in the game. The young man pulled the knife from its sheath and began to carefully examine the condition of the blade. He held the knife to his ear and tapped the blade with his fingernail. So far, everything was much better than the boy had expected. Joma pulled out the knife, intending to test it by cutting a leaf from a tree. As he pulled the knife from its sheath, an unusual glow appeared in his hands. Confirmation came that the weapon met the activation conditions, so the blessing of the god of the sword was activated. But trouble came from an unexpected source. His physical condition was too low. Joma received a notification that his weapon level was also very low, and it was suppressed to initiate synchronization with the user. As soon as Joma drew the knife, synchronization occurred immediately. and he received the blessing of the gods. The process wasn't very pleasant. One might even say it was painful. It felt as though the boy was about to die. A bright flash exploded before his eyes, and Joma assumed that he had died after all, or that the end of the world had come. The young man found himself floating in the air, his entire body seemingly pierced by lightning. Joma didn't understand what the hell was happening to him. He was in some strange state and felt that his body wouldn't obey him. The knife slipped from the young man's hands and fell to the floor with a sharp clang. Gradually, the cracks began to close. It seemed as though the space around him was returning to normal, and Joma felt that he could control his body again. The boy returned to normal and found himself back at the academy. It happened the moment he let go of the knife. His whole body ached, his head hurt, and felt like it was splitting open. Joma hadn't yet figured out what had happened to him. The young man understood the part where the divine power had been activated, but at the same time, he had the sensation that the world was falling apart, and this was somehow connected to the blessing of the god of the sword. The body's reaction caused intense pain, and the divine power of painlessness could only handle mild muscle soreness. If every activation were to proceed in this manner, Joma simply wouldn't be able to use it. At that moment, the coaches called the students to gather immediately in the training hall. Joma stared at his knife, which lay on the asphalt. The boy realized he still needed to pick up the weapon, but the painful reaction he had just experienced held him back. The young man tried to convince himself that it had only been that painful the first time. He couldn't just leave his sashimi knife lying on the ground. Joma reached for the knife, telling himself it would be okay, but his hand trembled treacherously with fear. Finally, it was as if a powerful bolt of lightning had pierced his body, and he had no idea how to deal with it. Students were gathering in the training hall of the Joaquin Academy. The parents of some of the students were also there. They were discussing among themselves the cost of their children's enrollment, as well as the annual fees. At one point, their attention was drawn to a man who appeared before the students and parents. It was Mr. Kling Siegfried von Nibelung, the hero of the 7 stars. He was a descendant of Aaron Nibelung, a student of the Academy's founder himself, Mr. Joaquin. Everyone knew he was the strongest man around, so the parents decided to take their seats. The ceremony was about to begin. Kling Siegfried sat looking tired in his chair. He was clearly fed up with all of this, the same thing year after year. Sage Media Poison was also a 7-star hero. She greeted Siegfried, saying they hadn't seen each other in a long time. Of course, it was hard to believe that half a century had already passed. Siegfried greeted the girl, noting that time marches on, yet Media, the Academy director, still looked as beautiful as ever. Media replied that every girl wants to stay beautiful until the day she dies. She had just recently celebrated her 70th birthday, and now Media would be happy to make Siegfried look 10 years younger, if only he asked her to. But Siegfried replied that the girl was already an adult, yet still hadn't grown up. People should value their inner world, not their outer shell. Media laughed at her old friend, who remained just as he was 50 years ago. But at the same time, Media noted that the unyielding old man had changed a great deal after all, since he himself had once invited her to places like this. And now he seemed to simply hate breathing the same air as these selfish kids. Media hoped that Siegfried's granddaughter had grown into a pretty young woman. But Siegfried clearly didn't want to discuss it and immediately began watching the exam closely, which was about to begin any minute. The students gathered in the training hall looked very unusual. Super confident, fashionable, and expensively dressed young men and women. Kang Joma immediately felt like a black sheep in this crowd. He didn't even have anyone to exchange a few words with. Moreover, after taking a look at the others, Joma realized that he was practically the only one with black hair here, and on top of that, a special student among the children of the wealthy and noble. Joma remembered how, during the weapons check, the other students had mocked him, unable to understand how such a ragged-looking person had ended up among them. The young man recalled unpleasant remarks about the smell of poverty and much more, but then he saw something unusual. Joma was literally speechless. Although he wasn't talking to anyone, he had definitely lost the ability to think. And the other students watched the miracle passing by with interest and envy. Kanjoma was completely calm and waited in silence. He knew who was approaching. It was the granddaughter of the Sword Emperor, Abel von Nibelung. She was the game's most beautiful character and main heroine. The very reason why a once ordinary chef, a man with no formal education, had even taken notice of the game and downloaded it in the first place. The subspace had been created by the ancestral heroes at the same time as the Academy. Its reality was separated from human suffering, but sensations there were felt in full force. However, it was actually impossible to die in the subspace. Its reality had no connection to actual existence. There was no interference from the real world, and no deaths were recorded. Subspace battles were a school tradition, but this year the instructors decided to try something different, a battle royale format. All participants were divided into groups of 10, and they were evaluated based on survival. It turned out that this game had become a real game of survival. On top of that, there were no restrictions on equipment. Siegfried immediately pointed out that if there were no restrictions, then the privileged kids would have free reign. Media said she had to make the greatest possible compromise. Whether they liked it or not, the academy was funded by its wealthy students. To implement this system, Media had been forced to overcome countless obstacles and endure humiliation. Meanwhile, Kang Joma was gazing at Abel with admiration. He used to think the girl was just a character, but now he felt sorry for those poor fools trying to get close to her, though perhaps he himself would have behaved exactly the same way in their place. Joma had played this game, so he knew. Abel von Nibelung was a character with a miraculous blessing. In other words, she was closely connected to the main character of this game. It was completely understandable and unsurprising, since beautiful people always have someone by their side. Besides, a student like Joma, a special student, didn't fit in with their crowd at all. He didn't want to get involved in any of this or deal with school life. Once upon a time, Joma had set 3 principles for his future: peace, order, and safety. Finish school without incident, get a regular job, and lead a safe life. The book said that the most desirable position was that of a hero with an extremely high salary. Joma thought about the physical state he had been in when he touched the knife. It had been terrible, and even now, just the memory of it made him nervous. Joma decided that let others defend the world, while he would choose some comfortable little job for himself. The loudspeakers announced the start of the class exam and stated that the rules would be read out first. It was revealed that this year there would be a battle royale. Among the randomly selected cadets grouped together, the one who takes first place will be awarded the Star class, while second and third places will be awarded the Dragon class. All others will be assigned to regular classes. Class assignments will be based on the results obtained during the royal battle. Points are awarded automatically. There are no time limits. Joma decided not to waste any time and to get this over with as quickly as possible. He wanted to be placed in a regular class. The activation of the subspace generation device was complete, and the exam began. And in the very next moment, all the students found themselves in some unfamiliar space where they were divided into subgroups. The instructors wished everyone good luck, hoping that the strongest and most deserving would win. Joma thought it would be better for him not to even try to pull out his knife. The exam was coming to an end. Another group had finished the battle royale, and the results were announced immediately. It was clear that the exam had not been easy for the students. Almost all of them returned from the subspace exhausted. Media tried to calm her old friend Siegfried, who was worried about his granddaughter, but the girl had a wonderful pedigree, so the result was bound to be amazing as well. The entire exam was recorded, and it was possible to review specific parts. It was clear that Abel von Nibelung possessed exceptional speed. The director noted with satisfaction that Siegfried's granddaughter was quite impressive. Even though Siegfried's record wasn't broken, the girl still made it into the top 10 in the Academy's history. Siegfried saw nothing surprising in this given the Nibelung lineage. It seemed the exam would end soon, so Siegfried was already preparing to leave the ceremony, even though there was still one group left that hadn't passed the royal game. But Siegfried wasn't interested in that anymore. He said goodbye to media and went off to attend to his old man's business. Suddenly, all the students present sensed something unusual and stared anxiously at the screen. Siegfried returned and sat down in his chair again. He and the academy director realized that something incredible had happened. There wasn't a single spot on the academy grounds where one couldn't feel it. Media and Siegfried watched the events unfold with concern, waiting for the outcome. A flash appeared in the sky. Siegfried and Media looked up intently, trying to make out what had happened. And then before everyone's eyes, the sky began to crack and crumble into pieces. The fragments flew and fell to the ground, and it became clear that the students had fallen onto the training field along with them. It was unbelievable. The kids had fallen out of subspace. The hole that had appeared in the blue sky did not disappear, and a bright white light poured through it. Another student tumbled out of the hole, and a knife plunged into the stone tiles right in front of him. Media ordered the medical staff to immediately check on the condition of the students who had just returned. The results were inevitable in any case. It was predetermined. Kang Joma had ended up in a group with serious rivals, true death defiers. He had to fight no matter what, and luck was far from always on his side. The opponents could see that many of the students were too weak. They were fighting the evil twins from the Iron King's family. Mao Jun knocked out several of the students, declaring that they were too weak. Mao Shun also quickly dealt with the students who possessed innate talent. Kang Joma understood that the twins' cruelty and duplicity knew no bounds. They were deliberately killing everyone in sight. Joma noticed that no one was paying attention to him. He seemed so weak to his opponents that they didn't think it was worth wasting time on him. After scattering all the students, the twins realized they had grown too bored. They simply walked around counting the students they had managed to defeat. These people felt no remorse. One of the students begged to be left alone, pleading because he was in so much pain. All of this infuriated the twins. They wanted to finish off the students as quickly as possible, and it seemed that almost all of them were already done for. One of the brothers caught 4. There was a sort of competition going on between the twins, who could kill more students. Mao Jun told his brother that he had saved one girl for him. Mao Shun agreed to deal with the girl, who was now standing all alone in the middle of the hall. Kang Joma couldn't stand by and watch what was happening. He stepped forward and appeared before the brothers. The girl seemed to have been sitting quietly in the corner the whole time. She was in a daze and didn't seem to have any intention of fighting at all. Mao Shun began to mock the girl, saying she was quite his type, but he was more interested in making her scream, because he liked the sound of her screams escaping from her pretty lips. Mao Jun was absolutely delighted with his brother, thinking that Shun was a true pervert. Mao Shun stood there, sticking out his vile tongue and figuring out where he would start tearing the girl to pieces. And just at that moment, someone addressed the twins, calling them real bastards. Kang Joma believed that even if they were in subspace, there was no need to go that far and act like psychopaths. The guy realized he'd gotten himself into a mess. The twins were literally speechless with surprise. They hadn't noticed that there was one other student still alive, and their first instinct was to check his name tag. The guys read the name and noticed that this was a special student. Their nasty faces nearly split with delight. Shun told his brother he'd deal with him quickly. Jun advised his brother to rip out the student's tongue so he wouldn't dare insult them again. Joma tensed up. The boy knew that things were about to get very rough for him. Doubts flooded the young man's mind. He didn't know whether he should activate the blessing of painlessness. But then the boy thought that these villains had been mocking the corpses for half an hour already. So 30 seconds of painlessness wouldn't help in this situation. Joma realized he had no choice. He had to activate the sashimi, but if he picked up the knife, the blessing would surely activate. Of course, it was a very fitting blessing from the god of the sword, but the young man remembered his reaction to touching a knife. Besides, it had only been a couple of hours since he decided to choose a regular class, to live without incident and in safety. After all, those were his principles now. But it seemed these principles were not meant to last. And now the twin brothers watched the student with genuine interest. Kang Joma opened his bag and pulled out a sashimi knife. At first, the brothers expected some kind of terrifying weapon to be in the bag, but upon seeing the kitchen knife, they began to laugh at the student. Shun stopped laughing and said he would hurt the guy as much as humanly possible for daring to open his mouth. Mao Shun was going to crush Joma's thick skull first, and he jumped high, preparing to land right on top of the guy. Kang Joma stood with the knife in his hands, waiting for his opponent. He was completely focused and tense. The young man thought that he shouldn't take any chances right now, and even if the pain relief would last only a few seconds, he decided to activate it as well. Everything was supposed to work out, and the blessing of painlessness was activated, thanks to which all pain was suppressed. Joma also activated the blessing of the god of the sword, and the blessing of painlessness neutralized the pain caused by the blessing of the god of the sword. Mao Shun was certain the boy was incapable of anything with that pathetic toothpick in his hands. He flew toward the youth and had already raised his hand to strike. Joma understood. If he failed to attack, he would die right there with that knife in his hands. The young man had always found it difficult to cut anything other than fish, let alone a person. Joma wondered if it was really possible to hurt a person with a fish-cutting knife. Why do gangsters in movies always carry sashimi knives? But then the boy realized he was acting like a fool. After all, that's only in movies, and Joma was convinced that hardly anything in this life would change him. Kang Joma remembered that he would sustain additional cuts if he attacked the enemy. The enemy was just approaching, intending to kill the guy. Joma counterattacked with his sashimi knife, shouting that he wouldn't let the villain kill him. At that moment, the blessing of the god of the sword manifested, and Mao Shun crashed to the floor at full speed. Once, when he was still a young chef, Kang Joma asked his boss why gangsters used knives. Instead of an answer, a sharp, powerful knife whistled past the young man's ear and plunged into the wall. His boss reminded him that he had asked to be addressed by his title, Master, but really he wanted to know why Joma was so interested in this. Joma's first teacher was a real thug. To leave the gang, he had to cut off his own wrist. Later, he opened a sashimi restaurant because he wanted to delight people with his knife skills. Kang Joma wanted to know why gangsters in movies use sashimi knives. The master replied that a person who wields a knife shouldn't ask such questions. If you cut off a body part with a regular kitchen knife, everything turns into a mess. But a sashimi knife is narrow. You can work with it with precision. The master explained that the fish can be sliced thinly because it lies flat on the table. In a vertical position, it's impossible to cut off even a small piece. Joma assumed the master lacked skill, since he'd seen countless times in manga how they make perfectly clean cuts. And now Mao Shun's enormous, tentacle-like hand hovered in the air, while its owner sat on the floor in horror, staring at the stump of his arm. Kang Joma was ready to continue the battle, waiting for his opponent's next move. Mao Shun screamed in agony, clutching his bleeding wound, and was on the verge of losing consciousness from the pain. The villain could only howl in agony and repeat, "My arm." It was clear that he was a villain and a murderer, but the pain was unbearable, while the special student stood calmly, waiting for the fight to continue. As Joma approached, the armless villain began to back away and scream for them not to come near him. It was clear that he didn't want to die, but he could no longer fight. With a wild cry of "Help!" Mao Shun rushed to run away. His brother was so stunned by what had happened in those few seconds that he seemed completely unable to act or speak coherently. Shun ran up to his brother, asking for his help and protection, begging him to save him quickly. But it was too late. The sashimi knife severed his head mid-sentence, before the villain could say he was dying. Finally, the older brother recovered from the shock. He stood over the pool of blood, staring at his brother's remains, while Joma realized that the battle would now continue. Mao Jun calmed down a little, reminding himself that they were in subspace, which meant Shun wasn't actually dead. But now the villain turned his attention to the student, who looked strange. It seemed as though this guy had killed a person for the first time. Mao Jun approached the young man, feeling an inexplicable fear. He didn't understand why he felt this way. After all, the kid had just gotten lucky. However, Jun decided he should be wary of that knife. His brother's mistake had been carelessness. Mao Jun picked up his brother's severed hand and put it on as a glove, saying that this weapon worked better when worn on both hands. As soon as he did so, his blessing of protection intensified, and the jumping power granted by the blessing of intervention increased several-fold. The power of the spirit blessing strikes also increased significantly. Mao Jun decided to activate all three blessings at once. He wasn't going to lose to this brat. Mao Jun's fists looked simply impenetrable. Their strength and power shone through in every movement. These were A-Rang blessings. The riffraff could only dream of them. It was unclear where this student had gotten the knife, but with such a weapon he wouldn't be able to withstand the blow. Kang Joma stood with his head bowed, breathing deeply and counting down. Mao Jun didn't understand why the guy was standing there rooted to the spot. He must have wet himself out of fear. Jun thought the young man was muttering some prayers under his breath. But now nothing and no one could save this unfortunate student, because Mao Jun was about to smash his head in. Kang Joma had almost finished counting, and at the last moment managed to strike his opponent, literally scratching him. And in the next instant, Mao Jun's entire body was riddled with knives. These were the very extra cuts he had promised. Finally, the young man uttered a single word, but for the moment it was unclear what it meant. However, an announcement declared that the effect of the blessing of painlessness had ended, and wild pain pierced the boy's body because he was holding a knife in his hands. The pain was so intense that the young man lost consciousness and fell into darkness. After some time, Joma woke up. He wasn't in the dungeon or in subspace. The boy was lying in bed and thought he had ended up in a hospital. The young man hadn't even had time to sit up when the door opened slightly and an unfamiliar man peered into the room. Kang Joma was sitting on the bed, and the man shouted loudly into the hallway that the student had woken up. Joma saw the man who had entered the ward. He had never met this man before, yet he knew him very well. Half a century ago, this man had defeated the commander of the Demon Lord's Legion, and standing next to him was the academy director. Siegfried was considered the strongest of all humans. the second of the 7-star heroes. Miss Media asked how the boy was feeling. She was the academy director and belonged to the category of sages. At first, Joma didn't understand what these people wanted from him, but he soon remembered where he was. He was asked to introduce himself, and the boy gave his name, saying that his name was Kan Joma. Siegfried decided to get straight to the point. It was clear that this man was very determined. Siegfried asked the young man what exactly he had done in the void. Joma remembered what had happened just a short while ago, and it didn't feel like a fantasy. The young man understood that it really was him, but Joma saw nothing good in the fact that he had been noticed at such a high level. Joma was struggling to think clearly. He didn't know how to explain to Siegfried what had happened because he didn't understand it himself. The boy said that even if they were in subspace, it seemed to him that those two villains had gone too far. But now Joma realized he'd used too much force and was ready to accept any punishment. Media listened to the poor boy and scolded Siegfried for being too harsh on the young man. She sat down on the bed next to the young man and told him not to listen to him, but still added that it was he who had cleared all of Joma's clogged blood vessels, even though he was too stubborn for his age. Media added that he was actually very sweet. Hearing this, Siegfried got upset and demanded that she not say such things about him. Media thought that Siegfried was embarrassed because he was very modest. The academy director said that while the boy was unconscious, they watched a video recording of what had happened in the subspace. They were struck by how bravely the young man had rushed to defend the poor student. The academy director believed that Kang Joma had behaved like a true prince, the kind every girl dreams of. And Media herself dreams of such a prince, so perhaps someday Joma will just as bravely protect her too. Siegfried reminded his friend to act like an adult at least sometimes. Media promised her boyfriend that she would learn from his actions during the exam. But he shouldn't worry. It's already known that the Mao twins got into the academy by dishonest means. As a result, the Mao twins would be forced to write their own withdrawal statements. Joma felt genuine relief upon hearing this news. It was a relief that he wouldn't have to deal with those jerks at school. Media added that she and Siegfried had come to tell the guy about this in person. In addition, the exam results showed that Joma had the highest score. Siegfried and Media offered their sincere congratulations, and Joma thanked them, not quite understanding how this could have happened. In reality, Joma realized that things had gone completely differently than he had planned, and the young man wasn't sure he liked it. The day after the events described, the academy was quiet. Academy Director Media was spending time in her private office. She was drinking tea and thinking about how she had been leading the academy for almost 20 years. But this was the first time in her memory that something like this had happened. The woman didn't know how to react to it, but she was acutely aware that she didn't like what was happening. She and Siegfried had more questions for this special student than he could answer. Media was amazed that Joma didn't understand what it meant to be a star in the class. The decision to award the title of Best Cadet was based on the results of the subspace's own evaluation. Many elders were furious upon learning that the choice had fallen on a student from a simple family. But Joma still refused to show any enthusiasm because he actually didn't like any of it. Siegfried watched this brilliant young man with interest. Media assumed that Siegfried was upset because of his granddaughter, since Joma had surpassed her. But the man said that wasn't the case at all. There was nothing more foolish than questioning the judgment of the subspace created by the hero himself, the founder. The academy had chosen Joma, and all the elders had followed that decision. But Siegfried had other thoughts. If the boy had possessed more outstanding abilities or been physically very developed, then such a decision could have been made without objection. However, what this boy, barely of age, had demonstrated was astonishing. His movements seemed to embody a certain concept. Siegfried had devoted his entire life to the study of the art of the sword. He had spent more than half a century engaged in various studies in self-improvement, reaching the level of a master, and yet a sense of unease never left Siegfried. When the man unblocked the boy's meridians, he realized that the boy had a body that had never been subjected to heavy physical labor. However, he couldn't shake the feeling that there was something inside the boy's body that shouldn't be there. Siegfried realized that even at his advanced age, his competitive spirit was still very much alive. This was especially true when it came to a boy the same age as his granddaughter. Media was also chattering about Joma. She said he had cute facial features, and the way he fought enemies to protect the girl was simply delightful. Media continued to gush over the young man and asked Siegfried what he thought about it. Siegfried, in turn, asked the academy director what they used to call cadets like Media back in their day. Media was ready to hear any nasty remarks from her old friend and asked him to tell her what they called girls like her. It turned out that Siegfried had the word bitch in mind. Kang Joma, leaving the infirmary, headed to his class. It was Wolf's class. It was the best compromise he could manage. They tried to persuade him to study in the top class, but the young man did everything in his power to avoid getting there. Of course, this was incomprehensible to the principal, since the best cadet should study in the best class, and the Tiger's class was packed to the brim. The academy director promised not to tell anyone any details about Joma, and he, in turn, stopped asking to go to Tiger's class. Besides, if the young man went to Tiger's class, the elders would make a huge fuss. Joma's original plan had been to quietly finish his studies in some low-level class, rather than fight for power with the elite. Of course, the Wolf class wasn't exactly ideal, but it was still relatively decent. Kang Joma entered the lecture hall, where the students had already gathered, and feared that all eyes would be on him. He looked around, but the students, engrossed in their conversations, barely turned their heads his way. Joma was really hoping to be completely ignored and was glad that no one was paying any attention to him. Finally, the boy sat down in an empty seat. He decided he was lucky and that the principal hadn't told anyone anything. Loners have a special lifestyle. They can read books and listen to music in peace, and in fact, that might be for the best. But suddenly, a girl from the subspace approached Joma. She thanked the guy for what he had done. Joma didn't understand what she was talking about, and then the girl added that he had saved her during the exam. Joma didn't understand why the girl was addressing him formally when they were the same age. Joma replied that she shouldn't thank him because anyone in his place would have done exactly the same. The girl was sure that wasn't true at all, but Joma believed he hadn't saved the girl. He'd been saving his own skin. Joma decided not to dwell on these thoughts and said that they hadn't actually met yet. The girl introduced herself as Chloe. She was very pleased to meet him and to be in the same class as Kang Joma. Joma couldn't figure out who this Chloe was since he'd played through most of the game but hadn't seen her anywhere. As far as he knew, the main story had focused on the battle against the demons, and now a new character had suddenly appeared. But perhaps she was just as minor a character as Joma himself. The young man asked Chloe not to tell anyone what had happened during the exam. The girl agreed to his request, but it seemed like she had already shared the story about the exam with someone. Just then, the door swung open, and the professor entered the classroom, ordering everyone to quickly take their seats. Chloe didn't have time to finish speaking, and the two agreed to continue their conversation later. Throwing the journal down on the table with all his might, the teacher congratulated everyone on their admission. After all, sitting before him were the chosen ones, destined to inherit the will of the Academy's founding hero, and that was something to be proud of. The instructor introduced himself. His name was Lee Wanbin. He was the head instructor of the Wolf class, and today, on the first day, the session would begin with a light workout. All the students were told to change into their workout clothes and report to the training area. One of the guys wanted to know what this training course was called. The answer was simple: 100 push-ups, 100 squats, 100 sit-ups, and 10 laps of running. Joma wondered, why did the Academy students need such training? Most likely to turn them into mindless soldiers. Kang Joma approached the instructor and asked him a question. Joma told the instructor that he wasn't feeling well. He was trying to come up with some excuse so he wouldn't have to go to class. Lee Wan was sure that this training wouldn't make the Academy's top cadet feel any better, so he could go to classes in the star class. It turned out that the Academy director had allowed Joma to attend absolutely any upper-class classes. Kang Joma realized that the Academy director had outsmarted him. He didn't want to go to the advanced class, so he told the instructor that he was practically back to normal. The young man assumed that training would only improve his condition. The instructor agreed. Besides, the top cadet didn't let him down again. He turned out to be very honest, and it was a pleasure to work with him. So, it was the first day of training at the Academy, and Joma was barely alive and struggling to catch his breath. Most of the guys were handling it much better, and now the Academy's top student was dragging his feet at the very back, moving them with great effort. At one point, Chloe approached Joma and asked how he was feeling, because he looked terrible. It was clear he was struggling. Joma forced a smile and said he was fine. After that, Chloe asked which lap he was on. He guessed the 5th. Besides, he was actually holding up pretty well since Chloe was running alongside him too, probably among those falling behind. However, the girl's expression was anxious. She was already finishing her 9th lap. Chloe began to encourage her friend, telling him he needed to try his best and that she believed in him and that he would definitely succeed. After that, Chloe sprinted ahead to finish the last lap. Curses and grumbling could be heard from the dormitory building. It was hard to count how many bottles of water had been drunk that evening. Kang Joma lay completely exhausted on his bed, surrounded by empty water bottles. The young man was starving. It had only been a week since Joma became a student at the academy, but now he was facing an unexpected problem. The young man constantly felt hungry. He was chronically undernourished and never had enough to eat. When mealtime came, Joma was literally shaking with hunger. He immediately rushed to grab as much food as possible, the heartiest portions he could find. But to get it, he needed meal tickets. In other words, he had to pay for his food. The young man explained to the cooks that he was simply ordering in advance and would very much like to have a serving of rice with pork breast. But now he had to pay for the order and find some meal tickets somewhere. Joma studied the student cafeteria menu and was absolutely horrified by the prices listed there. The young man realized that he simply couldn't afford to feed himself at this cafeteria. So he lay in his room and subsisted on nothing but water. It was unbearable. Joma was very angry. He was outraged by the cost of food in the cafeteria, and the feeling of hunger kept him from sleeping and simply living. To his horror, Joma realized he had already spent almost all the money his parents had given him for pocket money, but the feeling of hunger still wouldn't leave him. And now he was sitting in his room, having drunk his last sip of water, and realized that he couldn't go on like this. He was starving. The young man couldn't take it anymore and collapsed onto the bed with a loud thud. It was becoming unbearable. For several days now, the guy had literally been surviving on water alone. What an idiot he was to have come here to study in the first place. Suddenly, a blessing window appeared before his face. Joma didn't understand why he needed it, since all his thoughts were focused on food. The message stated that Joma's physical condition had improved significantly, and as his physical condition continued to improve, the requirements for the blessing sword would decrease. This news lifted the guy's spirits a little. Now he understood that he needed to find joy in even the smallest things. His reflection in the mirror showed that Joma hadn't wasted his time at the academy. His physical condition had improved, and his appearance was practically perfect and lean. Of course, he would like to know if the blessing of the God of the Sword had cleansed his blood vessels. Perhaps he was currently undergoing a transformation and evolution. The blessing of the God of the Sword had not yet fully manifested, but if he continued to train, he might be able to wield a small sword in the near future. For now, however, knives awaited him. The boy was still afraid to hold a knife. He remembered the terror he had felt during the initiation ceremony, but now his hands were literally itching, probably the blessing's influence. Besides, Joma caught himself thinking that he felt a sense of pride. It was something new. Just then, there was a knock at the door. It was strange because Joma had no friends and he hardly spoke to anyone. The guy cautiously opened the door a crack to see who had come. Chloe was standing on the threshold. The girl apologized for coming uninvited at such a late hour and asked if she could bother Joma for a moment. Joma smiled at his only friend, reassured her, and invited her in, asking what was wrong. The girl felt very awkward, but she confessed that she hadn't seen Joma in the academy cafeteria for a whole week, so she started to worry, thinking that he might be sick. Joma tried to put on a calm face. He said he just didn't like the food in the cafeteria, but in reality he loved absolutely all the food. He just couldn't admit it. The girl was satisfied with this answer. At any rate, she was convinced that Joma wasn't sick. Then finally plucking up her courage, Chloe suggested that, if Joma didn't mind, they could buy some groceries and cook something tasty together. No sooner had the girl finished speaking than Joma was already ready to go. He suggested they hurry since Chloe herself had just been about to head to the store. Joma was absolutely thrilled. He strode energetically ahead, humming a tune, and announced that he was an excellent cook and would have it ready in no time. Chloe kept up with him, and it seemed his physical condition had indeed improved. The young people spent the rest of the evening at Chloe's dorm. They sat at the kitchen table in front of empty plates, and Chloe couldn't help but lick her fingers. The food was so delicious that she had never tasted anything like it at home. Joma was very pleased. He had indeed cooked everything quickly and made it incredibly delicious, deserving of compliments for the dinner. Usually the girl only boiled fish and never even imagined she'd one day try something like this, cooked in her own kitchen. Joma asked permission to look in his friend's fridge. It was packed with fish. It turned out that the girl had lived on the coast as a child, and Joma was particularly good at fish dishes. He watched in amazement as she took the ingredients out of the fridge. Joma considered himself lucky. He could make a couple of sashimi dishes and get a little practice. But the problem was that the blessing of the god of the sword was still affecting him, and now even the sight of kitchen knives filled him with fear and panic. The young man asked Chloe if she had a longer knife. It was much easier for him to cut with a long knife, since she had seen his weapon at the academy. Chloe thought for a moment, weighed her options, and soon surprised Joma. The girl stood there thoroughly pleased with herself and asked the young man if such a kitchen knife would suit him, holding a long sword in her hands. Of course, Joma couldn't handle a sword like that yet. It was a real katana, and his limit was a sashimi knife. He had to manage to prepare the dish and fillet the fish in 30 seconds, while the blessing of painlessness that Joma had activated was still in effect. Joma was extremely tense. Chloe could feel that tension, but still, in his real life, the guy was the best knife master in the country, so he had to pull it off. With the blessing of the god of the sword, he pounced on the fish. It took him only 21 seconds to prepare it. The young man scaled the fish, removed the bones, took out the innards, and sliced it up. They even managed to eat everything he'd prepared. It was a real treat. Kang Joma thought about how wonderfully everything had turned out. Besides, he had survived and managed to cope with the effects of the sword god's blessing. Chloe was absolutely thrilled. It felt to her like she had witnessed real magic. However, the young man replied that he used to work part-time at a Japanese restaurant. The word part-time job was completely foreign to the girl. She didn't even know what it meant to work part-time. Joma asked the girl not to be embarrassed or apologize. After all, it wasn't her fault that she was born and raised in a wealthy and noble family and hadn't had to work part-time. When they had finished eating, Joma said he was very pleased that he had been able to cook a delicious meal for Chloe. The girl offered to at least tidy up the kitchen and wash all the dishes, since the guest had cooked for them himself. Joma stood by the window and felt simply wonderful. He had finally eaten a delicious and filling meal, his spirits were high, and he almost felt like singing. However, there was such a racket in the kitchen that all lyrical thoughts immediately left the young man's head. He watched Chloe and realized that she had probably never washed dishes before, even though he himself had already begun learning household chores at that age. A gust of air rushing in through the window blew a notebook off the shelf that was lying on the table, and it opened in the middle. Joma realized that this was Chloe's diary. One of the entries mentioned that during the placement exam, a boy had helped her a lot, and now Chloe had to repay him. It was very sweet because the girl had beautiful handwriting. Of course, Joma knew he should put the diary back where it belonged. That would be the right thing to do. But the diary somehow turned on its own again, and the young man read the passage about their first meeting. Chloe confessed that her heart was pounding hard, and she couldn't bring herself to speak to her savior. There were many more pleasant entries to follow, and as Joma read the girl's diary, he felt himself getting better and better. After flipping through a few more pages, the young man was literally horrified. Every page was filled with declarations of love. Joma completely forgot where he was. The boy didn't notice that Chloe had already finished washing the dishes. The girl saw that Joma was reading her diary. It has long been the custom. For slaying monsters, the heroes' families receive honor and praise, earn prestige in the eyes of society, and strengthen their position. But under the influence of this prestige, the personal interests of the elite are decided. When officials grow arrogant, one of the 7 heroes steps onto the stage. Often the Auditor de Sicilia family. They hide in the shadows, yet they strive for the light, slaying the unfaithful and upholding order. Those born into the Auditor family undergo mandatory psychological training before reaching adolescence. They must regularly suppress their emotions during rigorous training. They undergo tests of fortitude. Not only are they subjected to various influences themselves, but they also learn not to react to what is happening externally. This is done in order to become mercenaries. For the first time, a very young girl took part in this and stained her hands with blood at the age of 15. One of the clan elders addressed the girl. Chloe Auditor de Sicilia, do not dare deny your nature as a mercenary. These were the very words the girl heard before she came of age, and she not only heard them, but also obeyed the elders. Constant training warped the girl's psyche, and the events unfolding around her left a deep wound in her heart. By the time Chloe's personality had nearly been erased, leaving only echoes of emotion, she had reached the age to enroll in the academy. At the academy, classes were assigned based on individual skills. Every member of the Auditor family who aspired to become a shadow possessed dragon class abilities. But these abilities and classes were necessarily ordinary due to family traditions and the contract between the family and the academy. The Auditor de Sicilia family elder told Chloe that she must not draw attention to herself. Even at this educational institution, the family had robbed Chloe of her happy teenage years by taking away her freedom. Chloe accepted her fate without a word of protest. She submitted, believing that nothing would change. She constantly felt that she was incapable of changing anything. But that was before she met a certain boy during an exam. He stepped forward, shielding Chloe with his body, and stopped the two idiotic brothers who had completely lost their minds. During the royal battle in subspace, even though it was impossible to die there, Chloe faced death for the first time. She wasn't afraid, but something did happen. Chloe was ready to calmly accept her fate. She had long since stopped resisting destiny. That was exactly how she had been taught to live, and that was how she would spend the rest of her days. Everything was supposed to be exactly that way. Fate seemed obvious. In any case, at that very moment, Chloe understood that everything would be just as it had been before. But suddenly it seemed to her as if the sun had broken through the dark clouds and something hot was kindled inside her. It was a sword that held no power over her, a sword with which she could protect someone. Chloe understood that this was the very reason why the stranger had drawn his knife. The girl remembered a fairy tale she loved to read as a child and had hidden behind her bed. Of course, it was a fairy tale about a handsome prince who came to the castle to save and free the princess locked in the tower. Moreover, it was a fairy tale about love and a hero around whom the entire story of saving people revolved. Chloe remembered her favorite childhood fairy tale. Her face flushed, and her heart began to pound wildly. A new, previously unknown feeling was born inside her. The girl had only one theory about what was happening to her. And there, in that dreadful subspace, as a life-or-death struggle unfolded before her eyes, Chloe realized love had taken root within her. Now, standing in the middle of the apartment, Joma had learned her secret after reading a few pages of her personal diary. Chloe Auditor de Cecilia was furious. She looked at the guy as if she were about to incinerate him with her gaze. Joma knew there were no words that could justify him or explain his behavior right now. He was terrified and trying to figure out when it all went wrong, the moment he first saw the girl, or when he foolishly agreed to have dinner together. The guy started babbling something about how beautiful the moon looked in the sky tonight. Chloe remained silent. Joma realized he needed to make a quick getaway. He said he hadn't eaten so well in a long time and thanked the hostess. Then the young man added that he should probably head back to his place and they would meet again at the academy. Chloe took off her gloves and asked if he had seen everything written in the diary. Joma tried to pretend he didn't know what she was talking about. The diary was lying on the table, right where it had been all along. He assumed she was referring to that diary. It seemed Chloe was a very diligent student and generally very responsible. The young man kept rambling, but he was thinking to himself that Chloe's eyes must be in the back of her head. He didn't understand how she'd noticed everything, and on top of that, he felt terribly awkward because of the way she was speaking. In an instant, the girl had become a completely different person. Chloe demanded that he not lie. Joma insisted he hadn't seen anything, but Chloe was very angry and he had to confess. A huge, sharp sword, a katana, glinted in the hostess's hands. Now standing before him was no longer a little girl, but a completely different young woman. Joma looked very frightened. He backed away slowly, not understanding why she was taking this so seriously. Escaping through the window was out of the question. Chloe's apartment was right under the roof, and if he jumped, he'd break his legs. Joma saw the door, his only way out, but Chloe was standing in his way, and now that was a huge problem. The young man realized he was trapped. Either jump out the window and break his legs, or try to make his way to the door. A horribly nasty sound rang out behind him. A long sword clanged against the tile floor. The girl stood there with the sword, looking the guest in the eye. Joma didn't want to believe she was about to attack, but at some point he realized Chloe was in a trance. He could roughly recognize that state. It was accompanied by unblinking pupils and dull red eyes that looked completely lifeless. The young man realized that Chloe was a yandere. Moreover, her energetic mood could change in an instant. Joma was almost certain that the girl had a split personality. All yandere had complex personalities. They lost their temper very quickly, and here there was a reason. The young man's actions could provoke such a change. Joma was terrified. He realized that Chloe would likely pursue him to the bitter end. He had to figure out a way to protect himself somehow. The young man sensed that her thirst for killing was stronger than that of the Mao twins. Life at the academy had indeed turned out to be brutal. First and foremost, he needed to get out of this situation. Joma tried to come up with a solution. His sashimi knife was still in his room. He could have used a kitchen knife, but getting to it seemed impossible. Joma realized that if he tried to reach for the kitchen knife, he'd end up losing an arm or a leg. Just as he was about to give up hope, he noticed a utility knife in a cup with pencils and a pen on the desk. By this time, Chloe had already launched her attack. There was no time left to think. Of course, Joma would have preferred to resolve the issue with words, but in the face of a yandere, that was impossible. He snatched the utility knife and pulled out the blade, which looked very comical. However, as soon as he took the knife in his hand, all his blessings were activated. Along with them, his mental resilience increased. His words and actions were filled with a terrifying aura, and the divine protection of the god of the sword was activated. At that moment, Chloe raised her sword to attack her opponent. Joma turned to the girl and said that her hair was a little too long, and she should pay attention to that. After some time, Chloe came to her senses. She was lying on the bed, covered with a blanket, and remembered that Joma must be somewhere nearby. Chloe sat up and looked around. The young man was nowhere to be seen. She didn't remember when he had left. In Chloe's memory, Joma had been looking out the window while she washed the dishes. She had glanced at him surreptitiously, and after that, she remembered nothing. Getting out of bed, the girl's first instinct was to look for her weapon. The katana was standing by the table. Seeing it, Chloe breathed a sigh of relief. In the past, she had often lost touch with reality whenever a sword was in her hands. Once she came to her senses, the girl asked her family what had happened, but they reassured her. Don't worry, besides, don't deny your true nature as a mercenary. And now Chloe saw her sword and realized she had almost lost touch with reality again. The girl was very upset. She scolded herself and called herself a complete idiot, wondering why she'd lost control just when Joma was visiting. Chloe was worried that she might have offended the guy or said something strange, but now she couldn't remember a thing. Then her attention was drawn to a utility knife lying on the floor. That was strange. Chloe tried to remember what had happened and why the knife was on the floor. Besides, she noticed her hair. Had it really gotten shorter, or was it just her imagination? The girl thought that someone had cut her hair with the utility knife. Most of the cut hair was in the trash can, which meant someone had already cleaned up. Of course, it was her beloved Joma, so caring and attentive. She had to write this down in her diary before she forgot. Chloe immediately sat down at the table, picked up a pen, and began writing down her memories in her personal diary. Meanwhile, Joma was outside. He was holding onto a tree. He was literally being torn apart, with nausea and vomiting that wouldn't stop. The painless blessing had ended, but the boy managed to cope with the situation somehow. Although he had exceeded the time limit by only 5 seconds, the result was vomiting. Another urge washed over the young man, and he thought that at this rate, his entire dinner would come back up. When his stomach finally settled down, Joma sat down on a bench and recalled the wonderful dinner, which had been very tasty. And then everything went off course. Joma thought about Chloe and realized he had no idea who she was. As a rule, the goal of a sword fight is either to end the enemy's life with a single strike or to subdue them. However, Chloe's katana struck exclusively at vital points. It seemed as though her sword was sharpened solely for killing. Joma understood. If he had been ambushed, he would have been left headless. Feeling his life was in danger, the young man instinctively aimed for the back of Chloe's head. He was very lucky that the knife was short. Joma only slightly cut her hair, causing no significant harm. After that, he tidied up the room so it looked as if everything was fine. There shouldn't be any problems. But he had intended to live a stable, reliable, and safe life, and that turned out to be far from easy. The hardest thing is to be ordinary, and that's really true. When Joma first took up this game of ambition, he had far greater aspirations. After all, he was an ordinary person who had reached the pinnacle of mastery with nothing but a sashimi knife. So giving up that simple human romance was no easy step, but every person has their own role. Blessing of Wonders. That was the name of the game, and it was also the unique blessing of the main character, whom he had yet to meet. As far as Joma could recall from the game, aside from Valor Huaquin's Blessing of Valor, there were only 2 legendary blessings in the game. The essence of the blessings was clear. Absolutely everyone had to save the world from the Demon King. The game's protagonist had been chosen as a holy champion, and even the demonic sword Balmung acknowledged his power. Joma, on the other hand, could only use sashimi knives. No further explanation was needed. The young man's head was splitting, but he needed to focus and get a handle on the basics. As soon as he entered the academy, constant encounters with incomprehensible numbers and situations made him forget his own desires. But perhaps that was how it was meant to be. There were no ordinary people in this game. Joma had only a vague idea of the game's main characters. Moreover, his understanding of the game world itself was still too weak. A little over a week had passed since the start of classes, when the protagonist's blessing was supposed to manifest. After all, the enrollment process had only just concluded. This meant the game's plot would soon unfold. Joma generally understood the game, but didn't know the ending. His advantage was that he knew the official plot up to about the middle. To avoid messing anything up, he had to stick to the script. Mess it up, and he'd cause all sorts of trouble, and then he'd have to clean it up. Joma remembered that starting in the second semester of his junior year, the situation would only get worse. Sensing the birth of a hero, the demons, led by their king, will join forces and go to war against the academy. Over time, the gap between demons and humans will only widen, and a world war will break out. Thus, the game's plot would gradually devolve into a cliched fantasy mobile game. As an adult, Joma sought the charm of youth, because his own youth had been nothing but work. He was very upset that all the heroes had died. After all, he had grown so attached to the characters. So the cook deleted the game from his phone. But now the guy found himself in the game world, which meant that the terrible war with the demons would become a reality. He didn't want to think about dying on the battlefield, but Joma understood. With just under 3 years left, he needed to come down from the heavens to earth, not fantasize about a peaceful life. Most storylines in games like this have a happy ending. Most likely, the main character will save the world. But he needs to gather his strength to protect himself. He can't live in constant fear. Joma understood that he needed to learn to survive without drawing unnecessary attention to himself. If he stood out, he would be called upon to fight the top-tier demons, and he didn't want that to happen. Besides, he needed to be more careful with the sword god's blessing. Joma had taken up a sashimi knife out of necessity, but the strain on his body was too great. He checked his stats again and was impressed by his performance. On top of that, he had acquired a lot of new information that he needed to absorb and put into practice. Physical and spiritual strength, as well as weapon rank and absorption rate. The numbers listed next to them represented levels or ranks. The absorption rate interested the boy the most. It was something new, and the young man decided to study it in more detail. However, the system announced that access was restricted due to unmet conditions. With each attempt, things became more confusing. Joma decided he'd figure it out in time. Right now, the most important thing was physical training. Of course, he'd love to get a new weapon. Joma understood that he couldn't rely forever on the blessing of invulnerability for 30 seconds. He still needed to train with weapons that didn't meet the conditions of the God of the Sword's blessing. Fortunately, next month, the midterm exams would be replaced by practical martial arts training. The reward for completing this training would be the Murasami sword, a Class B blade. If Joma could manage it, such a sword would be enough to earn his diploma. Its stats don't meet the requirements for activating the God of the Sword's blessing, so it can be used as a primary weapon. To do this, he'll need to build up his physical strength and put more effort into training his body. And just then, none other than the beautiful Abel von Nibelung appeared before him. The girl said that this was her place. It turned out she came here regularly at night to spend time alone. The girl noticed that the guy wasn't reacting at all and told him rather harshly to move aside. Joma realized he looked like a total idiot, but that was simply because Abel was standing right in front of him, and he was just staring blankly at her. The girl said she wasn't kicking the young man out, but simply asked him to move over a little. Of course, your spot sounds pretty funny when it comes to benches. After all, they're shared. Joma knew that if he fell in love with Abel, the main story would definitely get complicated, and he needed to try to avoid that, even though the girl looked absolutely stunning. Abel had most likely come to the bench after a late workout. She was out of breath and looked simply gorgeous. Joma felt like he was about to drool. Abel said that this particular bench offered the best view of the stars. Joma was still in shock over the situation he'd found himself in. After all, sitting next to him was the granddaughter of Saint Sword Siegfried, whom he now knew. Plus, it was very difficult to approach this beauty. Abel turned to the guy and asked what kind of weapon he had, since he was most likely a swordsman too. It turned out her grandfather had told her about this. She knew the guy was really cool and wanted to hear his opinion. Abel held out her sword to the guy and asked him to take a look at it, to assess the quality and capabilities of the weapon. The girl excitedly showed off her huge sword and offered to let the guy hold it. Joma didn't move. He realized the sword was quite heavy for him, But it soon became clear that the beauty was offended. Now watching the girl, Joma realized that she was nothing like Abel, who had been in the game before. Abel turned to the guy and said she felt that he knew her. Joma nearly fainted from fear and surprise. He realized that Abel suspected him of something. On the other hand, Abel was the most famous girl in the academy, so of course all the students knew her. Abel replied that she was indeed quite a well-known figure, but she didn't know Joma at all. It sounds a bit strange, of course. He knows the girl's name, but she knows absolutely nothing about him. The young man tried to explain that he usually doesn't give his name to people he's just met. On the other hand, Abel might have thought the guy was a spy for the Demon King, infiltrating the academy under the guise of an ordinary student. After all, it's very strange for a guy to be sitting alone on a bench late at night. He's either a spy or he has to identify himself. The young people looked at each other suspiciously. The young man in turn replied that Abel had also shown up alone late at night. So maybe she was the spy. The girl declared that her intentions were obvious. She had come out to train, but what the stranger was doing here was a mystery to everyone. Joma replied that he was also training and doing exercises. It was a special breathing technique. That answer satisfied the girl, and she decided not to hassle him anymore. But then Joma noticed her hands. They were covered in wounds. Joma understood that Abel was working hard, and the girl didn't deny the obvious fact. After all, people really have no idea what it means to bear the Nibelung surname. Abel must be perfect always and in everything. If she showed even the slightest hint of weakness, everyone would immediately pounce on her like hungry dogs, especially since she'd been knocked off the top spot during this year's entrance exam. Joma sat silently, afraid to even blink. Abel added that this was actually the first time. The girl said that on the one hand she felt relief, and on the other, curiosity. She wanted to know who had managed to surpass her. Abel really wanted to find out that person's name so she could smear it all over the wall next time. Joma didn't understand why she was taking it so far. After all, it was just an entrance exam, and the student wasn't to blame for doing better. Abel replied that it was a matter of pride. She had begged her grandfather to tell her everything, but he said that this student wasn't even in her class. On top of that, the stranger had the nerve to skip the oath. Abel didn't understand why she decided to pour her heart out to a stranger, telling him she couldn't come to terms with her second-place finish. Joma also didn't understand why the girl had told him everything. Abel guessed that the young man looked too weak. Her family's motto was to be firm with the strong and kind-hearted with everyone. Abel's classmates were very boring, so she didn't have any friends at all. The girl stretched, saying it was late and time to go home to sleep. Joma wished her good luck and good night. Now he understood why Abel had always seemed so distant during the game. As she was leaving, the girl asked once more if the guy would tell her his name, but Joma chose to remain silent. That's how life at the academy went. Ordinary student life turned out to be much calmer than Joma had expected. Chloe quickly became friends with everyone and fit right in. All this time, Joma actively avoided running into her, trying not to even make eye contact. When they did happen to look at each other, Chloe's new friends gave the young man a very cold stare, but Joma didn't care about their disdainful glances. He was a student with a special pass. Besides, he wasn't the only special student in this class. There were a few others like him, and they were reluctant to socialize with one another. Most likely it was a matter of pride. Joma thought about it for a moment and was even glad that he didn't belong to the upper class. This was due to recent events. Right now, the period had begun when the Star and Dragon classes were forming political factions. Even during the game, Joma thought there were too many clowns in those factions, and if he were in one of those classes right now, it would make him sick. But there was something good about his current life. Joma had finally started eating well, and now enjoyed planning his meals in advance. The director of the Media Academy arrived and announced that he was being presented with a card as the Academy's top-ranked student. It was a faculty member's card. For the sake of possessing such a card, Joma would have been willing to bow to the Academy director 3 times a day if he had to. But now he had received this faculty card absolutely free of charge and with no strings attached. Joma believed he was fulfilling his duties as a student according to the main scenario. It hadn't made a significant difference. All he had to do was spend the next few years exactly the same way. In that case, the young man would be able to achieve exactly the future he had imagined. 700 years ago, the Academy looked a little different. When the first war between humans and demons broke out, the hero Joaquin Valor realized that it was necessary to train the next generation of heroes. He founded this academy where the most important disciplines and subjects were taught. This information is also included in the exams, so you need to memorize it. Joma was already starting to doze off in class while studying the history of the Academy's founding, which he knew very little about. The founding hero, Joaquin Valor, his portrait hung in many of the Academy's lecture halls. He fought against the Demon King's right-hand man. This assistant to the Demon King was named Lycan. He was the commander of the First Legion. The battle raged on intermittently for 20 years, and in the end, Joaquin emerged victorious. But as a result of these battles, Joaquin lost his arm. Now he could no longer fight on the battlefield, and the space around him filled with screams. It was a bloody war with no clear winner. It wore down the opponents, who fortunately decided to take a breather right in the middle of the main battle. It was then that the hero Joaquin founded the Academy to train future generations of warriors. Thus, the first war of humans and demons led to the conclusion of a non-aggression pact between the two sides. This peace has lasted for 700 years. It is unknown whether a war will break out in the present day. Of course, it could be completely unpredictable and even more bloody. But right now, the students certainly didn't want to think about war. After all, there had been 700 years of peace. Joma was probably the only one present who knew about the rift between humans and demons. Everyone else had grown accustomed to a carefree existence. Joma really wanted to tell the dean about the events to come, but he didn't know what consequences that might have. Media was now openly saying that she wanted to leave her post as director of the Academy as soon as possible. But very often people throw around such wishes just to talk. Media was the first person in history to sense that something was wrong with the situation. Besides, she was one of the 7 heroes who stood up to defend the students. Living the life of a chef and playing the game, Joma didn't finish it, but he did manage to find out that she became the Demon King's first victim. Joma recalled how he had skimmed through the game's events a bit to find out the fate of some of the heroes. Of course, it's always sad to say goodbye to your favorite characters. And now Joma knew that the Academy director would be killed in the near future. Perhaps things would have turned out quite differently if Joma hadn't known this information, now that he was a student at the Academy. The instructor wished the students good luck studying hard for the exam, which would take place in a few weeks. As soon as the lecture ended, all the students began to leave the classroom. It seemed like something interesting was happening out there. Joma, too, was now watching his classmates with interest. All the guys were indeed going to see something unusual. Kang Joma took a closer look and immediately realized it was him. The young man checked his calendar, and sure enough, it was supposed to happen today. The students gathered in a crowd. They were discussing which class he would be in. Most likely, of course, he would end up in the stars class. Joma joined his classmates as well. He knew that something important was going to happen today. After all, it was on May 5th that a new student was supposed to enroll in the Academy. He would be the game's main character, who immediately made an indelible impression on the other students. The hero's name was Leon van Reinhardt. He was the true star of the game, the girls' favorite, and the object of envy for all the guys. The long 700 years of peace were about to show their first crack. He was a real jerk. His face was one big cliché, and all the girls and women playing the game fell for him right away. There was big money to be made off of this. If the game had been rated for adults, Leon would have died before the battle with the Demon King. On top of that, absolutely every female character was hitting on Leon. It was the Saint's niece with a spear named Rachel, Saint's daughter with a bow named Saki Ryode, and of course the Academy's most beautiful girl and star, the Emperor's granddaughter with a sword, the incomparable Abel von Nibelung. In short, the main character's entourage of admirers was impressive. And this, of course, was extremely annoying. But 3 years later, the protagonist of the Miracle Blessing, Leon van Reinhardt, would be among the first to be drafted into the army. When left alone with his thoughts, Kang Joma admitted that he was glad Leon would end up in hell, but Joma himself wouldn't be dragged there a second time. If you look closely at the story, Joaquin Valor was only able to defeat the commander of the First Legion. It's hard to imagine just how powerful the Demon King is. Could this be one of those stories where the protagonist loses in the end? The protagonist was talking to a girl who, overcome with admiration and happiness, couldn't stop gushing, apparently telling him how much she admired Leon. But then the protagonist turned around and looked intently at Joma. It seemed as though he had sensed the boy's gaze on him. Joma suddenly remembered that they were talking about the game Blessing of Miracles, and that meant the main character would handle it perfectly well on his own. Leon had the face of a man whose forehead seemed to say, he can be trusted. Even Joma himself was ready to believe him. It was already late in the evening, but the lights were still on in the Academy's training hall. Joma continued to train diligently in the hall. A wooden sword was in his hands. The young man was satisfied. His assumption had been confirmed. If he used a weapon that did not meet the standards, the blessing of the god of the sword would not manifest. Joma had set his sights on mastering a certain level of fencing and now spent every evening in the training hall. As he was returning from practice, Chloe approached him. The girl wanted to know what she had done wrong. Of course, he could have told her that he'd nearly lost his head, but they still had to continue their studies together, so there was no point in making the situation worse. Joma knew he had to be friendly. He didn't need any enemies right now, so he told Chloe that everything was absolutely fine. Chloe breathed a sigh of relief, saying she was very glad to hear that. Joma couldn't figure out what was wrong with this girl. She had held the sword very tightly in her hands, even while unconscious, and it seemed as though the weapon was begging for help. If this girl was capable of murder, she would be more dangerous than the brothers. But right now, she gave the impression of being a completely calm and lonely girl. Chloe invited Joma over for dinner again. She wanted to thank him for everything he'd done for her. Joma looked at that pleading, puppy dog gaze, even though he remembered perfectly well that the last dinner had nearly ended in his death. Of course, it was awkward to refuse, but a rock-solid premonition told him if Joma agreed to dinner now, he might wake up in a stranger's refrigerator in the morning. But then a brilliant idea popped into the guy's head. He turned to Chloe and suggested asking her for a favor instead of dinner. Joma said that in this matter, he could rely only on Chloe. Hearing these words, the girl literally spread her wings. Hope filled her with joy. Chloe wanted to know what the guy's request was. Joma decided to overcome his shyness and doubts and ask Chloe to teach him fencing. Joma understood that he needed a teacher in fencing and swordplay no matter what. Recently, every evening, Joma had been searching for various articles on fencing. He realized that to survive, he needed to absorb a sufficient amount of information. And finally, the time for the first lesson had come. Chloe was absolutely thrilled. She greeted her student, looking at him with tenderness and care. Joma felt a little awkward. He said he had just arrived and greeted the teacher. Chloe was happy because she had just arrived too, even though she had actually come a couple of hours early. And although the young people had agreed on a different time, it was clear that this love-struck girl lived in her own world. This was probably the first time Joma had seen the girl out of her school uniform, and her physique pleasantly surprised him. Chloe had a beautiful six-pack and toned muscles. Now it was clear why she was so strong. Joma handed the girl a wooden sword exactly like the one he had. Chloe was surprised, holding this stick in her hands. She had thought they would be using real swords. Upon hearing this, Joma began to panic. After all, this was supposed to be just a training session, and to avoid injury, they needed to use wooden swords. It wasn't a fight to the death. Chloe looked at the wooden sword in her hands in surprise once more, and thought about how kind Joma really was. He didn't want to hurt her. Chloe swung the stick once or twice. Joma realized that the girl was very strong. Having taken the wooden sword in her hands, she managed to slice through the air with it. Joma realized that even with wooden swords, one had to be careful. Joma decided to review his stats to make sure the sword's blessing wasn't activated. The sword's stats were fine, and his height hadn't changed. Joma knew that the blessing usually increased along with skill level. The guy tried to remember if there were any additional effects that could speed up this process, but he couldn't recall anything. Joma didn't even understand how much stronger he needed to become for the question marks to turn into normal text, and for new stats to appear. Chloe noticed that her student was troubled by something, and she wanted to know what was upsetting him. Joma explained that he had been checking his stats window. It turned out that players could only see their own window, which is why Chloe hadn't understood what Joma was doing as he stared into space. The young man asked Chloe to go easy on him today, since it was their first session. Once all the formalities were out of the way, Joma got ready to start the training session. The teacher and student stood facing each other, holding wooden swords in their hands. In his past life, the young man had always been very practical. As the saying goes, seeing is believing. To become a master at anything, it's not enough to simply devote time to it. You have to be ready to sacrifice your whole body to achieve your goal. That was something Joma had already learned at the academy. After all, until then, all his skills and abilities had been the result of the training he'd received earlier. Joma felt his palms sweating, and his stance was rather unsteady. However, the essence of fencing lay in delivering precise strikes against the opponent. Joma hadn't even had time to process what was happening when he suddenly noticed that Chloe had already launched her attack. She was incredibly fast. The wooden sword struck his shoulder. Pain contorted Joma's face, and he had asked Chloe to go easy on him. The young man swung the wooden sword, holding it with both hands and preparing to strike, but suddenly realized he couldn't move. It was incredibly difficult for him to bring that wooden sword down. It seemed as though he had blocked one strike and could deliver the next. But at that moment, Chloe was already ready to attack her opponent even faster. Joma barely managed to dodge the girl's attack. He realized she had increased her speed. Joma figured that the previous strike had been nothing more than a test. The opponents were raining blows down on each other, and at some point their sticks began to clang in unison. Joma realized that the girl had no intention of stopping. He barely managed to block her strikes, knowing that if he let one get past him, he would die instantly. Joma was completely unable to counterattack, and soon his wooden sword snapped in half. Chloe had to apologize to the young man. She said she tried to hold back, but she hadn't been able to. But suddenly, Chloe noticed that something was happening to her partner. The stump of the sword in his hands began to shake. It turned out that the necessary conditions had been met. The weapon was damaged, but the user's personality adjustment had still been triggered, and his humanity level had been lowered. The blessing of the sword god and the heat had been activated, and now Joma no longer looked like the goody two-shoes he had seen before. All these changes that had occurred in the computer system were reflected in the player's states. The lowered humanity level meant only one thing: Joma was about to turn into a killing machine. Joma saw himself in reality when he was a chef named Kim. Looking around, the man realized he was in the kitchen. It had all been just a dream. A fish lay on the cutting board in front of him. Kim realized he needed to get back to work. There were various knives in front of him. He could have taken the chef's Chinese knife, which had been lying unused for quite some time. However, it turned out that he couldn't use that knife. It looked very strange. The only knife Chef Kim could use was the sashimi knife, but for some reason, it was excruciatingly painful to hold it in his hands. However, as soon as the chef touched the fish with the knife, the pain completely disappeared. Kim felt inspired for a moment, but suddenly sensed that some invisible threads were controlling him, as if he were a puppet, and now together they would create a masterpiece. The heat was turned on, and Joma was ready to start slicing the fish. Chloe looked at her friend in surprise. She didn't know if Joma was okay. The girl called out to the guy a few more times, but it seemed as though he had completely drifted out of reality and wasn't reacting to what was happening. However, in the very next moment, the girl had to defend herself against an attack because Joma had closed in on her in the blink of an eye. She tried to call out to the young man and stop him because she felt she could no longer handle the situation. Joma finished his attack, and Chloe was sent flying to the far end of the room. The blow was so powerful that Chloe could have been seriously injured if the boys hadn't been wielding wooden swords. The girl thought that her opponent seemed to have been replaced. Just a few minutes ago, he hadn't been capable of anything. Joma didn't let up. He attacked again, and Chloe barely managed to jump out of the way. The boy's gaze glowed with a cold light, and he didn't look like a normal person. Chloe realized that the guy had thrown her off balance with his attack. She felt heavy. It was unclear why the guy had changed so suddenly, but she needed to end this fight immediately. Once again, she began calling his name, suggesting they end the fight. But Joma didn't react to her words at all. He charged at her again. Chloe realized she wouldn't have time to dodge, since she hadn't yet recovered from the previous attack. Chef Kim seemed to have come to his senses a little. He couldn't understand what was happening. For some reason, the fish lying on the cutting board began to dodge. He had never seen anything like this before. It was very annoying. He had to finish it off quickly. Apparently, the fish was trying to say something. It's saying "Kan Joma." Kim looked at the blade of the knife, saw that it looked different, and remembered that his name was now Kan Joma. Joma came to his senses. Now he looked like an academy student standing with a knife in front of a fish on a cutting board. Chloe could barely stand. The girl kept calling the young man by name and begging him to wake up immediately. It seemed as if something terrible was about to happen. Joma grabbed Chloe, and the poor girl closed her eyes, preparing to die. But at the last moment, Joma came to his senses. He held Chloe by the waist and, looking her in the eyes, suggested they call it a day. It looked, to put it mildly, a bit rough. She wasn't sure if Joma was okay. However, the guy said he was very grateful to her for helping with the practice, waved his hand, said goodbye, and walked away. Chloe watched the young man walk away, not understanding what had just happened. The girl was walking home, analyzing the information. If she compared Joma's strength on the distribution test with what he had shown her today, a surprising picture emerged. It was as if Joma had become a completely different person, or something strange had emerged within him. The girl didn't think it had anything to do with skill. Rather, it was something unbridled. Chloe understood that the guy's blessing had manifested unconsciously. But even in this situation, Chloe was no match for Joma. Besides, the training wasn't with swords, but with wooden sticks. It was terrifying to imagine how this might have ended if the weapons had been real. Of course, Chloe knew the guy was strong, but at that moment, her thoughts were interrupted by a man standing in the shadow of the building. He noted that Chloe seemed to be absolutely thrilled. It was Nox's auditor. He was a year older than his sister. It wouldn't be accurate to say that the brother and sister had a warm and joyful reunion. Now Nox knew what his sister had been up to since entering the academy. She was hanging out with all sorts of scum. Chloe asked him not to refer to Joma that way. He's her friend, and she won't let him be spoken of like that. Well, in any case, her brother now knew the name of this good-for-nothing. If Chloe continued to hang out with him, someone from the auditor family would have to get rid of him. Chloe understood that unfortunately her brother was right. She mustn't make mistakes in her actions and must always remember her role and destiny. The girl didn't answer her brother, but simply said that no matter who from the family showed up, none of them could handle Joma. Nox looked at his sister silently. He had gotten everything he needed from her. The boy's name, Khan Joma. And now Khan Joma must explain what happened. The power he had received was not a divine blessing and was not a blessing. Rather, it was more like a curse. To avoid relying on the blessing of the god of the sword, the young man had to find a new weapon. But this power seemed to mock him and haunt him, eventually taking over his body. True, this time there was no pain. On the contrary, the young man noted that there was simply no pain. Only feelings of pleasure and sweet exhaustion remained. The curse controlled him as if by an invisible thread and whispered sweet words. It said, "Cut more, cut deeper, destroy on a grander scale." Kang Joma surrendered his body to this force. But at that moment, Chloe's scream mingled with despair. The boy heard his name and remembered it. In that scream, the fragments of the world that had previously fallen apart came together and fell into place. It was precisely because of this that Joma was able to cast aside the training sword, which had clung to him like a second skin. For a few more seconds, the young man felt that he might lose his self forever. Yes, Yander had recently tried to kill him. In the end, Chloe herself had managed to bring him back to reality. And even though the girl was the reason Joma had ended up in such a state, he now felt grateful to her. The boy decided to pointedly ignore what had happened, but still ran off in a hurry to avoid a possible recurrence of the sword god's blessing. But could he keep running like this for the rest of his life? The blessing of the god of the sword is a talent akin to a curse, manifesting when one sacrifices one's life. Joma felt like a stranger cast into a world where, in the future, he would have to use the skills he had acquired. Joma didn't expect much from this world. He just wanted to live a normal life. The young man had hoped he could handle all the challenges that came his way. But now he was returning to his room, completely transformed by the experience he had gone through. Only now did Joma finally realize what was happening inside his body. There was something trying to take control of his mind. And the power he had gained was no blessing at all. It was a curse ready at any moment to consume him entirely. Joma understood that this was a divine power, a very contradictory one, and now he didn't know how to relate to his abilities and new possibilities. 3 days had passed since that memorable evening when Joma had discovered his new curse. Chloe was talking to one of her classmates who was telling her about a new place he really liked. The girl said she would definitely go there later too. In reality, Chloe was very worried after what had happened in the training hall. Joma had been absent from class for 3 days now. Chloe looked at the empty desk where her friend should have been sitting and realized she didn't even know his phone number. She couldn't understand why she hadn't asked for it before. Chloe had already gone to Joma's room in the dorm several times, but all she could hear from inside were painful moans. She was afraid the boy would get angry, and she fought with all her might to resist the urge to kick the door down. In the end, she had no choice but to turn around and leave. But Chloe knew how much she enjoyed watching Joma during class, how he would thoughtfully prop his chin up. Chloe couldn't even imagine how many times a day she'd glance at Joma, always afraid of coming on too strong. She spoke to him with particular caution. At first, she thought all these feelings had arisen because this stranger had stood up for her during the class placement exam. But most likely, those were just excuses. Chloe realized that she missed Joma very much. Another gray and boring day had passed. Instructor Lee Wanbin stood at the lectern, urging the students to be quiet. He said that students at prestigious institutions knew nothing but how to chatter away. The instructor said that due to bad weather conditions, today's training session would be replaced with self-study. Instructor Lee noted again that Kanjoma had failed to show up for class once more. This young man wouldn't skip classes without a good reason, but as a teacher, the instructor could only hope and wait. Lee Wanbin explained the essence of the assignments to the students and ordered them to begin their training. Suddenly, the auditorium door opened. It was sheer audacity. The instructor couldn't believe his eyes that someone dared to show up in the middle of class. However, the young man was not intimidated by the instructor's reaction and continued down the lecture hall steps. And soon Kanjoma appeared before everyone, alive and well. Only now there was a strand of gray in his hair. The young man greeted the teacher and apologized for being late. Lee Wanbin was just as surprised as the rest of the class. He let the boy take his seat. His classmates now looked at Kanjoma with interest. They knew he was a special student, but everyone noticed that he looked different now. It seemed he had even become more handsome. The whispering didn't stop, and the main topic of discussion in the class was now Kanjoma, even though he really didn't want to draw attention to himself. When the bell rang for recess, the students began to quietly make their way toward the cafeteria, planning to grab a bite to eat. Chloe, as always very shy and afraid of upsetting the boy, approached Joma. The girl asked what was wrong with Joma, but he replied that he was fine and there was nothing to worry about. Chloe kept thinking about it. After all, he hadn't shown up for a few days, so she started to worry about him. She figured all this had happened because of that practice. But Joma turned to the girl and said that he was fine. He'd just been feeling a little under the weather, but now he was very grateful to her for her concern. Chloe was shocked. Not only had her boyfriend not been rude to her, but he'd also answered her question and even thanked her. Joma could tell that Chloe didn't quite believe him. He understood that her doubts were completely understandable and justified. For the past 3 days, he had been suffering from extremely severe withdrawal symptoms and had ultimately driven himself to complete mental exhaustion. Locked in his room, the young man couldn't even eat. He lay in bed and prayed that the convulsions would finally subside and leave his wretched body. This was the price he paid for holding the broken weapon in his hands. The price turned out to be exorbitant. It was beyond the intense pain the young man had experienced before. However, that wasn't the end of it. Glancing at himself in the mirror, Joma realized that although his body remained the same, his facial expression had changed drastically, and some of his hair had turned gray. Joma came to believe that this was his punishment. He had to accept it, suffer through it in its full force, and learn from it for the future. Joma understood that Chloe probably felt guilty. After all, she had been his last rival. That's why he needed to fix this situation. Joma turned to Chloe, reminding her that she had invited him to dinner. If she wasn't busy tonight, he was ready to accept her invitation. Chloe hadn't even recovered from one shock when she was hit with another. Was he really serious? Dinner? Of course, she was free. Joma added that this time the hostess would be doing the cooking. Chloe jumped up in delight and said she'd do her very best because this was so exciting. Joma realized his plan had worked. Chloe had cheered up, and now he didn't have to worry about her emotional state. Now Chloe's mind was completely on her kitchen. She said she would make a wonderful dinner and started asking the guy what he liked to eat. Joma said he hadn't had fish in a long time and would really like some. He almost let slip that he'd thrown up after their last dinner, but managed to cover it up by saying the fish was expensive and he couldn't afford to buy it. At that moment, the young man felt as if someone were watching him. He kept talking to Chloe, but at the same time, he felt that someone was watching him very closely. Chloe also turned toward the source of that pressure and asked mentally, "What's going on?" At that moment, Knox's auditor was standing at the far end of the corridor, watching his sister closely. Chloe immediately remembered what her brother had warned her about. Joma guessed that the girl knew the unfamiliar guy. Joma asked Chloe who he was, but she didn't answer, afraid that family ties would ruin her relationship with the young man. Joma felt neither fear nor anxiety. He approached the stranger, and now the two men stood face to face. Joma turned to the stranger and said that if he had something to say, he should speak up, and that staring so intently at others in silence was simply improper. But the man said nothing, and his gaze was like that of a wild animal. Joma immediately noticed those hellish eyes, not understanding what was happening to them. At that moment, Chloe ran up. The girl stepped between the boys and asked Joma not to pay any attention, and told her brother not to come over, since they had already discussed everything. Joma was surprised to hear that this was Chloe's brother. He sensed that despite her efforts to speak confidently, the girl's voice was trembling slightly. Knox was mentally talking to his sister. He said that Joma So it turns out Chloe is deliberately befriending someone who isn't even capable of following the Academy's rules. Chloe told her brother that the auditors no longer had anything to do with her. Nox was certain that the girl's hands were already up to her elbows in blood, and if she was born into a family of auditors, she would remain one forever. Joma figured that his sister was speaking in subculture slang, while his brother was using archaic language. The main thing was that they didn't go overboard. Nox demanded that Chloe stop hanging out with that good-for-nothing and finally return to the family of auditors. But the girl was furious and demanded that her brother stop talking about Joma in such a way. Wild screams rang out all around, the air literally shaking from the quarrel. Joma thought he couldn't coexist peacefully with society since he'd simply been about to eat. The young man was already starting to get used to it, but suddenly he noticed the surname Auditor. That's right, now he was beginning to remember something about them. It was a shadowy faction that appeared midway through the game, specializing in stealth and assassination. And this had been mentioned beforehand. The auditors were inferior to many other hero houses in open combat, but in mission tactics and ambushes, they were unmatched. From childhood, the auditors' children were subjected to grueling training, and after that, they became excellent tools for murder. All members of this family are undoubtedly very strong. It turns out that Chloe is one of them too. Now her strength and hot-tempered nature makes sense. But her father, without a doubt, was a psychopath. Nox would kill anyone without a second thought, and you could see it in his eyes. This is quite understandable, since auditors eliminate enemies from within to maintain order. Joma was in a position where he would likely have to kill soon, so there's no point in looking down on others for such behavior. As for Chloe, it seems this girl really wants to live a normal life. But just like the blessing of Joma's sword, Chloe was born into a family that won't let her do as she pleases. After all, the life of a heartless and cold-blooded killer is always cruel. Joma wasn't a hero and had no intention of becoming one, but since he couldn't save the whole world, he could at least protect one girl. Joma pushed Chloe aside, saying he wanted to go talk to Nox himself. Now the guy was sure he could do it. There was no denying it. Even though his power felt like a curse, it wouldn't let him lose. Joma approached the guy, asking him who he was and what his name was. He understood that there was no escaping this power because it was impossible. Besides, he remembered the saying, "Wherever you go, there is no paradise." So there was no point in looking for it. And if escape wasn't an option, it was always better to go on the offensive. The young man approached the brother and sister, said his name was Khan Joma, and told them to follow him. Joma added that he was a master swordsman and asked them not to fall behind. Lee Won-bin, meanwhile, sat in the teacher's lounge deep in thought. He couldn't stop thinking about the strange student. Lee Won-bin sensed that something had happened to the young man. His face had changed. It seemed as though all emotion had been drained from the boy. At that moment, the door to the teacher's lounge swung open, and another female teacher appeared. She greeted Lee Won-bin, but the man was too lost in thought. He didn't even respond to a joke about the teacher's hairstyle. It was clear that his mind was elsewhere. Just then, a phone rang in the teacher's lounge. Lee Won-bin picked up the receiver and identified himself. What he was told stunned the teacher. Even the teacher, who was watching the conversation, realized it was best not to pester him or get in his way right now. Lee Won-bin was very surprised to hear that someone had just entered the subspace. He was informed that Kan Joma had requested a duel and that his opponent, who had accepted the challenge, was Nox Auditor. The subspace classroom had been set up, and the duel between Nox and Joma was about to begin. The young man sat in the locker room. There were 15 minutes left before the fight began. Joma had previously thought that the process of organizing the subspace would take a long time, but everything happened quite quickly. Media Academy Director warned the young man that if he really went through with this duel, he had to be very careful. Of course, everyone understood that the fight would take place outside this reality, so there would be no physical injuries, but no one ruled out emotional ones. He had to hope for victory. Through the window of the locker room, Joma could hear the enthusiastic cheers of the fans. It was perfectly understandable that watching someone else's fight was interesting, but he hadn't expected such a stormy reaction. Joma had only himself to blame. He hadn't wanted to draw unnecessary attention to himself, but in the end, he'd gotten himself into this situation. Chloe was sitting next to him in the locker room, weeping bitterly. It seemed like the girl thought the upcoming fight was happening solely because of her, so Joma told her that she was absolutely not to blame for what was happening. Besides, Joma added that he'd borrowed her weapon, which meant everything would be fine. Chloe calmed down a little. However, she knew her brother was very strong, and she had a rough idea of how the duel might end. Joma replied that Chloe was quite strong herself, but that didn't reassure her either. Chloe knew that Nox was a genius who had inherited the monster's power. He had no equal, since even at 14 he was called the pinnacle of night techniques. The only thing that wasn't clear was who came up with such silly names as the pinnacle of night techniques. Joma reflected on his life and realized that it had always been this way. No matter how hard he tried to avoid such altercations, he always ended up getting dragged into them. Many years ago, his first teacher, a chef, had said that the boy was destined to hold a knife in his hands his whole life. No one could have imagined back then that even in another life, Joma would be using a sashimi knife. At that moment, the subspace began to form, and the combatants were invited to enter the arena. Joma told Chloe he'd be back soon and left her waiting in the waiting room. As he was leaving the room, Joma called out to the girl. He knew he had to calm her down somehow. The young man said that many geniuses lived in this world at the same time, so there was no need to fear that an encounter with a genius would turn out to be tragic. But still, she shouldn't forget that every person is a genius, at least in some way. Chloe looked hopefully at the young man, who was now heading off to the duel. She didn't know how it would end. Joma said goodbye to Chloe once more and told her that despite the presence of countless geniuses, he would win this duel. Kang Joma stepped into the arena, feeling like a true gladiator from the days of the Roman Empire. The bright sun shone down on him. The stands were packed with fans. Students from every single class had gathered. They shouted words of encouragement. It had been a long time since they'd seen a fight like this, and now the students wanted their classmate to win the duel. Joma felt like a Roman gladiator. He hadn't realized that everything would be organized so seriously and taken so seriously by all the students. Glancing around, the boy's gaze fell on one of the stands. The academy's highest class was seated there. Joma looked closely and saw Abel von Nibelung among the spectators, sitting with her friends and the game's main character. It wasn't exactly to Joma's liking. He felt nothing but extra pressure from these spectators and didn't understand why they had all come. Did they really have nothing better to do? Nox Auditor glared at his opponent with hatred, convinced that this young man had nothing better to do, and decided to mock the hereditary assassin. It seemed the young man couldn't tell the difference between courage and arrogance, and had decided to use such laughable weapons in a real battle. Joma stood before his opponent, holding 2 kitchen knives in his hands. He was confident and challenged his opponent to try to survive, at least to start with. Joma said that professional warriors don't usually blame their defeat on unsuitable weapons. Of course, this provoked Nox, and he decided to start by cutting off the insolent tongue of this arrogant opponent. Joma assessed his opponent's physical attributes and realized he was truly formidable. Nox Auditor wielded 2 swords and was clad in one of the highest-level defensive spells, Raven Armor. Joma sensed this immediately and now had to act based on the information he'd gathered. He was very serious. In one hand, he held a sashimi knife, and in the other, the Rose's dagger from Chloe. Finally, the opponents stood facing each other and prepared for the start of the fight. The subspace announced that the duel was open. The eyes of everyone present were fixed on the combatants. After the signal was given and the subspace announced the hero's blessing, the duel began. Joma immediately activated the painless blessing. In the next instant, he used the blessing of the god of the sword. Now the fight had begun, and the blessings of the gods were bound to be present in the duel. The students watched the proceedings with interest. They had never seen anything like this before. The boys were already trying not to look away so they could keep up with the battle, but the situation wasn't getting any clearer. Everything was happening too fast. At first, it seemed like it would be a simple fight, but now it didn't resemble a battle at all. One might have thought that several multicolored bolts of lightning had collided, periodically crossing paths, coming together and separating. Even the upper-class students noted that the opponents were very fast. The duel was gradually becoming extremely interesting. Abel von Nibelung thought about how wrong she had been. After all, this weak student, with whom she had once sat on a bench at night, turned out to be such a skilled fighter. There was indeed little to make out on the battlefield. The boys were striking at each other and defending themselves. Nox made several slashing motions with his swords, and if his opponent had been an ordinary person, that would have been the end of the fight. But Joma was too fast, and now even Nox realized that his opponent was dodging practically all of his attacks. The boy used the 3-legged bird technique. That strike was, of course, meant to finish off his opponent, and now Nox expected that nothing remained of the schoolboy. If it were possible to watch a slow-motion replay, Everyone would have seen how Yoma managed to move out of the way. Now he was at a safe distance. And to his horror, Nox realized that his opponent had dodged again. Yoma showed absolutely no emotion. He went about his business calmly and methodically. The spectators in the stands were in shock. They saw that the freshman was doing nothing but dodging the upperclassmen. Of course, the sophomore was much stronger, but still one shouldn't underestimate the freshman. However, Abel had a completely different opinion. The girl was watching the fight closely, and it all became clear to her at once. Although the sophomore was landing powerful attacks, the freshman managed to parry them all. It seemed as though the freshman didn't even want to fight. Nox now realized that Chloe was right. This guy wasn't so simple. It was clear now that the boy was using a defensive technique. No wonder he managed to survive the attacks. Nox realized that Yoma was far too fast, and that he needed to be more careful against an opponent like this. Nox was about to launch a powerful attack with a wide area of effect. But every time he looked at the guy's weapon, Nox's anger only grew. It was just an ordinary kitchen knife. Why couldn't he handle it? At that moment, Yoma tossed one of the knives onto the floor. The young man figured that with two knives, it would be even harder for him to move. It was a clear mockery of his opponent. Yoma grabbed the kitchen knife with the little roses on it, the one Chloe had lent him, with both hands. The sight of these opponents was so strange and absurd that watching the fight seemed almost unreal. Nox looked at the schoolboy and couldn't figure out how this madman was going to attack. After all, he was a true professional and wasn't about to do anything foolish. So Nox decided to finish him off with a single blow. No one could withstand his crimson blade. After all, it was no coincidence that Nox was one of the strongest killers in the entire game. Now he was about to show what lineage and blood meant. But then something strange happened. Nox saw the blade of a kitchen knife flash for a split second right next to him. Yoma had always wanted a simple, quiet life. He wanted to blend in, to be ordinary so that every day would be the same, and he would have to defend only himself. But if you can't escape, you have to fight. With the blessing of the gods, may the blessing of the God of Swords be upon you. Yoma made a single cut, and that was enough. Nox Auditor lost his hand in front of everyone present, barely noticing how it happened. No one, including Nox, had time to notice Yoma's attack. The boy had rushed past his opponent so quickly. The spectators in the stands couldn't believe their eyes. Nox too froze in place, stunned by what was happening. And of course, he had a good reason for it. It immediately became clear that Yoma would have no peaceful future. Nox's severed arm was lying on the ground. To finally end this duel, Yoma needed one more attack. His opponent's head flew off. The subspace had finished its work. The training arena was filled with smoke and dust. When the smoke cleared, the spectators saw Yoma sheathing his knife and Nox on all fours, trying to catch his breath. It was announced that the duel was over. The spectators watched in complete silence. They couldn't believe their eyes so much that they didn't even react. Looking at his knife painted with roses, the young man marveled at how he had managed to defeat a man armed with swords. The only consolation was that the fight had taken place in subspace. No one had been hurt in the end. Still, it was astonishing. It had to be admitted that Nox wasn't a weakling. Just as Chloe had said, Yoma had managed to sense just how vast the guy's combat experience was. Although with a lifestyle like that, people would never be drawn to him. The results of the match appeared on the scoreboard. The winner was declared to be a first-year student from the Tiger class, Kang Yoma. All the spectators in the stands were discussing the match, marveling at the freshman's strength. If he could handle Nox, it would definitely boost Yoma's popularity. But now it was impossible to change anything. As they say, what's done is done. Yoma had chosen his own path to survival, relying on anger and thinking only of himself. Now he would have to learn to live with fame and notoriety. The next day in the academy's hallways, students continued to discuss the fight they'd seen. It really had been impressive. They whispered about how one of the auditors had lost, and everyone knows just how powerful that clan is. Now in every classroom, the name of a previously unknown freshman, Kang Yoma, was being heard. Abel too sat lost in thought, replaying the events of yesterday's battle in her mind. Now the girl knew the stranger's name. Wherever she went, everyone was talking about that fight. And indeed, there was plenty to discuss. The way the duel had ended was astonishing, and the severed hand lying on the ground would remain etched in everyone's memory for a long time. Even Abel admitted that after what had happened, she couldn't look away. It seemed too unreal, especially considering that Yoma had used only 2 kitchen knives. Could someone really be that strong, even with ordinary knives? Abel admitted that she was proud to be the granddaughter of the swordmaster and believed she knew her way around weapons. But it seemed the girl had been mistaken. Abel recalled sitting on a bench next to Joma and thinking how badly she wanted to know the name of the student who had surpassed her so she could smear him against the wall next time. Back then, she told herself that Joma looked too weak, and she always remembered the family motto: be firm with the strong and kind-hearted with the weak. Abel pestered her grandfather, trying to find out the name of the student who had taken first place, but suddenly the pieces fell into place in the girl's mind. Abel realized that this was Kang Joma. He was stronger than her, and only he could have won and beaten her. And immediately a wave of rage swept over her. She realized how foolish she had looked back then in the park, and how Joma must have been laughing at her behind her back. Rachel literally woke up from her friend's scream. The girl didn't understand what was happening to Abel. Of course, Abel didn't want to admit to anyone what a ridiculous situation she had gotten herself into. Under Rachel's intense gaze, she tried to wriggle out of it, saying she'd just gone a couple of days without training, which was why she was nervous now. But it was hard to fool Rachel. No wonder they'd been friends for so long. It was written all over Abel's face that she was furious. And of course, it couldn't be about some trivial nonsense. Although Abel kept digging in her heels and pretending nothing had happened, Rachel guessed that her friend was really hungry. Then she thought that Abel had forgotten her weapon at home, or simply needed to use the restroom and wanted her to keep her company. When she'd gone through all the possibilities, Rachel figured Abel had a boyfriend. Seeing that her friend was embarrassed, Rachel took the news with complete delight. Finally, Abel turned out to be a normal girl, not some cold, heartless machine. Now she just had to find out who this hunk was, and Rachel imagined how they would discuss all the most interesting moments together. Abel didn't answer, and then it became clear that this guy was clearly something out of the ordinary if his name was shrouded in mystery. Most likely she was talking about Leon, a real heartthrob, quite strong and charismatic. Rachel wasn't a stupid girl. She racked her brain and came up with the following theory. Perhaps this was the special student from yesterday who had captured the hearts and minds of the entire academy. Rachel thought that wasn't surprising. Such a striking guy was worthy of love. And then she realized she had to leave immediately. She wasn't going to discuss this with her friend, but she couldn't lie to her either. However, it was impossible to just walk away from Rachel. She now had a purpose in life, and today really was a wonderful day. Rachel grabbed her friend by the hand and led her away, saying they were going to the Tiger classroom since they had business there now. When the two coolest girls in the senior class appeared in the doorway of the Tiger classroom, it was practically like a bolt from the blue. The students in Tiger class gaped, not knowing how to react. Their idols and the class beauties were standing right there. Abel tried to hold her friend back, but Rachel was in a very combative mood. She strode confidently into the classroom and stood on the top step. The girl decided she'd have a better view from there and would immediately spot where their dark-haired heartthrob was. Rachel stood on the desk and surveyed the auditorium from above, trying to spot Kana Joma. One of the students tried to tell her that it was inappropriate to stand with her feet on someone else's desk. But Rachel, as a reward, winked at the guy, saying she was a beauty, so he'd have to excuse her. Abel realized she needed to get her friend out of there immediately, or this embarrassment would turn into something even worse. At that moment, Rachel's gaze locked onto the object of her search. She saw Joma, and next to him, a girl who was clearly in love with him. The presence of the other girl didn't stop Rachel at all. She thought it made things even more interesting. In 2 leaps, the beauty approached the young man, who was lying with his head on the desk, and Loya immediately realized she needed to be on her guard. Kang Joma struggled to lift his head off the desk. He felt completely drained after the fight and could barely open his eyes. What he saw, to put it mildly, stunned him. A beauty from the upper class was sitting at the desk, smiling sweetly at him. The girl said she was very happy to meet him, since he was the very same Kang Joma she had seen in the match the day before. Joma tried to figure out why Rachel was here, while the girl looked him over, deciding that he might even be considered handsome. However, she didn't have time to do anything because she suddenly felt a strong grip on her arm. Chloe grabbed Rachel by the wrist and asked who she was. Joma looked at the girls and realized that the danger he had just sensed came from Chloe. In her rage, she was a completely different person. Not at all the sweet, shy girl, but a true bloodthirsty monster. She held a utility knife in her hands, and Joma could already picture a bloodbath right there in the classroom. Something like that definitely wasn't in the game. At that moment, another active heroine appeared. Abel, who turned to her friend, trying to lead her away from the other class. But Rachel had no intention of leaving. They just come to say hello and weren't planning on doing anything bad. Rachel patted Chloe on the head, saying that the little girl shouldn't interfere when grown-up ladies were talking. Besides, a knife isn't a toy for kids, and it's better to put it away. Chloe listened to this, growing angrier and more agitated by the second. Rachel let go of the girl, telling her not to interfere, and turned back to Joma to continue the conversation. A sharp scream of "die" and the sound of a utility knife slicing through the air caught everyone's attention. Classmates sitting at the next desk assumed someone's juice carton had leaked, because everything was covered in something red. Rachel was holding Chloe's hand so tightly that she dropped the knife, and Rachel said that everything happened very slowly. The little girl wasn't just short, but her movements were sluggish too. Abel realized her friend could cause harm and tried to stop Rachel. But with a slight flick of her wrist, Rachel flung Chloe aside, without even turning her head or paying her any attention. Chloe flew across the entire classroom but managed to brace herself and land on her feet. The girl was furious and had no intention of giving up. All the boys in the auditorium were thrilled. They were about to witness a battle between two beauties. Rachel Demore was the niece of the saint with the spear and belonged to the descendants of the clan of overwhelming strength. The clan's motto, "No skills are needed against overwhelming strength." Rachel was absolutely confident in herself. She approached Joma and asked, "Is this little girl your girlfriend?" Joma replied that this wasn't the case. Chloe wasn't his girlfriend, and this immediately lowered the level of hostility in the room. Rachel tried to figure out who Chloe was, and Joma replied that Chloe was his friend, as in, a friend. Joma couldn't figure out what was going on. He was still weakened from the fight and hadn't had time to get a handle on the situation. It was surprising to see girls from the upper class here. Joma immediately noticed that Abel was here too. He grew serious and asked his friends why they were looking for him. Rachel replied that he had caught Abel's interest, so they had come to see him and get to know him. Hearing this, Abel was furious and declared that this was absolutely not true. The girl claimed that Rachel had dragged her here by force, but Rachel decided that Abel had wanted this herself, so she obediently followed her friend. Abel realized that the situation had turned out silly, and now they looked like two love-struck fools. The other students in the class dropped what they were doing and waited for the drama to unfold. Everyone was curious to see if there would be a fight and who would win. Abel said there had been a misunderstanding. She hadn't planned on coming here. Joma thought that in that case, they could just turn around and leave. The young man wasn't feeling well. His head was a complete fog, and now there was this female squabble on top of it. So he told the beauties to just go about their business. Such audacity shocked everyone. The girls weren't used to being ignored and treated that way. Rachel was forced to admit that Joma was a rather amusing and self-assured young man, and that was exactly the type she liked. Joma had no desire to get close to Rachel, and he hoped she would leave him alone soon. But Rachel kept looking at him with interest and suggested, "Don't be mad. Why don't we go to my place after class and watch a movie together?" Chloe flew into a rage again and shouted at Rachel to stay away from her boyfriend. Rachel replied that he wasn't hers, and Joma confirmed that they were just friends. Rachel wanted to say something else, but she sensed that her friend Abel was literally boiling with anger and demanded that she shut up and leave. Rachel had no choice but to listen. She said that unfortunately she had to go, but she was glad to meet them and was sure they would definitely see each other again. Joma didn't want the girls to come here anymore. Of course, that sounded rude, but he wasn't going to waste his life on women's squabbles. Finally, Abel managed to lead Rachel away, who was head over heels in love. Joma didn't even look after them, hoping the girls would leave as soon as possible and leave him alone. Chloe watched her beloved, who had once again rested his head in his hands and fallen asleep. She decided to be even more attentive, to better protect Joma's sleep and peace. As she walked back to her office, Rachel thought about how interesting things had turned out. Joma had remained completely calm, which was entirely understandable. But if you look closely, there was something mysterious emanating from his dark eyes. When he was angry, it felt as if his gaze could pierce her skin. Rachel felt it very keenly. The girl realized that Joma was definitely different from all the blowhards at the academy. She had come to have fun, but unexpectedly found something truly interesting. For decades, her clan had only entered into marriages with outstanding warriors. So she was pleased that Joma was quite attractive. Marriage to him wouldn't be a torment. Rachel admitted that the guy was quite worthy of attention, even from the unapproachable Empress Abel von Nibelung. Rachel apologized to her friend, But Abel believed she should apologize to the guys in Joma's class. However, Rachel wasn't apologizing for her behavior. She told her friend that she couldn't give Joma up. She needed him for herself. Knox walked down the infirmary corridor, holding an IV stand in his hands. Only one word echoed in his head: "I'll kill him." In his entire life, Knox's body had never faced such a defeat. After all, he was a member of the Great Auditor's clan. The young man thought about how everything would change when night fell, and didn't understand whether there was any need to attack right now. When he ran into one of the patients in the hospital corridor, Knox roughly shoved him aside, not bothering to look where he was going. He wanted to gather his entire clan, then he'd surely be able to behead that insolent brat. After that, Knox would take Chloe, for the girl was as strong and dangerous as he was, and perhaps even more so. He decided to deal with everything at once, using the power of his clan and the secrets of night techniques. The young man cracked open the door to the ward and froze in surprise. He had a visitor. Joma sat fully clothed on a chair in front of the bed, holding an apple in his hands. Joma hadn't been able to sleep that night. He'd been thinking about Chloe. She'd been pensive, and dark circles had appeared under her eyes from lack of sleep. Joma assumed that Chloe was upset with him, even though she herself had pulled out a knife right in the classroom, and that was strictly forbidden. Chloe was indeed furious, trying to show everyone that she was in control, and she was plotting how to deal with the insolent girl who had made a move on her Joma. She was so focused that her thoughts had almost reached the point where she wanted to saw Rachel's head off with her stationary knife. Joma called out to the girl. He wanted Chloe to be okay, or at least to put the knife away. Not knowing how to start the conversation, Joma walked over to Chloe and asked how she was feeling and how Knox was doing. The girl explained that her brother had been admitted to the academy hospital. Joma was surprised. The guy should have been fine, since they'd been fighting in subspace, where it's impossible to get physically hurt. Chloe honestly admitted that she hadn't visited her brother, so she didn't know the details. Outwardly, Knox didn't seem to have been hurt, yet he ended up in the hospital. She was sure he'd be fine, and there was no need to worry. Joma thought that, despite the lack of physical impact, Knox's psyche hadn't been resilient enough. Now he understood. Knox would definitely seek revenge and come up with something. Joma stroked Chloe's head. He already knew how to calm and appease her, and asked which room her brother was in. And so the two rivals and adversaries met in the middle of the night at the hospital. Joma said he wasn't doing anything wrong. He'd just come to eat an apple. Looking at the private room and the basket of fruit, one could conclude that the auditor's family had a lot of money. Knox was furious. He couldn't understand how this insolent man had ended up in his room in the middle of the night. At that moment, Joma reached for the knife lying on the bedside table, and Knox thought he had come to finish what he had started. But the unexpected guest simply sat down on a chair and began peeling an apple with a knife. Knox watched the young man in surprise. He handled the knife so skillfully that he even managed the apple perfectly. Joma left the peeled apple on a plate and walked out of the room, wishing Knox a speedy recovery. Knox was furious. This insolent man had doubted his abilities, barged in, acted like he owned the place, and was now calmly walking out. Joma was already standing in the doorway and said that if Knox was having second thoughts about the position, he'd better stop it right now. He looked at the guy and added that otherwise he would destroy the entire auditor's clan. The next moment, Knox fell backward in surprise. The apple on the plate had been sliced into even wedges. How this virtuoso had managed to slice the apple was a mystery. Joma was returning to his room, thinking that Knox was mentally defeated. Just a slight threat, and the effect had already worked. The auditors are the assassin's only plan in the world, and it's impossible to deal with them all in 30 seconds. Yet that was exactly how long Joma could hold a weapon in his hands. Although he could have taken out a dozen people in that time, Joma understood that this was a last resort and tried to solve the problem another way. He looked at the moon shining in the sky, and he felt as if he were standing face to face with a snowstorm. Now the young man realized that peaceful days would be rare in his life. Quarrels, scandals, hatred, and envy seemed to have become a familiar part of his life. But at the same time, it was a sign that Joma was finally worth something. One could assume that Knox's auditor no longer posed a threat, and he could be temporarily forgotten. However, a new problem was looming on the horizon. A girl Joma wanted to have the least to do with. He knew that Rachel sticks to the main character in the game, but in the end, Abel still ends up with her. At the same time, Joma remembered that he would soon have to prepare for midterm exams, so he would have to think about girls and their problems later. Joma took out his phone and reread the details about the exam reward. It was truly worth the effort and deserved serious attention. It was the Murasami sword, a weapon that would allow him to fight for longer than 30 seconds. That's why preparing for the exam was extremely important. Regardless of class, the exam went like this. 5 students fought using magic. Undoubtedly, everyone's abilities mattered. However, the exam was still held in a team battle format because during wartime, trust and teamwork were indispensable. Joma, however, didn't like working with anyone. If they managed to put together a good team, they would be able to defeat the monsters that would appear in the exam, the main one being a sea monster. Joma remembered how uneasy he'd felt when he first encountered that monster in the game. Seeing a half-human, half-fish creature in real life was sickening. There was still a battle with the mermaid ahead. Perhaps it would be more pleasant, at least to the eyes. However, her rank was still unknown. Mermaids were demons, and demons were powerful supernatural beings. Compared to them, monsters seemed like first graders. Fortunately, during the exam, the students would only have to face monsters. They wouldn't have to encounter any demons. Joma looked around. He was sitting on the same bench again, even though a month had already passed since he'd enrolled in the academy. Everything here was calm and quiet. 700 years had passed since the peace treaty between demons and humans. But even in this world, just as in the history of ordinary humanity, despite official agreements, small conflicts occurred from time to time. Most often, the cause was a single demon. His name was Basman. Half a century ago, the 6th commander of the Legion crossed the border on his own. He declared to all of humanity that he would resurrect the sealed first commander. Basman was very powerful, and no agreements or barriers could stop him. All possible forces were gathered against him, for humans had long since forgotten how to fight and had grown accustomed to a peaceful life. Humanity sent their strongest hero into battle, the hero of the 7 stars. After a week of bloody fighting, victory went to the people. This result was achieved at the cost of 3 lives. After the incident, both sides of the conflict resolved not to repeat their mistakes. Chef Kim was very worried at the time. Even though the people had won, the enemy was merely a weak commander of the 6th Legion. Since then, peace has endured to the present day, and now Kang Joma lived in a peaceful human reality during these tranquil times. But the more the young man thought about it, the more he wondered, how had Valor Joaquin managed to seal Riken all by himself? He thought that perhaps Valor Joaquin wasn't human. Otherwise, it was inexplicable. Besides, there were only 3 years left until the next war with the demons, which could destroy the current world. Therefore, he needed to prepare so as not to repeat his mistakes. Even if Joma tried to come up with a plan to prevent the catastrophe right now, nothing would change. He needed to take small steps, starting with his upcoming exams. Of course, it was frustrating, but first Joma had to choose allies. How could he do that if he had absolutely no friends? The young man paused to think for a moment and realized he was one of the most famous students at the academy, and he could use that to his advantage to put together a decent team. With a team like that, he'd be able to live peacefully for the next 3 years. For now, though, he needed to prepare for the midterm exam. In his personal diary, Joma decided to change his plan for the current period. Instead of a quiet and peaceful life, he chose a loud but peaceful lifestyle. A week had passed, but Joma still felt like he was in a complete vacuum. He was still alone. Maybe it was some kind of joke, but no one had offered him a spot on their team. Joma thought that the method he'd used to gain fame might have been a step too far. Now people were simply afraid of him, thinking he was a psychopath. Most likely the guys had decided that it was impossible to work with Joma, or they were simply scared. The fact remained a fact. Joma looked around and suddenly realized that he wasn't the only loner and outsider. Chloe was sitting just as alone, not talking to anyone. After battle day, she had become a true outcast. Joma walked over to the girl and asked if she had found a team for the exam. Chloe looked at her idol and honestly admitted that she hadn't found one yet. Joma was surprised since Chloe was always surrounded by friends. But Chloe said it didn't matter. She was fine, especially with Kang Joma by her side. The young man suggested that Chloe team up with him to find 3 more teammates. Chloe was thrilled by the offer and agreed immediately. She had no doubts about her own strength. If the goal of the exam was to catch as many monsters as possible, Joma could wield a knife for 30 seconds. Together with Chloe, they would definitely be able to kill over 100 monsters. The girl was excited and happy. Just then, the classroom door burst open and Rachel stormed in, announcing that she'd come to have some fun. She said she didn't want to fight with anyone. She'd just come to chat. Chloe, grabbing a utility knife, was getting ready to finish off the insolent girl. Joma replied very angrily that he was busy and told Rachel to just leave because he didn't have time. The young man was very annoyed. He especially didn't like that Rachel had called him a bunny. But the girl was determined to get her way. Apparently, she always achieved her goals, so she paid no attention to the guy's displeasure. Instead of leaving the classroom and getting upset, she lay down on her desk saying that she had trouble hearing and couldn't hear a thing. Rachel immediately decided to change the subject and asked Joma if he had decided on a team for the exam. Joma didn't realize that this stubborn beauty wasn't listening to him at all. Seeing that the girl wasn't leaving, Joma replied that he hadn't chosen a team for the exam yet. That answer made the beauty very happy. She said that was great and invited him to join their team. Joma realized that the idea was simply wonderful. To do well on the exam, you need strong teammates. Rachel kept pressing him. Taking advantage of his shyness, she said he could join the team just this once. Joma didn't understand why she had approached him with such an invitation, since there was probably already a long line of students from the top class waiting to join their team. Rachel replied simply, "It would be boring with everyone else, but they'd have fun with Joma." Joma had to admit that he'd already joined Chloe's team and couldn't leave it now. Rachel was ready to make any concessions. She said there were actually 2 open spots on their team. Joma explained to Rachel that without Chloe's help, not only would they fail to win the prize, but their average score would be at risk as well. Chloe might be annoying, but that's no reason to hate her. She'll prove herself yet. With that, the negotiations were concluded. Rachel added Joma and Chloe to the team, hoping that Chloe would keep her cool. Joma wanted to know who was considered the leader of their team. It was important to him. Rachel, without looking up from her text, said that their main guy was Leon. Everyone had probably heard all about him by now. Joma realized once again that his peaceful, quiet, and unremarkable life had slipped away from him once more. The guy sat there literally furious. He didn't understand what he had done so wrong in his past life that now everything was going off track. For 30 years straight, all he'd done day in and day out was cut fish, and now he couldn't live out his best life in the game in peace without scandals and conflicts. But at the same time, Joma has now joined a team with real heroines. Of course, he's already attracted everyone's attention, but he has to admit that he really likes it. But now Joma has to stop because everything will change with Leon van Rijhorst. He is the main character of this game. Joma didn't understand how the system would behave now, but the guy would definitely have to take responsibility for this choice. The more the young man thought about it, the more he realized he needed to change the team. However, Rachel had already warned him that she had officially signed him up. Joma was deeply affected by the situation. Besides, this was the first time he'd wanted so badly to run away from a girl. At that moment, the nosy Chloe walked up to him and asked what was wrong with Joma. Chloe tried very hard to hold back, but she immediately noticed that ever since that blonde girl had approached him, her Joma had become somewhat gloomy. The guy replied that he felt a little uncomfortable about the fact that they would be on the same team as the guys from the STARS class. Chloe, on the other hand, tried to support Joma, saying she was sure he was much stronger than all of them, without a doubt. Joma calmed down a bit after hearing her words of support, especially since he'd signed up for the team with Chloe, so leaving now would just be irresponsible. Clearly, not all members of this team are at a high level, so the situation could very well work in his favor. He just needs to approach everything with a positive attitude. Joma decided not to get upset prematurely and asked Chloe what time they had agreed to meet as a team. Chloe immediately replied that according to the blonde, it was at 6 o'clock at the cafe. It immediately became clear that among themselves they would refer to Rachel as the blonde. Joma relaxed a little and suggested to Chloe that they head to the meeting place right away. The meeting was supposed to be at the cafe, and now the guys were gathering there to discuss their strategy for the upcoming exam. Chloe was absolutely thrilled. She was eagerly looking forward to meeting the academy's most famous students. Joma tried to stay calm and couldn't understand how anyone could pay a fortune for the green sludge Chloe was drinking. Joma tried drinking an espresso. However, such bitter coffee wasn't to his taste. Chloe was happy with absolutely everything, but Joma tried not to show it and keep a straight face. He didn't like espresso, but it was the only thing he could afford in this expensive cafe. The thing was, the place was located outside the academy, so the student discount didn't apply. A few more minutes passed, and the young man received a message from Rachel. At one point, he even thought it might all be a joke, and that they'd tell him they weren't taking him on the team. But the others were just a little late, and now they were walking into the cafe, apologizing for the delay. Rachel was about to introduce everyone who had come and hoped that Joma and Chloe hadn't been waiting too long. Joma couldn't take his eyes off the guys who had shown up. He was trying to figure out how they felt about him. Besides, there was another guy among the arrivals whom he didn't recognize at all, and who was now stretching his shoulders. Joma immediately thought he was some kind of thug and eyed the guy warily. Leon van Reinhardt broke the awkward silence. He extended his hand and greeted the guy. Joma hadn't expected the game's main character to turn out to be such a pleasant and easygoing young man. Leon said he was very impressed by the battle that had taken place a couple of days ago, and he was very happy to welcome Joma to their team. It was very nice to hear such words from the main character. First, Leon suggested they introduce themselves and tell a little about themselves. The young man spoke first. He said that since he was the leader, he would start the conversation. As it turned out, he, Reichort, was the team captain, and he hoped their collaboration during the exams would be fruitful. Joma looked at Leon and thought about how unfair life was, when one guy got all the good looks, the voice, the build, and basically everything. Rachel said she didn't need to introduce herself because everyone already knew her, so she'd skip that part. The young man folded his arms across his chest. It was clear he didn't want to get close. The guy introduced himself, saying his name was Speed Weapon. The young man added that he liked heroes. He had a tattoo on his neck with the word hero. Joma thought that this guy hadn't said much about himself and was just trying to act cool. However, his comment about heroes seemed to carry a deeper meaning. Next to introduce herself was Chloe. She gave her name and said she was a classmate of Joma's. The girl honestly admitted that she was happy to join the team and hoped for a fruitful collaboration. The students from the STARS class didn't react at all to Chloe's words. Of course, Joma didn't need an introduction. Everyone already knew him. However, the young man simply said that he was in the same class as Chloe. Finally, the introductions were over. Everyone could relax a little and get down to discussing the details. Leon opened his laptop and began leading the meeting. He launched a project related to the upcoming exam. It turned out that earlier that day, during lunch, the professor had shared a file with them. It was a map of Skopoli Island, where the exam would take place. On the day of the exam, all participants will be transported to this island through a special portal. The subspace is merely a portal, but the location itself is very real. It's very important to remember this because the students could actually get hurt by monster attacks. Leon suggested taking a closer look at the island and discussing the options in detail. Leon's team was assigned the northeastern region of the entire island. 3 groups of students are to go there. Each group of students will fight monsters, and the team that kills the most monsters will take the lead. All the students looked very focused. Every single one of them wanted to win. Leon turned off the projector and asked the students if anyone had any questions about the upcoming exam. Wappen said that since it was an island, there were surely mermaids there, and he wanted to know if such threats were possible. Leon replied that the teachers would prepare the exam site in advance, so there was no need to worry about encountering mermaids. Chloe wanted to know if they would have to fight other participants on their territory. This exam is designed to teach students how to work as a team and defeat monsters. Therefore, battles between teams are likely. Joma glanced at his girlfriend. He understood that she was worried about the other students and didn't want to hurt anyone. There were no more questions, so it was decided to end the meeting. Everyone should prepare for the exam on their own, and the next day they would meet again to discuss their strategies. They decided to go to a restaurant to eat something tasty, but Leon lingered, gathering his things. Joma wasn't in a hurry to leave either, since going to restaurants was something he'd rather avoid. The situation had become rather awkward. Joma knew he had to leave because he looked as if he wanted to get to know the game's main player better. Just as the guy was about to leave the room, Leon asked where Joma was from and how he'd ended up at the academy. He'd been asked that question before, but now it was fundamentally different from the last time, because people had started taking an interest in Joma. Joma tried to figure out exactly what Leon wanted to know about him. Maybe he should tell him where he was from. But most likely, the team captain would have asked that question in front of everyone right at the beginning, when they first met. So Leon had deliberately waited until everyone had left and the two of them were alone. Joma realized that his silence and the pause had gone on too long. Leon apologized to the young man for such an insensitive and sudden question. However, the captain got the feeling that he was very much like Joma. Joma had no idea how to feel about this handsome guy. Maybe he really was just a normal guy. In this game world, the main language of communication was Korean. But that didn't mean there was no division by nationality, Still, it was immediately obvious that Joma was Korean. Leon van Reinhardt suggested pretending that the conversation never happened. He realized that the question had come out rather tactlessly. After that, the guys started heading toward the exit, and it seemed like the topic was closed. But suddenly, without even realizing it, Joma put his hand on Leon's shoulder and asked where he was from. The question had come out completely automatically, but if Joma had simply let Leon leave, he wouldn't have slept a wink all night, tormented by doubt. Leon grabbed the guy's hand and, smiling sweetly, said he was from Germany. After that, Leon turned around and walked away in silence. Joma stared at his hand. The thing was, for a split second, something very strange had occurred to him. When the guy's hand was resting on Leon's shoulder, it seemed as though he too had come into the game from another world. Joma now thought about this constantly and tried to make sense of his feelings and sensations. Of course, he couldn't be sure that Joma Khan was the only one from the real world who had ended up in this game. Besides, Leon was the main character, and that was his advantage, since Joma was merely a minor character. Joma looked at the sashimi knife. He realized that under the sword's blessing, his senses were heightened. The boy decided to test this right now. He drew the sword from its sheath and activated the blessing of the god of the sword. Once the blessing was activated, the young man clearly realized that Leon belonged to this game world. However, immediately the boy felt, just like last time, that with intense concentration he could see the voice, but he understood that he was someone's puppet. Joma removed the effect and felt absolutely awful. He needed to think things through and try to get to the bottom of it. His head was starting to ache. Even after using the blessing of painlessness, it was now useless. The Leon that Joma had touched and seen today was the essence of the Leon he had once played. If he had been an ordinary character, he would most likely have behaved differently. But today at the cafe, that blonde guy had asked about Joma's nationality and said a strange thing. "I feel like we're alike." Joma decided to use the internet to look for information about Leon. However, there was nothing on the subject online. Joma hit a dead end in his search, but decided to stop there. It was unlikely he would ever see Leon again after the exam. If they did end up working together again, then he would think about it again. Joma recalled how the head of the academy had greeted him, saying, "It's been a while." It seemed as though they had known each other before. Joma decided it wasn't worth complicating things right now, because even in such a confusing situation, he needed to keep a clear head. Perhaps it was all due to the blessing's influence. Joma checked his stats and found that many of his attributes had increased. Unfortunately, his spirit and weapon levels remained the same, so he needed to keep training. Thanks to physical exercise, his physical stats had improved. He just needed to spar more often. Weapons were still in short supply, but if the team passed the exam and Joma received the Murasami sword, his stats might improve as well. Among the stats, there was still an unknown parameter that remained hidden, and the adaptation level had also increased significantly. If he analyzed everything Joma had done up to that point, and he had only fought his brother and sister in the lecture hall, perhaps his stats were related to that. Joma ended up completely confused. It was too complicated for him to understand, and there was absolutely no one to ask. Finally, there was at least some good news. It seemed that the blessing of painlessness had increased and now lasted for 40 seconds. Joma finally sheathed his knife and decided that enduring the headache hadn't been in vain. It had been worth it. In any case, he learned that he had become a little stronger and more resilient. Time passed and the countdown had literally begun. Every day, the guys gathered to discuss strategy. They spent a lot of time debating and talking, as well as training, trying to improve their physical abilities. In addition, time was set aside for practice sparring sessions to hone their skills. And finally, the day of the midterm exam arrived. Everyone was feeling nervous about it. Joma immediately noticed that the gate to the subspace was different from the combat arena. The whole team was ready and fully focused. The students had their weapons in hand. Rachel noted that Joma was usually always on time, but today he was late. In the team setup, Rachel was assigned the role of main dealer. Team captain Leon was the leader and stood in the center among the players. Wapen served as the team's defender. The young man remained a complete dark horse for the time being. Chloe was the second dealer. The girl had prepared perfectly and was eagerly awaiting the start of the exam. Kang Yoma himself was the rear defender. The guy apologized for being late and greeted his teammates. Joma examined the weapons the others were holding with interest. Rachel was holding an S-class spear. It was very strong and powerful. Leon didn't have his sword Balmung in his hands yet, and for some reason, he had brought some kind of light weapon with him. But weapon surprised everyone the most. His weapon was a flute. The guy understood how it looked from the outside and reacted very aggressively to any questions about his weapon. Rachel confided that even though the weapon looked silly, like a flute, it was actually one of the few S-class healing items. In the game itself, such a weapon was a rarity, unless you spent a lot of money on your account. But if it's so effective, why does it have such a strange shape? Joma approached his friend, trying to get a better look at the flute. However, this didn't sit well with Vapan, who was already being picked on by everyone. It's unclear how this examination of the flute would have ended, but soon the speakers announced that the midterm exam for first-year students for the first semester was about to begin. Judging by the students' expressions, everyone was ready for the exam to begin. Lee Won-bin announced that everyone knew the rules, so he would be brief. If the students realized the situation had become too dangerous, they should run away. We mustn't forget that these students aren't heroes yet, just students, so there's no point in putting themselves in danger for the sake of grades. In addition, if anyone is injured, they must contact the healer who will be nearby. Leon van Reinhardt addressed his team members and said that it seemed the time had come. They needed to prepare, not worry, and simply give it their all. All team members felt a sense of responsibility and were very serious and focused. Joma also understood that the time had come, and perhaps today he would take the first step toward becoming the main character. Joma noticed Chloe. The girl was very quiet and pensive. Chloe knew there was no need to worry about that right now, but for some reason she remembered that mermaids could appear in their neighborhood. Joma reminded his friend that the teachers were supposed to take care of that, so there was no need to worry. There definitely wouldn't be any mermaids during the exam. Chloe was born on the island of Sicily, and their people often talked about encounters with mermaids and the harm they cause. Right now, humanity is in a state of truce with demons, and it's actually very difficult to encounter mermaids in the dungeons. And yet the rumors haven't gone away. Mermaids remain very dangerous creatures, so it's always worth staying on guard where they might appear. Lee Won-bin, along with the other instructors, was ready for the exam to begin and announced that all students needed to take their positions and the subspace gate was open. Joma tried to comfort Chloe. He placed his hand on her head and said they needed to go. Chloe really decided to calm down. Nothing would happen to her because Joma was right there, and she believed in him. By then, the teams had already begun to enter through the subspace gates one by one to take their midterm exam. At first, there was complete darkness all around. Then some voices could be heard as if approaching from afar. It was Joma's voice calling out to someone, and Chloe saw the voice that was calling her. Finally, the girl came to her senses. It turned out she had nearly lost consciousness, or had almost done so, during the transition into subspace. Chloe realized she had been completely out of it, and now this test didn't feel like a regular game or training session at all. Everything was getting way too serious. Besides, it turned out that absolutely nothing was working, and there was no communication either. The kids couldn't get in touch with the teachers. Something strange was happening in general. There were flashes, and it seemed as though space was blurry, as if everything were out of focus. Soon, a very strange face appeared from somewhere in the darkness. One side of it was lit up, and it seemed as though all the blood vessels were visible. A few moments later, the entire creature appeared before the players in full view, and now no one had any doubts. Standing before the kids who had come for nothing more than a midterm exam was a mermaid, a very dangerous and terrifying demon, more challenging than any monster. But if we go back a bit, before the mermaids appeared, Scapuli Island greeted the group with wonderful weather. The sun was shining brightly, and the turquoise sea was a delight to the eye. However, many team members felt absolutely awful. They were nauseous. It turned out that passing through the gate had taken such a toll on their well-being. Leon noticed that Joma was perfectly fine. The young man replied that he usually didn't get nauseous. He had already entered subspace several times, and the process had always been painless for him. But it turned out that Leon was hinting at unexpected guests who had now appeared before the players. While the rest of the guys were feeling sick, they were nauseous and vomiting. Joma had to take on the battle with the sea monsters. The young man noticed that they were much smaller than they had initially appeared. This mix of human and fish looked ridiculous, and of course, Joma was very proud that he would be the first to fight the monsters. However, he felt a bit foolish. Perhaps when they reached the meeting point, they would encounter adult specimens there. Leon confirmed his thought, saying that the monsters at the meeting point weren't so small, but the size of the creatures didn't affect the difficulty, which is why it was actually advantageous to kill the small monsters. You'd expend less energy, and the points would still count. Leon suggested heading to the part of the territory where Chloe had been scouting. And now the whole group was moving through the forest deeper into the island. Rachel led the way, and Yoma brought up the rear, providing cover from behind. Leon announced that it looked like they had arrived. At that moment, Chloe quickly and swiftly set off on another reconnaissance mission. In a matter of seconds, the girl had swept across the entire area and was now standing next to the others. Yoma was surprised. He was amazed that Chloe was jumping through the trees. It turned out that this allowed her to move very quickly and stealthily. Leon asked how things were going and what dangerous or interesting things Chloe had found. It turned out that the girl had discovered a cave 500 meters away from them. The players reached a cave located at the foot of the mountain. A strange sound could be heard coming from inside the cave. The players moved closer and saw something glowing in the depths of the darkness, most likely the monster's eyes. As surprising as it seemed, the monsters had gathered in the cave and were warming themselves by a lit fire. The group estimated that there might be about 50 or 60 monsters hiding there. Yoma immediately started calculating. If they caught all the monsters, they would surely take first place in the exam. However, it was important to think about the safety of the team members. After all, if someone got hurt, it would be difficult to contact the teachers from inside the cave. The same thoughts were swirling in the captain's head. The kids could take the risk or pass it by and find a less dangerous spot. During exam prep, the plan was that upon arriving on the island, Chloe would scout the area, and Huapin would be responsible for protecting the players. Yoma was still suspicious of the healer. He didn't believe that such a task would fall to the most reserved and serious among them, since a doctor should be empathetic. But Huapin believed that the duty of a true hero was to help others, so he took his responsibilities very seriously. Leon continued assigning roles, and now it was Yoma's turn. Leon assigned the guy to be in charge of the group's rear. It was immediately clear that the commander didn't have much faith in Joma's strength and abilities. Yoma made a great effort to be understanding of the role assigned to him and not immediately say everything he thought about his commander. Leon announced to the group that he would take the lead and guide them. And if it came to a fight, he would certainly join the battle. It soon became clear that Rachel had been left without an assignment. The girl had no intention of standing on the sidelines. Leon understood that everyone was waiting for his decision, but he couldn't for the life of him think of what to assign this beauty. Leon remained silent. He really didn't want Rachel to have anything to do with this battle. Yoma thought that the guy was probably in love with Rachel and was now trying to shield her from dangerous situations. Rachel strongly disagreed with this arrangement and sprang into action as soon as they approached the cave. With all her might, the beauty hurled her spear, which flew at tremendous speed. The spear flew into the cave and struck the thickest cluster of monsters sitting around the campfire. The spear stuck into the fire, and a powerful explosion rang out. Many monsters were injured instantly. Rachel didn't wait for the mutants to recover and come to their senses. She was ready for battle. She yanked her spear out of the ground and began mowing down the monsters, chopping off their heads. It turned out that at the last moment, while preparing for the exam, Leon had instructed Rachel to destroy everything in sight, leaving no one alive. This was possible thanks to the special spear the girl possessed. It had 2 sharp blades on either side, which allowed her to slice rather than just stab. Rachel was absolutely thrilled and said she would definitely handle this task. Huapin took out his flute, began to play it, activating the blessing, and in this way healed his companions and also affected the monsters. Rachel looked even scarier than the poor, terrified monsters. She was hacking them left and right, like a true demon. At one point, Rachel got tired of killing them one by one and activated a large wheel that allowed her to kill several monsters at once with a single strike. Besides that, Rachel managed to thank Vapon for the protection he provided. The battle looked amazing. Yoma was almost in awe watching Rachel take on the monsters. Chloe couldn't let her rival steal the spotlight and impress the guys. So the girl drew her sword and activated the cat's blessing, which allowed her to quickly close in on her victims and kill them in a flash. When Chloe joined the battle, everyone felt sorry for the poor monsters. The mutants didn't even have time to squeak. Within seconds, they were defeated. Both girls handled the task perfectly, and gradually the cave was cleared. The 2 friends met up. The guys immediately grew wary when they saw the girls approaching and showing no signs of stopping. This could end badly. Yoma knew there was an unspoken rivalry between the girls, and now it could end badly for someone. But it turned out that the main mutant was still in the cave, and he became a sort of bone of contention. They had to figure out which of the girls would kill him. Both beauties proved themselves perfectly. They were very fast, and it was unlikely anyone would give preference to one over the other. Rachel noted that Chloe had become much faster since their first meeting, and Chloe was offended, believing that this monster belonged to her. After exchanging such compliments, the girls went their separate ways. Joma was able to breathe a sigh of relief. The girls' confrontation had looked serious and could have led to big problems, but everything turned out fine. Leon asked Joma if he had been worried about the girls. Joma confirmed that he had been a little. The beauties counted the number of monsters they'd killed. It turned out they defeated exactly 60. Leon said there was no need to worry. They were on the same team, so they had to trust each other. The captain announced that the area had been cleared, so they could leave. Joma noted that Leon possessed determination, leadership, and a sense of responsibility for the team's lives. There was no room for rivalry here, and now it became clear what it meant to be part of this world. Joma decided that last time, the question, "Where are you from?" had simply referred to his nationality. But doubt still plagued Joma, and he continued to ponder when suddenly a massive flash streaked past his shoulder. The blow had struck Leon, who was now falling lifeless before the eyes of all the others. At first, it seemed like some kind of nonsense. Where did the blood on their commander's body come from, since the cave had been completely cleared of monsters? Surprise, fear, and horror were etched on the faces of the team members. They turned to see who could have struck their commander. And when everyone turned around, it turned out that their nightmare and fears had come true. Right in front of them, in the middle of the cave, some kind of monster was rising up, very much like a mermaid. Everyone knew there shouldn't be a mermaid here, since the teachers had combed through and checked the entire island before the exam. The kids didn't understand where the mermaid had come from, since they'd been told that everything would be taken care of. It felt like they'd stepped into some kind of dream. Joma thought that just a moment ago, he'd been thinking everything was going too smoothly and easily. But now, in this situation, he had to make a choice: run or fight. If they just ran off with the injured Leon, there was no guarantee they'd make it. Rachel asked Vapon to contact the teachers and warn them about the mermaid. However, it turned out there was no signal. They were in a cave. Joma knew that in such situations, people often panic, and it seemed that he was the only one who had kept a clear head. Joma instructed Rachel to keep other sea monsters at bay. Now the girl had to defend them and fight off any new monsters that appeared. Wapin was supposed to use his abilities to help Leon come to his senses. After that, Joma turned to Chloe, intending to give her an important and responsible task as well. The girl was a little stunned since she had known about mermaids since childhood. He instructed Chloe to get out of the cave and establish contact with the teachers. It was impossible for everyone to escape together with the wounded Leon. They needed to hurry while the others could still hold out and call for help from the teachers. Chloe was very worried about Joma's life, but she realized that a great responsibility rested on her shoulders and stopped arguing. The very next moment, the girl ran as fast as she could out of the cave to contact the teachers. The wounded Leon lay on the ground. Rachel prepared to fight the monsters that were approaching again from the depths of the cave, but she wanted to know if Joma had a plan. Wapin began to guess what Joma was thinking. He believed there was no need to go anywhere, since there was no way out and it wouldn't lead to anything good. Joma told his friend that he was leaving the sea monsters to them. Besides, they had to protect the wounded Leon. The boys were very frightened, but they could see that Joma had something incredible in mind, and that frightened them even more than the monsters themselves. Joma thought about how he had long hated small fish. They never tasted good to him. He always preferred to fillet large fish. And now it was time to get down to his true specialty. After all, everyone remembered who he was. Khan Joma pulled his kitchen knife from its sheath, thinking about how much he loved cutting up large fish. Humans possess the power of blessings, and demons have such a power as well. It is magic. It is precisely because of magic that the protagonist cannot continue the battle using conventional methods. That is the difference between the power of a demon and that of a human. It's impossible to guarantee victory over demons, even with the blessing of the god of the sword. And it was simply impossible to catch a mage in the game without forming a prepared group. Joma remembered and understood this perfectly well. But how did it come to this? That now he had to fight the demon alone? The situation looked dire. It was impossible to even describe it in words. There was no turning back. The pine needles wouldn't appear for at least 10 minutes, so there was only one option. Joma had to take down the enormous humanoid fish in just 40 seconds, while the blessing of painlessness was active. He activated the blessing of the sword god and was now ready to prepare some high-quality sashimi. Rachel, wasting no time, also set about destroying the monsters approaching from the depths of the cave. The girl had almost recovered from the shock caused by the mermaid's appearance and was now impaling monsters on her spear. Everything that was happening, as well as her injury, had upset her greatly, and now she was indiscriminately destroying the vile fish. Most likely Rachel was in a state of emotional distress and wasn't even thinking about her actions. Weapon watched his friend fighting the monsters alone and thought about how he had to help her in some way. However, Weapon's strength was also at its limit due to treating Leon. The captain's wound was deep, but fortunately, it was already slowly healing. Weapon continued to study his comrade, glancing at Yoma's duel. It was clear that the guy was very strong. And now, watching the battle, no one would say that Yoma was feeling fear or doubt. He stood before the demon calm and self-assured. Even to the naked eye, it was clear that Yoma had already broken several bones, and perhaps it was time to stop him and try to escape from the cave. The mermaid looked hideous. It was a very powerful, terrifying demon, confident in its abilities. Yoma, armed with 2 kitchen knives, launched an attack on the demon, though from the outside it looked completely futile. He knew that mermaids mainly used water magic, so they were always strong near water. On the other hand, these creatures were made of flesh and blood, so it was worth trying to defeat the mermaid using conventional methods. Yoma leaped high into the air to get as close to his opponent as possible. The effect on the mermaid was unexpected. Yoma could attack her with his knives just like a regular opponent. One swing was enough to cut the huge fish's body in 2. Weapon, taken aback by surprise, nearly dropped his flute when he saw the mermaid's half falling to the ground. The boy was so flustered that he couldn't move an inch while the terrifying demon opened its jaws, preparing to bite him in half. But Yoma didn't leave the mermaid unattended and cut off several fins from the monstrous demon. Unfortunately, it immediately became clear that the damage was minor and hadn't caused any significant harm. The mermaid swam back into the water to avoid attacks and regain her strength. Yoma realized that the demon wasn't quite invincible, though predicting its movements was quite difficult. He was completely focused on the battle and tried to anticipate where the vile creature would appear. The young man glanced back at his companions. Weapon, though he continued to play the flute, looked shaken by what he had seen. Leon was still lying unconscious, but it was clear that his wounds were gradually healing. Yoma understood that he had to be the captain and commander, so he smiled at the guys and asked how they were doing. Stunned, Weapon stammered that they were all right and managing. Yoma confirmed that he had faith in his comrade, a true hero who was devoting his strength to restoring the wounded man's health. It became clear that Weapon now had a role model, and, most likely, the relationship between the two would change dramatically in the future. Weapon had always wanted to be a hero, believing that courage, bravery, self-sacrifice for others, and the ability to turn despair into hope were what mattered most. He enrolled in the best institution for training heroes, but he hasn't yet met anyone who possesses those qualities. Yoma tried to imagine what Weapon would do when he met such a hero and confessed his admiration to him. Weapon believed there was hope of finding such a person in the group, which is why he asked Rachel to join the team. He believed that Leon was exactly that kind of player, and that with him, they could witness the actions of a true hero in real life. Yoma also believed that Leon would turn out to be a true hero, since he was the main character of the game. Even while preparing for the exam, Weapon honestly said that he considered Yoma far from the title of a true hero, although one couldn't deny the player's strength. Yoma replied that he himself would refuse such a burden and title because heroism was some kind of nonsense that offered nothing interesting to a person. And now, watching what was happening, Weapon clearly understood who Kang Yoma was. The vile demon mermaid sent her minions into the attack. They looked like demonic fish. These monsters had toothy jaws and were supposed to attack Yoma while the mermaid recovered. Yoma managed to dodge the fish a few times, but he realized he was moving too slowly. With every passing minute, the young man's foreboding grew worse. He realized he might have underestimated his own strength. The demon mermaid continued to attack the boy with magic, completely unconcerned for her own body. Yoma used his knives to slice through the wall and move into another space. He was trying not only to escape the pursuit, but also to carry the danger far away from his friends. The attacking fish were very fast. They immediately followed the boy, never letting him out of their sight. It seemed as though they were homing in on their target, and now Yoma looked like nothing more than a little bug trying to escape from a huge monster. Rachel and Weapon watched the battle in utter horror. They realized that Yoma was having a very hard time. Yoma struck the mermaid once more, and the kids began to hope that perhaps this would be enough. But Vapin knew they had to keep healing Leon, and the battle was far from over. Joma noted again that his blow had been weak. He'd only managed to graze her arm, which was hardly enough to stop the mermaid. And indeed, the huge demon still looked just as invincible, even though one of its arms was now just a stump. The mermaid's severed hand bounced around the cave, and for a moment it seemed as though it had even landed the final blow. The blow was so powerful that it shattered the mountain in which the cave was located, and the entire surrounding area was engulfed in flames. The helper fish were completely disoriented and crashed into their mistress at full speed. Teachers and students from other teams heard a loud explosion that echoed across the entire island. One of the girls said she heard a sound like a roar and a dull thud, and the sky above the mountain glowed as if after a flash of lightning. However, the next moment, it started to rain, and the girl realized that these were ordinary weather phenomena, thunder and lightning. The teacher suggested they quickly drag the injured people to safety since it had started raining, and she truly believed the lightning was ordinary. The student didn't argue with the instructor, acknowledging that it was ordinary thunder and lightning, and felt like a real coward. Besides, the missions were already complete, and all that remained was to return to the academy. In the cave, the others were also beginning to come to their senses. Wapin was still playing the flute, continuing to tend to Leon's wounds. The humanoid fish looked around in surprise. Clearly something was happening that had confused and frightened them. Rachel noticed that these mutants had rushed deeper into the cave, no longer intending to fight the humans. Everyone froze, waiting to see how events would unfold. At first glance, it seemed that the trouble had passed, and now they could calmly wait for backup. Joma was dissatisfied with himself. During the duration of the blessing of painlessness, he hadn't landed a single fatal blow, perhaps because he was constantly distracted by Leon. The monsters fled the cave not only because it was collapsing, as Joma had expected. Things turned out to be not so simple, and movement began again among the rocks. And then the huge, terrifying mermaid lunged at the boys once more. Joma took off his jacket and prepared to continue the fight so that nothing would hold him back. The guy shouted to his friends that he was leaving Vapin and Leon with Rachel. He thought there wouldn't be any more small monsters. The guys were stunned. Watching Joma, it was hard to believe, but he was really fighting the mermaid all by himself. At first, it seemed like the guy was just crazy, but it soon became clear that the guys were witnessing a moment that would go down in history. He rolled up his shirt sleeves and prepared to focus entirely on the battle. He had only 10 seconds left, which he needed to use to the fullest. The enraged mermaid demon looked terrifying. She was stunned that a mere human was trying to resist her. Joma stood steady, gripping his favorite knives tightly, and waited for the monstrous creature to approach as it lunged at him. Joma raised both hands to strike. The young man was certain he wouldn't lose this time. Chloe was running at full speed to the rescue. She paid no attention to the rain pouring down on the island, constantly repeating to herself, "Faster! Even faster!" Chloe didn't allow herself a single second to catch her breath. She cleared a path with her sword so she could move even faster. At one point, she felt her legs literally give out from exhaustion. Even using all her strength, she could only call for help. But Chloe kept thinking about how Joma must be feeling right now, if it was this hard for her. Before her eyes stood the confident Joma, who had instructed her to call the teachers. He was the strongest person Chloe had ever met. However, Joma always said that battles were a burden to him, and he tried to avoid them. Besides, Chloe knew how bad he felt after battles. In a desperate situation, Joma would pull his knives from their sheath, and that was exactly the situation they were in now. Chloe knew she'd made the right decision and left the team to call for help, but how she wished she were just a little stronger. She heard a powerful explosion in the mountain as she set off to find help. The girl immediately realized that it wasn't thunder and lightning, but that the explosion had occurred where the team members were. It was terrifying to imagine what might have happened to the guys, and especially to Joma. Chloe raced through the forest even faster. Despite the pouring rain and her extreme exhaustion, Chloe ran along the road, not allowing herself to stop, slow down, or, heaven forbid, fall. She ran through the forest, drenched in tears and rain, screaming, trying to call out to anyone and figure out if anyone was still alive on the island. Suddenly, something struck her on the head. Perhaps it was a bolt of lightning. Chloe began to look closely. There was clearly something ahead of her, but everything was blurry. The girl realized it couldn't be people. Soon it became clear. Before her were sea monsters, mutant fish. That meant she had to deal with them first. Chloe drew her sword and was ready to attack the monsters. However, her attack was stopped by a slight movement of the sword. Standing before her was not a fish, but a girl. Chloe was relieved, realizing she had almost attacked a human. Because of her tremendous speed, she couldn't stop immediately and flew forward, apologizing to the stranger as she went. After that, Chloe fell with all her might, hit the ground, her sword flew out of her hands, and the girl lay motionless. One of the guys, finishing off the fish-like monster, asked what had happened. But no one could really answer. The stranger had appeared out of nowhere and literally collapsed in front of them. The guys didn't know what to do with her. Perhaps she had gone mad with fear. They couldn't just leave her lying on the ground in the forest. However, suddenly one of the team members said she knew her. She wasn't crazy or a stranger. At that moment, Chloe began to come to. She could only whisper for help and say the name Kang Jum. And now in the pouring rain, the group stood over Chloe's body, unsure of what to do next or where to find those who needed help. Wapin continued to watch the battle without blinking. He didn't know if he would ever experience such an amazing day again. Joma's gaze was the same as that of a master filleting fish on a cutting board. It seemed as though Joma was outmaneuvering his prey. He was always one step ahead. Wapin was certain he would never be able to erase this scene from his memory. Joma wasn't just quick on his feet, as he had repeatedly demonstrated during the battle in subspace. He possessed precise and swift technique. He attacked the monsters relying solely on it, dodging the mermaid's attacks. And in the very next instant, he delivered a slashing blow and in a single motion, cut the monster into several pieces. The result was obvious. The huge mermaid continued to fall after the attack, but was already neatly sliced into separate pieces. Wapin and Rachel realized that after this ordeal, they would have to see psychologists and psychiatrists. Even Rachel, who came from a noble family with brave ancestors, had never seen or heard anything like this. If things continued this way, the kids began to think they might survive this exam, which turned out to be nothing like it was supposed to be. Rachel noticed that Wapin wasn't reacting to anything at all, just watching the fight spellbound. She tapped her companion with her spear. The guy was actually catching crows, and that was dangerous and could cost him his life. A bluish glow appeared deep inside the cave, and the group stared at it in surprise. Wapin admitted that he had become so engrossed in watching the battle that he had forgotten where he was. Of course, everything had changed, and they would probably survive. But Rachel wasn't naive. Sashimi knives against magic, a losing combination. Even if Joma had outmatched the mermaid in attack for now, but soon she would use magic that was impossible to avoid, and none of the guys would have the strength to stand against that magic. The demonic mermaid began to cast a spell. She had no intention of giving up and unleashed a hurricane of needles. All the needles were aimed at Joma. It seemed the boy would no longer be able to dodge them. He deflected the needles toward the cliff and dodged at tremendous speed. The needles plunged into the stone wall. Trying to avoid colliding with the needles, Joma held out a knife, which dissolved in his hands and couldn't withstand the impact. But Joma was in a state of rage. He approached the mermaid and continued to hack away at the demon, who barely resembled itself anymore. Everything became a jumbled mess. Joma was chopping up giant fish and carving out pieces of the demonic mermaid. The mermaid flew into a rage. She opened her mouth wide and fired a huge magic ball at him, which was meant to destroy him. The guys couldn't take their eyes off what was happening, but they were completely helpless. All they could do was hope their friend would dodge it. Joma stared spellbound at the magic ball, realizing that all he had to do was dodge. There was nothing else he could do. The young man stood in crystal clear blue water, the bright sky above him, nothing to distract or hinder him. He scooped up some water in his palm and looked at it, clear as if from a mountain stream. The boy stood above the water when red lightning pierced his body, and the sky above him turned red. Joma looked around with interest and surprise. It seemed to him that he heard someone's voice, and that voice seemed to say, "Cut, you have to cut." Out of nowhere, his long kitchen knife appeared in front of the guy. And now the player stands in the middle of the cave, the mermaid before him, and he delivers the final cut. After the monster was cut in two with a single blow, it became clear Joma had managed to break the spell. The battle was over, and now the vile demon mermaid lay on the ground. Joma stood over her body. The young man was still in a state not quite human, and was clearly lost in thought about the battle. But soon it turned out that the demon had begun to make some sounds, and Rachel and Vapin tensed up again, watching the mermaid warily. It was hard to call this monster a mermaid. Only her head and shoulders remained, but even this stump began to spin around its axis. It gradually spun like a ball, bouncing across the stone floor of the cave. It seemed as though the demon was going about its business. After that, the mermaid hopped over to the nearest body of water and disappeared beneath the surface. At this point, one could say the duel was over. Joma did this despite the fact that he was just an ordinary student, and a freshman at that. Wapin and Rachel couldn't take their eyes off their comrade. It seemed that Joma was even more interesting to them than the mermaid demon. But soon, realizing the battle was over, Joma fell to his knees, dropped his knife, and began coughing up blood. Rachel immediately rushed to help her comrade, while Wapin continued to tend to Leon. Meanwhile, Leon slowly began to come to. He was still very weak, but there were no visible wounds on his body anymore. A sound rang out, and at first the group thought the escaped monsters had returned. But it soon became clear. A group of people had entered the cave. It was still hard to tell who they were. Most likely teachers. In the current situation, Wapin couldn't even bring himself to show any joy at seeing help arrive. The new arrivals were stunned. Looking around, they realized what had happened here. One of them noticed Chloe's friend, who was still unable to move. The scene was truly terrifying. Rachel was holding the exhausted Joma, and pieces of the severed mermaid lay scattered near the pond. The group didn't understand what the mermaid was doing there. According to the exam rules, she wasn't supposed to be there, and it seemed even stranger that she had been killed. Rachel couldn't hold back her tears and emotions as she supported Joma, who couldn't even keep his eyes open and had literally collapsed onto her. Abel didn't understand why Rachel was clinging so tightly to the guy. Meanwhile, Leon, the team captain, began greeting the guys from the other group who had come to the cave. It was incredibly frustrating. A team member was on the brink of life and death, and the captain was sticking to protocol. Abel said she had already contacted the academy, but the teachers would arrive in an hour at best. The guys needed to know what had happened here. Wapin was very blunt. He said the professors were stupid slackers who were supposed to have prepared the island for the exam. But for some reason, a mermaid had ended up here. Abel understood that the kids were angry for a serious reason, but at the same time, she wanted to know all the details of what had happened. Wapin didn't understand why Abel had come and was now trying to boss him around. He wasn't in the mood to chat with anyone, but Abel didn't understand why the guy had such a nasty attitude. She had simply made a normal request, and he was making a fuss. Wapin was sure that no one would believe his story anyway, but he soon agreed to tell it. He considered himself a master of explanation and was going to recount every detail of what had happened. When the young man finished his story, Abel asked him to clarify some details. He claimed that the mermaid had appeared out of nowhere and that Joma had defeated her single-handedly. Wapin confirmed this, saying that, broadly speaking, that was exactly how it happened. The freshman had defeated a powerful demon all by himself. Abel remembered how as a child her grandfather used to say that there is a grain of truth in every fairy tale. Of course, it would be foolish to believe everything he said, but there was definitely some truth to the story. Besides, it was unclear why Wapin would lie or embellish another student's actions. Nevertheless, the story seemed unbelievable. To Abel, it all seemed like a fabrication. She came from an ancient lineage, for Aaron Nibelung was a student of Valor Hoken, and they were all great warriors. In other words, the Nibelung lineage was very ancient, strong, and renowned. That is why Abel wanted to be judged solely by her actions and achievements, not by her lineage. The girl worked very hard, developed her own talent, and achieved everything on her own. But now Kanjoma's student had appeared, and the difference in strength between them was obvious. Abel began to doubt her abilities. Perhaps she had always been ordinary, but compared to the other students, she simply hadn't realized it. Fear and trepidation raged within her. Abel asked one of her teammates to tend to Joma, since Vapon had expended all his energy reviving Leon. Rachel held the boy, who was still unconscious, but his body had already begun to recover. Abel watched Joma and thought that, even though he was now on the brink of life and death, he had still defeated the mermaid single-handedly, being the same age as her. Wapin asked again whether the arriving players had contacted the academy representatives. Abel confirmed that the information had been relayed, and now they just needed to wait for the teachers to arrive. Wapin believed it was better not to tell the teachers the details of what had happened on the island, since they themselves had said that this island had been prepared for a test. Abel confirmed that this was exactly what the teachers had said. Wapin found the whole situation highly peculiar. No matter how large the exam site might be, the fact that a mermaid had appeared in this very cave was alarming. Of course, these were just guesses, but the young man felt that something didn't add up. Leon also listened in on the conversation. According to Abel, there was a rat among the teachers at the academy. Wapin didn't want to confirm this based solely on his assumptions, but the situation was indeed very strange. So, strange as it might sound, the young man believed that such a thing was entirely possible. Indeed, it would be difficult to find a specific spot where a mermaid could sneak into the cave and lie in wait for the students. If Joma hadn't managed to handle it, all the team members would have perished at the mermaid's hands. But why would she do that? It was completely baffling, since over the past 700 years, there had already been both major and minor skirmishes between humans and demons. However, demons had never allowed themselves to interfere so openly in the Academy's affairs. Abel understood that this could only mean one thing. War between demons and humans was imminent. Wapin saw the girl's worried face and said there was no point in speculating. Perhaps their assumptions and predictions would prove unfounded. Besides, the guy's claim about a spy in the Academy could easily be disputed. After all, nothing like this had ever happened before. Leon turned to the others to discuss together exactly what they would tell the teachers. Even if we assume there is a spy at the Academy, the fact that Joma single-handedly defeated the demon will only draw attention to him. Wapin agreed with the captain, but everyone understood that they couldn't keep completely silent about what had happened. There were several injured students, and they needed to explain their poor physical condition somehow. The group couldn't come up with anything even remotely plausible, so Abel suggested consulting her grandfather, Siegfried. After all, it was no coincidence that he was the Emperor of the Sword and a celebrated hero of his time. The next day, the sun shone brightly over the rooftops, and everything around was peaceful and calm. Joma lay in bed near an open window, through which the singing of birds could be heard. The young man woke up, opened his eyes, and realized he was in a hospital. Stretching out his hand, Joma examined his fingers, realizing that somehow he had survived. The energy released a second before the mermaid's death was true magic. Joma knew he couldn't have avoided such an attack, but somehow he'd noticed it at the last moment. He saw a clear line of light that he needed to strike, and the magic burst like a balloon. It turned out to be ordinary water, which couldn't cause any serious harm. Joma tried to understand what he had felt. It was hard to compare to the sensations he'd experienced when he first felt the power of the blessing. He decided to check his stats and confirm that his spirit level had risen to 4. The battle with the mermaid must have contributed to this, since his other parameters and stats had also increased. In addition, his adaptation level had risen to 7. To unlock new stats, he needed to boost the stat further. Joma decided that the beam of light during the battle might have been a new stat that would appear later. At that moment, a worried Midia burst into the room and immediately rushed to hug the boy. The academy director declared that she had been very worried about Joma and was ready to kill all the teachers who had sent him to the stupid exam. Midia hugged Joma so tightly that he was practically squeezed like a lemon. After that, the director opened her purse to find whatever was pinning the boy down and began searching for the gift, not immediately realizing where she had put it. The purse was no ordinary one. It had a subspatial pocket. And finally, Midia announced that she had found what she was looking for. She pulled a long sword out of her bag, which she called compensation for the exam. It was the Murasame sword. Murasame was a Japanese sword meaning rain. Rumors circulated that its blade was covered in dew. Joma examined the trophy he had received with delight. The director hoped he would like it. According to Academy rules, the sword was supposed to be presented officially, but things turned out differently. Suddenly, Midia sensed that someone was peeking and eavesdropping from the hallway. She addressed the person, telling him he shouldn't be standing there, and asked if he was going to come in. With nowhere else to go, Siegfried entered the room, reminding Midia that he had asked her not to speak to him in that tone. Before Siegfried could say anything, the academy director reminded him that he was dealing with nothing more than a child. Joma saw Emperor's sword up close for the first time and couldn't believe that Siegfried himself had come to see him. Midia explained that they had learned what had happened in the cave from the other team members. The situation had deeply troubled them. On behalf of the academy, Joaquin, Siegfried, and Midia wanted to apologize to Joma. Both heroes bowed their heads before his bed. Everything that had happened during the midterm exams was entirely the academy's fault. A real tragedy could have occurred during the test. Joma, his team, and all the other students found themselves in danger on the island due to the teacher's oversight. Now the academy director had sworn on her position to get to the bottom of the truth, no matter how unpleasant it might be. Siegfried, the Sword Emperor, bowed his head before the boy and thanked him for saving people's lives. Of course, it was nice. But the young man understood that he had simply done what he was supposed to do. Midea considered Joma's feats incredible, but for now they must be kept secret. Of course, it was unpleasant to hear this from the academy director, but the incident concerned the entire school. Midia's expression changed again as she looked at Joma. She felt very sorry for him and wanted to do something more for the young man. Joma agreed not to talk about what had happened, realizing that it was necessary for the good of the academy and all the students. Midea was glad that the young man turned out to be so wise beyond his years. He was very young, yet he behaved like an adult. In her opinion, Joma's spirit made him seem like an old man. After that, the young man and his visitors exchanged a few more pleasantries. And finally, the distinguished guests concluded their visit and left the chamber. But once they were alone, Midea and Siegfried looked very troubled. A great misfortune had indeed befallen them, and now they had to deal with its consequences. Midea turned to her old friend and trusted companion, for she was overcome by memories. The woman recalled their first meeting on the day she entered the academy. Siegfried was sprawled out on a bench, and Midea asked him to move over. However, the young man immediately grabbed his sword. Back then, he told the girl not to dare tell him what to do. It sounded very smug. Of course, many years had passed, and many good and bad things had happened in Midea and Siegfried's lives. It seemed as if it were only yesterday, but in reality, they had been working for the good of the academy for a full 60 years, and all sorts of things had happened during that time. Still, it seemed ridiculous that the two of them hadn't managed to fill the academy's history with even a dozen feats, even though the academy had already earned its reputation over the centuries. All sorts of things had happened within the academy's walls over the past 700 years, and they had managed to defend it. However, judging by recent events, everything was beginning to change. Times had changed. Midea activated her ability to tell and show Siegfried certain situations. The thing is, before the exams began, the academy director received reports from her subordinates. These reports stated that the entire island was completely safe. It had been inspected by the teachers, and children could be sent there without worry. It had long been known that mermaids sometimes appeared on this island, so the academy director was thorough and specifically sent teachers to inspect the area. Nothing foreshadowed the events that erupted as a result of the midterm exams. Siegfried listened very carefully. He too was on his guard, especially since his granddaughter had told him all the details. Midea was determined not to let negativity into her life. After all, she had managed to handle her role as academy director for many years, maintaining its reputation and avoiding any incidents. Of course, Joma turned out to be a real hero. He single-handedly defeated a real mermaid, the best student in the academy's history. Siegfried was deeply upset when he first started thinking about that vile mermaid. As for Joma, Siegfried had his own opinion. He was convinced that the young man had innate talent. Siegfried had seen many people whose names came to define an era. They shone like stars and then faded like meteors. In the families of heroes living on the cusp of glory and disgrace, the word genius is used far too often, even if the child stands out only slightly. That is why Siegfried tried to use that word as rarely as possible when referring to his own granddaughter. But if such a talent truly exists, the word genius can certainly be applied to Joma. It's hard to imagine what heights this young man will reach. Perhaps Joma is the very person Siegfried has dreamed of his whole life. After that, the man went about his business, leaving Midea in a state of confusion. Siegfried was certain the academy was indebted to Joma, and it was only thanks to his actions that the academy's honor had not yet been lost. Midea fully agreed with her old comrade. The tragic conclusion of the midterm exam could not only ruin the academy's reputation, but also serve as the start of a war. Everyone at the academy who knew about the situation decided to erase it from their memory. Students who were asked uncomfortable questions about the midterm exam said that everything had been as usual. When he arrived for class, Joma realized that the academy director had been telling the truth. Absolutely no one was discussing his exploits on the island. It was, of course, awkward to bring it up, but now his classmates could laugh at Joma. After all, he had defeated a mermaid. After Joma was discharged from the hospital, the first thing he did was head to the school smithy. The young man introduced himself, told them his name, and asked them to enhance the properties of the mercenary sword. In reality, the sword's stats were rather weak, so for now it was just a pretty piece of metal. Joma wanted to give it more power. The blacksmith gladly agreed, saying that today was the academy's 700th anniversary, and he wouldn't charge the young man. The order would be ready in a week. Joma considered himself extraordinarily lucky. The sword's stats would be boosted to the maximum. He was still dreaming about the next changes in his life when someone called his name. It was Chloe, who was very happy that Joma had already been discharged from the hospital. She asked how he was feeling. Joma noticed that Chloe was on crutches, and her leg was in a cast. The girl couldn't say exactly what had happened to her. It just happened on its own. Chloe had received treatment on the island, and the nurse at the hospital said that in a week she would be able to walk without crutches since she was from the auditor clan. Joma was glad that his friend was practically fine. He'd been worried about Chloe since he was the one who'd sent her for help. As a result, Chloe was injured, but thankfully the consequences weren't serious. Joma realized that he had defeated the mermaid alone, but they had succeeded because each of the kids had played their part. Chloe said that according to rumors at the academy, Director Midia had fallen out with the elders. No one knew the details. Chloe played her part wonderfully. She called for help and ultimately led them to the cave. Rachel fought bravely against the monsters. She threw herself into the battle with her whole heart and soul. Wappen didn't stop for a moment to heal the players' wounds. Thanks to his efforts, the team captain survived. Of course, questions arose about what Leon was doing, but most likely he was simply actively leading, and his appearance sometimes helped, and that was enough. Joma reflected that leading was a difficult task, but to be honest, he had expected more from the game's main character. Suddenly, the auditorium door swung open, and the man who entered barked for everyone to freeze and take their seats. Lee Wanbin looked very angry. He demanded silence and announced that he had an important announcement to make before practice began. Unexpectedly, it turned out that a new instructor would be working with the Tigers class for a while. The guys didn't understand what was going on. Another new instructor? They barely had enough energy left for Lee Wanbin's training sessions as it was. At that moment, the door swung open again, and the new instructor entered the room. No one could have even imagined in their wildest dreams who it was. Standing at the lectern was the Sword Emperor himself, before whom not only the teachers but also the academy's instructors bowed their heads. Joma was just as surprised as the rest. He didn't understand why this old man wanted to work as an instructor in his class. In one of the city's distant buildings, behind thick stone walls, other events were unfolding. A man was being severely beaten. He was either unable or unwilling to resist, and blood flowed from his battered body. A powerful hand grabbed the man by the chin to look him in the eyes. He asked for forgiveness again. However, instead of forgiveness, a powerful blow was struck to the stranger's head. The man again asked Instructor Kim for forgiveness, but she would not listen to him. The girl reported that the commander of the Fifth Army was furious about what had happened. Instructor Kim loved to nitpick. She was eating a jellyworm and insisted that the work had to be done right the first time, because everyone's patience has its limits. Mr. Cloudy tried to apologize again, but was struck on the head once more. Instructor Kim didn't want to hear empty apologies. It annoyed her because they were completely useless. The girl didn't understand why it was so hard to bring Leon and complete the task. Instructor Kim didn't want to discuss the fact that Leon was the top candidate for hero. She had even sent a mermaid there, but Clady still failed the mission. Because of this mistake, getting into the academy would now be much harder, which threatened to cause serious problems. Clady began apologizing again. It seemed he had no other words left. Instructor Kim was furious. Had this fool really forgotten how to understand what was said? The girl kicked him in the head. Clady could barely contain the pain, unable to understand how he'd ended up in this situation or how this Hulk dared to treat him this way. But Instructor Kim felt no sympathy. She was more concerned that she had gotten blood on her boots. Of course, it was hard to believe that the freshmen had managed to defeat the mermaid. This year, the academy really had admitted some talented kids. It'll be harder to deal with them now, but on the other hand, they've dealt with tougher problems before. Just then, the beaten man spoke up. It all got complicated because of one guy. Instructor Kim froze. She hadn't heard anything about the actions of a certain student. Most likely, they were talking about Leon. However, the beaten man explained that Leon had nothing to do with it. The man had been severely beaten and couldn't speak clearly. Clady managed to say with difficulty that the guy who had thwarted their plans was the best student of the year, Kang Joma. Instructor Kim was stunned. She already knew who he was talking about since several of Joma's fights in the arena had been studied at the academy. This information put Kim on alert. Now she had to completely change her strategy and plan of action. The situation was becoming extremely interesting. Any action was better than waiting and doing nothing. The second semester began, and the students were once again training under the guidance of their instructors. Lee Wan-bin mercilessly pushed the guys around the training grounds, demanding that they shout their chants loud and clear. Chloe sat on a bench. This time she wasn't participating in training due to an injury, so she was simply cheering on her friends. Joma felt a little envious of the girl who could sit back and enjoy the competition. He was running fast when someone caught up to him and asked why the young man was so slow. Instructor Siegfried, it was him, suggested that Joma might have injured his leg during the exam. Joma replied that he wasn't injured. However, it was strange that this great old man was running alongside him to practice. After all, it was Siegfried von Nibelung himself, the first sword saint, Joaquin's right-hand man, the swordsman Aaron Nibelung, who had inherited the legendary title and was considered humanity's strongest warrior. Furthermore, during the Second War of Humans and Demons, he became Leon's mentor. As the story unfolded, this character's importance only grew with each mission. And now Joma didn't understand why this great old man was running alongside him to training. Joma wanted Siegfried to go back to Leon. The boy was beginning to realize that the game's main story was gradually being distorted. He remembered that in the game, Leon didn't end up getting the title of swordsman. Absolutely everyone had talked about it. If the title didn't go to Leon, perhaps it would go to another contender. But right now it was infuriating that this old man was running alongside him. Siegfried wasn't just running alongside him now, he was lecturing him. He said that the foundation of everything lay in endurance and patience. No matter how talented Joma might be, if his body wasn't ready, it wouldn't do him any good. Thanks to this basic training, his body would be ready to move to the next level, so Joma had to keep up and perform the exercises properly. Joma shouted back loudly and clearly that he understood everything. After that, the nasty old man smiled and ran even faster, demanding that the young man catch up to him. Fortunately, Joma wasn't the only one who couldn't keep up with Siegfried. The rest of his classmates were also trailing behind the old man. At one point, Joma even began to doubt himself, wondering if Siegfried might not be old at all. The next new rule was a complete ban on the use of weapons outside the training hall. All the students were forced to hand over their weapons. After that, the new instructor, Siegfried, dumped the contents of some kind of bag in front of the kids. It was a real pile of junk consisting of primitive tools and implements. A rake, a shovel, a hammer, and all sorts of other junk. The boys examined these items in surprise. They had just handed over their weapons, which they had grown attached to, and now a pile of scrap metal had been dumped in front of them. Siegfried announced that the students would have to choose something from what was available and prepare for battle. One of the guys said, "If a weapon is passed down from generation to generation and is a family heirloom, then it would be more appropriate to use that one." Why has instructor Siegfried now forbidden even such a small thing? That was exactly the question the student asked. The old man said that a solid foundation is important in any endeavor, and having a fine weapon does not guarantee success in a duel. To achieve greatness in training and in life, you need to start off on the right foot from the very beginning. After that, each student will be able to charge the weapon they wield on their own. But in that case, the boys worried that they would get used to using someone else's weapon and lose the ability to react quickly to enemy attacks with their own. Siegfried explained, no matter how strong a sword, spear, or bow may be, if the wielder is not ready, it will lead to nothing good. After all, the boys' lives could be at stake. Or as they say, a true warrior would never blame his weapon for a defeat. Joma himself had often thought the same way, and now agreed with the point made by instructor Siegfried. As unpleasant as it may sound, the old man was absolutely right now. All the students would get used to it while they were learning the basics. Accordingly, whoever could do so and master the use of simple weapons would receive high marks on the exam at the end of the year. Upon hearing this, the students immediately rushed into a pile to grab the most decent of these simple and primitive tools for themselves. It looked like some kind of mass brawl was taking place. It was impossible to tell who was where. No one was in a hurry to go home because no one wanted to be a punching bag. Soon everyone had picked out the tools they liked, and Joma approached the leftovers. He had to choose from what was left. Lying before him were a rake, an axe, a shovel, a hammer, and a knife, which was entirely to be expected. Joma was completely satisfied and chose the knife. He understood that everything had happened exactly as he needed it to. However, the young man felt that he was now constantly under Siegfried's watchful gaze. To help the students get used to their new weapons, it was decided to have them spar one-on-one. Siegfried believed this would be very beneficial for the boys. Plus, it would save time on transitioning to the subspace. The boys were very anxious about the battle. A real one without subspace. They were already wondering what would happen if they got hurt. But they were told that they had enrolled in the academy to prove themselves, improve their skills, and become heroes. Growth is only possible through training that simulates real-world conditions. When fighting with comrades, one must not forget to adhere to the basics and basic etiquette. Before starting, the instructors decided to demonstrate a mock battle themselves. The students loved this idea. They had never seen a swordsman in action, only some ancient recordings online. Instructor Lee Wanbin snapped at the students, telling them not to talk or get distracted during the lesson. Lee Wanbin had been the academy's best instructor throughout his entire career. He had never faced a situation like this before, and never imagined he would have to fight a real student. Lee Wanbin was extremely nervous. He said goodbye to his beloved mother, deciding that his end had come, and asked Mr. Siegfried to be lenient. However, the Sword Emperor didn't even look at the instructor. He turned to the students and invited one of them forward. Of course, that student was none other than Kang Joma. Joma couldn't find the words to express his feelings about what was happening, and the old man demanded that the boy step forward. Siegfried held a sword in his hands and waited for his opponent. Of course, his sword was utterly simple and primitive, but the man was still the greatest swordsman in human history. The students were in shock. They couldn't believe that the Sword Emperor himself was about to personally demonstrate how to fight. Besides, they noticed that the instructor's weapon was very shiny, while their own were worthless. But what interested the students most was the question, why had the Emperor invited some total idiot and weakling to spar? Joma didn't let his classmates distract him, but he could still hear them perfectly well, realizing that they were absolutely right. Siegfried asked how the young man was feeling and whether his bones had healed after the midterm exam. Joma replied that he was fine, although, of course, the boy hadn't been this nervous in a long time. His face was covered in sweat from the tension. The Sword Emperor drew his sword and challenged the young man to draw his weapon. Joma understood that he had been summoned to set an example, but this was clearly going too far. The boy's body was in good shape only because he had rested enough. However, now he faced a very formidable opponent. If a sword and a knife were to clash, the battle would drag on. There was no doubt about that. In the end, one of them would lose an arm, or worse yet, a head. Perhaps it was because of the sword's blessing, but instinctively, Joma really wanted to engage in this fight. However, he was troubled by the fact that he had already drawn too much attention to himself. After this fight, things could get much worse. Joma, without drawing his knife from its sheath, turned to Siegfried and said he couldn't be his opponent, and asked him to lower his sword. All his classmates immediately started laughing and mocking the boy. They thought Joma had simply chickened out because he would have gotten his ass kicked right then and there, since he was good for nothing. Siegfried hadn't expected this turn of events either. He turned to the boy and said, "Has Joma truly lost all a warrior's pride over a simple knife?" Siegfried didn't understand how much longer the young man planned to hide his strength, and what good was talent if the boy was overcome by fear. Joma remained silent. He was thinking about pride, for that word had taken root in his heart from the moment he was given the title of Master of the Knife. That word was the main reason the boy hadn't sheathed his blade yet. The Emperor had deliberately provoked Joma into this fight, and the young man was well aware of that fact. Everyone was just waiting for Joma to run away. If he did, he would surely regret his decision in the future. Instructor Lee Wanbin realized with regret that he would have to fight the Emperor after all, but Siegfried stopped him. The Sword Emperor sensed that the young man had made his decision and was ready to announce it to everyone. Everyone present froze, waiting to see what would happen next. Most likely, Joma would admit his weakness and refuse to fight. But the young man said that he, Kanjoma, was ready to learn something new. The boy activated the blessing of the god of the sword and prepared for the sparring match. When they clashed, it seemed as though nothing else in the world existed. Only two warriors in the entire universe. One, the great swordsman, and the other, a prodigious talent. Siegfried was very pleased. Everything had turned out exactly as he had imagined. And although the man was already quite old, he remembered the moment of his realization well. When Siegfried first took a sword in his hands and realized that he would never part with this weapon, the times that could never be erased from his memory were linked to the most joyful and tragic moments of his life. These were memories of a wandering knight who once took the time to teach a simple boy holding a sword in his uncertain hands. This wandering knight taught the boy sword techniques that eventually allowed him to become the greatest swordsman. Thanks to the talent of that stranger, Siegfried became what he became, Sometimes a single, seemingly chance encounter is enough to change the rest of one's life. And now, standing before Siegfried was a boy just as naive as he had once been. He needed help to unlock his talent. Siegfried had been keeping an eye on this boy since the entrance exam. It was Kang Yoma who would help the old man bring him closer to his unprecedented talent. After all, in his long life, he had never again met knights like his teacher. Siegfried stood in a defensive stance and didn't even feel the young man slip past him, preparing to strike. The boy's speed was quite good, and this duel was interesting to both participants. Siegfried managed to parry his young opponent's attacks, and for a while, it was unclear who would win. But soon the old man noticed that Joma wasn't dodging his attacks, but charging straight at him. Joma's knife soared through the air like a swallow. The opponents clashed again, and for a moment it even seemed as though Joma had dropped his knife. But that wasn't the case. The young man's speed had noticeably improved. His movements were light and lightning fast. Siegfried realized he shouldn't drag out this duel. The man raised his sword above his head, preparing to deliver the final blow. And the great sword emperor brought his weapon down upon his opponent. Students and classmates watched the duel with envy and discontent. They wanted to understand what was so brilliant about Joma. His victory in the spatial battle wasn't just luck. The boy had studied in the star class, and now, watching Joma, no one noticed his potential. But why then did the sword emperor Siegfried care so much about this? The students didn't understand. A rumor began to spread among the classmates that perhaps Joma was receiving private lessons from Siegfried. Of course, it would be ridiculous to watch this duel, seeing Joma cut in half. All the students were lined up on the field watching the match, but suddenly they began to have doubts. The thing was, looking closely at the sparring partners, it seemed as though the two weren't moving at all. They were frozen in certain poses. Instructor Li Wanbin was just as astonished as his students, for the enemies were indeed not standing still. Li Wanbin had to admit that he had initially doubted the emperor's words, but now he could see everything with his own eyes. Li Wanbin tried to stop the match, saying that if the academy director found out about it, there would be trouble. Besides, the other students might get hurt too. But Siegfried replied that he had no intention of seriously attacking this boy with a real sword. Siegfried asked Instructor Li not to worry. After all, if his guesses were correct, they would soon find out. Siegfried was certain that Joma would be able to get in there. Li Wanbin still didn't understand what was going on or what the Sword Emperor was leaving out. But it turned out that Siegfried was practically certain the young man would be able to enter the mine. This was incredible for a first-year student. But what Instructor Li is seeing now confirms the predictions. Joma has not only entered the subconscious, he is also withstanding Siegfried's blows. This guy never ceases to amaze absolutely everyone. A battle within another's mind is a grueling mental struggle. Even from the first strike of the sword, one can tell how difficult it is for the opponent. But this guy figured it all out in less than a minute, and isn't just withstanding the blow. Joma is fighting with great dignity. He has truly proven his genius and unmatched talent. And if that is indeed the case, then this young man was worthy of receiving a special gift from the hands of the Sword Emperor. Siegfried was ready to share the blessing of the spirit of the sword with the talented young man and present him with his sword. Some inexplicable processes were taking place in Joma's mind. He did not resist them and surrendered to the flow. The disciples watched the duel. They saw that the two opponents seemed to have shifted their positions slightly. Li Wenbin was just as anxious as the rest. He understood that the blue color that had appeared near the fighters indicated that it was someone's aura. The boys watched the events unfold with interest. They saw how the mental connection snapped and the opponents returned to reality. And now they were truly ready to continue their duel in reality. Li Wanbin realized that this was about something else, and now he had to stop this sparring match, because it could end in disaster, and someone's blood would be spilled. Li Wanbin hadn't even had time to approach the combatants when suddenly they both scattered in opposite directions. And suddenly, right where the opponents had been just moments ago, a disheveled woman appeared, having fallen from the sky. It was the academy director, Media. The woman shouted furiously at Siegfried, who must have been out of his mind to dare fight a student in the real world. Many apologies were heard today in the academy director's office. It wasn't the first time Siegfried had repeated that he was very sorry, and that he really shouldn't have done what he did. But Media didn't believe his words. She was furious about the situation. It seemed like Siegfried had completely lost his mind if he decided to relive the old days right in front of the students, since she had worked so hard to secure him a position as an instructor at the academy. And Siegfried had challenged a student to a duel. It was simply beyond comprehension, and now the other students were in a state of shock and horror. That meant rumors would spread, and the academy's reputation could suffer. Siegfried tried to explain that he had no bad intentions, but the director wouldn't accept it and didn't want to listen to this nonsense. Siegfried himself realized that he had let his guard down. The boy turned out to be so strong that he was able to break free from the mental battlefield. It was unbelievable. Medea hadn't expected this kind of reaction from her subordinate. She realized that Siegfried wasn't listening to her at all. The man was forced to admit that he had missed most of her instructions because a lot of interesting things were going on in his head. Medea had to admit that in the last 50 years, she had never once heard an apology from Siegfried, and today he had done it for the second time that day. Medea wanted to figure out what had actually happened. Why had Siegfried challenged the student to a duel and failed to protect himself with subspace? It was unclear how it would have ended if Medea hadn't intervened. Siegfried was forced to admit that he wouldn't have been able to defeat Yoma if he hadn't activated his divine protection. Medea wasn't just surprised, she was stunned. Siegfried wouldn't have been able to win, and that speaks volumes. Medea, of course, knew that Yoma was very talented, but she also knew about Siegfried's great power. The Sword Emperor explained that Yoma had already reached the level of a mental image. Upon hearing this, the Academy director knew that Siegfried himself had only reached that level by the age of 30. Was it even possible for such powers to awaken at 17? Siegfried himself didn't understand how this was possible. He suspected that there was something in the boy that could compensate for a lack of experience. However, these explanations remained very vague and did not provide a clear picture. Medea clutched her head. She couldn't believe she would have such a talented student. Stopping the battle, the woman immediately rushed over to the boy to check on his well-being and condition. The young man replied that he was fine. However, a strange, eerie aura emanated from him, and it was clear that he was in a rather unusual state. For a split second, Medea forgot that she was a teacher and felt a strange sensation as she looked at Kang Jom. It was a feeling of fear. She had felt the same fear when she first met Basman, the commander-in-chief of the 6th Legion. Why, then, did that feeling now overcome her as she looked at the student? Perhaps it was a coincidence, or maybe it was just her imagination playing tricks on her due to stress and surprise. And now, as Medea looked at her old friend and comrade, seeing his focused and troubled face, she realized he wasn't lying. Medea realized that, as strange as it sounded, she had to admit it. Siegfried had lost. The man immediately protested. How could anyone say such a thing? No matter how talented Yoma might be, he could never compare to Siegfried, especially since Siegfried hadn't had his weapon during the battle. Medea couldn't understand why Siegfried had gotten so worked up, especially since he was the kind of person who was always telling everyone that you shouldn't rely on weapons. One of Siegfried's main mottos was that you shouldn't blame a lack of weapons for your defeat. And now it all seemed like nothing but empty excuses. Medea hadn't expected this kind of behavior from Siegfried. Siegfried was furious. Of course, they were old friends and could afford to tease each other, and now this petty headmistress had caught him out. The good old friends, whether joking or serious, kept chatting with each other, trying not to think about what had actually happened today. The two rivals clashed again in a duel. They flew toward each other, slicing through the air. The young man woke up to the sound of his alarm clock and breathed a sigh of relief. He was glad to be in his own bed and to realize that it had all been a dream. Yoma was glad that everything had ended well, even though the old man had turned out to be quite aggressive. If Medea hadn't intervened, one of them might have been seriously hurt. Yoma rolled onto his side and began analyzing his fight with Siegfried again. Many strange and unusual things had happened in that battle. At first, both opponents found themselves as if in a vacuum. This was called a mental image. It was very strange to experience something like that firsthand. The mental image was a level of mastery and skill in handling one's weapon. It was achieved through a shift in consciousness, and several conditions had to be met. They say that only masters of the highest level, who have used only one weapon their entire lives, can enter the mental image. That is precisely why, even in this world, only true heroes who wield special divine weapons can enter the mental image. Even Leon, a natural-born hero possessing the qualities of a true warrior, needed 3 years of private training to enter it. Yoma knew this for a fact. He remembered that moment from the game well. But now the boy couldn't understand how he'd managed to do it on his first try. After all, it had taken a true hero 3 years to do so. These thoughts kept him awake, and Yoma felt exhausted. The boy sat on the bed, continuing to ponder. In his past life, he had devoted himself to mastering the knife and sashimi and had even earned the title of the country's best chef. Moreover, every time Joma invoked the blessing of the god of the sword, his concentration and other skills improved. In this world of Joma's current life, his past life as the chef, Kim, blended together very harmoniously. This was clearly evident when overcoming various obstacles. It was amazing that the young man was able to transfer his life experience into the game. He understood that, given his experience, avoiding situations would only make things worse. He would remain just another person who had achieved nothing. That night proved to be decisive. Joma realized that instead of just going with the flow, he would try to do something he was good at. And if various problems arose along the way, Joma decided he would deal with them as they came. The boy thought that if he could open this space at will, he would train without using the sword's blessing. That would be a great experience because every time he used the blessing, he felt terrible. Joma decided not to put it off and to try to #redo the transition into consciousness right now. At first, it seemed like everything was going very well, and it was as if the boy had found himself not in his room, but in the middle of the courtyard. But suddenly, reality seemed to crack. Soon it shattered into pieces and a huge hand emerged from the hole that had formed. The hand slowly approached the boy. It was enormous, and its finger touched Joma's shoulder. The young man couldn't say exactly what he felt at that moment, but the knife he was holding crumbled into pieces. And in the very next second, he was standing in the middle of his room again. Now he had to figure out what had happened. In another house that night, no one was sleeping. A real row was going on there. This time, Granny had crossed the line. He had shown clear disrespect, though everyone had agreed to it from the start. Elder Claudia believed that it didn't matter anymore. They needed to sort everything out as soon as possible. Of course, sending the mermaid was going too far, but at the same time, they needed to keep a very close eye on this boy. Perhaps now Joma would turn out to be a candidate for the role of hero, but Leon had been the candidate at the start. Elder Claudia replied that Leon had not yet fully revealed his powers. Besides, one shouldn't forget certain important points. It was Joma's student who defeated the twins during the entrance exam. Furthermore, under the pretext of protecting the students, he's hiding all the information. Of course, this is highly suspicious, but be that as it may, a true hero cannot escape his destiny. Indeed, the elders already have plenty of problems right now. That's why any potential threats need to be eliminated in advance. It seems the school is taking things very seriously this time, since they've even introduced fencing lessons at the academy. Elder Claudia confirmed that this was exactly what he meant. The man was angry at the academy director, because ever since media took that position, the elders' standing at the school has declined. After Bassman's defeat, society began to look only to media, while the elders are ignored, as if they were merely old men in the background. But the Council of Elders constantly guides the ignorant people and maintains balance. Even now, the situation is such that they are treated with utter disregard, and with the hero's arrival, the elders' very existence will be threatened. To maintain their power, the elders definitely need an enemy that everyone will hate. Furthermore, they must eliminate the hero who threatens the demon. Elder Claudia was one of the Academy's oldest members, but now he wasn't trying to dissuade the council solely because of the power of that woman who had recently beaten him. It must be admitted that the commander of the 5th Legion was simply furious. If the elders do nothing, the commander of the 5th Legion of Demons will deal with them. Agora was simply terrifying. It would be better to die right away than to experience her wrath firsthand. The meeting of the elders was led by an ancient old man who listened to everyone present and made a decision. He asked that the Council of Elders order be conveyed to the auditor family. The heavy hammer crashed to the floor and bounced a few times. Joma didn't even say a word, but cries for help rang out all around him. The terrified, massive blacksmith backed away, realizing that his life was most likely coming to an end. The magnificent Murasami sword, named Endless Rain, was completely finished. Joma stood in the workshop, holding the new sword in his hands, while the blacksmith, terrified, wiped the floor of the forge with his pants. Mursame was a Japanese sword meaning rain. It is said that its blade is covered in dew. It was forged from carbon steel. Although small in size, its performance was exceptional. The blacksmith couldn't understand what was happening. He had been doing his work his whole life, but he had never seen anything like this before. No matter how hard the blacksmith tried, the weapon seemed to refuse to change. The blacksmith melted the metal several times to give it at least some shape. For another blacksmith, it would have been nothing more than a piece of metal. The blacksmith didn't know how to explain the situation to the customer, but this really was the first time something like this had happened to him. For someone with such experience in blacksmithing, the quality of the work was superb. Furthermore, the blade perfectly met the standards required to activate the blessing. The blacksmith noted that the weapon had good potential, so if it were improved, it would definitely be useful. The blacksmith added that he might be able to handle it too if the young man brought the materials needed to improve the sword. Of course, Joma didn't want this sword to crack again, especially during a battle. But the blacksmith assured him that while the sword's hardness was low, its potential for growth was high, so the blade would eventually reach a high level. Furthermore, there were materials that could guarantee such a result. The blacksmith was very worried. It was clear that failures of this kind rarely occurred in his work. He added that these top-tier materials could be obtained from Class A monsters or higher. A high-class monster versus a blade with low durability, which meant he would have to fight it. Joma didn't think it was worth the risk, and of course, didn't want to put his life on the line just to improve a weapon. You can get materials for enhancement from lower-class monsters. In short, it all came down to money. A plan immediately formed in the young man's mind. However, he wanted guarantees from the blacksmith. The blacksmith swore on his career, his name, and his life that he was telling the absolute truth and would be able to strengthen the weapon in this way. Joma was ready to believe the blacksmith's words, but demanded a refund for half the cost of the material lost during the sword's reforging. It amounted to about 10 million won, and Joma expected the blacksmith to give him that money. The blacksmith was simply shocked, for he had immediately warned that he would do the work and wouldn't even charge for it. He would do everything for free. The man didn't understand what was being asked of him now. Joma reasoned that since half the class remained, he shouldn't be setting any conditions. In the end, the blacksmith couldn't stand the insolence. He didn't understand how this boy dared to behave this way toward an older man. But Joma didn't think he was doing anything wrong at all. He said he actually needed to test the blade in action, so everything was working out perfectly. The blacksmith was genuinely terrified. He realized that this guy was going to kill him right then and there, and began begging for mercy, apologizing. The blacksmith was willing to hand over 500,000 won just so the guy would leave and leave him alone. But Joma didn't even listen to his reply. Instead, the young man began testing the blade to see how sharp it was. The blacksmith didn't believe he would survive this encounter. He said that Class B weapons had varying market values, and he wouldn't be able to return that much money. At that moment, the young man unwrapped the sword and, glaring at the man with a demonic look, demanded that he agree. The blacksmith was forced to confirm that he agreed to return that amount of money. However, the man himself had no idea where he could come up with 10 million. After sorting things out with the blacksmith, Joma headed to the park to grab a bite to eat and check his stats. He'd acquired a new weapon, boosted its stats, and as a result, new additional options had appeared. The primary reason the sword's blessing is cause for concern is the unbearable pain, but based on the stats, Joma realized that it could be reduced. He absolutely had to improve this stat. In fact, the young man had already conducted a test, and now his condition had gone from about to die to barely breathing. The pain was still hard to bear, but nevertheless, such changes at the first level suggested that in the future, the young man would be able to use the blessing of the sword god without pain. It seemed that his weapon proficiency level was increasing. When a player obtained a new weapon or upgraded it, now that the exams were over, he could focus on improving his sword. Joma was confident that if he grew gradually, he would be able to understand what power had been granted to him in this world. And perhaps in time, Joma would be able to figure out who had dropped him into this game. Soon the young man's thoughts were interrupted by a familiar voice. It was Chloe. The young man greeted his friend, saying he had no appetite, which was why he hadn't gone to lunch. However, judging by the takeout box he was holding, Chloe didn't want to eat with the others. The young man noticed that Chloe had already had her cast removed. True, she was still getting around with a crutch. Chloe explained that she still needed to do physical therapy for her leg, but there was no trace left of the fracture, so things were much better than they had been. The girl was certain. Bones get stronger from breaking and healing. Of course, one could argue with that statement because those words applied to muscles, not bones. Joma suddenly touched the girl's face to brush away a speck of dust, and Chloe immediately realized that her beloved Joma had feelings for her. Joma examined the speck of dust, which turned out to be an ordinary grain of rice. Chloe was so lost in her thoughts and daydreaming about the future that she lost her balance on the crutch and fell right in the middle of the street. Joma immediately stood up and reached out his hand to help her up, since she was still using a crutch. The sword, wrapped in bandages, remained lying on the bench. Chloe recognized it immediately. It was the legendary weapon. Chloe nervously took the Murasame sword in her hands. She said the sword looked really cool, seemingly oblivious to the fact that the weapon had serious issues. First, she wouldn't hurt herself, and second, she wouldn't kill him, since the girl regularly lost control of herself, and any weapon in her hands became very dangerous. Chloe raised the sword above her head, saying that it was very beautiful and you wouldn't even think it was a Class E weapon. Of course, it was sad to realize that the weapon was so weak. Chloe started making excuses, saying that wasn't what she meant. It's just that this sword looks great for its class. Joma decided there was no need to worry. After all, he'd managed to squeeze a small monetary compensation out of the blacksmith, and next time the blacksmith wouldn't charge for the work if they brought reinforcing materials. Chloe was sure everything would work out. After all, Joma had originally become the school's strongest student using just a simple knife. If the weapon were reinforced, it would be several times better. Chloe was certain that Joma would definitely improve his skills. But Joma saw no reason to get stronger, since from the moment he defeated the mermaid, he could handle most monsters of medium level and above. Now he wanted to improve his weapon simply to reduce his own suffering while wielding the sword. Chloe saw that her friend had become very sad and pensive. She assumed he was upset by the criticism she directed at his blade. Joma reassured his friend, saying that things weren't as she thought. He wasn't upset with Chloe at all. Joma admitted that compared to the Murasame he had originally received, the sight of this mangled weapon had deeply upset him, causing him to sigh with sorrow. Chloe completely agreed with the young man, for a blacksmith who had ruined such a legendary weapon was simply a scoundrel. He must be punished, and Chloe was certain she had the strength to do it. The girl was ready to destroy anyone who, in one way or another, had ruined her beloved friend's life and mood. Now it was Joma's turn to look at his pensive friend, trying to guess what she had in mind. Suddenly, the young man tensed and began to listen. He looked around and noticed the leaves falling from the tree. Joma was surprised. Why hadn't Chloe sensed the danger, since she was always monitoring her surroundings? Walking up to the tree, Joma kicked the trunk with all his might. Along with the falling leaves and broken branches, Nock's auditor, Chloe's brother, fell from the tree to the ground. Joma looked at the guy. He understood that there could be no friendly or warm relations between them after their recent battle in subspace. Nox was very surprised that Joma had noticed him, and now the guy braced himself for a fight, realizing it would be difficult to explain his behavior. Chloe looked at her brother in surprise. She too now wanted to know what he was doing there. The girl tried to distract Joma, who was clearly not pleased, especially since the young man was holding the Murasame sword in his hands. Joma noticed that Nox looked perfectly normal. Most likely he was unarmed. Joma turned to Nox and asked if the young man wanted to say anything to him. Joma believed that the guys had sorted things out after their last meeting, and now they had absolutely no hard feelings toward each other. However, Nox replied that that wasn't why he had come. He had business to discuss. Joma was very surprised. What business could there possibly be between them, considering that Nox had lost? Nox replied that he was practically certain. Everything he said in the house would be known to his sister. So Nox decided to tell them both, to put an immediate stop to the whispering behind his back. Besides, the issue he was about to discuss directly concerned Kang Joma. Nox's auditor explained that the Council of Elders had tasked him with dealing with Joma. Hearing such information was unpleasant for anyone. The young man noted that the Academy Elders had finally appeared in the game, but their behavior was simply disgusting. Chloe immediately jumped up, outraged. Was her brother really looking for Joma in order to kill him? Nox tried to calm his sister down, saying that she hadn't been home in too long and was forgetting who was the older one and who was supposed to listen to whom. But Chloe was beyond stopping. She shouted at Joma to follow her, armed herself with a utility knife and a crutch, and decided to deal with Nox herself. The guys watched the girl, who was making a mountain out of a molehill, and my sister was proving it once again. Nox continued his story, addressing Joma. He didn't care what Joma was up to or how he lived, but for some reason the elders were obsessed with the guy. The tense atmosphere was palpable throughout the entire Auditor's clan. It turned out that the elders were anticipating a major disaster. Most likely, the academy director knows about everything too. However, she prefers to keep it a secret, since taking action against a mere academy student goes against the principles. But considering that the order to eliminate Joma came from the elder himself, such things are hard to ignore. Nox wanted to warn her that if the pressure continues, he'll be forced to comply. He has no choice. Besides, Chloe is also part of the Auditor clan, so she needs to know everything that's happening around their family. Joma listened to Nox's story, who said he had come on clan business, but in reality, the guy was worried about his sister. At that moment, Nox added that he had said everything he wanted to say, turned around, and walked away. Joma called out to the young man. Of course, he should have thanked him for the warning and also apologized for their previous fight, which had injured Nox. But the guys were too proud. Nox understood everything and replied that his sister was always happy when Joma was around. Nox added that he had never seen Chloe so joyful and relaxed, not even when he was her brother as a child. Nox didn't want to hear any apologies. He simply asked Joma not to let anyone hurt or upset his sister. Of course, Joma understood his brother's feelings, but Chloe had injured her leg during the midterm exam, not because of him. Nox continued to stare at the young man, as if expecting a response to his statement. So Joma was forced to promise Nox that he would protect Chloe and try to prevent any trouble from happening to her. That concluded the conversation. However, for some reason, Nox didn't leave, and soon he finally asked the question that had been weighing heavily on the boy's mind. Nox wanted to know how Joma had become so strong. Joma didn't consider himself strong at all. It was also surprising to hear such a veiled compliment from his rival. A hero or person can be called strong if they are a master of fencing or at least an expert in their field. Joma's strength lasted no more than a minute, so he couldn't be called strong. In reality, Nox used Chloe as a pretext, but revealed the clan's secrets to an outsider. However, Joma couldn't tell Nox this, so the young man didn't know how to respond. Joma turned to the young man. Joma suggested that Nox wasn't being sincere enough. Of course, this sounded very provocative, since the boy, having broken the clan's oaths, had revealed secrets to his opponent. As a member of the Auditor family, Nox should have had a certain level of social experience to interact with others. But having been locked away within the academy's walls, he was forced to confront the limits of his growth. Joma advised Nox to gain social experience, and if he worked hard enough, he would get something in return. After that, Joma turned around and walked away quickly. During the lesson, the teacher spoke of the gods who ruled over everything and who were visible. The teacher explained that in addition, there were many gods in the heavens who were responsible for bringing order and prosperity to everything. Joma wasn't really paying attention to the lesson. The boy was thinking about how the academy elders had set their sights on him. The council consisted of the descendants of the 5 remaining students of Valor Joaquin. Previously in the game, there was this group of elders who wielded powerful influence not only within the academy, but also in society. However, since they constantly interfered with the game's protagonists for the sake of their own power and security, the players nicknamed them the 5 Corruptors. And now somehow these elders had learned of Joma, and they saw him as their adversary and enemy. Joma listed the deeds he had already accomplished: enrolling in the academy, battling Nox in subspace, and defeating the mermaid on the island. Looking at the list of his exploits, Joma understood why the elders had taken an interest in him, even though he had once dreamed of living peacefully, quietly, and safely. It looked as though the young man had been deliberately drawing attention to himself. But even despite all his actions, it was very strange that the council wanted to get rid of the student, since Joma posed no danger to the academy. The boy looked at the list of his exploits once more and thought about Leon's island and the mermaid. Joma suddenly realized, and the pieces fell into place in his mind. The elders didn't want to get rid of him, but of Leon, and Joma had simply gotten in the way. No matter how well media managed to keep everyone at the academy silent, the truth that Joma had destroyed the mermaid was bound to spread beyond the school's walls. And the fact that the elders had set their sights on Leon, who was the leading candidate for hero, meant that someone, or even the entire council of elders, was in cahoots with the demons. It turns out they didn't just want to wound Leon, but to kill him, to take the life of an ordinary student. This is wrong. No matter how corrupt the elders were, preserving their privileges was more important to them than the safety of humanity or the academy. It was hard to accept the fact that all the elders were so corrupt. He could have simply attacked and killed them one by one. But Joma understood that the time had not yet come, and when it did, no one would walk away alive. At that moment, the teacher wrote the definition of absolute freedom on the board and told the students to copy it into their notebooks. However, Joma couldn't concentrate at all. Instead of simply taking notes, Joma began to devise a plan for his future actions and eventually realized that he urgently needed to strengthen the Murasame sword, and to do that, he would have to go to the dungeon. Joma realized he couldn't handle it alone and would definitely need to assemble a team. Of course, Chloe would immediately agree to join. Joma thought that instead of Rachel, it would be better to take someone better and more capable, and besides, it would be preferable if Chloe and Rachel didn't cross paths. The professor continued to lecture about how humanity must submit to the gods, rather than proclaim the end of a mythical era. Joma wasn't listening to the lecture at all. He was planning his next moves and picking the right crew for the dungeon run. The next candidate the guy signed up was Vapan, who had proven himself very well on the island, so he definitely needed to talk to him. When classes ended, Joma immediately headed to the office where the Dragons class was held. One of the students called out to him, saying that this wasn't the kind of place where useless nobodies could just show up whenever they felt like it. Joma looked at the guy and realized he was dealing with a special kind of student, huge and strong, but completely dim-witted. Joma didn't understand why this minor character had picked a fight with him. Joma had 20 years of experience in the restaurant business, so such foolish teenagers were no match for him at all. Joma told the thug that he'd better get lost before Joma beat the crap out of him. Of course, the thug immediately flew into a rage. How dare anyone talk to him like that? The guy got ready to punch the insolent man. Joma wasn't intimidated by the thug's actions because he didn't see him as an opponent or a threat. But in the next moment, this unfamiliar thug received a powerful punch to the jaw from Vapan. Students from different classes noticed the commotion echoing through the school hallways and assumed a fight was breaking out. But there was no fight as such. The thug, having taken a powerful blow from Vapan, was simply lying helplessly in the middle of the hallway. Vapona looked down at the floor and said that it seemed too hard, so the guy was probably in a bit of pain. Joma had heard about the power of healing mages, but had never seen one of them engage in hand-to-hand combat, and now he was pleasantly surprised. Vipin was glad to see Joma. He realized the guy had come to talk to him and suggested they go outside to do so. Joma briefly explained the task. He needed to assemble a strong team as soon as possible. Wapin was ready to help with that, but suggested splitting the reward among all the squad members, even though Joma just wanted to collect materials from monsters. Joma knew that if he announced a team recruitment, no one but Chloe would show up, so he decided it would be easier if someone from the Dragon class assembled the team. Wapin continued to reason. He understood that the team needed at least 4 people. Only then would the Academy allow them to go on the mission. Wapin noted that if they ignored the Academy's rules, Joma was capable of handling it on his own, thanks to his abilities. Joma seriously doubted he could handle it alone this time, but Wapin didn't see a problem with that, since the guy had just destroyed an entire mermaid right before his eyes without anyone's help. Wapin thought Joma was too modest, although Joma understood that it wasn't a matter of modesty, but rather that he knew exactly where he was headed. Wapin waited a while longer for Joma to share the details of the mission, but realized that for now, this was all he needed to know. Joma thanked Wapin for helping him heal, and thanks to the young man, he was back on his feet after a few days of rest. Wapin was pleased that everything had turned out so well. He really wanted to help Joma, who had impressed him with his courage and abilities. Vapan agreed to accept the offer, since he had no reason to refuse. Besides, he knew that together with Joma, he would gain an unforgettable experience. After the young man received Wapin's consent, he was ready to share some more details. Wapin asked which specific dungeon Joma was planning to go to. It turned out to be the Class C Buffalo Dungeon, located in Shulwan. The Buffalo Dungeon was a fairly popular spot. Vapan had heard about it many times before. It turned out that there were already 3 team members at this point: Joma, Chloe, and Wapin. They needed to invite one more. Joma honestly said that if possible, the 4th member shouldn't be Leon or Rachel. Wapin replied with a laugh that they couldn't just take them along like that. It turned out that ever since Joma had been hospitalized, Rachel had been training constantly in the training hall. And Leon was probably preparing to conquer a high-level dungeon with 2nd and 3rd year students. This news made Joma very happy, though Wapin found it strange. Wapin tried to figure out who he could bring on to the team. It had to be a strong member. Finally, the guy had an idea and said he had someone in mind, and she was currently asleep. Of course, it was strange that someone would be sleeping in broad daylight, but Wapin said she always did that. However, before heading over to her place, they had to stop by the store first to buy a few things. Night had already fallen, and the guys approached the Japanese house. Wapin opened the door like the owner. It seemed as if he had come home. Joma had no idea such a place existed at the academy. He had never been here in the game. In his past life, Joma had been a Japanese chef, though he had never actually been to Japan himself. Of course, he would have liked to visit Japan at least once in his life to research the market. Joma noticed the stands with targets studded with arrows. Finally, Vapon said they had found the person they were looking for. The guys approached the girl sleeping right on the floor. Wapin started calling out to her, trying to wake her up. The girl was sleeping very soundly like a child, with her fist tucked under her head. Weapon crouched down beside her and began shaking her, trying to wake her up. Nothing worked, and then the young man quietly said that he had bought something. It worked. The girl jumped up immediately and asked where it was. Wapin pointed his finger at Joma, standing slightly behind him. The young man was holding a shopping bag. Before Joma could even blink, the girl flew over to him and snatched the bag from his hands. After that, she made a few more quick moves and was now lying there completely satisfied, with Joma tucked beneath her, devouring some tasty treats and utterly happy. The girl wasn't shy and, making no attempt to hide her delight, turned to Joma and asked if he had any more treats. In the kitchen of one of the restaurants, the chefs were each busy with their own tasks. Suddenly, a loud shout rang out throughout the restaurant. Someone yelled, "It's open!" Chef Kim's only entertainment, aside from work, was the game Wonderful Blessing. He was barely surviving in the smelly, male-dominated workplace. It was just as difficult in the game as it was in real life. And finally, sitting on the toilet, the chef got what he had been striving for. Now at last, she was in his hands. The man hoped that Abel would appear in his game immediately after payment was received. With trembling hands, the man confirmed the receipt and pressed the button in the game, finally expecting to meet his favorite. The image of a lovely girl appeared on the phone screen, and she asked if he had any sweets. The beautiful girl's name was Saki Ryode. The chef didn't understand how this had happened, since he had wanted to buy Abel. Many female characters appeared around the game's main character, Leon, and among them was the one who was considered on par with the game's main character, the beautiful Abel von Nibelung. Each female character had her own unique charm. It couldn't be said that any of them was significantly inferior to the others, but still, Abel was very cool and desired by absolutely all players. The game's plot showed how Abel and Leon overcame difficulties and how love blossomed between them. It was at that very moment that Chef Kim succumbed to Abel's charm, pulled out his wallet, and paid for the in-game purchase to unlock this character. As a result, the other female characters ceased to exist for the player. One of the first she forgot and cut out of her life was Saki Ryode. Even though she was his first 5-star character, the daughter of the saint with the bow. And now this beauty was asking if he had any more treats and calling Joma ill-mannered. Joma had played as Ryode for a while. He knew she was a high-tier character. She was excellent at long-range combat. Besides, Ryode has a very high intelligence stat, and she doesn't play a major role in the main story. So her inclusion in Joma's team shouldn't significantly affect the game's plot, which isn't a bad thing either. Ryode had already eaten several chocolate bars and turned to Wapin with a question. "Why are you here?" Instead of answering, Vapon tossed the girl another chocolate bar. As the beauty began to eat it, Vapon explained that the stranger standing nearby was Kang Joma. He had come to Wapin today with a request. The young man spoke very slowly, giving the impression that he wanted this information to sink in and stay in the girl's mind. Then Wapin told her how a bully from his class had started picking on Joma. It was time to get down to business. And the guy said that Joma was putting together a team to go on a mission that would start next week. Joma listened to his friend and realized that this was the most ridiculous explanation possible. Wapin explained that Joma needed materials from the caves and the rest of the reward would be split among the team members. Throughout this whole ridiculous explanation and story, the girl didn't say a word. She approached Joma, pointed at him, and asked if he was the guy from the subspace. Upon receiving an affirmative answer, Reiji said that completing the dungeon counts toward final grades, so she had no reason to refuse. But she noted that Joma had less tenacity than she'd expected, and this was coming from a girl who, just a minute ago, had been sleeping like a log. Reiji immediately added that, actually, she doesn't work with people who aren't persistent enough. It seemed like the archer was about to refuse. Wapin was shocked. He turned to Saki, saying that she had seen the duel and that Joma was far from an ordinary guy. But the girl was sure that last time, Joma had just happened to face a weak opponent. Wapin began to protest. Nothing of the sort. After all, back then, Joma was fighting one of the auditor's clan during the midterm exam. But at that moment, the young man realized he needed to keep his mouth shut and immediately stopped talking. Wapan said he couldn't tell the girl certain things, and she'd just have to take his word for it. Reiji replied that she wasn't a dog to just take his word for it. But then Wapan added that she reacted to sweets like a dog. Reiji got upset and said that the guy just didn't understand anything about sweets. Soon an argument broke out between the young people. Joma didn't understand what was going on at all. Wanting someone on the team and putting up with bad manners are incompatible concepts. The young man saw no point in humiliating himself like that for the sake of one person. Joma turned around and headed for the exit, telling Vapan to forget it. He didn't need a partner like that, and they'd find someone better than Reiji. Hearing this, the girl froze immediately and asked if Joma really didn't urgently need someone to clear the dungeon. Joma didn't know how to explain to this beauty that he wanted to trust his comrades, not constantly compete with them. Finally, Joma threw open his jacket and pulled out a knife that had been hidden in his inner pockets. Everyone froze, watching what was happening. A kitchen knife glinted in Joma's hands. The young man, looking the guys in the eye and not turning his head at all, threw the knife. With the precision of a sashimi chef, he sliced through the air and plunged the blade right into the center of the target. Reiji watched the result of the throw and found herself very impressed by it. The sashimi knife was right in the center of the target, and it had been done without any additional preparation. Joma looked at the girl and asked if he needed to continue. The answer was obvious. Sometimes actions speak louder than 1,000 words. The next day, Saki Reiji sat at her laptop and greeted the guys who entered the office after her. Strangely enough, she was the first to arrive. Apparently, she had been very impressed by yesterday's invitation to join the team. Reiji stood up and greeted the guys with a sweet smile. Joma greeted the girl, thinking about how much of a difference a show of strength really makes. Wapan glanced at the computer and was very surprised to see that Reiji had already done everything. The girl replied that it wasn't complicated at all, just a couple of steps, and it was all set. She had already received permission. They just needed to make a few preparations and they could head out. Wapan said that in that case, they needed to move on to discussing strategy. The guy walked over to the whiteboard and got ready to explain. He explained that the Buffalo Dungeon was a place inhabited by S-class monsters known as buffaloes. They attack enemies from a distance, so close combat with them might not be easy. Reiji listened carefully as he explained that these buffaloes have several weaknesses when fighting from a distance. Wapan also mentioned that there is one but in this dungeon that must not be violated under any circumstances. It turns out that right in the center of the dungeon is a door that must not be opened under any circumstances. Chloe wanted to know what would happen if this prohibition were broken. Wapan honestly admitted that there was no reliable information. They'd only heard rumors, but the facts didn't back anything up. Reiji added that everyone at the academy knows, when descending into the dungeon, under no circumstances should the huge door be opened, but no one specifies the exact reasons for the prohibition. Joma also agreed with his friends and said it was better not to open that door. The others glanced at him in surprise. They decided that the young man knew something more about this door, and now everyone was waiting for further explanation. Vapen was the first to lose his patience and asked Joma directly what he knew about the door. Of course, Joma knew something, but he wasn't going to say it. He explained that even a fool could see it was better not to touch the door. In reality, the young man knew that behind the door was a boss who was difficult to kill. Wapan looked at his comrade in surprise and said that he had explained that right away. At first, the door could only be opened if certain conditions were met. Now, however, with the system update, it had locked itself, so there was no way to get in. Reiji was constantly eating candy bars and at some point caught Joma's gaze. Joma had to voice the question that was on the tip of his tongue. Did the girl really like these bars that much? Reiji replied that people who think constantly can't live without sugar, and everyone knows she's highly intelligent. Joma smiled at the girl, about to say something else, when he suddenly sensed a dark aura near him. Chloe was literally boiling over. The girl was starting to feel jealous again, and that always had a very tragic effect on everyone present. Joma suddenly sensed that it wasn't about Chloe. It seemed to him as if someone was watching the whole group. Chloe noticed her friend's wariness and asked what was going on, but Joma decided not to give anything away yet and to wait. After all, when the time came, the stranger would reveal himself. The bus was traveling through the picturesque province of Gangwon-do. Joma looked out the window and thought about that region. He had once sworn he would never even look in that direction. The fact was that the young man had served in the army in this area, and after returning home, never thought he would end up here again. The bus was stopped by police officers who asked why they were there. The driver replied that he was bringing his students from the Joaquin Academy. After checking the travel permit, the police removed the roadblock and let the bus pass. Due to the proximity to the underground, civilian checks were being conducted, though this security seemed highly questionable. Joma realized that the surveillance he had sensed a few days ago was coming from the elders. His thoughts were interrupted by Vapin, who offered his friend a boiled egg to eat, since they say Koreans eat them all the time. Joma declined, thanking his friend. In truth, he didn't think anyone else ate eggs. Wapin noticed that Joma's face looked rather tense. Perhaps he was a little nervous. Joma said everything was fine. After that, Wapan continued offering food to the other guys. Saki also declined to snack on eggs and Chloe was dozing off. Wapin wanted to know if Joma was going to go all out again this time. However, the young man said there was no need to do so, since there wouldn't be much danger for them in the dungeon. Reiji was very pensive. She stared out the window, trying not to show any emotion. Joma thought she couldn't take her eyes off him and didn't understand why. Finally, the group arrived at their destination. The weather was beautiful and everything around them looked simply stunning. This was a place where monsters had lived since ancient times. Now the area looked more like a tourist camp. Wapin noticed that Joma's bag looked too bulky. He asked what the guy had brought with him. Joma unzipped the bag and showed him. It was stuffed to the brim with all kinds of kitchen knives. Wapin joked that it looked like Joma was planning to sell knives here. But Joma replied, "Forewarned is forearmed." Of course, that sounded a bit old-fashioned, but Joma probably had his reasons. Chloe asked if she could take charge of everyone for a bit this time. After getting permission from the other team members, Chloe stepped forward and led the group of dungeon conquerors. The group approached the passage. In front of it were barriers, and guards were standing there. The male guards asked where the group had come from and asked them to write their names on a form. The students complied, and each left a note in the notebook. It immediately became clear that some of the names would catch the guards' attention. Wapin noticed that Joma was in no hurry to go, even though all the formalities had already been completed and they could enter. The massive concrete doors blocking the entrance to the dungeon slid open, and the group of kids entered with a mix of trepidation and curiosity. Joma was the last to enter the dungeon. He thought that the male guard looked somewhat strange. The young man realized that turning back would look too suspicious, but he still hoped the mission would end well. The walls of the dungeon were covered with declarations of love. Joma was surprised to see this. He had assumed that a dungeon full of monsters wasn't exactly a tourist attraction. Suddenly, Reiji grabbed the young man's arm. The girl was completely exhausted and could barely stand. It was the first time Joma had seen people lose their strength so suddenly. Most likely, the girl's blood sugar was dropping, and now she urgently needed to eat something sweet to give her strength. Reiji hoped that Joma had something. The young man began rummaging through his pockets in search of something suitable. He found a small hard candy, which he handed to Reiji. The girl wasn't thrilled since it was just a hard candy. She'd been hoping for a chocolate bar. Joma didn't understand why he should have to worry about the girl's supplies. After all, she had a head on her shoulders too. Reiji knew herself and should have taken care of it herself. Reiji didn't want to admit it, but she did say she'd saved her sweets for later. Joma hoped this sweet tooth would finally grow up. At that moment, Chloe, who was walking ahead of the group, reported that 4 monsters were 200 meters away, moving toward them. Weapons stopped immediately and reminded the others that it was time to get ready and start following the plan. The details of the plan, the monsters that posed no risk, would be handled by Chloe. Saki would fight the ordinary buffalo alongside her. Wapin promised to heal the girls if necessary. Reiji immediately sprang into action, pulled her bow from its case, and prepared for her first battle. Joma noticed her weapon. It was an S-rank weapon, a red bow and a white arrow. With a weapon of this caliber, clearing the dungeon would be a breeze. But at that moment, the girl touched the bowstring and said she was out of practice, since Reiji hadn't used this bow in a long time. Joma fell into thought again. Should he trust this beauty, and could he really rely on her? Reiji pulled a chocolate bar out of her secret pocket, took a bite, and said she was ready now. Joma felt that his level of trust in the girl was rapidly approaching zero. From the depths of the dark corridor came the sound of approaching monsters. Everyone got ready to face the beasts. The girls immediately rushed into the attack, while Wapin began playing his flute to restore the attackers' strength and health. The monsters that had emerged from the depths of the dungeon were now clearly visible. They were enormous buffaloes that moved on their hind legs, using their front legs as fists. Chloe was armed with 2 small bows and bravely charged at the monsters. After firing several shots, Chloe hit the monster squarely in the eye with an arrow, and it began to scream in agony. After that, the buffalo fell onto its back and died. It turned out that this monster wasn't dangerous at all. Chloe landed on her feet and now waited for the rest of the buffalo herd to approach. The girl drew her sword from behind her back. She was going to deal with these monsters herself. Wapin reminded her once again that they needed to stick to the plan. Reiji stepped in front of Chloe, shielding her with her body, drew her bowstring, and aimed at the buffalo's forehead. Her actions looked very impressive, and even a single shot was enough to take down several monsters. Chloe froze, crouching on one knee in the middle of the dungeon, while the buffaloes approaching her looked like some kind of moving mass. But in the next moment, these monsters were smeared across the dungeon walls. It looked as if some kind of whirlwind had torn them to shreds. Reiji finished her chocolate bar, licked her lips, and apologized to the guys for taking out all the buffalo with a single blow. The beauty started on her second chocolate bar, while Joma noted that nothing remained of those buffalo after the shots, not even their horns. However, the guy had to admit that the attack was truly impressive. Reiji had no equal in long-range combat. But the problem was that Joma needed the buffalo horns specifically to use them as material to reinforce his sword. The group moved further into the dungeon, hoping to encounter more monsters. But then the first buffalo, the one Chloe's arrow had struck in the eye, woke up. It was approaching the group. Reiji was bringing up the rear. She noticed that it was the first buffalo they'd killed that had woken up. Of course, it was infuriating, but the beauty didn't let it show and didn't flinch. It's unclear how it would have ended, because the snout of the monstrous buffalo, completely enraged and frenzied, loomed over the girl. But Joma reacted perfectly. With one hand, he managed to pull the terrified girl to safety, and with the other, he sliced the monster in two. Joma's blow was so powerful that the huge monstrous buffalo was sliced clean in two, as if it were a soft tomato. When the danger had passed, Joma asked the girl if she was okay. Reiji didn't answer at all. The girl was clearly in a state of shock. A phone call rang out in the darkness, sounding very loud and urgent. An unknown male security guard near the dungeon answered the call. He confirmed what he had heard from the caller and said that everything was exactly as the instructor had understood. Joma climbed onto the body of the buffalo he had killed and cut the horn from its head. The young man picked up the horn and began examining it. After all, that was exactly why he had come here. A buffalo horn was a versatile Class S material that could be used to reinforce armor. Joma knew he would need a lot of this material and planned to cut off every horn he came across in the dungeon. Reiji finally came to her senses. The girl thanked Joma for his help and rescue and, as a token of gratitude, handed him a chocolate bar. The jealous Chloe, of course, immediately began to spew her energy, and this became clear to everyone present. Joma turned to Chloe, and the girl was forced to stop her jealous glances toward yet another rival. Joma whispered something in Chloe's ear. He told her about the worker who had been at the entrance to the dungeon. Chloe listened carefully to the young man and said she understood what needed to be done. Wapin, watching this exchange, surmised that Joma and Chloe were dating. The young man noted this with a certain sadness. Chloe, hearing the impression her friends were forming, wondered if perhaps she really was already dating Joma. But Joma immediately reassured everyone, saying that Wapin had jumped to the wrong conclusions. Couldn't the guy just talk to the girl? Wapin started making excuses, saying that Chloe and Joma were always together, so that's why he'd come to that conclusion. Chloe was now angry at Joma too, because he hadn't confirmed their romantic relationship. To lighten the mood, Chloe asked why there were no other people in this dungeon at all. None of the guys knew how to answer that question, but indeed the dungeon was completely empty. Wapin knew this dungeon was very popular, but surprisingly there were still too few monsters. It was suspicious and strange. Saki thought and analyzed the situation for a while, then asked her companions, "Doesn't all this seem strange to you?" The guys wanted to know exactly what their brilliant and highly intelligent friend meant. Reiji reminded everyone that it seemed as though the monstrous buffalo were running away from something in fear. They didn't look like monsters preparing to attack. They were frightened and fleeing. Such behavior was uncharacteristic of their species. Buffalo are usually quite calm and are often used to plow fields. Joma was amazed. How did people come up with the idea of using monsters in agriculture? After all, it's very dangerous. But still, there's no need to worry about such oddities since they don't seem like real problems. The guys have a connection to the surface, so everything will be fine. Joma seized the moment and asked how Wapin and Reiji had met. Reiji immediately replied that she was the best in the class, and Wapin was always in second place. The girl said that the guy got really angry when she beat him. Wapin thought you shouldn't talk like that. Reiji took advantage of the situation and told everyone present that she had come in third on the placement exam. Joma was genuinely surprised that Wapan was second in the class. It seemed to him that the boy was just too sociable and everyone wanted to be friends with him. Wapan explained that he was simply Rachel's relative, and that was why she had recruited him to her team last time based on their family connection. Joma didn't know that Rachel and Wapan were related, so he knew nothing about the weapons connected to the main characters. It turned out that Wapan belonged to a branch of Rachel's family. The guy wanted to add something else, but ended by saying that these were just his problems, so there was no need to shift them onto someone else. Wapan watched Joma's expression closely. Did Joma actually start liking him more once he found out about their family ties? The guy hoped that when Joma became famous, he wouldn't forget about his friend Vapan, because Joma was way cooler than everyone else. Joma replied that there was no need to worry about that, and that would never happen. But the guys believed that you could never know for sure which one of them would become a hero, though it was quite possible that Joma would be the one. After those words, Reiji started acting strangely. Joma noticed her silence. The rest of the group didn't understand what was going on either. Ryoji walked ahead so her friends wouldn't see the look on her face. Saki Reiji walked a little further away, turned to her companions and said that she hated heroes. No one saw this coming, not even Wapan, who seemed to be right on top of things, was taken aback by the remark. They needed to finish everything in the dungeon as quickly as possible and head back. The guys had to defeat at least 20 monsters to complete the mission. But Joma hadn't been listening to his companions for some time. He'd noticed the scratches on the wall. Joma froze in place. He didn't say a word to his companions. However, this really unsettled him. Besides, the guy noticed that these cracks were glowing with some kind of strange light. The man on the phone said he had prepared everything they had agreed upon. According to his calculations, the students should have already encountered the buffalo possessed by magical stones, so there was no need to worry. The voice on the phone said, "All right, but it's still hard to believe," and then asked if the man had done everything else. The guard confirmed that he had indeed done everything as instructed over the phone. Most likely, the students wouldn't get past the buffaloes. A girl who was very fond of jelly beans joined the conversation. She said the guard sounded too confident. If everything goes wrong, will he take responsibility? The girl repeated once more that she hoped the guard had done everything as instructed and demanded that he call her when it was all over. The man confirmed once more that he understood everything and said goodbye to the caller. He peered through a small crack at the entrance to the dungeon. The man was certain the teenagers wouldn't survive anyway. The huge, terrifying magical door exuded some kind of demonic power. It turned out that the man had opened this door, so the chance that the teenagers would make it out alive was zero. But still, the guard couldn't forget the look on that kid's face, as if he were saying, "I know everything about you." The guard approached the entrance to the dungeon. He decided he needed to check everything out. At that moment, Chloe suddenly sensed something. She warned Joma that monsters were approaching from behind. Of course, everyone was wondering exactly how many buffalo would emerge from the darkness. Chloe replied that if her instincts were correct, there must be about 50 of these beasts. Such a number, of course, unpleasantly surprised and stunned the group. It all began to feel like a serious ordeal. A terrifying sound like an approaching locomotive came from the depths of the dungeon. So loud and powerful, the group stood frozen in place, staring into the darkness and trying to figure out what it was. And then they saw a glow coming from the depths of the dungeon, emanating from a massive muscle consisting of several dozen monstrous buffalo. The boys didn't understand what was happening. Why were there so many of these monsters? And were these creatures actually monsters at all? The creatures now approaching the students looked like genuine, possessed demons. Their gazes did not bode well. Wapan couldn't understand how this could have happened, since all sources had said that this dungeon contained easy opponents. Joma thought that a special knife was needed to deal with a herd of crazed buffalo. The head chef had taught the young cook that you couldn't cut a cow with a chicken knife. The same was true of a fish knife. The young apprentice asked the chef, "What is yuk sashimi? Isn't that the same as the example with the cow?" In response, the stern teacher simply tapped his careless apprentice on the forehead to stop him from talking nonsense. The sharp knife sliced through the fish like butter. The chef was forced to admit that sometimes even an unsuitable knife can make a good cut. Joma didn't understand why he'd remembered that situation right then. Apparently, he'd have to use a fish knife to kill the buffalo. Joma ordered Chloe to keep an eye on the buffalo. He suggested striking the monsters not in the forehead, but from the side to break their formation. First and foremost, they needed to distract the beasts. Chloe began to recover from her terror and readily agreed to follow Joma's orders. Joma asked his companion if Wapin had figured out the essence of his idea and plan. Wapin replied instantly, "Of course he didn't get it. Everything will be fine." Reiji looked at her companions and didn't understand what was happening to them, because there were so many monsters. And not only were they not going to run away, but they were also communicating with each other in a strange way. Joma interrupted the girl's thoughts, saying that Saki would have to deal with any monsters that got too close. Reiji still didn't understand. She walked over to her classmate and asked, "What's gotten into all of them?" Wapin had already taken out his flute and was preparing for battle. He told Saki not to be surprised and to do as she was told. Joma thought that it didn't matter whether they were buffaloes or sashimi. It made no difference because forewarned is forearmed. The young man was ready for anything. Whoever stood before Joma now, he was ready to cut them all down. He activated the blessing of the god of the sword. At that moment, the first monsters, the buffaloes, reached the teenagers. Joma stepped out to meet them, knives in hand. The buffalo charged, dragging the entire monstrous horde behind it, while Joma simultaneously hurled several knives at the enemies. Wapin, without missing a beat, blew his flute to instantly restore the player's health and mana, while Reiji stood idly by. The girl was so surprised that she even dropped her chocolate bar. She had never seen anything like this in her life. Joma stood atop a huge pile of slain monsters' bodies. It had happened in less than a second, in just an instant. Chloe activated her cat's blessing and was also ready to deal with some of the buffalo. The girl moved very quickly, using the Schrodinger's code skill. This allowed her to quickly slice her opponents into tiny pieces. In just a few seconds, a couple of buffaloes were already completely neutralized. Joma didn't stop at the pile of dead buffalo. He swung his kitchen knife again and again, hurling the blades into the mass of monsters. Huge buffaloes, gradually advancing from the depths of the dungeon, charged at the young man, and soon a pile of dead bodies was about to block the entrance to the dungeon. Wapin and Reiji watched the fight, waiting for the moment when they would have to join the fray. Joma somehow found himself surrounded by buffalo. Several bodies were already leaning over the boy, and a few more were approaching. The situation had become extremely dangerous. The pile of fallen bodies had turned into a gigantic mass from which survival seemed impossible. Reiji realized there were too many buffalo. She prepared to shoot her bow and drive away at least some of the beasts. But at that moment, something astonishing happened. It seemed as though the pile of buffalo had exploded from within. Joma stood with his arms outstretched, holding kitchen knives, while pieces of buffalo flew off in all directions. Reiji couldn't believe her eyes. It looked like some kind of surreal joke. Complete silence reigned in the dungeon. Joma walked among the severed pieces of buffalo and cut off their horns. Soon his bag was stuffed to the brim with this valuable material. Thanks to the blessing's duration being extended to 40 seconds, Joma had no trouble dispatching 50 monstrous buffalo. Chloe walked over to her friend and told him he was incredibly cool. But of course, she didn't want to forget that the rest of the guys had helped in the battle too. Joma patted his friend on the head, saying that Chloe had done a great job too. Thanks to her, they'd managed to finish the job faster. The young people discussed what kind of lunch they would love to eat right now, while Wapin and Reiji still stood silently to the side watching them. Finally, Wapin said that he had warned Reiji about Joma's amazing strength and that she shouldn't be surprised. But then finally, the girl seemed to snap out of her daze and started shouting, "How could anyone not be surprised by this?" Wapin admitted that she was right. He too had been shocked when he first saw Joma in action, and even now it was astonishing. The young man realized that Joma always exceeded all expectations. Reiji watched Joma with interest. She wanted to find out who he really was, but no one could help her with that. Wapin admitted that he didn't know either and had absolutely no idea. Perhaps they were witnessing a legend in real time. Of course, that sounds very dramatic, but at any rate, it gets the point across. Wapin called out to his companions, realizing that Joma and Chloe would be whispering to each other for a long time yet. Reiji watched her new companions with great interest. She wanted to understand who she was dealing with. Soon the group moved on and continued to make their way through the dungeon. The mission objective was to kill 20 monsters. Joma had killed twice that number, practically on his own. Joma replied that there was nothing strange about it. He had done almost nothing during the midterm exam, so now he was making up for it. Wapin wanted to point out that Joma had actually fought alone during the midterm exam, but then realized he shouldn't say that out loud. Despite completing the mission, the guys realized they'd nearly died because the buffalo turned out to be nothing like they were supposed to be, according to the dungeon's rules. They said that the Lion King of Africa had died in a similar situation, but no one had been chasing him at the time. Soon the group came upon something strange that they couldn't talk about. Joma began examining the object, and Saki said that something was indeed wrong here. The kids came to a huge door that under no circumstances was to be opened. They had discussed this during their preparations. But now the chains on the door were slack. Breathing and growling could be heard from behind the door, and it wasn't even closed tightly. Joma saw that the massive chain wasn't holding the door shut at all, but was simply hanging there as if for decoration. At that moment, the guard who had been standing at the entrance to the dungeon and had gone inside to check on the bodies of the slain teenagers was standing near a pile of slaughtered buffalo. The man was in complete shock, for he had expected a completely different scene. He couldn't understand how these teenagers had managed to kill everything, and the mission had gone awry. The man had a debt of 2 billion won, but recently a woman had come to him calling herself an instructor from the academy. The woman said that if the guard fulfilled her request, she would pay off his debt. The man was very interested in such an offer, which could solve his current problems once and for all. The woman handed him some magic stones and told him that, with their help, he would be able to take control of the monsters and enrage them. When the students went inside, the guard would have to release all the monsters. In addition, the stone door had to be left open. The man immediately realized that the stranger wanted to bury the students alive in the dungeon. The stranger refused to answer his questions, saying she would find someone else to carry out this task. But upon hearing that the task would go to someone else, the man immediately grabbed the magic stone. He really wanted the reward. The man promised that he would do everything he was told and do it precisely and correctly. The instructor was satisfied, saying that although the guard looked like a real dimwit, he didn't seem to be stupid. The woman planned to give all the remaining instructions over the phone. Therefore, she demanded that the guard always answer his calls. After that, the stranger vanished into the darkness, just as suddenly as the mention of the reward he would receive after completing this easy task had appeared. The guard walked through the basement, thinking about the huge sum of money he would receive for the useless kids, since he had left the door open, and the kids were now, in his opinion, definitely dead. Meanwhile, the students stood near the massive stone door. They couldn't believe their eyes. After all, this was the very door mentioned in the instructions, and besides, the kids could see that it was open. Joma caught himself thinking about how smoothly everything had gone in the dungeon. Of course, the guy immediately suspected the man at the entrance with the very strange look. So this man really did know something. But this stone door can only be opened with the help of a period stone, which drops after defeating the dungeon boss. However, Joma had seen shards of a magic stone in the dungeon. Perhaps they had played a role in opening the door. If things here were just like in the game, the reward for this mission would be something very valuable. But it was still too early to think about that. On the door itself was a line that could not be cut through by any known weapon. Joma had already used up the time that allowed him to wield the sword's blessing without pain. The young man knew he would have to endure it now. He had to finish everything here before one of those terrible demons awoke. But at that moment, a terrifying sound rang out, and all the boys were frightened. They didn't know what they were about to face. A huge, gigantic monster stood at full height. It was so tall that it was impossible to see its head. In its hands, it held a massive axe. The boys didn't even understand what it was or what had appeared before them. Is this what monsters look like? Joma knew who was standing before him. Of course, it wasn't very pleasant that this demon had awakened, but now they had to deal with it. Besides, the reward for completing the mission was simply fantastic. Blessing transfer was one of the owner's skills and could be activated on a specific target. And standing before the guys now was an A-class monster, a minotaur. Huge horns, powerful fangs, and a gigantic axe in its hands. Its name was Kaukan. At that moment, the massive stone doors swung wide open, and the guys saw something none of their comrades had seen. Deep inside the room, a huge fire burned in a cauldron, and a buffalo stood nearby. It soon became clear that there were several buffalo. In the depths of the hall, even more monstrous creatures were visible. The group saw the right-hand bull and the left-hand bull, who were guarding the dungeon's boss. Now, at last, everyone understood who had been hiding behind the stone doors. But they had to decide how to deal with these monsters, and whether they should even try. Joma realized that fighting them would be very difficult. Even if they broke down the dungeon door to continue on, their chances of getting out alive were very slim. And if the dungeon boss himself woke up, it would be practically impossible. This time, the task was different from the midterm exam. Back on the island, Joma hadn't had any information about mermaids, but he'd already encountered a minotaur during the game. If he got lucky, Joma might be able to handle everything on his own. However, the 40 seconds of the blessing for painless weapon use had already been used up for today. He needed to choose the best course of action. Joma reached into his inside pocket and pulled out a knife. Joma asked the healer mage if he could reduce the guy's pain and how long that would last. Weapon promised he could provide a maximum of 2 minutes. Joma agreed, saying that while he was fighting, Weapon had to constantly reduce his pain. If the young man lost focus for even a second, something irreparable could happen. Weapon promised he would do his very best and not lose focus on his task. Saki and Chloe were supposed to take care of the details. The girls were in such a state of shock that they didn't even ask for an explanation. Joma added that these buffaloes were very dangerous, so it was best to stay away from them. Reiji felt as though she had stumbled into some new surreal world consisting solely of one horror after another. It was decided to proceed according to the original plan. After that, everyone took their positions and prepared for battle. The huge, monstrous buffalo was already ready to tear the unexpected guests to pieces, especially since it rarely saw humans. Joma pulled a knife from its sheath and activated the blessing of the god of the sword. A terrible pain instantly pierced his body. It felt as if the boy had been struck by lightning. Every cell in his body was in agony. Joma felt the vessels inside him give way and began coughing up blood, realizing that he might die at any moment. Without missing a beat, Vapin blew into his flute, and thanks to that, Joma felt the pain ease slightly. He had to act immediately. Joma knew he could do it and ordered himself to begin the battle. And so they clashed. The enormous Minotaur and the Academy student. Joma couldn't waste a single second, and he immediately rushed into the attack. The boy was in such intense pain that he could no longer control himself and was acting on reflex. Joma managed to dodge a few attacks and even swung his knife a couple of times himself, but so far to no avail. The Minotaur managed to knock the boy back with a hoof, and blood spurted from the young man's body. Joma could barely stand on his feet. Now he felt everything that the blessing of painlessness usually blocked. But in this situation, the intense pain forced him to move even faster and more actively. He literally wanted to leap out of his own body. The Minotaur swung his massive axe and brought it down on the boy, intending to chop him to pieces. But at the last moment, Joma slipped under the axe. Now he found himself at the Minotaur's feet and could bide his time for a moment, because the huge monster couldn't see him. This fact infuriated the Minotaur. He began senselessly smashing everything around him with his axe. Soon the stone dungeon was practically destroyed, and everything around the Minotaur was covered in dust and smoke. Visibility was practically non-existent. Joma crouched closer to the ground to catch his breath. Reiji, who had been watching the fight, realized that an ordinary person couldn't move that fast. The girl was fighting one of the buffaloes. Analyzing Joma's fight, she noticed his muscle contractions, posture, and movements. The young man was using everything, including the spot where he stood. His combat intuition allowed him to disrupt his opponent's center of gravity with a minimum of movements. Saki fired an arrow at the buffalo, thinking that this was just theory, and the difference from a real fight was enormous. Joma's ability to keep his composure when his life was hanging by a thread was astonishing. Reiji thought Joma reminded her of someone. The girl wanted to finish her own fight as quickly as possible, so she could continue watching her comrade's spectacular duel. After firing another arrow, Ryoji realized that Joma reminded her of the Sword Emperor, Siegfried. According to rumors, the Emperor had used his aura against a certain special student. Now it became clear which student all the gossip had been about. There was no strength or time left to delay, so Joma chose to end the battle with the Minotaur and managed to chop off his opponent's arm, which now lay in the middle of the hall. The Minotaur let out a monstrous scream. Blood poured from the wound, enough to flood everything around it. Without losing focus for a moment, Wapin continued to play the flute, allowing Joma to feel less of the pain. Wapin was very tired and tense. Chloe had just finished off the buffalo that had been trying to kill her. The girl had pierced him with her sword and was now calmly walking away, leaving the giant's body lying there. Chloe was covered in the monster's blood. She felt extremely exhausted, for she was not yet strong enough to fight such monsters. Chloe understood that the more a monster resembled a human in appearance, the more dangerous it was. Though the degree of danger varied from monster to monster, such a creature could behave just like a human. Chloe glanced at her companion, who was facing a massive Minotaur with a missing arm. The Minotaur was trying to strike with one arm. He was still strong enough to win this fight. The beast raised its arm, which held a massive axe. and it was clear that magical power was aiding it. The group immediately noticed the presence of magic. They didn't understand where this monster could have gotten it from. Reiji was a very smart girl. She immediately wondered how the Minotaur had activated the magic at the cost of his own life. And that already meant that defeating the Minotaur would be practically impossible. A huge, powerful ring of magical energy formed around him, preventing anyone from getting close or affecting him in any way. Wappen didn't stop playing his flute for a second. He believed that his comrade Joma was very strong and would be able to handle the monster. How to do that now was simply beyond comprehension, because the boys had absolutely no weapons against magic. The Minotaur raised his axe, preparing to bring it down on the schoolboy's head. Joma could do almost nothing. Blood was flowing from his throat, and he helplessly watched the axe approaching his head. And just as the axe was about to strike the boy, he lunged forward one last time, holding a kitchen fish knife in front of him. Now the boy wasn't trying to reach the Minotaur. He simply touched the axe approaching him with the knife. There was no point in killing the buffalo. After all, it was practically already dead, and the magic was too strong for Joma to break through. At the same time, the young man understood that if he could dodge now, the magical Minotaur's attack would fall upon his comrades. And so a battle ensued between the two opponents, one that was clearly a losing fight for Joma, but he had to fight to the last, barely feeling as the monster gradually pushed him back. Reiji wasn't good at long-range combat for nothing and possessed a decent weapon. The girl fired at the monster, and her arrow flew through the magical barrier. Now Joma could strike because he had gained a kind of access. The young man pierced the magical ring with his knife, and a blue light appeared around him. Chloe remembered how a blue light had also appeared during her duel with the Sword Emperor. Joma kept up the pressure, holding the knife with all his might as it gradually sliced through the magical ring. Summoning all his remaining strength and aided by the mysterious blue light, Joma managed to cut the Minotaur in half. His stunned companions watched the outcome of the battle in silence. There was absolutely no point in saying anything. Joma was so absorbed in the final blow that he even kept moving by inertia after his opponent had been cut in two. The young man kept his word, taking a few more steps forward, realizing he had managed to cut his opponent in two. After that, the completely exhausted Wappen fell to the ground. The boy had spent all his strength healing his wounds and maintaining Yoma's health. Drops of blood appeared at the corners of Wappen's mouth, but he still acknowledged that Yoma had once again exceeded all his expectations. Wappen was struck by the blue light that illuminated such a dark cave. The boys were the same age, but Joma had already been able to use his aura. Saki was concerned about her companion's physical and mental state. She took Wappen by the shoulder and reminded him to calm down and breathe deeply. Wappen was finally able to snap out of his thoughts. The boy was also experiencing oxygen deprivation because he had been blowing so hard into his flute. Reiji sat down next to her exhausted companion and said that she thought she now understood what he had meant when he spoke of the legend in real time. Now it made sense why Wappen had been following Yoma around. Everything was clear. Wappen tried to protest and say that he wasn't following anyone around, but Saki suggested that maybe Joma would want to transfer to the next course this year. Wappen thought his girlfriend had suffered a concussion from archery. What kind of nonsense was she talking about now? However, the girl believed there were no rules against it, and it would be wonderful if he did transfer. Reiji admitted that, just like him, she wanted to study in the same class as Joma. Joma felt awful. Despite the healer's help, the guy couldn't continue without more rest. Of course, it was good that he'd managed without a blessing to block the pain. The next moment, an alarmed Chloe rushed to her friend and hugged him tighter than the Minotaur had a few minutes earlier. The girl was worried about Joma, thinking he was wounded and practically already dead, but Joma realized she was about to suffocate him and asked her to let him go. Finally, Chloe let go of her wounded companion, who preferred not to be killed right then and there. Otherwise, Chloe would torment him for a long time. Just at that moment, a notification came from the game stating that Joma had received a new reward. It was a new blessing. According to the game, this blessing was supposed to go to Leon. Moreover, a level up was supposed to occur, which is very difficult to achieve just like that. This blessing manifested when the caster touched the transfer object to control the forces of yin and yang. It was an integral part of the power. He needed to think carefully about how best to use this spell and blessing. The young man remembered the guard who had seemed very suspicious to him ever since the group had arrived by bus at the dungeon. Joma reminded Chloe of the favor he had mentioned recently. Chloe had been caught up in the last battle and had forgotten to share the details. It turned out that the guard had been quietly entering the dungeon to check on the bodies of the slain boys. Chloe waited for the guard lying in ambush, and as soon as he appeared, she tackled him and stabbed the man in the leg with her sword. The man screamed wildly in pain. He was completely pinned to the ground and could no longer move. Chloe ordered the guard not to move and to sit quietly. The man couldn't pull the sword out of his leg and free himself. Wapin and Reiji didn't understand what was happening. Joma explained to them that he had asked Chloe for a favor. The man continued to scream in agony. He didn't understand why the teenagers were treating him this way, since he hadn't done anything to them at all. Joma said he would now find out what the man had or hadn't actually done. Eventually, they discovered that the rampaging monsters and the opening of the stone doors were the work of the guard. Reiji said her suspicions hadn't been unfounded. There were no hidden cameras in the dungeon. However, this man had appeared so suddenly just when there were no monsters around, as if he'd been waiting there on purpose. Wapin didn't understand why the guard would need to do this, but Saki said that they were about to find out. The group realized that the guard couldn't have pulled off this whole operation on his own. They wanted to know who had sent him and who was behind this monstrous scheme. After waiting a while, Reiji said it didn't look like the guard was going to answer them, so they'd have to loosen his tongue. Joma realized the girl was right. If the guard didn't want to talk, they'd have to deal with him another way. The guard didn't want to tempt fate and began his story. An instructor from the Huakin Academy had come to him. She said she would pay off his gambling debt. Wapin was outraged. This guard had done all this because of some debt. He had sold the students' lives for a paltry sum. The man tried to explain that the amount wasn't small. Besides, he hadn't agreed to it in the first place. Wapin just couldn't calm down, believing that the guard couldn't even be called a human being. However, Reiji calmed her friend down and asked which of the academy's instructors had come. The guard said it was a woman with purple hair and pink eyes. She was quite tall. The guys couldn't figure out right away who she was talking about. Reiji guessed that she might be a teaching assistant. The girl remembered everyone she'd met at least once, but she'd never come across pink eyes. She definitely wouldn't have forgotten. Wapin suggested that she was the one who had set traps for them during the midterm exams as well, but Reiji wasn't aware of this and asked him to explain what had happened there. Joma explained that during the exam, they had to fight a real mermaid. Now it became clear why Leona had been hospitalized after the midterm exam. But Wapin realized there was no point in keeping quiet anymore and decided to tell the truth. In reality, Joma had taken care of that mermaid. Joma took the guard's phone, saying that they had now learned all the information they could possibly get. Joma also used the voice recorder to record the guard's confession, so he would have evidence on hand. Loya pulled her sword out of the man's leg, and blood immediately gushed from the wound, causing the man another wave of pain. The normally locked dungeon was suddenly open, so no one was surprised by the disappearance of a single low-ranking worker. Joma instructed Chloe to sort out the situation and see it through to the end. Left alone, Chloe drew her sword and raised it above her head, preparing to pass judgment on the guard. The man thought the girl was joking, since students aren't allowed to kill people. They aren't taught that at the academy. But despite the fact that some of the students' actions ran counter to academy policy, there was little left of the man. The guys were returning from the dungeon, and Joma was thinking that all the teachers and academy heads, all those trying to stop him, could attack, and he would cut them to pieces. The Minotaur's horn looked magnificent. It was a curved piece of gold capable of enhancing a weapon and making it several ranks more powerful. Joma laid out the Minotaur's horn and asked the blacksmith to enhance his Mursum sword. The blacksmith was in shock. He hadn't expected that this first year would actually yield such valuable material from an A-class monster. After all, even for academy students, this was a very significant victory. The blacksmith looked in amazement at the young man who had single-handedly defeated the Minotaur. However, Joma said he had done it as part of a team, since it was impossible to defeat a Minotaur alone. Joma also laid his favorite kitchen knife on the table and asked him to repair and clean it so he could use it to enhance his sword. The blacksmith couldn't understand what could have been done to the blade to leave it in such a sorry state. Joma decided to find out exactly what condition the blacksmith was referring to. But the blacksmith realized he should keep his mouth shut. He said that next time the student needed to be a little more careful, since he could have hurt himself, and the blacksmith was worried. Joma replied to the blacksmith that he had fulfilled his part of the bargain. Now it was up to the master. After that, the young man turned and walked away. The blacksmith stared at the Minotaur's horn, unable to understand how such a boy could keep him in fear. The master decided to shorten the boy's knife and keep the extra material for himself. Joma had almost left the smithy. He really wanted to smash the master's head in, but the boy calmed down, turned around and said, "Blacksmith, you can sell all the leftover materials after the repair and buy yourself a drink." The poor frightened worker nearly fainted with fear. This student seemed to have read his mind. Inside the academy building, the school days went on as usual, calmly and according to schedule. Joma felt much better, but he still needed to ask Vipon to treat him a little more. Joma decided to check his stats and saw that many of them had gone up and improved. The new stats still hadn't appeared, but to achieve them, he just needed to raise his adaptation stat a little more. Unlike all the others, it had risen immediately after the battle he'd just been through. Perhaps his stat would rise again when he completed the next quest. Joma realized that there didn't seem to be any changes other than the increase in the adaptation stat, though a few more gray hairs had appeared. Over time, the gray hair would probably become more and more, but the young man didn't want to go bald. He preferred to remain completely gray. Joma understood that he absolutely could not die because there were people who had set their sights on him, and yet Joma had already overcome so much. He needed to figure out exactly how to use the blessings he'd received from the transfer. Of course, he needed to apologize to Leon, but on the other hand, the protagonist would have plenty of buffs. Joma was back in his body, and although he had a ton of things to do, first and foremost, he needed to focus on recovering. The young man noticed a sweet prize on his desk in honor of clearing the dungeon. It was immediately clear who had brought it. For the first time, Joma assembled a team on his own and completed the mission. Even though the guy was already used to risking his life, Joma now had two people he could safely call friends. Wappen and Chloe don't play a major role in the plot. Besides, Joma wasn't sure Chloe saw him as a friend. Joma had heard that the girl had been hospitalized after the dungeon mission. As soon as he had some free time, he would have to go visit her. The auditorium door swung open, the instructors walked in, and the students had to take their seats and keep quiet. Joma saw the Sword Emperor again. He didn't know how long this old man would keep showing up for class. Just then, a message from an unknown girl popped up on the boy's phone. Most likely she had sent it to the wrong person because Joma didn't know her. But before he could delete the message, he read the invitation to look ahead. His new girlfriend entered the classroom with the teachers and waved her phone at Joma. Lee Wanbin told the students that Saki Ryoji would be studying with them in the same class today. The instructor hoped the students would treat her well and be kind and welcoming. It was also announced that in half an hour, all students needed to report to the training ground. The classmates were very surprised. It felt like they were in some kind of dream because Saki Reiji would now be studying in the same class with them. On top of that, the instructor said that the girl had been transferred at her own request. The boys surrounded the beauty. They wanted to know if she really had chosen to study with them voluntarily, and they were also curious about what kind of young men Ms. Saki liked. Joma, sitting at his desk and watching his classmates, really hoped that Ryoji wasn't coming over to him. Saki was one of this year's students known as the Generation of Wonders. The Generation of Wonders held the top 4 spots among the students. Saki had an outstanding intellect. She took first place on the written exam and possessed equally impressive physical strength. She could be described as a combination of literature and martial arts. Furthermore, Saki Ryoji was the daughter of Saki Kojima, one of the heroes known as the Saint with the Bow. According to the story, Saki Kojima was the Prime Minister of Japan. Ryoji, and this is a country with considerable influence worldwide. In this case, it's impossible not to admire the girl. Joma really didn't want the beauty to approach him because it would only cause the guy headaches in the future. Saki Ryoji walked through the classroom, ignoring the boys and not answering their questions. Joma tried to blend in as much as possible, hoping she wouldn't notice him and would walk right past. Suddenly, someone said that if he didn't give up the candy bar, she would take it for herself. Joma looked up. Miss Saki was standing next to him. She asked if she could sit down and demanded that he save her number right away. Following a recent incident, the entrance to the Buffalo Dungeon had been blocked off and completely off limits. A man's voice asked what the guard had said before entering the dungeon. The man sitting in the chair replied that the guard was worried about the students and went to check things out. The man recalled that at that moment his partner looked suspicious, and he literally had no face. The unfamiliar investigator said they needed to examine the scene. He thanked the guard for his help and let him go. The frightened security guard breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly decided to get out of that dangerous place. The investigators went out for a smoke. They discussed the case. Of course, a death in the dungeon was nothing out of the ordinary, but for some reason, this particular case wouldn't leave the investigator alone. The man couldn't shake the sense of wonder he'd felt when he first entered that dungeon. Upon entering the dungeon with his partner, the man froze because his entire life had been divided into before and after. The investigator had never before seen such huge piles of buffalo cut into pieces in such quantities. The man knew that students from the Huacan Academy had been in this dungeon, but what kind of students could have done such a thing? Moreover, it turned out that these children had emerged from the dungeon unharmed, while the guard, who had been worried about the boys' lives, was never found, as if he had never existed. One of the investigators suggested that the guard might have remained behind the stone gates. This was unlikely because the stone doors never opened. In that case, the investigators decided to talk to the students who had been in the dungeon, although most likely the academy administration wouldn't allow it. There was some truth to that, because the academy is attended mainly by children from wealthy families, and even the headmaster wouldn't issue a warrant for such an interrogation. This case was keeping the investigator awake at night, and with every new fact, everything became more confusing. The investigator hadn't even finished his cigarette when he suddenly saw his comrade, struck down by magic. Soon a woman emerged from the darkness. She walked past the investigator, who had been killed by magical forces. The investigator watched in surprise. What magic was involved? Could a demon have appeared out of nowhere? A slender, pretty girl with purple hair and pink eyes approached from the darkness. She greeted the investigator, who was surprised to see a human standing before him. However, the next moment, the girl had to say goodbye. The investigator's head hit the ditch. He hadn't had time to realize that the person in front of him was someone who had made a contract with a demon. She was a half-breed who thanked the investigators for their excellent work. The investigators worked well and efficiently, but they were slow on the uptake. All this girl did was constantly feed her brain with sweets. One could only envy her insatiable appetite and voraciousness. Reiji didn't understand why Joma wasn't eating the candy bars. After all, she had specifically shared them with him, and he didn't seem to appreciate her efforts. As if in passing, Joma mentioned that Chloe actually sat in that spot. However, the girl believed that they didn't have assigned seats at all, and whoever sat where would just stay there. Reiji ate another chocolate bar, which was a real treat. In this way, the girl steered the conversation toward a topic that interested her. Joma tried to find out why Ms. Saki had transferred to his class. The beauty didn't have time to give an answer. But just then, they announced that everyone needed to gather at the training ground in a few minutes. Joma told the girl that their class had practice every morning, but Ms. Saki replied that she had mental training now and wasn't going to sports. After that, the girl pulled a sleep mask over her eyes and started snoring. Joma couldn't believe his eyes. It was sheer audacity. The girl took off her mask and asked Joma to call her Ryoji instead of Saki. She explained that in her country, close friends and family address each other by first name, not last name. Joma wanted to know, then why does Wappen call the girl by her last name, even though they're closer and have known each other longer? Reiji replied that it was different, wished him luck with his training, and went back to sleep. Joma watched this unusual girl with interest. She had clearly caught his attention. Rachel was bored in her class. She literally woke up from the noise coming from all around her. Once awake, Rachel shared the latest news. Word was that Saki had transferred to the Tigers class. She was the girl who was always lying around somewhere, doing nothing but sleeping. It was interesting to find out why and on what grounds she had transferred to another class. But Abel didn't react to the news at all. Rachel realized that her friend was upset for some reason. Most likely it had to do with recent events. To transfer to the Tiger class, there had to be an open spot. This year, the Tiger class was actually short one student. I wonder how Saki found out and managed to pull it off so quickly, since all she did was sleep all the time. Abel didn't understand where Rachel was going with this, or how it related to her. Rachel shared another piece of news she'd heard from Vapan. It turns out that Saki and Joma had cleared out the Buffalo dungeon last week. Of course, Saki was a very bold girl. Even if she likes someone, she still needs to observe at least some decorum. You have to keep in mind that Joma has long been the object of affection for a certain beauty named Abel. Abel couldn't stand such words and, finally losing her temper, said her friend was talking nonsense. Rachel replied that she had noticed long ago. As soon as Joma was mentioned, Abel immediately lost her temper. It immediately became clear that there was definitely something going on between the two young people, and there was no need to play hard to get. Abel decided to set the record straight. She said there was nothing between her and Joma. They had merely exchanged a few words. So it would be better if Rachel stopped playing detective and making things up that weren't actually true. Rachel listened calmly to her friend. saying that even if there was nothing between them now, that didn't mean nothing would happen in the future. Rachel advised her friend, even if she lies to others, lying to herself is the worst of all evils. Abel looked at Rachel in surprise. It was very strange to hear such profound thoughts from a girl who seemed so shallow. Perhaps Abel herself hadn't really thought about it or realized her own feelings. A lot of interesting things had happened recently. Her grandfather had unexpectedly decided to work at the academy as an instructor. Abel had begged him not to come, since people were already constantly talking about her, and if her famous grandfather were around too, it would only make her life more complicated. But her grandfather reassured Abel, telling her not to worry, he would only be teaching the tiger class. This news surprised Abel even more, since the tiger class was far from being the strongest or best in the entire grade. Siegfried replied that she herself had asked for it after the incident during the midterms, and now she didn't even remember. Grandpa added that they were unlikely to cross paths, so his granddaughter shouldn't worry. It was, of course, very strange. The Sword Emperor, who had always seemed indifferent, looked very agitated that time. Abel realized that the reason for these changes in his agitation lay with Yoma. This boy had challenged all the aristocrats, relying solely on his strength rather than his lineage or renowned weapons. Yoma was an unrivaled genius who knew no bounds. He had once been a frail boy who could barely stand on his own 2 feet. But now he had become a stately, manly young man with a sharp, piercing gaze. Even when compared to Leon, the leading candidate for hero status, Yoma is practically his equal, yet he remains in the shadows. Yoma doesn't flaunt his achievements, doesn't brag, and doesn't gather a crowd of admirers around him. The boy walks silently along his chosen path. If he had been even a little more arrogant, Abel could easily have come to hate him. But now the girl envied Yoma because her grandfather had recognized him, not Abel. That was the reality. Abel's thoughts and dreams were interrupted by her friend Rachel, who immediately realized that her suspicions had been correct. The girls nearly came to blows. It was unclear which of them would beat the other up. Abel continued to insist that there was no need to make things up. She had absolutely no feelings for Yoma and didn't even intend to develop any. Rachel didn't argue and agreed to drop the subject. Although everyone knows the more a girl resists and says she doesn't love someone, the more firmly that particular man is lodged in her mind. Finally, Rachel could relax. She rushed over to her friend to hug and kiss her, because that meant Abel wouldn't be her rival. Rachel could handle the petite redhead Chloe and even that Japanese girl Saki, but she really didn't want to compete with Abel. Now she could love Yoma in peace, because Abel had just admitted her own feelings, or rather her complete lack of them, toward Yoma, which meant the path was clear. The next lesson covered the basics of blessings. The level of a blessing was determined by the entity that bestowed it. If a guardian spirit had taken possession of a person, then it was a guardian spirit's blessing. If an elemental, then an elemental's blessing. One of the students wanted to know, if an ancestor bestows a blessing, does that mean there will be a blessing from the ancestors? The guy had recently been having recurring dreams about his grandfather. The teacher replied that ancestral spirits can do practically nothing. They aren't even capable of lifting a barbell, so it's not worth counting on full-fledged blessings from ancestors. Finally, Reiji woke up. She lifted her head but didn't take off her sleep mask. Realizing there was nothing interesting or new for her in the lecture, the girl went back to sleep. The most interesting thing was that none of the teachers even noticed. The teacher continued talking about the next levels of blessings, and Yoma even envied his new classmate. It had already been 2 days since Saki ended up in their class, but the guy still hadn't figured out why she was there. All the girl did was sleep, so he couldn't ask her directly. If she'd planned to just sleep from the start, why didn't she pick a quieter spot? Why is Ryoji doing this in plain sight? It's a good thing Chloe is still in the hospital, and yet Yoma couldn't help but admit that thanks to Saki, the group managed to get through the dungeon. The girl has impressive abilities. Even compared to Vapan, she's on a completely different level. So the different levels of blessings include heroic, elemental, chronic, and personal. Most students have a personal level blessing, but don't be discouraged by this. If you master the art of using blessings correctly, personal blessings can sometimes be highly effective. Moreover, spirit level blessings are extremely rare, so it's easier to raise a personal blessing to the level of a guardian's blessing. Yoma listened attentively to the instructor. His words about blessings calmed the boy down a little. A classmate raised her hand and asked the teacher what he thought about heroic blessings. Joma had recently received one of the spirit blessings but didn't yet know how to use it. The teacher began to talk about the hero's blessing, which people commonly call the heroic blessing. Of course, no one wants to admit it, but this level of blessings has practically become a legend. It is believed that in the entire history of humanity, only one person has ever obtained this heroic blessing. That person was Valor Joaquin. Although speaking of modern times, there was another person who also possessed the legendary blessing. But the instructor was going to talk about that in the next lecture because the class was now coming to an end. Joma raised his hand to ask a question he had been wanting to ask for some time. Every time before the start of a serious battle, when Joma used the blessing of the god of the sword, the phrase, "May the blessing of the gods be with you," would appear before him. The young man wanted to know if the professor could explain the meaning of this phrase. After that, the professor and the ever-sleeping Ryoji stared at the boy in surprise. The professor said he didn't quite understand what the student was asking because there was an inaccuracy in his words. There is no longer any virtue in this world. There are no gods. However, such a thirst for knowledge is commendable. The professor said that Joma could come see him in his lab if he had any further questions. After that, the man said goodbye to the class and left the lecture hall. It was clear that he didn't want to answer any more questions. Joma thought his desk neighbor had already slept enough. However, the girl replied that she hadn't quite yet and continued sleeping, turning onto her other side. As they say, bad habits are contagious. Joma thought that a little nap wouldn't hurt him either. The boy drifted off to sleep, and for a while everything around him was pitch black. But soon he was able to open his eyes. He saw some letters. It seemed that the game's master was requesting contact. Then all sorts of details appeared before the boy. It seemed as though he was seeing the game's inner world, made up of separate elements and objects. Soon the young man felt that he was beginning to sink somewhere and gradually dissolve, as if shedding his physical form. After that, a message appeared before his eyes stating that the young man had accepted the game master's request for a conversation. The master was interfering with the world line. What a world line was remained completely unclear and strange. After that, everything around him fell silent again. It felt as though Joma was floating in some kind of void. Soon a message appeared, stating that Joma was still too low level, so it was impossible to communicate with an opponent whose level was very high. Joma realized this wasn't just a dream. Maybe he'd be able to find out why the guy had ended up in this world. Perhaps he could uncover information about the blessing of the god of the sword. The Grand Master accepted the boy's request and was now taking steps to establish a connection between them. After that, the adjustment and transformation began. However, the space suddenly exploded and shattered into pieces. Everything around him resembled that day at the academy when Joma first received the blessing of the god of the sword. He needed to understand what this was. The scene was absolutely identical, yet just as incomprehensible. Joma realized he was gradually getting closer to the truth. He had just a little more to go. Just a little bit. Someone's hand rested on the boy's shoulder. Last time, he had felt a finger touching him. But suddenly a message announced that due to external interference, the connection was being forcibly interrupted. Joma gasped for air. He desperately wanted to know the truth. The young man managed to read the last message. Chop and cut everything, whatever it may be. Joma woke up to find Ryoji shaking his shoulder. The girl said that the guy had been sleeping soundly and grumbling constantly in his sleep. She had barely managed to wake him up. Actually, he should be grateful to her. After all, if Reiji hadn't woken him up, he would have started tomorrow right in the lecture hall. Joma still looked very strange. It seemed like he might start crying at any moment. Joma found himself sitting on a bench, as if he had just arrived at the academy for the first time. Reiji tried to calm him down, asking what he had dreamed about. It must have been something sad. Unfortunately, he couldn't remember anything. He only knew that he had definitely seen something strange. He felt really embarrassed because he'd fallen asleep in the classroom and then started crying on top of that. His friends found Joma sitting on a bench. Today, he was the first to arrive at the meeting. The guys all looked at their friend with kind and sympathetic eyes. For several days now, there had been talk at the academy that someone had targeted Kan Joma right in the middle of the exam. Reiji was sure it was all because the guy was ranked first. That's why his competitors were jealous of him. Reiji didn't want to hear that the students who hadn't taken first place were against Joma. Weapon told his friend to stop thinking she was so smart because there would be a written exam next week, and then they'd all understand. Reiji covered her ears with her hands, saying that Weapon's chatter was about to make her ears bleed. Joma exchanged glances with Chloe. They didn't understand why a fight had broken out between the two of them. Joma asked his friend how she was feeling. He noticed that Chloe was standing apart from the others. Chloe replied that she was feeling better, but she was afraid of infecting someone, so she was keeping her distance. Joma turned to Sake, saying that she already understood. The whole situation was very confusing. Joma had tried to figure it out on his own, but so far to no avail. The girl was furious. She leaned toward Joma and repeated syllable by syllable, "Ryoji." The girl looked Joma in the eyes and, now calmer, said her name, Ryoji. Joma repeated once more that she should be called only Ryoji. The girl was satisfied, and now they could continue discussing the matter. Wappen said he had compiled a list of known facts that should help clarify the situation. First, the academy elders are hunting for Joma. Second, the female instructor the guard mentioned looks something like this. She is a tall woman with purple hair and pink eyes. These details should make it possible to find her. Of course, they could have hired assassins, but such a request to track down a woman would have seemed very suspicious, and the auditor's clan would surely have rejected it. Reiji thought about the female instructor. She was certain she'd seen her somewhere before, which was why she'd hacked into the academy's security system. After that, Reiji checked all the instructors and their chief assistants. There were about 500 people in total. Among them was one female instructor with a matching physical description, but when she checked her identity, the system returned an error. Joma was amazed when he realized that Ryoji was capable of doing such things. The girl replied that during the Fourth Industrial Revolution, such skills had become a necessity. The Academy's security system was one of the best in the world, so she had to wait for the most vulnerable time, early morning. Reiji never got enough sleep anyway, but now she was even more exhausted. That was exactly why the beauty was constantly sleeping in class. Joma realized that this girl was practically a ghost who could walk through walls, since she had even found out his phone number, even though he hadn't given it to anyone. At this point, the guys found themselves at a dead end again. They wouldn't be able to storm in on the elder with threats. Of course, Joma could take the risk, but that would only make things worse. All the guys agree with Vapen. They couldn't act so straightforwardly. They needed to be more cunning. With that in mind, Vapan suggested starting their own club. Joma and the others didn't understand at all what a club had to do with this, or how it could help them. At the academy, clubs are funded, and members are granted the right to move freely outside the academy. Since social interaction among students is highly valued, club members are granted special privileges. One of these privileges is that clubs are considered official academy organizations. In other words, simply by joining a club, every member receives the academy's protection, whereas ordinary students don't get that. Reiji also believed that the club would provide additional protection against enemies both inside and outside the academy. One of the game's elements is the Wonderful Blessing. This is the club system. Since the game takes place within the academy, members had access to their own rooms, which they were allowed to furnish with furniture and decorative items. In addition, other characters were invited to the club to strengthen friendships. This was a mandatory element of such games, thanks to which many wallets were emptied. Basically, it was called the placement system. Joma didn't have time for that, so he wasn't very interested in clubs, but who knew that now he'd be able to get real use out of a club? Joma asked what the mandatory requirements were for creating a club. It turned out they were minimal. You needed at least 5 members, and then you could submit an application. Joma immediately realized they were 1 member short, but besides that, another question was on Joma's mind. Were his friends really planning to join the club? Hearing this, Wappen was almost offended because it was obvious. He wouldn't have suggested the club if he didn't plan to join it. Chloe was also sure that this would help Joma, and Reiji owed him a favor for his help in the dungeon. But after all, the club needed someone with a brain. The older Joma got in his past life, the more often he encountered a calculating attitude toward himself. But these guys at the academy simply trust and follow him, knowing practically nothing about the situation, and this is happening in a world where there is a huge gap between the rich and the poor. These realizations greatly delighted and inspired Joma. He sincerely thanked his friends for their support. After that, everyone set about coming up with a name for the club. Chloe suggested naming the club Memories of Murder and making its goal the eradication of corruption. Weepin thought that was going too far and that they needed to find a more neutral name. Reiji suggested simply calling the club the Squad of Valor. Anyway, what does the name matter? We could just write some nonsense, couldn't we? After that, the group spent a considerable amount of time going through different options and regularly cutting each other off. Finally, Joma suggested naming the club the Travel Club, They would explore dungeons and travel. The guy himself already realized that it all sounded a bit strange. However, the guys supported their friend on this as well. They agreed unanimously and didn't even argue. All that remained was to find a faculty advisor who would be in charge of the club. But there was a written exam at the academy next week, so it was better to take care of this in advance. Wapin also confirmed that a supervisor was needed immediately, because without one, it was impossible to start the club. Reiji admitted that this was the biggest problem. The advisor had to be at least a professor. Chloe suggested asking a professor from the Department of Medical Care. He's very popular and kind. Wapin suggested asking Professor Damien, but he's a very busy man and is unlikely to agree. However, they had no other candidates. Despite the large number of faculty members, there were few professors. Moreover, they needed to select specifically those who taught first-year students. So, although clubs were encouraged, the system was quite contradictory. Reiji asked if Joma might have someone in mind. The guy asked if a rank higher than professor would be suitable for this position. Reiji confirmed that this was also a suitable option. However, there were almost no such people at the academy. But Joma said he had a potential candidate in mind and showed his phone. The students' eyes widened in disbelief when they saw the contact's name saved in Joma's phone. It wasn't every day that students had the phone numbers of such people. One of the conditions for establishing the club was that the club president had to submit the application in person. So Kang Joma went to the secretariat himself to register the club. The secretary looked at the boy suspiciously, not believing that he was the club's founder. Joma sensed the school employee's disdain. It annoyed him. But the young man held his tongue and said that if all the formalities were in order, the club could be established. However, the secretary explained that to apply to start a club, a sponsor was required, and it seemed the young man didn't have one. Joma tried to speak politely to the girl. He didn't understand what she meant. However, the academy staff member didn't realize that he hadn't understood. Does this kid seriously think that even one teacher would agree to be the advisor for a club created by a special student if he's unlucky in terms of background? He should at least have a brain, the secretary thought. The academy had hit rock bottom, and Joma would have loved to use the effective communication techniques he'd learned in the restaurant business when dealing with unpleasant types. But for now, it was better to refrain from unnecessary remarks. Even though he really wanted to, he still had to hold back. Joma picked up the phone and dialed the number, saying that he was currently at the academy's administration office and wanted to submit an application to start a club. However, the administration staff member refused to accept the application without a live advisor present. The person on the other end of the line said he was nearby and could come over. Although, of course, all of this was incredibly brazen, there was no arguing with that. The secretary was furious. This freshman had no idea where he was, what these calls were about, and he had no right to use the phone here. Joma asked the girl to just follow procedure, since the supervisor was already on his way to the office. But the girl wouldn't calm down. She said the young man was very insolent and most likely had found a rich patron to take him under his wing. The thing is, this little upstart simply doesn't know who she is. But she's the cousin of the rector's close friend, and if she so much as hints at it, at that, Joma turned around and faced away from the furious secretary, who thought this idiot had no clue what was going on. The girl continued to yell at the entire secretariat, and it was too loud and unbearable. Joma longed to get out of there as soon as possible. Seeing that no one was afraid of her, the secretary was simply furious. She couldn't understand how this good-for-nothing student dared to behave this way. Joma calmly replied that the girl was now showing her true colors and could keep going in the same vein. He wasn't afraid of her. At that moment, the door to the secretariat flew open, and a chair flew across the room at tremendous speed. All the girls working at the other desk froze in horror and surprise. The insolent and ill-mannered secretary turned pale when she saw who had entered the office. The director of the Media Academy stood before her staff. She was the advisor to Kana Joma's club. The woman greeted the young man. Joma apologized to media, but she replied that for such trifles and requests, she was ready to rush to the ends of the earth. Tears streamed down the secretary's face. She frantically repeated Kana Joma's name and finally realized that he was this year's top freshman. Media told Joma to leave his documents with her and go to class, since the freshman would have a written exam next week. After that, Joma said goodbye to the advisor and left. The academy director sat down in her chair, preparing to listen to excuses and a ton of apologies regarding the events that had taken place. The secretary began to sob, apologize, and say that there had been some kind of misunderstanding. She hadn't quite understood, but of course she would never have done anything wrong. Media didn't want to hear any excuses. She was certain that the girl had insulted Yoma by reminding him of his lowly origins. But she herself, the academy director, along with the Sword Emperor Siegfried, had chosen this boy as their successor. The academy director gave the secretarial staff member just 5 minutes to write a letter of resignation. It was a letter of resignation at her own request, effective as of the date indicated below. And so the secretary's career came to an end. Later, media sent a message to Yoma saying that the registration had gone through successfully, but they needed to add one more member to the club, and the employee who had been rude earlier had already been fired. Yoma thanked the director for everything, saying he'd stop by her office sometime. However, media insisted he come to her office today after class. Yoma opened the creaky door and peeked inside. It was very hot in the room. The blacksmith was busy working, the fire was blazing in the forge, and the heat was unbearable. The man asked him to wait just a moment. Yoma looked at the blacksmith and noted that for the first time, he looked like a real blacksmith. It was unclear what was going through his mind, but for Yoma, as a former player, the blacksmith was a character who inspired both love and hate. Although the hatred had grown since the last incident, Yoma still felt sorry for the blacksmith. Bavilant was a blacksmith and one of the main NPCs responsible for almost everything related to weapons in the game. He was both a curse and a blessing, capable of taking a hit for any player. Yoma, as a future player, had spent very little money on the game, but he understood why those who spent large sums of money on the game practically worshipped the blacksmith. He had the power to create very sturdy weapons, help defeat someone, or completely ruin a player's weapon. Although most people called him rude, Yoma himself cursed the blacksmith when he turned his B-rank sword into an E-rank sword. By this time, the blacksmith had finished his work and asked what the guy was thinking about. Yoma replied that the blacksmith simply reminded him of an acquaintance. The blacksmith liked this compliment, as he considered himself very handsome and strong. Finally, the blacksmith showed Yoma the weapon. Now it was brand new and even had special features added. The weapon was a sashimi version of the Murasame sword. It lay on the table and looked simply perfect. It was immediately clear that this blade was capable of cutting through anything. Yoma jumped up in surprise and called the blacksmith Saint Bavilant. But the blacksmith was startled by such a reaction and preferred to simply part ways with him as a good friend. After that, Yoma sat down on a bench to check his stats again. It turned out that his painless blessing had increased to 50 seconds. Considering the upcoming dungeons, this was excellent news. Considering that the extra time would be combined with another blessing, it turned out to be quite good. Yoma used to complain that he had a useless ability, but now he realized that the blessing perfectly complemented everything else. Yoma examined his new blade again. He remembered that the blacksmith had recommended he check something. The boy loaded the sword into his stats, and it turned out that the new blade was now a D-rank weapon. The materials used for the repair were of the highest quality, but they had only managed to raise the blade's rank by a single level. Of course, he would have liked the sword to be S-rank. Still, given the circumstances, the fact that Murasame's durability would increase by a full 2 levels in the future was a significant plus. Now it wouldn't crumble to dust so easily. The system asked the player to keep up the good work and also added a new feature. Yoma clicked the button to add the feature, but couldn't quite figure out what it was yet. It turned out that the successful upgrades and growth of his main weapon had granted him 3 special abilities. Special abilities could only be obtained using magic stones and were activated randomly. Yoma realized that now he needed to find some magic stones somewhere. It became clear that peace was nothing but a dream. The man threw the glass against the wall with all his might, and it shattered into tiny pieces. The impact cracked the glass on the portrait frame. The man sat in a dark room, drinking all alone, and then threw empty bottles around him. He didn't know what to do next, and the only option left for him was to get drunk. The man looked at the portrait of his father, whose name was Lyman von Baimhark. His father was one of the heroes of the 7 Stars, known as the Mad Tiger. He had died 40 years ago while organizing a campaign against Basman, the 6th commander of the Legion of Demons. After that, ordinary people glorified the name of Baimhark as a true hero who had given his life for others. Soon after his death, relatives sought to claim the great name of Lyman von Baimhark for themselves. To survive, the boy had to grow up and become just like his tormentors. He turned their plots against one another and forced them to kill themselves. After that, the young man restored the faltering influence that had practically collapsed after his father's death. And when he turned 30, he became the elder of the Joaquin Academy. The man accepted as his destiny the task of guiding an ignorant humanity and strengthening the absolute system of the chosen ones. To control the irrational masses, a common enemy was needed. Demons were perfectly suited for this role. Moreover, this provided justification for all the elder's actions. But change always comes unexpectedly. Leon van Reinhard, a hero born with the power to crush the Demon King. Heaven has indicated that this boy is the chosen one. Of course, the gulf between human and demon powers is vast, and the likelihood of Leon defeating the Demon King is negligible. But there is the progenitor hero, Joaquin, who sealed Riken, the king's right-hand man. If there is a legend, then it is possible in reality. This cannot be allowed to happen. An instructor appeared beside the elder and offered to deal with this insignificant would-be hero. The elder noted that some instructors didn't know their place at all, but as soon as their eyes met, the man immediately realized his utter insignificance in the presence of this woman. A contract directly with a demon commanding a legion was a very serious matter, and the wretch who had renounced her humanity and chosen demonic power was a true villain. The elder thought that he and Leon were enough of a headache, but now this special student had complicated everything, and even the assassin auditors knew nothing. The matter was becoming increasingly complex and confusing. The elder sensed that she was nearby. The demon bowed to the elder in the vault and said she was ready to fulfill his conditions. Thus, Elder Clade von Bainhark ordered the undertakers to be summoned. The girls came to the photo studio to take part in a cover shoot. They were very eager to see how it was done. It turned out that only swords were being photographed around them, and there were no people at all. The girls decided to take a peek into the dressing room. Once inside the dressing room, the girls, of course, stopped by the mirrors and began to fix themselves up. Of course, you always want to look your best, especially when your best and closest friend is right there with you. Abel noticed a kitchen knife lying nearby. The girl knew who the knife belonged to, but she didn't even want to think about that person. Joma was busy writing down a list of demons, stones, and blessings. The young man knew he needed to get his hands on magic stones ASAP. The presence or absence of a magic stone in a weapon was so obvious it was almost laughable. He had 3 slots right away where he could place stones. The only problem was he didn't have any. Magic stones are materials that drop after defeating bosses in certain dungeons. They drop from A-class demon beasts, which were essentially no different from demons. Once again, there was something magical and demonic about it. Joma realized he was having trouble with this. On top of that, Saki was sleeping nearby again. Had she really not slept a wink all night? It had been over a week since the team returned from the Buffalo Dungeon. The key to the stone gates where the boss dwelled was a magic stone, and its source was a giant beast. But someone had already defeated the giant, and the stone was out of reach. Even in the game, the giant was portrayed as a monster that made the earth tremble. However, in comparison, the giant isn't all that powerful. After the game update, even more terrifying creatures appeared, such as the infected basilisk. And the vicious manticore, the Lich King, and the Draugr, all of them were a real disaster. Is it worth putting yourself in such danger for the sake of extra power in your gear? After all, hunting magical beasts and magical stones is Leon's duty. The young man's thoughts were interrupted by Chloe, who asked, "Can I sit next to you?" Chloe had finally recovered and was ready to start studying. But Ryoji was already fast asleep next to Joma. Joma noted that Chloe seemed to have fully recovered and now looked wonderful. Chloe thanked him for the compliment and said that Joma had suffered more than she had, since everything around him had glowed blue at the time. Joma recalled the last battle in which he had nearly died and thought that obtaining magic stones was definitely worth it. Ironically enough, Joma already needed more power. He was forced to give up his peaceful, quiet life at the academy. His goal remained the same. First and foremost, the young man intended to survive. Unexpected variables, which weren't present in the usual game, now pursued him relentlessly, and the familiar plot was constantly being distorted, as if this world refused to leave him alone. Enough time had passed since Joma enrolled in the academy, and soon news would spread of the second war between demons and humans, which would begin in 3 years. To be ready, he had to become stronger. It wasn't a choice, but a necessity. Chloe couldn't sit down because Saki was still fast asleep. With the plot twist, it was impossible to say for sure who would emerge victorious. Besides, it wasn't worth trusting the main character just yet. Vapin tried to wake his friend up to make room for Chloe. Even during the exam, when the kids encountered the mermaid, Leona was taken down with a single attack. Now Wapin was subjected to the same treatment from Saki. It was pure madness, problems on the scale of a global catastrophe, and right next to it, two girls can't even share a chair. Wepin complained to the club president that Saki had hit him. Joma hadn't even noticed when it happened. Wepin decided to ask how things were going with setting up the club. Joma explained that the academy director had registered them. They just needed to find one more member, and then they could get started. So it was too early to say anything for sure. That answer fully satisfied Wapin. He mentioned that, according to rumors, Leon had been on a roll lately and had cleared all the high-level dungeons. Joma thought that Leon had finally started acting like a hero. So for now, there was no need to worry about humanity. Saki also added, stretching gently after her sleep, that yesterday Leon had cleared the A-class dungeon again. And on top of that, the party had been a very small team that had barely managed to clear the C-class dungeon. Wepin didn't understand how Saki knew all the details. Most likely the girl was following the main character, just like all the girls who were in love with him. It seemed as though Wapin's words sounded like some kind of nonsense. Reiji, on the other hand, declared that she didn't like Leon, and that she didn't like him at all anymore. After that, the girl lay down on her desk and fell asleep again. Leon was getting stronger. At this rate, he'd earn the Bolmung sword at the next survival training session on a deserted island. It was surprising how Joma had managed with just a regular fish knife up until now. The guy was amazed at himself. It was just a hypothesis, but perhaps Joma's very existence served as a shield, absorbing all the misfortune directed at the main character. Whenever Joma thought about his role in the game this way, his mood immediately soured. But even if his hypothesis was correct, the young man had no intention of giving up without a fight. For the sake of survival, he was ready to take up arms without hesitation. However, Joma realized that he had neither the reason nor the desire to walk the path of a hero and be the embodiment of good. He wasn't a hero. He was merely trying to survive in this world and cut through whatever stood in his way. Joma fell deep in thought and didn't notice that he had spoken his last words aloud, thereby drawing the attention of his companions. Servants escorted the guests through the long hall to the host's apartments. One of the guys remarked that they were now big shots. If the academy's elder himself had invited them over, maybe it was time to step out of the shadows and conduct their business openly. But the captain told his subordinate to shut up if he didn't want his tongue ripped out. The guy was new and didn't know that the captain couldn't stand the upper echelons of power. But now they were making concessions for the sake of business. It's just hard to turn down a job when they're offering a hefty sum. In reality, everything revolves around money and food. They were promised a fabulous sum and a bonus, but now they just need to shut up and listen to what's said. The servant approached Mr. Clade von Baymark and reported that she had brought the guests. The guests turned out to be villains. Their captain was the predator Ray Shan and two villainous fighters, Farik and Chan Tapan. They were all undertakers and belonged to an alliance of hired assassins. The host thanked the guests for coming from so far away. Ray Shan listened attentively to everything the elder said. Clade continued drinking and told the woman to relay all of this to the operatives. The woman carefully studied the documents regarding the new target. It seemed they had never before been assigned to kill some young boy who looked like a girl. The elder announced that the test would take place next week on a deserted island. It was there that the mercenaries would have to deal with the boy. Each of them would receive an advance of 100 million and afterward a separate bonus. Ray Shan asked the client what they were supposed to do with the body. The elder ordered them to dispose of the body by any convenient means. The island was surrounded by the sea, and the body would make excellent fish food. Finally, the day of the written exam arrived. Joma happily devoured a sandwich while reading about mathematical symbols and all sorts of problems. They also covered the consequences of the French Revolution and a lot of other completely useless information. After doing well on the midterm, there was no point in stressing out too much and aiming for straight A's, but the results would still be posted on the bulletin board. Joma had no intention of stressing too much about this or becoming a model student. But two members of his club consistently took first place, and after all, the president can't be dumber than his subordinates. Suddenly, his studying was interrupted by phone messages. Who on earth was calling him this early in the morning? Reiji reminded Joma that today was exam day. The girl was worried that the boy would eat a proper breakfast. It looked just like a mother's concern. Joma read the message, which said it was best to eat something sweet and preferably healthy too. The young man thought Saki was losing her mind first thing in the morning. Reiji added that in her country, people always eat sweets before an exam. She was surprised that Joma replied to the message so quickly. Reiji was in the mood for a positive conversation, but soon realized that Joma was just making fun of her. She didn't want to put up with Joma's jabs and teasing and planned to give him some advice on how to do better on the written exam. Now the guy realized he couldn't lose to such a ditz who thought of nothing but sweets. Joma wished the girl good luck on the exam, and everyone went to take the written test. After the exam, the group gathered to discuss their answers. Joma immediately realized he had completely failed. Wapin and Saki were locked in a fierce debate. They discussed the answers to the questions and couldn't understand how the phrase, "God is dead," could be interpreted any other way. Chloe wondered about it too. She asked Joma if he had done well on the exam. The guy replied that he had chosen the third answer option everywhere. Even Chloe started laughing at him and said he should have written out detailed answers. How could he have just picked the third option everywhere? Joma explained that there was a task like that in the game, which is why he didn't bother and just chose the third answer. Wapin was very upset. He had hoped he'd done at least better than Chloe. Joma decided to change the subject and asked Chloe how things were going with Knox. It had been a long time, and there had been no word from him. Chloe said that her brother had called her the day before, but she had gone to bed early and hadn't answered the call. Joma asked what time that was. Upon hearing the answer, the young man realized that Chloe had deliberately chosen not to talk to her brother. Chloe said she had gone to bed at 7 o'clock the night before because she had been studying late into the night lately and was very tired by evening. Joma knew that the phone numbers of the entire clan of auditors were strictly classified. If Knox didn't come looking for Joma himself, the only way to find out anything would be through his sister. Although these two relatives still had a strange and strained relationship, he really wished it were different. After all, they were family. At that moment, Vapan had a full-blown meltdown. The guy didn't understand why he'd studied so hard at night, only to make a ton of mistakes now. Saki was simply asking him to admit that they had different levels of intelligence and that he shouldn't even try to outsmart her. Wapin kept sobbing and suffering. It looked strange, but the guys decided not to stop him from suffering a little. Reiji sat down next to Joma and asked, "What are they and Chloe talking about so intently? Is it really true about their romantic relationship?" Chloe immediately blushed. She had really hoped they wouldn't run into each other, and Joma didn't understand why all teenagers thought about only one thing. The young man firmly stated that there was nothing between them, since he had already said so many times. Reiji moved even closer and asked why, in that case, he regularly ignored her messages. Joma's jaw dropped at the accusation. After all, he'd only failed to reply to a message once, and already he was being accused of ignoring her. Chloe, upon hearing about the two of them messaging each other, was furious. It was clear that someone's blood was about to be spilled. Chloe never expected that these two were messaging each other regularly behind her back. The girls were ready to burn each other to ashes with their glares. Joma didn't understand what the hell was going on here. Everything had been fine just a moment ago. What kind of mood swing was this over a simple text exchange? Even Vapin stopped freaking out, shut his mouth, and asked Chloe why she was acting this way. Saki also wanted to know what was going on with Chloe, but Joma simply asked the girl to step aside. Reiji was sure that Joma knew Chloe and must understand what was going on with her. Joma looked at Saki, not understanding what she was up to or what was going on in her head at all. At that moment, Chloe directed her anger at Joma, saying that he hadn't even given her his phone number, yet he was constantly texting with Reiji. Joma tried to calm everyone down and explain that Chloe's number was a secret and couldn't be shared with anyone, so they couldn't text each other. But Chloe suddenly remembered that Joma had promised to be only her prince. Reiji moved even closer to the guy, took his arm and asked, "What's really going on with Chloe?" Joma asked the girl if she knew what a yandere was, but Saki said she didn't know Korean very well and that it was probably something from English. Wepin grabbed his girlfriend by the face, saying that this Japanese girl didn't understand what was going on at all. Chloe was crying because her friend had practically beaten her up in front of everyone, and now they would have to break up, but Wapin was very serious and tense. The situation was extremely unpleasant and unusual, and something had to be done about it. Lately, Joma had stopped studying yandere. He looked at Chloe, who was holding a utility knife in her hands. Chloe now had only one goal in mind. She was going to make Joma look exclusively at her. The guy suggested they talk and not get worked up, but the girl was already beside herself and attacked Joma with the knife. He managed to dodge the blow. Wapin and Reiji watched the scene with horror and surprise. Chloe waved the knife and said that Joma had been constantly upsetting her lately because there were not only her, but also many other girls around him. The young man dodged another blow, now aimed at Saki. And before Chloe could harm the girl, Joma tried to stop her. Chloe insisted that she was ready to do anything for Joma. Finally, the guy managed to grab Chloe and pin her down on the table, suggesting they settle things with words. Chloe squirmed, trying to break free. She didn't want to talk because Joma had never even texted her. What was there to talk about? Joma spoke in a calm, quiet voice. He wanted to communicate only in person. Communication between them through a pile of metal like a phone felt too soulless. Chloe latched onto the phrase "between them" because there really was communication between them. Joma continued to speak to the girl in a calm voice. He felt that he could finally bring her to her senses and needed to calm her yonder down. He thanked Chloe for always thinking of him and pressed his whole body against hers. Gradually, the negative energy began to leave Chloe. Joma reminded her that even in the dungeon, Chloe had always helped him. He was sure he could rely on her, so there was no need to get upset. Finally, Joma felt he could let go of Chloe. She had become a normal person again. The young man thought with relief that this time he had managed to get out of it. Wapin asked the guy how he was feeling, while Reiji watched Joma, amazed by his reaction and behavior. Chloe asked what they would do now. They decided to tidy up the room first, gather the scattered dishes, and wipe up the spilled drinks. Saki and Wapin left the room, both still reeling from the scene that had unfolded before their eyes. The gorgeous sunset sky delighted all the students who had taken their written exam that day. Wapin and Saki couldn't stop thinking about Kang Joma. When it came to Joma, Chloe became too bloodthirsty. Perhaps love had corrupted her. But the most surprising thing was how Joma held onto the knife while talking to Chloe. Although the young man had convinced her with a casual conversation and everything ended well, he remained on guard. Joma was capable of using fear and the threat of violence in an emergency, traits usually attributed to villains. But in this particular situation, it was a clear sign of leadership. Joma didn't lose his composure. He tried to avoid unnecessary bloodshed, but at the same time, he wasn't about to risk his own life. Wapin realized that his new comrade, Kang Joma, was capable of achieving great things. Saki had been Googling something on her phone the whole time. She was completely absorbed in studying the information she'd found. Wapin asked the girl to share what interesting news she had found, but the girl replied that she was just deleting the video because her followers weren't doing what she'd told them to. Saki showed her friend her phone, where her post was. She wasn't a professional blogger, she just did it out of boredom. Wapin read the video's title, "If You Understand How to Communicate with a Yandere." The video had a huge number of views. Perhaps it was a shame to delete it. But Saki said she didn't need it anymore, and now she was cleaning up her videos. Her channel was called Japanese with Saki-chan. Wapin asked if she was really planning to teach Japanese, since nobody needs that these days. But Saki replied that she just picked the name at random, and that he shouldn't make fun of it. Otherwise, she'd beat him up. The next time, the group gathered at the Hoken Academy Library. In a week, they were scheduled to be sent on a survival trip to a deserted island for 3 days and 2 nights. It might seem like they'd be fighting each other one-on-one the whole time, but they were allowed to form groups of up to 4 people. All students were given a detailed itinerary for the trip, something like a school field trip. Survival on the island, distinguishing edible from poisonous plants, Survival by Master Bio-Galax, and a few other books. Joma picked them out from the library shelves. Now it was time to study the information. The academy would test each participant's self-survival skills, though this wouldn't affect their grades in any way. Come to think of it, Joma clearly remembered this part of the story from when he was a player. After all, this is where the hilt of the legendary sword Balmung appears. Besides, this expedition is where feelings begin to blossom between Abel and Leon. Joma hoped he would finally be able to get through this part of the story. It was one of the most exciting events. However, now that he was in the game, Joma had absolutely nothing to envy. After enrolling in the academy, the boy had been through a lot and had started to view everything with more detachment. The academy elders were hunting him down. An unknown instructor, a traitor, recruiting members for his own club. Of course, Abel is very beautiful, but now is not the time for feelings to blossom. Soon everyone would become his enemy, so there was no room for love in this life. But there was something he really needed to deal with. The cursed sword of Balmung. Perhaps that was why Joma attracted him so much, because the guy himself used bladed weapons, and as a former player, he knew the sword's location and its characteristics. However, the search for the fragments of Balmung was the main plot line, and even knowing where all the pieces were, obtaining them was simply impossible. The conditions for obtaining it were that the sword Balmung chose its master itself. It was a kind of miraculous blessing, and Leon had to be chosen to save the world from darkness. It was literally a weapon meant only for a hero. Joma was going to go there with a sashimi knife from a cheap store. You could really feel the difference. So now Joma decided to stop staring at unattainable goals and instead learn everything he needed for the next 3 days. Avalon is an uninhabited island without monsters. Rumor has it that this time, by personal order of the Academy Director, they've been assigned a temporary instructor from the Tigers class, the ultimate master of the sword. Joma understood that he didn't need to worry about unexpected demons, but he wanted to learn more about Avalon itself. The strongest hero of humanity would be accompanying the freshmen on the expedition. Much had already changed from the original game, but at least the kids would get there safely and complete the mission. Joma was rummaging through the bookshelves again, trying to find the right book. In the age of the internet, he had come to the library for more than just survival skills. Ancient secrets were always kept in old books. Joma wanted to find something interesting on the island, and the library books could help him. Avalon is an island in the far west, a place that was constantly changing and shrouded in mystery. In the very center of the island lay an ancient lake called the Queen's Lake. Some peoples considered it the land of origins or paradise, but nowadays the island is uninhabited. The books contained what the boy already knew. Would he really have to comb through the entire library before finding the information he needed? Joma was deeply engrossed in the book when he heard a voice addressing him. Standing next to him was the main character himself, Leon, who greeted the young man, noting that Joma was also spending time in the library today. Everyone in the library was thrilled to see the two most famous guys in one place. Joma noticed the book Leon was holding. It was an introduction to magic. Apparently, Leon was trying to analyze his weaknesses, which had nearly gotten him killed on the island. But now wasn't the time for the hero to be sitting around in the library. Joma couldn't even believe that Leon was standing right in front of him. Leon asked what book Joma was reading. The guy replied that he had an exam on Avalon Island next week. Joma decided to spend his time in the library studying relevant literature to prepare. Leon noted that the young man was very diligent and spent all his time studying and improving his skills and knowledge. Joma really was constantly busy. He trained, explored dungeons, studied magical beasts, and knew that war would soon begin. He had to do everything possible, if only for his own sake. Joma replied that he simply wanted to be ready for anything. Leon repeated that phrase of to be ready for anything and added that they were, after all, completely different. Joma watched Leon's actions. They didn't differ much from what was in the game, but the impression the guy gave was completely different. This Leon wasn't like the one the young man knew from the story. There was always a shadow of sadness and anxiety on Leon's face. Then he said goodbye to Joma, noting that the library would close soon. It was already evening, and Joma needed to be careful on his way back. Joma also wished Leon good luck and thought that perhaps this was the moment for the hero upon whose shoulders the fate of humanity rested. It seemed as if light and darkness were pressing down on his shoulders like stone slabs, and Leon was forced to carry this cross to the end. Joma decided to find the information he needed as quickly as possible so he could make it before closing time and wouldn't have to come back to the library again. The next day, a survival training session on a deserted island was held at the training stadium. Rachel and Abel said everyone was there. Rachel added that it was always hard to get in touch with Saki. In addition, little Chloe was there too. The girls greeted each other and noted that Abel had shown up as well. Abel asked Saki if she had prepared well for practice. Saki replied that she had done everything as usual, which meant perfectly. Rachel watched the girls' conversation, enjoying their eagerness to pull each other's hair out. Rachel noted that Saki had so unexpectedly and without warning switched to another class. It seemed like it was much more fun there. The girl claimed it was an official transfer, so she didn't see the point in talking about it. But now Rachel noted that they had no choice but to watch from the sidelines. Saki not only returned after the battle with the Buffaloes, but was also actively participating in the club. Rachel was furious that Saki would be spending 3 days and 2 nights training on the island with Joma. Saki calmly replied to Rachel that Joma would be participating in the survival challenge alone, without his club. Chloe added that Joma wanted to try acting on his own. This news made Rachel very happy. She literally came alive, wanting to make sure Chloe wasn't mistaken. Rachel couldn't believe her ears. She could finally relax and breathe a sigh of relief. It turned out that none of the women present would be joining Joma for this 3-day survival training. Saki wanted to figure out what Rachel was hinting at, and Abel also suspected that her blonde friend had something up her sleeve. Rachel thought about how Joma had said he wanted to be alone, but hadn't mentioned a word about not wanting anyone to follow him. Rachel, the most straightforward of all the girls, declared that all the ladies present would, of course, have one thing on their minds, so she proposed a fair game called Rachel's Game. A few words in that sentence literally grated on the ears. Fair game and Rachel's Game seemed completely incompatible and didn't even fit in the same sentence. Rachel explained that all the girls knew the landscape and surroundings of Avalon Island were constantly changing, and even if you teleported through the portals, you'd still end up in a random place. It would be difficult even to simply meet up with each other. That was the whole point of the training. You had to find your own method for assembling a team. Everyone was eager to hear the gist of it. The gist of the game was this. For the next 3 days, Joma would be on his own, and the rest of the girls would stay out of the picture and be understanding about it. Saki, Chloe, and Abel's mouths dropped open in surprise. On the other hand, this was a chance to finally get Joma and stop fighting with the other girls over him. Rachel suggested that the girl who found Joma decide for herself what to do next. Seduce him, flirt with him, or just court him, but not get in the other's way. It sounded pretty fun. Chloe was sure she'd win this time for sure, and Saki wanted to know how the verification would work. Maybe they'd have to post a photo. Although Abel blushed with embarrassment, she really liked the idea of finding Joma first and having him all to herself. The image of Joma, who had outshone her on the exam and become her favorite, constantly lingered in Abel's mind. Rachel realized that everyone was ready to accept the rules of the game. All that remained was to secure the support of the main princess, Abel. Abel looked around at her friends and said she couldn't waste time on such nonsense, so she wouldn't be participating in the game. Rachel wasn't particularly upset. Then the three of them would play, and that would increase their chances of landing Joma. Abel turned and left her friends. Rachel was sure the girl had a lot of special training, and Chloe noted that Abel was very diligent. Joma had no idea that all this time his fate had been in the girl's hands. He felt tired because he'd spent the whole previous night in the library. The young man had studied every possible book and made notes on his phone. Although Avalon wasn't a zone where magical beasts appeared, the director had told him to take at least minimal protection. Media asked if her favorite student had packed a first aid kit and appropriate clothing, everything necessary to ensure he wouldn't be uncomfortable on the island. Joma thought the headmistress was acting like a mother, but then decided she was probably more like a caring grandmother. Joma noticed a teacher standing near one of the students. The woman had purple hair. According to the guard, she was a female instructor of average height with purple hair and pink eyes. It's unclear what this woman has in mind, but if she's hunting Joma, it's easy to cover her tracks on an island with an ever-changing landscape. However, the island's effect could also work against her. Joma didn't like using weapons against people, but he also didn't want to die. The young man remembered that Vapon had a composite sketch of this female instructor. It was hardly possible to identify anyone from a sketch. Purple hair, a strange gaze, short stature, and a sturdy build. Joma didn't understand how anyone could be found based on that description, especially since he had already seen at least 3 women with purple hair. Joma hadn't had time to focus on the search when he heard someone calling his name. He turned around. The Sword Emperor was wearing a Hawaiian shirt. He said that Joma hadn't been slacking off on his training lately. The Emperor's granddaughter was walking beside him. Siegfried said, "When natural talent is backed by diligence, the result isn't just added up, it's multiplied. But rest is important too. Without it, the body won't hold up." Siegfried wished Joma to truly enjoy this training session. Joma thanked him for the wish and hoped that Siegfried would have a big catch. The Sword Emperor spat in response to ward off bad luck, and also prepared to set off for the island. Following her grandfather, Abel walked past Joma. The young people exchanged glances. Joma watched the beauty walk away and thought that she would soon have a boyfriend. So Abel would have to wait a little while, and soon she would be smiling again. Joma didn't sense any danger, but at that moment Saki suddenly pounced on him. Taken by surprise, Joma smacked her on the forehead. The girl said she was just joking and asked why he had to hit her right away. Joma apologized for his behavior. He'd sensed movement and struck out unconsciously. It was just that he'd often reacted that way with Chloe in such situations. Saki retorted that her forehead wasn't a punching bag. She'd come to wish the guy good luck, and he'd immediately tried to start a fight. The girl, hurt, turned and walked away with tears in her eyes. Joma couldn't understand what had happened to her. Lately, Saki had almost stopped sleeping during class and was constantly hanging around Joma. If he didn't respond, she became even more unbearable. The young man didn't understand what exactly attracted her to him, but Saki was one of the main characters, and Joma didn't want to get any closer to anyone than necessary. At that moment, the portal to the anomalous space on Avalon Island activated. Everyone needed to be careful and have fun. This time, they only needed to find what was necessary to pass through. Everything was calm and problem-free. Joma prepared to pass through the spatial gate and heard that the hero's blessing would come with him. The young man transported himself to the island. An incredibly beautiful view, bathed in lilac light, opened up before him. A year had already passed since Joma had arrived in this world, but he still marveled at it. And now, many years later, Joma realized he was in a fantasy world, the sacred land of Avalon, and before him stood the apple tree of beginnings. The boy decided to put sightseeing on hold for later, because survival training on the uninhabited island had already begun. Saki was focused and determined to win the battle for Joma. Chloe had no intention of losing this time, and Vapin wanted to finally become as strong as his comrade. On the map of Avalon, which Joma had photographed in the library, the location of the Blessing of Rebirth, which could be obtained on the island, was marked. When Joma compared this map with his memories from playing the game, he understood a lot. It seemed that this blessing was located somewhere near the boulder, in the central part of the island, close to the lake. So he needs to head toward where the world tree grows, traversing rocky terrain and the forest. That could take as long as 3 days. Plus, the Academy assigned a task to search the island for orbs scattered throughout the area. Simply put, it's a treasure hunt game, like on school field trips. The more orbs you find, the higher your grade. Plus, they can be used as materials for upgrades. So, Joma decided to combine business with pleasure and double-check some of the information in BioGalax's book. To survive on this island, he could use a secret weapon, a machete he'd bought in the outdoor section of a supermarket. He had acquired this special weapon to complete tasks. It was better to keep the machete at the ready so that the blessing of painlessness wouldn't go to waste. The young man sliced through the air with the long blade, imagining how he would strike his opponent in case of danger. The handle was quite comfortable, but still somewhat unusual. This was due to the machete's length. Joma wasn't worried. If worst came to worst, he could always use his favorite sashimi knives. Joma was moving across the island when a white hare jumped out from behind a bush toward him. The young man decided to try the kleta as food and was about to roast the hare over a fire. However, upon seeing the true size of this gigantic creature, Joma realized he didn't need that much food. He thought that since he had already defeated buffalo in his life, he would have absolutely no trouble handling a rabbit. Joma prepared to attack and was about to activate the sword's blessing, but at the last moment realized that for some reason it wouldn't activate, and the giant hare's snout was already very close. This fantasy world was full of surprises. Abel watched the scene unfold with surprise and curiosity. She, too, was eager to visit the island of Avalon. An absolutely adorable, small, and delicate rabbit sat on the path under a bush. The girl understood that this was most likely her meal, but the rabbit was truly very cute. Abel wanted to pet the little rabbit. It was probably scared right now, not knowing where its mother was. Still, the rabbit was too cute, and it was hard to imagine that she would have to eat it. The girl reached out to touch the gentle creature, but the nasty, vicious rabbit jabbed her with its 2 sharp claws. She screamed in pain, then rushed after the vicious rabbit she had simply wanted to pet. Abel decided that perhaps it was for the best and would test the results of her training. Even though the rabbit was ordinary, cute, and small, it was moving at a crazy speed. Abel noticed that the animal had sped up even more, as if it were some kind of creature hiding its true power, and now catching the rabbit had become a major challenge. But no matter how fast this rabbit was, it wouldn't stand a chance against the sword of Nibelung. The girl was already counting on the rabbit ending up in her hands. She leaped off the ground and was about to catch up to the animal in a single bound. But suddenly the landscape began to change, and Abel found herself in a completely different place with a new terrain. The girl fell from a height into the lake, and only the splash of water could be heard around her. Abel sank deeper and deeper. She could do nothing and simply sank to the bottom like a stone. Abel's gaze was resigned and sad. The beauty silently sank into the depths of the water, realizing that no one knew where she was, and that rescue was unlikely to come. Before her eyes closed forever, she saw a rabbit sitting on the shore of the pond, staring into the water. The next moment, instead of the rabbit, the girl saw Kang Joma's face, and now she didn't even understand who exactly had led her into this trap. The darkness grew ever thicker. The sun and light could not penetrate the depth of the water. Abel was left alone with the watery element and could offer no resistance. Meanwhile, Joma was trying to chase the rabbit, but so far he had had no success. All his efforts seemed futile. He noted that he had spent so much time on physical training, but without the blessing, the young man felt like a complete nobody. In his past life, Joma had been confident in his physical fitness, but now some rabbit was literally laughing at his attempts to catch up with the animal. At some point, the young man decided it was better to go hungry than to waste his strength, and said he was letting the rabbit go. The animal could leave. The giant rabbit smiled with its cute little face, bared its teeth, and said that its pursuer was a sucker. Joma decided not to skimp on the blessing. He pulled his sashimi knife from its sheath, and the blessing of the god of the sword activated. The sun gently illuminated the island, filtering through the treetops. Rachel was in a great mood. She was leaping across the island in huge bounds, as if she were being carried in someone's arms. Rachel hoped that today her saga with Joma would finally come to an end, and she would get him all to herself. Finally, the girl landed in a clearing. It seemed to her that she had been walking in circles, and she had the impression that Rachel had already been here. The girl was sure that today would be called Rachel's game. But what was she supposed to do now that she was lost and had no idea which way to go? Just then, a huge black bird flew high in the sky, blocking out the sun for a few moments with its wings. Rachel thought that the black bird had a lot in common with Joma's black hair, which meant it was a sign. Rachel knew that crows love anything shiny, and if she ran after the bird, she might run into Joma. She decided that spending time thinking was a waste of time. She needed to act, and eventually something would come of it. Having made up her mind, the beauty leaped high into the air, hoping to find Joma soon. Saki and Ryoji moved quietly across the island, and at one point, they thought they heard Rachel's voice. Finding no one there, Saki decided to check if she had packed everything. Her bag contained food, snacks, a blanket, and a cardigan. Only one item was missing from her arsenal. Saki had to admit that she hadn't had Joma for some time now. She thought about him regularly. Since Saki had decided to play along, she couldn't stay on the sidelines. She analyzed what had washed her up on the island's shore. She decided to set a goal, taking into account the landscape. The only constant on the island was the world tree. Judging by Joma's personality, he'd most likely hatched a plan on his own and headed to the sparsely populated center of the island. Saki didn't feel like doing anything, but she had no choice. She wanted to see the guy, and she couldn't let the other girls take him away. Reiji firmly decided that when she met Joma, she would pay him back in kind and set off in search of her beloved tormentor. The first night had arrived. The starry sky offered no comfort because terrifying sounds of the forest were coming from the bushes. The faces of the predatory wolves were terrifying. Their open jaws, filled with sharp teeth and glowing eyes, could scare anyone. Anyone who wasn't Chloe Auditor might have been frightened, but the girl sliced these dangerous predators to pieces with a light swing of her sword. Chloe saw no danger in them. She longed to meet Joma on the island as soon as possible. Chloe moved across the island at tremendous speed, determined to find Joma before anyone else so that he would look only at her. Suddenly, the girl sensed someone's presence ahead. Of course, it could have been anyone, but Chloe believed it was Joma. Without even noticing her feet beneath her, she rushed toward the fire glowing behind the trees, certain that her dream and life's goal had been achieved. Joma was sitting by the fire. A piece of meat was roasting on a spit made of sticks. The boy had butchered a rabbit, and now he wouldn't have any trouble finding food. He planned to turn the leftovers into jerky. The young man heard a noise that didn't sound like an animal. Perhaps someone was hunting him, so Joma couldn't let his guard down. He sensed the stranger approaching, coming almost directly toward him and making no attempt to hide. Joma had to pull out his sashimi knife. Fortunately, he had saved the blessing for the very end of the evening, and now he could use it to defend himself. Chloe was approaching, oblivious to what lay ahead. The girl stretched out her arms and, shouting, "Joma!" ran out from behind the trees into the clearing. The encounter turned out to be unexpected and thoroughly unpleasant. The fair-haired and the petite one came face to face in the night forest of Avalon Island. The girls looked at each other with obvious hatred and irritation. They didn't understand why fate had brought them together on this patch of land. Joma managed to stop his hand at the last moment before his sashimi knife plunged into the body of the beautiful Abel von Nibelung. The girl looked at the boy with eyes full of surprise, fear, and love. She didn't even realize she had nearly died, yet at the same time had achieved her goal. She was the first to reach Joma. The young people couldn't find the words. They looked at each other, experiencing a full range of emotions, from surprise to pleasant feelings. Eventually, hunger took center stage. They moved toward the fire. Abel looked at the meat roasting over the flames and thought that Joma certainly wouldn't go hungry. Joma handed the girl a warm blanket. She remembered the rabbit she hadn't been able to catch, and once again felt that she had lost to Joma. She felt hurt, ashamed, and cold. Sad, she sat and stared at her feet. Joma brought the rabbit skin he'd recently acquired and covered the girl with it, saying it would help her warm up. A heavy, oppressive silence fell between the young people. They both wanted to say something, but they avoided each other. Abel berated herself for not resisting the smell of roasting meat. She should have simply turned around and left, but now the girl felt the warmth and it felt good. Abel was about to stand up, but suddenly let out a sharp cry of pain. She hadn't even noticed when she'd injured her ankle, and an open wound had formed on her leg. She didn't have time to react. She just pulled her injured leg back. Joma was already sitting in front of her. He took her leg, removed her boot, and declared that if they left things as they were, it would only get worse. He pulled his tie off his neck and began treating the girl's leg. Abel watched him, unable to utter a word. The leg was wrapped in the tie and secured to a small board. Joma had made a sort of splint to immobilize the ankle. When the treatment was finished, the young man asked why Abel was all alone on the island. Of course, she could have told him the truth about how the girls had decided to find Joma and win him over, and how the other participants in Rachel's game had admitted defeat. But Abel said she wanted to do something on her own, and besides, it was easier to be alone. Joma understood the girl perfectly, because he felt exactly the same way. Abel was even a little ashamed. In fact, she was deceiving the guy, and before that, she had deceived her friends. However, that didn't stop her from capturing proof of her victory, and she pulled her phone out of her pocket. She took a selfie with Joma grilling meat by the campfire in the background. The photo was immediately sent to the girls' group chat and caused a sensation. Saki was furious. Abel, who had said she wouldn't participate, turned out to be a bratty little thing. Rachel realized that Abel had been pretending to be quiet and went on the offensive herself. Chloe was simply livid. At that moment, Joma finished cooking dinner and treated Abel to a rabbit kebab. The evening was going wonderfully. Everything seemed to suggest that feelings might be developing between the young people. However, both remained reserved and pensive. Finally, Abel asked the question that had been bothering her for a long time. She asked Joma how he had become so strong. Joma knew that his strength was limited to just 1 minute, while the blessing lasted. And yet, during his time at the academy, he had gone through a real hell. He replied that it was probably thanks to his great teacher, who had taught him how to wield bladed weapons. Abel, too, had spent her whole life learning to wield a sword from her famous grandfather, and was convinced she knew more about weapons than anyone else. But now the girl realized that there was a master she had never heard of. Abel wanted to know what kind of family he came from, and what exactly he had taught Joma. Joma, of course, couldn't say that he was a chef, and replied that he had come to understand a lot lately. It isn't always the strongest who wins. Most often the one who doesn't give up, who endures and survives, that is the truly strong person. Abel pondered Joma's words. They seemed a little strange to her, and she tried to analyze them. These phrases sounded pretentious and even old-fashioned. Usually older people spoke that way. Abel couldn't help herself and burst out laughing. She said the answer sounded cliché, and now she couldn't stop laughing, because Joma spoke almost exactly like her grandfather. The girl remembered their first conversation on the bench, the only time they'd talked to each other for so long. Joma didn't particularly like those memories and tried to shut her up by offering her another skewer. Abel gladly accepted the treat. The meat was delicious and filling, and she felt warmth and calm. Waking up in the morning, Abel looked around and realized she was lying on an air mattress, covered with a warm rabbit skin. The fire had gone out, and there was no one nearby. Joma had left without saying a word or saying goodbye, but he had left food for Abel. The girl recalled the events of the previous night, how she had found Joma, how he had treated her injured leg, and then warmed and fed her. Tears streamed from her eyes, and she didn't understand what had caused them. Why, at certain times in life, tears just flow on their own. She was moved by another person's concern. After all, Abel had spent her whole life trying to handle all her problems on her own, regardless of what was happening around her. Even when she wanted to cry, she held back her tears and never believed she had the right to emotions appropriate for her age. She understood. Such was the fate of one who had inherited the name of the Nibelung, and this stranger treated her with care. Even now, Abel envied anyone who showed her selfless kindness. After she finished crying, the girl thought that there were still 2 whole days left, and tears wouldn't help her now. Abel took out her sword, put a boot on her foot, which had almost healed, and decided she had to catch up with Joma. With a firm stride, calm and self-assured, clad in the pelt of a giant rabbit, Abel set out to conquer this world. Joma got up early in the morning and left the campsite without saying goodbye to his guest. The young man walked through the forest, feeling the cool of the night and the heat of the morning. He thought about Abel. She was truly beautiful. She had probably already woken up. Joma didn't understand why Abel was so hostile toward him, but most likely it was part of her nature. She had grown up in a family that valued pride and honor. The night before, when a frightened Abel approached him, he had unexpectedly shown kindness. But it wasn't love at all. The girl's pitiful appearance simply hadn't left him indifferent. Joma saw nothing wrong with a simple act of kindness, and with that thought, he stepped out to the edge of the forest. Although his course veered slightly off course, overall everything was going according to plan. Joma slid down toward the mountainside. He knew that today was the day Abel and Leon were supposed to start getting closer. That's how it was in the game he'd played in his past life. Joma came out onto flat ground and began looking around. The young man hoped that Abel, being in love, wouldn't give his cloak to Leon. That would be upsetting, since the rabbit fur cloak was his personal possession. However, he decided that the time for silly thoughts was over, and he needed to find the blessing before sunset. The blessing of rebirth was a guardian-level spirit, 1 rank below the blessing of teleportation. It enhanced regeneration and served as the perfect boost for a guardian. Only a spellcaster could use it, but for Joma, the bearer of the blessing of movement, this restriction did not apply. Even a damaged sashimi knife could be partially restored. Of course, the restoration wasn't perfect. This blessing couldn't regrow, say, a severed arm, but it healed wounds perfectly. In the game, this blessing was considered a hidden item and did not affect the development of the main character, Leon. Leon would eventually surpass everyone in strength anyway, so the absence of a single blessing wouldn't make him weaker. Thinking this way, Joma climbed to the top of the plateau. Everything looked completely different than on the game screen. It was some kind of rock, and now he had to make his way there all day until sunset. But looking down from the summit, the young man was convinced he had found what he was looking for. He looked at the ruins. The blessing of rebirth was hidden there. However, something else was glimmering nearby. The blessing couldn't be glowing. It must be hidden. Closer up, Joma saw a sphere. It was quite large and glowing. Perhaps this was another bonus. He had come for one thing, but ended up getting 2. Joma realized that luck was finally on his side, for up until now, his life had been pretty rough. He approached the ruins. At first, he planned to take the sphere and then look for the rest, hoping to finish everything before nightfall. But as soon as Joma approached the sphere, the huge, sturdy feet holding it snapped. He froze in place, trying to figure out what was happening. One thing was clear. Nothing good was to be expected, but the boy didn't yet understand exactly where the danger lay. At that moment, a man emerged from the darkness. He said he hadn't expected anyone to venture this far, and that Joma had definitely not come here just for a walk. The man asked why Joma was here. Had he really come for that sphere? It turned out to be the game's main character, Leon van Reinhardt. Leon wanted to know why Joma had come for the sphere, or if he had some other purpose. Joma didn't want to reveal the truth and replied that he had simply seen the glowing sphere from afar and decided to take it for himself. Leon calmed down upon hearing that Joma had come only for the orb, but said that now the young man must try to take it by defeating Leon. Leon was an interesting character. Half the world celebrated his birthday, and the hero's certificate found its rightful owner. But Joma didn't understand what was going on because Leon was supposed to be with Abel. It was the day of an important plot twist. So why was Leon, sword in hand, getting ready to fight? Joma thought that perhaps he had accidentally interrupted the young couple's date. But nothing had happened between him and Abel that night. And even if he had found out about the previous night's stay, that wouldn't be a reason for a fight. Joma hadn't shown any interest in the girl. He had simply been kind. However, Leon was in a very serious mood and was swinging his sword, expressing his impatience. Joma noticed the sword and realized that Leon had already found Balmung, but the sword's condition and form were incomplete. Balmung was the most sinister and powerful demonic sword in the world. A blue gemstone was set in its hilt. It served as a catalyst that imbued the sword with holiness and neutralized magical power. It was an ether stone. But since Balmung itself was created by magic, even neutralization with the ether stone did not eliminate the influence of the user's character on the sword. Therefore, in the game, Balmung could become either a demonic or a sacred sword. Leon emphasized that Joma should treat their battle as mere sparring. Joma knew that Leon didn't even possess the realm of consciousness. He was just acting like a madman. Joma didn't think it was serious. However, Leon declared that he couldn't lie, and now they were about to face off in a duel. Joma realized that this audacious Leon wanted to use Balmung to defeat him and gain experience. Of course, these were just Joma's guesses. But so far, everything seemed simple and clear. The artifact was just an excuse. Leon said they didn't have much time and was going to start the duel right now. After that, he rushed into the attack, holding Balmung in his hands. Saki Ryoji screamed loudly, unable to contain her emotions, letting out everything that had built up recently. Weapon didn't understand what was happening to the girl. Her scream frightened him, and he didn't know what to expect. Saki was furious. Everything annoyed her. Why, out of all the students, did she have to run into Weapon? Weapon replied that he hadn't expected to run into Ryoji on a deserted island either. Saki was indignant. The guy turned out to be hopeless at navigating, wandering around aimlessly and raising his voice to boot. She said she was looking for someone. Clearly, it was Joma. Weapon wanted to know why she was searching. The girl sensed that her friend didn't understand her actions and tried to clarify her grievances. The young man admitted honestly. Just a month ago, Reiji had been lying around doing nothing at the shooting range, but now she wouldn't settle down when she was with Joma. That was strange. Besides, Saki had always hated hiking in the mountains and other tourist hassles. And now, without being told, she organizes everything herself and sets off on a hike, stopping her friend with an icy stare. Weapon didn't understand why Saki was acting this way toward him, since they were good friends. But then the girl smiled, turned around and asked, "Are the changes in my personality really that noticeable?" Weapon suspected that his friend had been possessed by a ghost or had fallen under a spell. The phrase "couldn't help herself" turned out to be accurate. Saki punched her friend in the jaw. At that moment, blackbirds appeared above them, and they heard a strange sound. Weapon thought it might be an earthquake or rocks falling from the mountain. But the girl immediately realized who was making the sound. It was Joma. With a loud clang, the sword snapped in half, all that remained of the machete. Joma glanced at his hands to make sure he really was unarmed. Leon was approaching with a sword in his hands and didn't understand why Joma wasn't fighting back. The boy didn't move, knowing full well that Leon would miss. Leon realized that his opponent was showing blatant disrespect. Joma simply hadn't had time to react. You shouldn't get into a fight without knowing the reason. He didn't want to invoke a blessing for fear of accidentally killing the main character, but soon realized he might end up decapitated. Leon was the game's protagonist and demanded that Joma take up a weapon, since a battle between them was bound to happen sooner or later anyway. Joma pulled out a kitchen knife for sashimi and activated the blessing. Fighting such an opponent without a blessing was madness. Joma understood that he couldn't be careless. And so the blessing of the god of the sword was activated. A real battle began between the two men. Soon the two clashed, and no one could have predicted the winner of this fight beforehand. Leon's attack was strong and aggressive. At one point, Joma had to retreat. It wasn't clear yet. Was Leon really stronger, or did Joma simply not want to hurt the protagonist? Leon attacked again and again. He was fast, and his focused gaze spoke of serious intentions. At one point, Joma let his opponent get too close, and it seemed the battle was about to end. But he managed to dodge, even though Balmung's strike was extremely powerful, and the columns surrounding the battlefield shattered into tiny pieces. Joma noticed that Leon was in completely different shape than he had been during the midterm exam. It was immediately clear that the game's creators were handing out a huge number of buffs to the main characters. Of course, this was completely unfair, and now Joma could feel the difference firsthand. The sword in Leon's hands began to transform right before his eyes. Joma walked forward with a kitchen knife in his hands, realizing that this was no longer just a personal duel. He asked his opponent, why was Leon doing all this? What was the point of this battle and this senseless waste of life? Leon looked tired and pensive. He raised his head and looked up at the sky. And he replied that he was doing all this to save the world. For they say that Leon alone is capable of making everyone happy. But now everything became clear, and suddenly Balmung's sword turned into a demonic weapon. Leon raised the sword above his head, holding it with both hands, preparing to strike. When this happened, the ground around the battlefield shook, and it seemed as though the rocks were parting to the sides. Joma, despite his opponent's strength, managed to jump back and avoid the blow, which would have been fatal for him. He held his kitchen knife in his hands and could now attack Leon from behind. The protagonist was left unprotected from the rear. The sword in Leon's hands began to transform once more, because Joma believed in Leon as a hero capable of saving the world. Leon wished he didn't have to devote his entire life to saving humanity. Right now, his father was high in the sky, watching his son's actions. Leon desperately wished he hadn't been chosen. But sometimes fate decides for us, and we cannot resist certain circumstances. Joma sheathed his kitchen knife. The boy decided the battle was over. When he turned around, he didn't see Leon. Instead, a white feather lay on the stone slabs. Joma decided that the spontaneous fight was Leon's attempt to toughen himself up and take a step forward as a warrior. But Joma himself had no intention of losing. His opponent hadn't been in the mood for a light sparring match to begin with, and looking at the number of ruined knives, Joma realized if he'd let his guard down, he would have died on the spot. At the same time, Joma tried not to aim at Leon. As a result, he had to constantly dodge and retreat, but he was convinced that the protagonist's strength was worthy of praise. If he manages to repair and reassemble the missing parts of the Balmung sword, everything will be fine. Joma was glad he hadn't hit Leon. Otherwise, it would have been the end of the world, and the game would have been over. He was satisfied with the outcome of the duel and the current events in general, and walked over to the pedestal, intending to take the orb. But then he was surprised to discover that the blessing he had gone after was inside. Messages from the game confirmed that the young man had received a new regeneration blessing. It instantly restored damaged cells. Joma decided to test the blessing right away and made a cut on his arm with a knife. After that, he activated the regeneration, and the cut immediately closed up and disappeared. Joma was very pleased with this acquisition. It was a useful ability that would help him survive many times in the future. Despite the difficult battle and obstacles, Joma was pleased that he had gotten what he wanted. The second evening on Avalon Island arrived, and Joma lit a fire again. He couldn't stop thinking as he sat by the fire, unable to understand why Leon had challenged him to a duel. Could it really be because of Abel? Of course, this battle was bound to happen someday, but everything happened too quickly, and Joma didn't even have time to ask Leon why. He was confused and didn't understand who Leon really was, let alone who had dragged him into this game. Better to focus on the current problems, Joma decided, and stop thinking about Leon and Abel for a while. In his past life, he had a short temper. Now Joma was suppressing it, but he couldn't ignore injustice. He remembered how many times he'd had to argue with rude restaurant customers. For Joma, stubbornness and principle were the best way to solve problems. Initially, he hadn't planned to get involved in the plot, but now ensuring safety had become a priority. Today, Joma had already clashed with the main character. Besides, there had been repeated attempts on his life in the past. So if Joma's life was in danger, he would have to defend himself, and sometimes kill. And he wasn't talking about a monster, but a human being. Joma thought about this with sadness. He didn't know if he was doing the right thing. Of course, it would be good to ask for advice, but he didn't have anyone to turn to. Sometimes you have to know when to stop. Joma remembered Saki's advice. Stop overthinking it. Just be yourself. His thoughts were interrupted by a noise coming from the darkness behind the trees. Joma assumed it was an auditory hallucination. If Saki were nearby, she would surely have said so. He thought about his companions. He wondered what they were up to right now. Wapan and Saki had had a huge falling out. They'd even drawn a death line so they wouldn't cross paths and constantly run into each other. Rachel had already completely worn down poor Chloe. The girls were now companions in misfortune, since Abel, that shameless bitch, had taken Joma away from them. Abel organized an evening swim. The girls settled down on the lakeshore and happily washed away the dust, dirt, and her troubles. Thinking of his close companions, whom Joma would like to call friends, the young man finally dozed off, sitting by the extinguished campfire. A group of serial mercenary undertakers crept up quietly in the darkness. They moved very silently and professionally. The villains didn't approach so as not to make unnecessary noise. Instead, they launched several shurikens at tremendous speed. It seemed as though these weapons were about to pierce Joma's body and kill him. The young man woke up at the last moment, barely managing to jump back and deflect the incoming shurikens with his jacket. However, his shoulder was wounded. The mercenaries were absolutely thrilled by the students' actions. They realized they were dealing with a very cool guy. Their first thought was to recruit such an incredible young man into their ranks. The group's captain, Rei Shona, calmed her men down, telling them they needed to keep quiet and stay alert. Joma knew this girl firsthand. She was the leader of the Undertaker's gang. Rei Shona was the first half-human Leon would ever meet. She had once been the daughter of a noble family, but after being betrayed by her relatives, she was cast out of her family and chose the path of a hired assassin. Her hatred only grew stronger over the years. In the end, standing before them was the villain whom Leon would eventually have to kill. Despite Rei Shona's tragedy, no one sympathized with her because she had rejected her humanity. The hired assassins were confident in their strength. They knew that Joma wouldn't be able to dodge their attacks, and they wanted to find out who this kid Joma really was. Seeing the young man's calm reaction, the assassins realized the boy was unusual if he could keep his composure like that, knowing they had just been about to kill him. Rei Shona also realized that Joma was most likely not just a student. The woman asked which group he belonged to. Joma had no idea what nonsense was going on. If the mercenaries had been hired to kill him, why were they asking such questions? And why did they decide he wasn't a student? Farik shouted to the guy that he considered it his duty before dying to say that he was magnificent, since their captain very rarely took an interest in the spoils. The mercenary's second-in-command agreed. At first, he thought the boy was just a greenhorn, but if he could dodge an attack like that, he belonged among their ranks. Of course, one shouldn't forget that the boy hadn't dodged completely, and now he had a wound on his shoulder, but that was a minor detail because the boy was still very young. Joma listened calmly to his guests, continuing to analyze the situation. He understood that once again, the elders were set on destroying him. Most likely, this cleanup squad had been sent by the elders. Joma said all this to the assassins' faces. They hadn't expected their actions to become known to their target, and for a moment they were taken aback. Farik immediately suspected that this youngster had been deliberately digging into their group and would now make demands. Chung Tipung realized that the young man knew who they were. Joma was completely calm. He said he knew. These people were real butchers, trading death for money. Rei Shona didn't take her eyes off Joma, and the deputy captain thought that this dim-witted kid had blurted out the word the captain hated most. Joma didn't understand why the former noblewoman disliked being called a butcher so much, especially when it was coming from a simple guy like him. It was impossible to endure such an insult, so Chung Tipung raised his hand to strike, his fingers clad in metal brass knuckles. Joma instantly activated the blessing of the god of the sword and simply walked past, dodging the mercenaries' attack. Chung Tipung realized the young man was a real slippery rat. He wanted to say something else, but suddenly the man felt a stinging sensation on his throat. Either a scratch had appeared or a mosquito had bitten him. And now the hapless hired assassin's head was already lying on the ground, severed as if it hadn't even been a human head. The other mercenaries were in shock. They hadn't even noticed how Joma, passing by the deputy captain, had managed to cut off his head. Joma could think of nothing but the horror of what had happened. He had killed a man not in subspace, but in reality. However, the young man couldn't afford to dwell on it for long, because the mercenaries had snapped out of their horror and rushed to attack, intent on killing him. Before Joma's eyes, the countdown of the god of the sword's blessing was running out, and he skillfully used this brief moment to deal with his enemies. There was enough time to defend himself and rid the land of the group of scoundrels. Time ran out, and with it, the problems ended. Punctuality really is a wonderful thing. A new day was already beginning on the clock. It was too late. Chef Kim thought about how he needed to find everything quickly and go home. The man wondered where humanity had gone. Perhaps he'd stuck it in the fridge. Joma opened the fridge and looked at the cans of drinks arranged in a specific order. He knew he'd have to take them all out, but as he pulled the cans out, inscriptions about the protection of the god of the sword appeared on them. Joma stared into the fridge, thinking that he hadn't been sleeping enough lately, which was why he was seeing all sorts of nonsense. The guy kept reading the inscriptions on the cans. It seemed as though the letters were shifting around, conveying a message to him. Suddenly, a flash of insight struck Joma. The message said he had to stand up for himself and cut whatever needed to be cut. The next cut was made just as the first mate was about to punch Joma in the face with brass knuckles. The guy felt absolutely no doubt. He was doing what he had to do. Enraged by fury, the mercenaries rushed at the boy as a mob, intending to catch him and destroy him. But Joma had no intention of running away. The young man dodged the attacks by crouching down and bending over in front of the mercenaries. In the next instant, Joma swung his kitchen knife and sliced open the body of one of the villains. The first was followed by the remaining two. Their fate was the same: a few swipes of the sashimi knife, and only pieces of the men remained. Rei Shona couldn't understand why her subordinates were such idiots. They should have pulled themselves together and killed this kid with a single blow. The boy was not only young, but also alone. Why couldn't they kill him? Rei Shona watched as if in slow motion as her men were cut down by an ordinary freshman. Now even the captain herself didn't understand what was happening. Maybe he wasn't just prey, but this schoolboy was supposed to destroy the entire group. Neither Rei Shona nor her mercenaries had time to figure out how Joma was doing all this. And now the head of the last one, Farrick, was lying at the lady's feet. Rei Shona realized immediately. The mission was too easy, and the elder had promised a lavish reward. In addition to the reward, an extra bonus had been promised. Now the girl understood why the prize was so large. That mad elder could have promised anything, knowing that the mercenaries wouldn't be able to kill a student. Joma didn't seem human, but rather a demon or half-breed disguised as a student. Rei Shona could have sworn that this was exactly the case. The woman was practically certain of it. At that moment, Joma brought his knife close to the hired assassin's face. He had already dealt with the entire crowd, and now it was Rei Shona's turn. The woman closed her eyes, realizing the utter futility and hopelessness of any action or resistance. Joma had only 9 seconds left. He'd spent too much time on Leon and the Undertakers. Of course, today it had been self-defense, but Joma hoped he wouldn't have to do this again. Unlike his battles with monsters and demons, the boy felt completely different now. However, his opponents, the butchers who had come for his head, aroused no pity. The young man was left alone with Rei Shona. He tied her hands behind her head and tied the girl to a tree. Joma wanted to find out who had ordered the hit and asked the mercenary who had sent her. Rei Shona replied that she wasn't going to talk and thought the guy didn't really expect an answer from her. Of course, the mercenary's answer could have provided a chance to discover who was behind all the attempts on Joma's life. In this situation, the most effective approach was to scare the girl and force her to speak. Joma said he would cut off her head right then, but in that case, he wouldn't hear the truth and would regret it for the rest of his life. So the guy asked Rei Shona, was she stupid or just too brave? All her comrades were already dead, so the girl needed to be a good girl and tell the truth while she still had the chance. But the mercenary clearly wasn't scared. She called Joma a crazy psycho. A little time passed and Rei Shona spoke up. Now she understood why that man had ordered Joma's death. She should have been on her guard even back when it became clear that Joma had practically no information. Nothing was known about his relatives or parents. Now it was clear to her that the old man had ordered the elimination of the creature disguised as a student. If the girl had known this right away, she would have planned her attack differently. Joma listened to the mercenary's words and realized that all information about him, his family, and his parents had been erased. He already knew practically nothing about his family. He could barely recall his parents' faces clearly and didn't remember what they looked like. But now, based on the girl's words, it seemed that someone had carried out a deliberate purge and hidden all the information. Joma turned to the mercenary, asking what on earth she was talking about. He was surprised to learn he had no parents or relatives, and now he wanted to know all the details. Originally, Joma had planned to simply find out the name and then finish off Rei Shona. But now he had new questions. Joma immediately warned the girl that this wasn't a negotiation, but a threat. He pulled a knife from its sheath and told the mercenary that she'd still be able to talk even without an arm or a leg. As soon as the guy pulled out the knife, he felt a terrifying magical influence, and at first couldn't understand what was happening. Joma only felt that enormous magical pressure was being exerted on him. It was unclear who was the source or where it came from. He couldn't move or shift from his spot, and suddenly saw that all the blood from the corpses had begun to slowly gather. Rei Shona watched in horror as the blood gradually approached her, trying to capture the girl. Joma stood completely frozen and motionless, and the blood from the corpses engulfed and destroyed Rei Shona, preventing the girl from confessing and answering Joma's questions. The Sword Emperor was very pleased with his fishing rod. It had never let him down and hadn't even twitched once. Of course, it should be noted that the fishing rod was expensive, but it was still worth it, and it wasn't often that Siegfried spent money on himself. Finally, the man noticed that the water in the lake was beginning to rise where the float was sticking out. He thought a fish had taken the bait. Suddenly, a huge number of fish leaped out of the water. It was a real stroke of luck in every fisherman's dream. But still, Siegfried understood that this wasn't just a natural phenomenon. Somewhere on the island, a very powerful act of magic had been performed. Siegfried thought it was the influence of the Legion commander, and his presence on the island had caused the fish to go into a frenzy. And this happened at the very moment when the bloody waves crashed over Rei Shona's body, which was tied to a tree. Joma was still immobilized, and the woman tried to shout that she was ready to tell everything and beg not to be killed. She thought the student was affecting her with magic. Rei Shona managed to shout that she didn't want to die anymore, but the woman couldn't say a word. At the spot where she was tied to the tree, a powerful explosion rang out, forever destroying the commander of the Undertaker's squad, Rei Shona. The explosion had a dramatic effect. A pillar of fire shot high into the sky, illuminating the entire island and making it visible from everywhere. The traitorous instructor, who had tried to orchestrate Joma's murder, realized that her master had appeared nearby. The horseshoe fell onto the rocks, clanging loudly. Part of it was still ablaze. Joma tried to make out and understand what was happening around him. Everything was shrouded in smoke and flames. Finally, a woman's figure began to materialize from the fire. She stretched her arms, yawning, and laughed heartily. The woman was happy. This was happening for the first time in 700 years in the human world. Joma listened closely to the woman's words and immediately thought, if she's talking about 700 years, then something extremely serious must have happened. Such a level of magic before him made even powerful beings like the mermaid seem small. The dim flame left no room for doubt. Before the young man appeared the commander of the 5th Legion of the Demon King's army, named Agora. Because of her appearance, all living things around began to perish. Fish were flung from the lake onto the shore. Birds fell from the sky to the ground. Agora said she didn't know the proper way to greet him. It had been many years since she'd left the demonic realm, and she wasn't yet well versed in human customs. She waved her hand and introduced herself. My name is Agora. I am the commander of the 5th Legion of the Demon King's army. It's very nice to meet you. After that, Agora asked the boy standing before her what his name was. Joma remained silent, not daring to move. Agora was displeased with the cold reception, since the boy hadn't even given his name. He realized he needed to try to recall something from his memory. Even fragments of memories could sometimes be of great help. Joma frantically replayed moments from his past life in his head, when he worked as a cook in the kitchen and constantly interacted with the master. Joma's main advantage in this world was his memories of the past, when he had played and used his miraculous blessing while working as a cook. Agora was a demon of the Yova clan, belonging to the fire type. Among the commanders, she didn't stand out in terms of strength, but she was the best at mental magic. When Joma stopped playing, he stumbled upon an article online and learned the general characteristics of a demon. But why Agora had descended into the human world at this very moment remained a mystery. Moreover, she hadn't just come. She had possessed Rei Shona, using her as a vessel, and there was definitely a reason for that. Agora approached the bodies of the slain villains lying nearby and said she was very impressed if a boy had done this. It was immediately clear that the young man was no ordinary person. Even upon seeing a demon before him, he remained in his right mind. Of course, on the outside, the boy still looked like a green and naive child, but he definitely had potential. Joma had been standing motionless the whole time, unable to even move a finger. Agora offered the boy a contract since he had great potential and a bright future. Joma was very surprised, so, without hiding his emotions, he asked what she wanted. Agora said that this was a tremendous honor for anyone. She was offering him the chance to become her slave, since people pretend to be noble, but in reality they only measure their strength, divide themselves into ranks, kill each other for profit, and cause pain. Why not dream of a bright future together with me, the demon suggested. Joma understood that the demon was speaking the truth. People often act selfishly and out of self-interest. Status is always important to people. The strong get everything, while the weak waste their lives following the orders of the strong. Joma understood that to survive, he needed to accept Agora's offer. That was his main goal. If Joma joined the demon army, it would be easier for him to create a bright future. Now, the young man faced a choice: stay alive and join the demon army. But there was one small catch. Agora was the demon empress of the succubi, though that wasn't the main point right now. She opened her mouth in surprise. She couldn't understand how the boy had managed to break her spell, since it was high-level magic. The demon thought it was because of her insignificant and weak body. While she was begging to make a contract, the vessel had proved useless. How could one act at full strength with a body like that? Joma watched the demon and began to laugh out loud. Agora hadn't expected this man to laugh at her. He said it was funny to him, since the demon had been talking nonsense for so long. The situation was getting strange. Agora was clearly flustered and didn't know how to react to the strange man. Joma took out a knife, began to pull it from its sheath, and said that he would now explain why he needed to become her slave. Everything around them seemed engulfed in flames. The air was charged with electricity, and the demon waited for an answer. Joma said he was sending the demon to hell. Agora called the guy rude since she herself had been very polite to him. Instead of answering, Joma struck out and sliced through the fire with his knife. The demon merely smirked and moved calmly across the clearing while the young man tried to land even a single blow. Soon the demon was openly yawning and humming songs, but Joma didn't lose his cool and kept attacking. Agora watched the boy with genuine interest. Of course, she'd invited him to be her assistant as a joke, but now she could see that the boy was actually quite good. Agora decided it was worth testing what he was truly capable of. The demon activated Inferno, and everything around them began to explode and burn. Agora sprayed everything around with fire and told the boy to try to do at least something. Joma really tried his best, moving in different directions. He tried to cut through the magic with his knife. Agora realized that this child had surpassed all human limits. However, the demon hadn't yet had time to adapt after inhabiting a new body. Joma, gripping the knife tightly, began to radiate blue energy and light. Agora was surprised. Seeing that the boy had caught up to her, she couldn't understand how a human could move so fast. Soon they met, and it looked like a clash of two fires, one warm, the other cold. And after that, the fire burned out, and everything was covered in smoke and soot. It was impossible to make sense of the situation. When the smoke cleared, Agora stood over the boy, holding his knife with her hand and preventing Joma from attacking. Agora was clearly enjoying this battle. She didn't want to kill the guy who was trying so hard. Joma understood that he couldn't stop. He didn't have time to waste. Joma managed to land a few blows right before Agor's stunned eyes, knowing this was his temporary reprieve. The demon noticed that the boy had sped up. Things were getting more and more interesting. The battlefield looked as if New Year's fireworks were lighting up everything around them. The final seconds of the blessing of painlessness were coming to an end. The epicenter of the battle was growing smaller and calmer. But now the time was up, and the young man held his knife in his hands, knowing that the next blessing would cause him excruciating pain. Agor still couldn't get used to the body. The red blood irritated her. If it weren't for a single clause in the contract, which was already 700 years old, she would have behaved differently. Agor felt as if she herself had become human, because the boy's attacks had managed to inflict damage on this body. The demon was genuinely sorry to part with Joma. The guy was quite handsome, plus he had a fiery will, and his body was truly attractive. The demon said that, judging by his age, Joma was even more promising than the guy they'd named the worthy heir. Joma was a bit cocky, but that was right up Agor's alley. The demon had already almost completely adapted to this body and was ready to move forward. She wanted to know if this guy was truly capable of fulfilling her cherished wish. To do this, Agor decided to test the young man one last time. If he could withstand the blow, he would be accepted. And now the powerful flame, into which the demon had deliberately channeled all her power, was ready to strike. Agor seemed to sincerely wish the boy luck. She didn't like weak opponents and now admired this child's fortitude, but Joma realized he wouldn't even be able to move his hand. The fireball was closing in on the boy when Siegfried, the Emperor of the Sword, parried the attack with his valiant sword, ordering Joma not to fall asleep. Agor was very surprised. She didn't understand who this old man was or why he was interfering. Siegfried continued to fend off the attack while answering the demon's question. The old man said he was doing this because he understood that only this boy was capable of saving humanity. Agor told the old man to try protecting the boy in that case, and the demon launched a new attack on Joma. Joma lay in some kind of empty space. He was simply a separate particle of this universe, attached to no one and nothing. The boy decided that, in any case, the white light everyone always talked about was surrounding him. But then Joma heard a cough, and opening his eyes saw the Emperor of the Sword, Siegfried, standing before him. The Emperor held his sacred sword in his hands, and the great warrior was ready to defend the young man. A crack appeared in the completely white wall, and a hand reached through it. Suddenly, the white curtain parted, and Saki Ryoji appeared from behind it, greeting everyone. But suddenly, the head of the blonde Rachel appeared in front of the girl, and she thanked the audience for not getting bored and waiting for the continuation. Abel, of course, was there too. The girls hoped everyone was having a good time with the characters. Chloe warned that she was turning off the lights, so everyone needed to prepare for a little bit of darkness. Such incredible talent shouldn't be wasting away in a place like this. Kang Joma was the guy everyone was pinning their hopes on. He was the one who could sever the bond between humans and demons. Old man Siegfried was still withstanding the demons' attacks and displaying his might and strength. The Sword Emperor was certain that Kang Joma would become a beacon of hope for everyone. Siegfried noticed that the young man was slowly coming to his senses. He told the boy to rest a little, even though the situation might seem absurd. Joma really did feel as if he were in some kind of daze. Before him stood the Emperor, fighting the demon. He reassured the boy and said that he was fighting excellently with one hand, since by this point the demon had severed one of the Emperor's arms. Siegfried was certain that it wasn't necessary to hold a sword with both hands. Agor greeted the old man. It was strange that a mere mortal could possess her magic, but now the demon had no intention of backing down. She wanted to settle this once and for all. Siegfried stared at the demon, trying to figure out how it had slipped into the human world. For a demon of the Legion commander rank to appear here, a sacrifice must be made to weaken the barrier between the human world and the demon realm. And after that, take possession of a human body, which would serve as a catalyst. However, in this case, it would be impossible to use all of one's powers. But even then, a catastrophe could occur. Of course, this infuriated Agor as well, but she didn't like the body. It was letting her down. But who was standing against the demon now? The battered young man was fighting side by side with a frail old man. This could hardly be called a fierce battle. Agor didn't know what trick the old man would pull next, but she wasn't going to give up or let him get the upper hand. The demon declared that the old man clearly wouldn't get off with just one severed hand and lunged at the people. The Sword Emperor once again lived up to his title. Holding his sword with one hand, he managed to fend off the attack. Agor screamed in agony, for now she was missing an arm. That vile old man had severed one of her arms. She didn't understand how it had happened. Of course, she was weaker because of her unsuitable physical body, but the old man was frail. A verbal exchange broke out between the opponents, and they were now simply hurling insults at each other. Filthy hag, insolent bastard, and other human slurs. Enraged, the demon launched another attack, engulfing everything around her in fire and flames. Siegfried didn't know exactly why the demon had come from the demonic realm, but everything became clear as he watched Agor's actions. It was clear to everyone that the demon simply wanted to destroy everything around her. Sword Emperor Siegfried tried to prevent her from doing so, parrying the demon's attacks one after another. Agor, seeing her attacks being repelled, believed that by chopping off the old man's hand, she had done a noble deed and would now repeat it many times over. However, something strange suddenly happened. Emperor of the Sword Siegfried launched an attack on the demon, and she was forced to retreat under the pressure of his assault. Agor was even taken aback. Where on earth had this old man come from? Besides, he had a very distinct aura. Looking into the old man's eyes, the demon surmised that he was a descendant of the great Aaron. Siegfried didn't say a word in response, and now the demon realized that she was facing nothing more than an ordinary old man. His body was no longer young, and he had long since passed the peak of his strength. Human strength was still very pitiful, and even an aged descendant of Aaron would be unable to defeat her due to his human age. Agor rose high into the air, then unleashed a rain of fire in the form of jet-propelled arrows from above. The demon smiled happily. Joma was still unable to do anything. He could have shielded the Sword Emperor with his own body, but the only thing the boy was capable of was staying conscious. As soon as he let go of his weapon, he would be unable to raise it again. As soon as Joma renounced the blessing, he would die instantly in this situation. Agor continued to chase Siegfried around the area. The demon admitted that he was pretty good for an old man's body, and perhaps he wasn't a bug after all, but a rat. Siegfried continued to dodge the attacks, acknowledging that the demon was clearly stronger than a human. In his youth, Siegfried hated this world because he couldn't overcome the limits of his strength, no matter how hard he tried. However, having reached an advanced age, Zig had come to understand something about this world and the distribution of power within it. The demon Agor didn't understand what nonsense the old man was spouting, but she understood that she couldn't ignore the experience her opponent possessed. Of course, she would like to find a weak spot, and perhaps the severed hand was such a weak spot. Igor braced herself for a new series of attacks and was ready to listen to the old man's ramblings once more. Siegfried dodged the attack of fire arrows and told the demon that Agor also understood what humanity had come to, which was why she was so enraged. Humanity has evolved under desperate conditions, and now it will become increasingly difficult for the demon to carry out her demonic attacks each time. After all, what demons fear most is precisely that humans will become stronger than them. That is why the demons hope to take over the human world right now. Agor looked at her opponent with a smile, continuing her fire attacks. She didn't react at all to Siegfried's words. Siegfried had warmed up properly and could now parry the attacks with his sword quickly and in time. Now this battle resembled a fight between two retirees who couldn't really hurt each other, but only fray each other's nerves. Still, as soon as her severed hand regenerated, the demon immediately attacked her opponent with it. Siegfried was eventually completely engulfed in flames because the fiery arrows had pierced his entire body through and through. Agor calmly turned around, yawned, and walked away. Sword Emperor Siegfried was defeated. He sat on the ground, his entire body smoldering and gradually burning away. The demon Agor placed her foot on the Emperor's head and asked if he had anything to say to humanity as a final message. The demon noted that humans were just as primitive as they had been 700 years ago. Nothing in their minds or lives had changed on a global scale. They thought like nobodies who wouldn't even live to see their first birthday. Joma was simply horrified. He watched as the Emperor of the Sword perished at the demon's hands right before his eyes. Agor turned her attention to the young man, saying that he was most likely the boy Khan Joma. The demon apologized to the boy for having completely forgotten about him while she was fighting the old man. But Agor was supposed to tell Joma the results of the recent inspection. Old man Siegfried managed to lift his head and shouted loudly and clearly for Khan Joma not to listen to the demon, but to run away. Igor gradually approached the boy. A glow appeared around her, and the demon said that this time everything would work out. Joma couldn't move, so he wouldn't have been able to run away anyway. But the boy didn't understand what she was talking about or what would work out this time. Igor told the boy, approaching him and placing her fiery hands on him, that his body would be used by the demonic tribe for various purposes, but not to worry, they would meet again in hell. The next moment, Siegfried shouted that the demon Agor shouldn't dare turn her back on her opponent, since this guy was just a student. Agor replied that she didn't care about the extric at all right now, because there was absolutely no point in talking to a corpse, so he should just shut up and watch. After that, the demon pulled Joma toward her and began channeling her magical energy into the boy's body. Joma's whole body shook as he knelt there, the knife clenched tightly in his hand. He had even managed to get back on his feet despite all his wounds, and now the demon was staring at him, preparing to put an end to the great warrior's life. At that moment, strange things began to happen to Joma. It seemed as though some kind of magical flower was blooming in the middle of his head. Gradually, his body seemed to be permeated by magic and split into separate parts, molecules, and atoms. But suddenly, a loud sound rang out and an error message appeared. The security program had been triggered. An unauthorized intrusion had been detected. The user's level was too low, complicating the program's operation, and the world's level turned out to be too primitive. The catalyst temporarily raised the user's level. The program used suppression to restructure and synchronize the world lines. The demon Agor noticed that her old enemy had clearly slowed down, but at the same time she was surprised that the old man was able to move at all. Agor decided to test what would happen if she tore off the head of an insect like this old man. Would he remain alive afterward? Siegfried had already approached the demon, and activating his sword, said he would cut off her legs even if it cost him his life. Igor noticed the light of the aura. 700 years ago, during the war, the aura of a certain sword master had been exactly the same. This old man had been cultivating his aura his entire life, and that was very bad. Therefore, the old man must be killed, for he was indeed a descendant of Aaron. But she didn't have time to say anything because a blue light descended upon her, preventing the demon from continuing her attack. In rage and confusion, Igor turned around. She couldn't understand who had enough power to stop her. The demon began to look closely. It seemed to her that little Joma was standing before her, though he was different. But that couldn't be now. The demon felt the same unpleasant feelings she had felt 700 years ago. The demon immediately realized who was standing before her, once again preventing her from ruling the earth in peace. It was that vile Joaquin. The power of all the user's blessings had been forcibly amplified, and now Joma appeared before the demon, though he looked different than before. Abel drew her sword just in case. The girl could hear the fears echoing across the island. It was the last day the kids would be on this island. They just had to get through the night. However, Abel understood that terrible things might be happening somewhere on the island right now. Impossible. She had to go and help. Saki Ryoji was very nervous. She kept checking her phone for messages. Wapin asked the girl why she wasn't sleeping, since dawn was still far off. Saki Ryoji looked up at the sky and said that dawn had already passed. Wapin didn't understand what she meant. Saki clarified that dawn had passed, but Wapin didn't understand why the sky was still dark in that case. Rachel and Chloe were fast asleep, even though they would soon have to get up and return to the academy. Students from other classes and groups were also slowly waking up, realizing they needed to go back. But for some reason the sky was dark, as if the sun hadn't risen yet. Saki urged her friend Vapan, saying that the delayed dawn wasn't a good omen. Joma was gradually approaching, and both rivals, the demon and the Sword Emperor, looked at the boy in surprise. The demon Agor greeted Joaquin. Of course, it was hard to believe, but now he was here again, right in front of her. Joma stood, bathed in a white-blue light. His shirt was unbuttoned, and his chest seemed to be covered in patterns. Agor looked more closely and saw that it wasn't Joaquin, but Joma. Everything became even more confusing. Agor realized she jumped to conclusions. Even if it looked like divine protection, Joachim was still human and couldn't possibly be alive now. That damn body had confused her so much that even her thoughts had become muddled because of it. Agor still remembered perfectly well how she had parted with her life back then. Siegfried was no less surprised than the demon. He looked at Joma, trying to understand what the apprentice had become. Joma approached the Sword Emperor and looked at him with glowing white eyes while Siegfried didn't even try to get up from his knees. Suddenly, the man felt a burning sensation in his chest, in the place where the wounds had been most severe. Siegfried placed his hand on his stomach, and the wounds were gone. This astonishing speed had allowed his chest to heal and his severed arm to regenerate. Siegfried didn't even try to choose his words. He just wanted to know what was happening here. It seemed as though Joma was made entirely of white light. The young man appeared to have become transparent and was glowing, illuminating everything around him. After that, a multitude of lightning bolts began to radiate in all directions from the boy's body, and it was no longer clear where the sky ended and the earth began. Stunned, the demon Agor couldn't take her eyes off what was happening around her. But soon the demon tensed up because, when the glow faded and it seemed that everything had calmed down, Joma emerged from the mist and began to approach the demon. Agor realized that everything was very strange. She couldn't figure out how the guy was moving, most likely because she had been given an underdeveloped body, but still, what was happening was beyond her comprehension. The situation was very dangerous because the figure before her was not human. And if Joma wasn't human, then everything she'd said earlier had to be taken back. The entity was a mystery to everyone. The demon crossed her arms and began gathering her magic again, fanning the flames. Igor understood that the boy's body was drawing her in like a vessel, but if she didn't destroy him now, she would never forgive herself. If she let the boy live now, he would surely become an obstacle in the path of the demonic race, and meeting him again next time would be even more difficult. Igor began gathering her magic to return it to her body. Gradually, the fiery flashes flared up and grew in size, and soon everything was engulfed in a sea of flames. The demon, of course, regretted how things had turned out, but advised Jom to treat it all as a bit of fun. After that, the demon, already engulfed in her own flames, shouted that she would be waiting for Kang Jom in hell. The demon's powers were focused on gathering all her abilities, compressing them into a single sphere, and taking them back with her to the demonic realm. Joma watched it all from a distance, but the boy decided he wouldn't let the demon return, and said he would destroy it all right then and there. No human eye was capable of seeing the movement. One could only see the result. The heavenly sword was activated. It was wielded by Kanjoma's special disciple. And now this sword had cut through the demonic energy concentrated around the demon Agor. The demon realized she had to do something, or at least return to her world as quickly as possible. She tried to flee as fast as she could, but suddenly she felt a kind of emptiness, and the demon's gaze seemed to freeze in one spot. Soon the upper half of the demon's body lay on the ground, stripped of its legs and arms. All the students who were on the uninhabited island of Avalon that night looked up in surprise and stared at the sky, trying to understand what was happening there. To all the students, the sky looked different today than it ever had in their lives. It seemed to the students as if the sky had opened up today, and even the sunrise seemed somehow special. Perhaps this was due to the miraculous trip to the uninhabited island. The demon Agor was not yet dead. She was trying to regenerate, but it soon became clear that regeneration wasn't working at all. The demon realized what had happened. It was as if the very source of her power had been severed. If this continued, the demon might die. Agor turned and saw Yoma, who could barely stand. The young man stood as if drunk, swaying. The next moment, without regaining consciousness, Yoma fell to the ground and sank into oblivion. Agor couldn't calm down. The demon believed she couldn't senselessly protect Kanjoma's existence, for he was a disaster for the entire demonic race. The demon realized she had one last chance, and gathering her remaining strength, began to channel fiery energy to launch a final attack on the lifeless boy. But before she could do so, a sharp sword pierced her vile head. Sword Emperor Siegfried said that the demon had turned her back on the enemy, and Agor was very similar in this to the 6th commander, Basman. He too had once underestimated Siegfried, but now the old man could admit that Agor was, after all, more resilient than Basman. Without letting go of his sturdy sword, Siegfried sent the vile demon to hell. Soon nothing remained of the demon. It seemed that Siegfried's sword had melted away all the demonic power, which gradually vanished and faded before their eyes. After that, the man stood up and said that his name was not descendant of Aaron, but Siegfried von Nibelung. Once the demon was dealt with, the great warrior rushed to the lifeless body of the schoolboy. Joma's breathing was steady. There was still a slight blockage in his blood vessels, but there were no fatal wounds, and the boy's life was now out of danger. Siegfried kept replaying what he had seen a few minutes earlier. The scene, he didn't understand who Kanjoma really was. Only one thing was clear: his attack had clearly been unconscious. Long ago, people believed that the world concealed some unfathomable will to which natural phenomena were subject. Storms, floods, lightning in a clear sky, and falling comets. All these supernatural, inexplicable phenomena inspired fear, and people worshipped these forces, seeking to earn their blessing and protection. Humanity called these phenomena disasters because it believed they brought only fear, pain, and terror. But at the same time, people began to think that these phenomena were caused by gods who both loved people and punished them for their misdeeds. Finally, the sky above the island began to brighten, and the boys realized that morning had come and dawn had broken. But in the very next moment, flashes and strobe lights appeared again behind the trees, and sirens wailed and a noise rang out, unlike anything one would expect on an uninhabited island. The students rushed over to get a closer look at what was happening. Nothing terrible had happened to their friends. Reaching the source of the light and noise, they saw that the area was cordoned off by security and teachers. Kang Yoma lay lifeless on a stretcher, and the Sword Emperor Siegfried was walking beside him. All the girls were simply in shock, especially Chloe, who was so distraught that even her friends and teachers could barely restrain her. Even the beautiful Abel, who always pretended to be completely indifferent to Yoma, couldn't bear the tension of the horror she witnessed. In addition, the girl's gaze fell on her grandfather, who had a stump where his left hand should have been, and a hole from a wound remained in his shirt. Soon all the news channels began reporting on the incident involving the Sword Emperor, who had suffered losses and returned without his left arm. The reasons for this were unknown. Of the 7-star heroes, only 4 remained. Saki reread the news, hoping to find information about Joma, but nothing was known. Her classmates also noticed the absence of the top-performing swordsman. No one had seen him since the exam on the uninhabited island. One of the guys said that Yomu had been taken off the island unconscious, that his condition was unknown, but that he was said to periodically regain consciousness and then lose it again. Saki Ryoji listened to the guys' chatter and finally addressed them. The guys were immediately ready to help Saki. They hoped they could adequately fill in for Jomu if the girl needed anything. Saki asked the guys to talk about the latest news somewhere else. She said she hadn't slept at all, and they were driving her crazy with all the noise. Her classmates were understanding and agreed to step aside right away. They really didn't need to be making noise in the middle of the classroom. Saki Ryoji, left in the silence, thought that these brainless guys had no idea what they were saying. She knew for sure that Kanjoma wouldn't die. Poor, unfortunate Chloe was quietly crying, sitting in her seat. She heard her sobs. The girl had already noticed that since returning from... Chloe had been crying all the time. Saki also felt uneasy since Joma had been gone for over a week. Finally, unable to bear this information vacuum any longer, Saki, Vapin, and Chloe barged into the hospital, declaring that they wanted to visit their friend. Guards stood outside Joma's room. They had received special orders, and any visits to Joma were strictly prohibited. Saki thought that if a special order prohibited visitors from seeing Yoma, it must have something to do with the Sword Emperor. The entire island of Avalon was covered in boiling lava, but Saki still managed to sense a strange magic there. The strongest man on Avalon Island had just lost an arm. Based on this, the following conclusions can be drawn. Demons or monsters had infiltrated the island, and the Sword Emperor stood in their way. Saki checked the server several times, trying to find at least some information, but to no avail. Moreover, Lady Media herself stated that she would personally investigate the details of what had happened. And after that, the Academy Director cut off all contact with the outside world, so the press received no information at all. In that case, Saki needed to contact Joma personally via private message. The girl tried several times to come up with the right questions to ask him directly about what had happened. Joma was also remembered for the slap he had given Saki during their last meeting. Reiji was tired of waiting, and along with the other girls, hoped that Joma would return to the academy soon, because she was worried. Things were also unsettled in the star class. Rachel was worried about her friend, who had become even more withdrawn after visiting the uninhabited island. Even now, Abel didn't hear her friend ask how she was feeling. Abel apologized to Rachel, saying she'd been lost in thought. The girl confirmed that her grandfather, the Sword Emperor, was doing fine. It turned out that Rachel's uncle, Mr. Chang's son, was also worried and had been relaying his concerns to Siegfried. Abel couldn't tell her friend how her own grandfather had apologized to her, saying that soon she would find out why Siegfried had personally volunteered to care for the ailing Yoma. Abel didn't know any details. She could only guess that Yoma had been injured while helping her grandfather. And now Abel was just as nervous as all her other friends, because the lack of information sometimes becomes an unbearable burden. Elder Claudia von Beimhar continued to drown his fears in alcohol. The man was drinking even more now. He realized that things had only gotten worse. Those petty, insignificant creatures, the Undertakers, had botched the operation. Every member of the mercenary squad had been killed. Siegfried reported that all the nerves in his left arm had been severed and the tissue torn. Media confirmed that her friend and comrade was in terrible condition. But Siegfried had already been discharged from the hospital, and now he might even be stronger than before. The academy director said she had mobilized all the doctors and healers and tasked them with saving the old man and the boy at all costs. But in reality, Media was very angry. She had sent her comrade, the greatest swordsman in the world, to protect the boy, and he himself had nearly died and failed to shield Joma from danger. But Media didn't even want to think about anything negative anymore. Now she had decided to approach every situation with a more positive attitude. Of course, the woman was worried about her friend. She had lived a fairly long life and seen a lot, so she could imagine many things. Siegfried waved his stump and said that it was actually more convenient that way, because an empty sleeve could easily swat away flies. The doctor at the hospital said that he had been a doctor for 30 years, but this was the first time he had encountered such a phenomenon. The old man's entire body was clean, and even his old scars had disappeared. Media agreed that it sounded and looked very unusual and like a miracle. The woman had no idea what was going on. It was clear that Yoma had survived. Without a doubt, this was connected to Siegfried, because the swordsman hadn't left the boy's side for a single moment. What's more, he had paid the enormous medical bills for the young man out of his own pocket. Media had never seen her old comrade in such a state. She wanted to know what had happened on the island. Media tried some magical tricks and realized that even a blessing couldn't help her see the truth. It was beyond comprehension. Yoma had already come to his senses. The director hoped that Siegfried would finally tell her what had happened, since these events had kept the media up at night for several days. Siegfried honestly admitted that he needed time to gather his thoughts. The fact was that the man himself hadn't understood everything right away either, but now he was ready to explain what had happened to them there. It turned out that the 5th commander of the Demon Legion, Agor, had appeared on the uninhabited island of Avalon. Just thinking about this demon's appearance made Siegfried start scratching his severed hand. Media had imagined all sorts of things, but even in her worst nightmares, she could not have imagined that Agor would appear in the human world. Of course, it was hard to believe, but that was exactly what had happened. Agor had cut off Siegfried's hand. Media was horrified. She jumped up, realizing what a tragedy could have occurred. This meant that Yoma had also suffered at the hands of the demon, but at the same time, the woman wanted to know what had happened to the demon. Siegfried replied that the demon had been eliminated. It was too early to tell the press, but the swordsman had seen with his own eyes how she had vanished from the human world. It turned out that Siegfried had single-handedly gotten rid of Agor, but that was ridiculous. It was simply impossible to even say out loud that one man had defeated the commander of the 5th Legion. But even if someone had helped in that battle, was it really possible that Yoma could have defeated the demon Agor? Siegfried didn't want to say anything more. He suggested discussing the details when everyone was together. And today, the boy has people he needs to visit before he sees the 2 old teachers. The guy has friends. Media said she wasn't old, so her old man would have to sort things out in the end. After that, the friends continued their tea party. Everyone was thinking about what might have happened and what would happen in the near future. The friends gathered in the academy courtyard. Wappen had called them all together. The guy tried to cheer up the girls, who were completely downcast from anxiety and longing. The young man said he had made a poster to recruit members for their travel club. Wappen felt it was time for them to take the initiative themselves, since up until now, all the ideas had usually come from Joma. The girls stared at the poster, showing no emotion. Chloe chose to just walk away silently so she wouldn't say anything mean. While Saki said that Wappen had surprised her in every way for the first time, she definitely wouldn't have been able to do that. Wappen thought the main colors on the poster were perfectly chosen. He hoped Saki had good taste and would appreciate the beautiful flyer he'd created. With a deft flick of a utility knife, Chloe sliced the poster in 2, thereby showing exactly what she thought of the club's promotional flyer. Wappen was furious. He'd spent the whole day creating that poster, but Chloe thought you couldn't show trash like that to Joma. Wappen was very upset. He felt that you couldn't treat work he'd spent all night on like that. Chloe was unshakable. She said that the great news was the existence of recycling plants. Saki, of course, was nervous too. She constantly had to soothe her nerves and restore her sanity with fresh portions of chocolate. But now even her favorite bars didn't seem as sweet as they used to. The girl sat on a bench, wondering when Yoma would show up. Maybe he'd be discharged soon and could meet up with them. She didn't have the energy to worry anymore. But then the girl heard her friends shouting as they enthusiastically greeted Yoma, rejoicing at his release and asking how he was doing. Joma stood with Chloe and Vapon. The guys talked about how worried they'd been for their friend and asked how he was feeling. Joma, without answering his friends' questions, didn't take his eyes off Saki. It seemed as though he was literally mesmerized by her. However, the strong man snapped the boy back to his senses. So much had happened over the past few days that Joma had almost completely forgotten what had happened before they were sent to the uninhabited island. And now Saki was standing next to the young man, repaying him and happily welcoming him back into the circle of his friends. Finally, Joma said with relief that he was back. Vapen tried to talk about the poster for the club, but the girls told him not to embarrass himself and show off that junk. Joma looked in surprise at the messages flooding his phone. The guy didn't understand what was going on. Apparently, he hadn't fully recovered from his injury yet. But in the very next moment, Joma realized he was on the seashore. Of course, it seemed like a delusion, but be that as it may. He was sitting in the back seat of a fancy convertible, with Siegfried himself behind the wheel. It was the first time the man had driven with one hand, and he handled it perfectly. Media immediately announced that she hadn't been to the sea in a very long time, and would now happily spend time here with the guys. It turned out that the academy director had decided to surprise Siegfried and Yoma. She had rented out the entire beach because she believed that you can't take money with you to the afterlife, so you might as well spend it. The group of friends had already arrived early, and now everyone was waiting to meet their beloved Joma. Joma arrived in grand style. He was accompanied by the academy director and the Sword Emperor. The arrival of such a party greatly surprised the students. All the kids greeted the adults and started chatting among themselves. Joma was very surprised when he didn't see Leon among the group. Wappen said there was no need to even ask. Leon had been living in the dungeons lately, and it was already hard to tell whether he was a demon or a human. Joma understood that there was much more common sense in those words than might seem at first glance. But since such a great group had gathered here, he just needed to enjoy the break and have a wonderful time. After all, the students were just ordinary kids, and they immediately started having fun and playing in the water, competing to see who could swim faster and who could throw the ball farther. Chloe was splashing around in an inflatable ring. The water was very refreshing and pleasant. Wappen easily caught the first wave and rode the surf with delight. Rachel asked them not to forget who she was and promised to remind them right away that she was the coolest girl here. She got so carried away that she didn't notice and crashed into Chloe, who ended up falling into the water. Joma just stood in the water and watched his friends fooling around like little kids. Abel and Saki were afraid to go into the water, thinking it was too cold. Besides, staying on the shore meant they could attract more attention. Even Rachel was shocked by what she saw, saying it wasn't fair. Little Chloe was ready to kill everyone, and Joma chose not to get out of the water. Abel didn't understand why everyone there was looking at her like that. While watching the kids, the teachers played chess. Siegfried believed that taking the next step was never easy, but it was impossible not to take it. All of this was so that these kids could continue to laugh, have fun, and simply live. If it's hard to think about solving problems on a global scale, you can simply do something good for at least a few children. Meanwhile, the teenagers started playing volleyball. They felt like ordinary kids on whom the fate of humanity didn't depend. The boys were happy. They enjoyed all the activities the girls were doing. Just at that moment, the ball bounced up, making for a spectacular sight. Rachel and Chloe were so busy admiring Abel's figure that they didn't even notice the ball that had been scored. Of course, as regrettable as it was, one had to admit that Abel was talented at everything. At that moment, Abel walked over to Saki and asked how she was feeling. After that, Abel helped Saki up and thanked her for the great pass that had allowed her to score the goal. That evening, the whole group spent time together at a barbecue. The guys grilled meat and treated the girls. At some point, Saki realized that Joma was most likely interested in Abel. They were chatting far too sweetly while cooking the steak. Saki went for a walk along the seashore. It had been a very eventful day. She'd had plenty of pleasant moments. However, of course, she longed for that simple feminine happiness. Reggie was walking along the water's edge, thinking about the future, when suddenly her gaze fell on something. Right on the shore lay a bottle, clearly washed up by the sea, and inside was a note. Saki picked up the bottle, opened it, and took out the note. It was a popularity poll ranking. It was practically impossible to make out the ranking because the ink had smudged and the writing was barely legible. Saki didn't know if it was a joke or a real ranking, but she was very jealous of whoever had come in first place. Of course, she'd love to win at least something in this life, or even just take first place in the ranking. Besides, Saki was hungry. She hadn't eaten almost anything because she'd left before the steaks were ready. She had to admit that Abel was a very beautiful girl. If Saki were a guy, she probably wouldn't have been able to resist Abel. After the incident on the deserted island, it was as if something had changed around them and in the relationships between all the friends. Saki, just as she was about to burst into tears, closed her eyes when suddenly she heard a voice. "What are you doing here? The movie is about to start." Startled, Saki snapped back to her senses and saw Joma standing next to her. He had walked over very quickly, holding skewers in his hands. Joma replied that he had walked to the beach. Saki hoped he hadn't heard her words and that she hadn't said them out loud. Joma added that he had come to the beach because he was very worried about her. After that, the young man handed her the skewers, and Saki happily began to eat. Everything seemed strange and surprising. Joma had come looking for her, and on top of that, he'd brought her food. He advised her to eat more slowly, saying that no one was going to take her food away. Saki Ryoji was incredibly happy. She realized that everything was just perfect. After that, the group gathered inside the villa, which the academy instructors had also rented. They planned to watch a movie. Rachel asked where Saki had been. The girl replied that she had been on the phone. Now they just had to wait for Jomu. He was due back from the bathroom soon. A spot had been saved for him between the two beauties, and the situation was getting more and more spicy. Abel turned to Saki and apologized for the photo, saying that she herself hadn't expected things to turn out that way on a deserted island. Saki admitted that, of course, she was a little surprised, but it was no big deal. It was all in the past now. Abel promised that in the future, she wouldn't let situations arise where she'd have to apologize. Finally, Joma returned and took a seat. Now they could start watching the movie. Joma wanted to know who had chosen and assigned the seats. Abel said she had given him her seat. Joma stood in the huge square in front of the Joaquin Academy building. Suddenly, the ground around him shook. The entire space was bathed in red light, and the Academy's main tower now resembled a spaceship. Soon, a light source appeared near the central building, emitting a very aggressive aura, and metal knives flew in all directions. Joma was very surprised since the knives were his weapons, and he immediately began to fend off the attacks. But soon the young man realized that the space in front of him had torn apart. It looked like scraps of paper with one layer behind another. After that, a huge long knife smoothly burst into the space of the tiers and began to descend lower and lower. Joma felt that he had to either accept this knife or engage in battle with an unknown opponent. And now the huge symbolic knife had pierced the young man standing between the layers of space. There was no longer any ground beneath his feet, and now Joma felt himself simply falling into an incomprehensible, distant abyss. Joma opened his eyes and was afraid to even move, but soon realized, thankfully, that it was just a dream. This wasn't the first time this dream had tormented him. Joma wanted to figure out what it meant, but so far he didn't understand a thing. Just then, a message popped up on Joma's phone. He wondered who would be texting him so early in the morning. Vapin sent a message saying he'd received word. The guys had been approved to recruit new members into the club, so they needed to be ready for a flood of people coming their way. Joma looked at himself in the mirror. The young man noted that his body had improved. It didn't look as frail as before. It was probably because of his rest in the ward. Joma recalled that after the battle with Agor, he had lost consciousness, and the Sword Emperor had spent a fortune on quality medical care in a private room. Besides, as Siegfried had personally tended to the boy, Joma realized that he was now deeply indebted to the Emperor of the Sword. The young man was almost ready to leave, but he couldn't find his tie anywhere. Suddenly, he remembered where he had left it. It was all on that same uninhabited island of Avalon. Joma had used his tie and a few planks to splint Abel's injured leg. Joma really wanted to know what would happen next. He didn't know if he was doing the right thing. Joma remembered that just recently, sitting by the campfire, he had been thinking about the same thing and had concluded that he just needed to be himself. In the current situation, when nothing could be changed anymore, he just had to live as life unfolded and move forward. Joma arrived at the academy courtyard and realized that this was the place where he needed to be right now and where he could be most useful. In her familiar hand, as usual, was her favorite treat. Saki held it out to Joma. Maybe just this once the young man would agree to have some. Joma, as usual, refused, saying that the girl could eat it herself without hesitation. Reiji wanted to scare the boy, but he had become dull and pensive and wasn't even surprised by her sudden appearance. Saki finally decided the time had come and asked Joma what had really happened on Avalon Island. Joma didn't want to say anything and, as usual, started dodging the question, saying that something happened. But Saki wouldn't let it go. The girl could have won first place today. She asked what it was, how it all went, what was required, encouraged him, and pleaded with him. Finally, she looked at the young man with a loving and tender gaze and asked what was wrong with him. Saki was absolutely certain that she could be called the brains of their club, and therefore she had to be in the loop about everything. Joma didn't react to her words at all. Instead, he started messaging on his phone, but Saki demanded that he not ignore her. It turned out that the message had been sent by Joma to Saki, and she immediately decided to check what it was. Joma forwarded Saki the message from Vapon that he had received that morning. The girl was furious when she saw that disgusting poster again. Joma confirmed that something was definitely going on with this guy, so Saki needed to keep an eye on her friend, or else they wouldn't be seeing any new people. After that, Joma quickly slipped away, leaving the girl alone. Reiji didn't even notice that Joma had gone somewhere. Media and Siegfried were sitting in the academy director's office drinking tea. They kept teasing each other, but they did it, as always, lovingly and gently. A knock on the door interrupted their conversation because it looked like a fight was about to break out over the quality of the tea. The door opened and Kang Joma peeked into the office. He was immediately invited in. The young man was worried he had arrived too early, but the director said he was right on time. Siegfried joked that he had lived with two hands for 70 years, but now he sometimes got confused and reached for his cup with his missing hand. Media replied that Siegfried had absolutely no tact and for some reason was spilling such intimate details in front of a woman and a child. Joma felt like he was on a hot seat. The academy director looked at the boy intently. Finally, Media spoke up. It turned out that Siegfried had told her that Joma had defeated Agor, the commander of the 5th Legion of Demons. Joma remembered everything perfectly well. And the facts spoke for themselves, but the sensations the young man had experienced during the battle were becoming less and less distinct, as if everything were shrouded in fog. Media noticed that the young man was sitting there looking lost. The director surmised that she was rushing things, since the boy had only just been discharged from the hospital. Media still couldn't believe what she'd been told, though she understood that Siegfried wouldn't lie about this. Siegfried said that, of course, he had also participated in the battle against the demon and could be said to have been part of the operation to destroy Agor, but that the credit belonged solely to Kan Joma. Siegfried apologized to Media for revealing the truth about Avalon Island so late. He had no choice but to watch from the sidelines. The emperor was certain that by this point, the demons had also sensed the anomaly. There is no hero among humanity today capable of stopping the demon. It is unclear how Agor infiltrated the human world, but her actions had a specific goal. It seemed that Agor was trying to prevent something with her actions. Siegfried believed that if people simply sat idly by, things would only get worse. Demons were an impulsive people, but at the same time, they were cunning. Siegfried was certain that war awaited them in the coming years, and this war would be far more massive than the one half a century ago. If the fact of Agor's elimination were made public, the demons might well use it as a pretext to end the truce. It's a good thing the Emperor of the Sword isn't revealing the details. It is only thanks to this that the lull continues. Now it is clear why everyone respects Siegfried so much. Siegfried said he had gathered everyone here today to announce something important. The Sword Emperor grabbed the empty sleeve of his jacket and admitted that he would no longer be able to go to the front lines. Medea jumped up from her seat in fear and asked why Siegfried had decided this. After all, it was just a lost arm. Why was he speaking as if he had already outlived his purpose? The Sword Emperor spoke the following words: "To raise unwavering heroes so that a brighter era may follow." Medea knew that was the motto of their academy. She looked at her friend, not understanding where he was going with this. Siegfried continued, saying that at the same time, there was a reason why Medea held the position of academy director. An oppressive silence fell over the office. Siegfried and Medea were silent, and Yoma had no idea how this conversation would end. Finally, Siegfried broke the silence. He said that he would soon cease to be a hero of the 7 stars. Yoma could no longer stay silent. The young man looked at his idol in horror. He didn't want to hear about it. But the Emperor of the Sword asked the boy to calm down, saying that he had thought long and hard while Joma was in the hospital. His departure didn't mean he was going to leave the front lines entirely. It just meant that from now on, he would only do what was within his power. Medea understood that such a situation would attract enormous attention from the global media, which would give Siegfried no peace. The man replied that he was just about to give them an interview and make an important announcement at the same time to save the journalists' time. Medea couldn't understand how her old friend managed to remain so businesslike and sharp for half a century. Joma watched these old men and thought that he had still been trying to do everything possible not to distort the game's main plot too much. After all, when characters start behaving unconventionally, Joma gets very nervous. But now looking back, the guy realized how selfish and self-assured he had been. There is a will of their own in the words and actions of these game characters. To Joma, they are no longer just digital code, but living people with their own selves. So, whatever decisions they make, whatever trials they face, you just have to accept it and move on. After all, closing your eyes and pretending it's all just a bad dream won't work. And watching this sweet couple was a real pleasure. Siegfried remembered that he'd almost forgotten to say the most important thing. Although Medea had nearly had a heart attack already, it turned out that not all the problems had been addressed yet. Siegfried turned to the young man and said, "Student Kang Joma, I am passing on to you my place as the hero of 7 stars." Silence finally fell over the principal's office, and soft sunlight filled the room. Medea stood by the window and looked out at the campus grounds. The principal still considered Siegfried an old senile fool. "We need to see how the demon reacts first. We need to agree to all the interviews." "Why jump to such hasty conclusions right away?" she thought. Siegfried said, "Of course, the preparation will take at least a year. While Yoma is studying at the academy, he should just enjoy student life." Medea really wanted to strangle her beloved friend for being so smart and so brave. Left alone, the woman thought about inheriting the title of 7 stars hero. One wants to believe that this isn't too heavy a burden for a 17-year-old boy, but it must be admitted that there are hardly any better candidates. Of course, the academy cannot make his achievements public. But if this information ever comes to light, the world will literally be turned upside down. He was a genius, as if he had descended from the heavens. Kang Joma has already joined the ranks of legends. In that sense, the young man resembled the Academy's progenitor and founder, Valora Joaquin. Medea's thoughts returned to her old friend. It seemed to her that she could finally understand Siegfried. A vacant spot among the heroes of the 7 stars is capable of causing friction not only in human society, but also among the demons. Not everyone may agree with this, but if Siegfried personally appoints the successor, there shouldn't be any problems. However, she needed to secure the support of the association and the other 7 stars heroes. Medea glanced at the photograph on her desk. It looked like an academy reunion. Kang Joma was leaving the Academy Director's office alongside the legendary swordsman. The men moved silently down the corridor. Finally, Yoma called out to Siegfried and, turning to the Sword Emperor, asked him to stay for a moment. Siegfried immediately asked why the young man wanted to speak with him. It was probably related to inheriting the title of 7 Stars Hero. Siegfried apologized for not warning the young man about this in advance. But then the swordsman asked the young man, "Why are there still only 4 7 Stars heroes?" Joma suggested that this was so that fallen comrades could be honored posthumously. The Sword Emperor agreed. In principle, one could interpret the matter that way. After all, thanks to their great sacrifice, both Siegfried and Yoma still stand and live on this earth. However, leaving the seats of the 7 Stars heroes empty just for that reason is still a bit strange, and one couldn't help but agree with that. Siegfried admitted that the reason was much simpler than it seemed at first glance. They simply hadn't found worthy heroes yet. Among all the current players and heroes, there are none as strong as the remaining 4, or even stronger than them. Unlike humans, demons become more powerful than humanity with each passing year. Even in the game, their superiority was made abundantly clear. Most likely it was a tactic to attract donations, but the main factor in the difficulty was precisely the demons' extreme racial stats. According to lore, if the demonic army attacks all at once, humanity, despite its numerical superiority, will be wiped off the face of the earth in less than 6 months. Negotiations and deals are also only possible when you have power on your side. Joma wanted to know what all this had to do with the 3 empty spots. He was certain that it was better to have no power at all than to be weak. If the hero of 7 stars were to suddenly lose to some ordinary creature, humanity would certainly not benefit from it. This title grants not only a comfortable position and fame, it entails a huge responsibility, for one must hold back the demons and lead people forward. But in today's world, the true meaning of the 7 Stars hero title has been forgotten. Some use the prestige of the 7-star title as a tool for personal gain, making money and gaining political influence. History has seen examples of this, such as the head of state who capitalized on his famous name, Japanese Prime Minister Chogun Saki Kojima, the long-serving prime minister and de facto ruler. In the original storyline, he is mentioned only in passing. He never appeared in person, so he remained a dark horse. Moreover, Reiji Saki never spoke about her family, whereas, for example, Chloe sometimes shared information about her relatives. Only once did Saki say a phrase that stuck in Yoma's mind: "I hate heroes." Yoma understood what Siegfried was trying to tell him, but the boy was interested in something else entirely. The young man wanted to know why Siegfried had chosen him specifically to be his deputy. Siegfried didn't understand. Was the boy pretending to be simple-minded, or was he really that naive? The reason Siegfried is handing his position over to Yoma is that Yoma is much stronger than Siegfried. The man had seen this for himself during the last battle. Yoma had formally beaten the demon Agor to the brink of death. But Yoma wasn't sure if the victory over the demon was entirely his own doing. Siegfried said he had long wanted to find out something about Kan Yoma's apprentice. It seems this question is now his top priority. Analyzing the battles, Siegfried had come to the conclusion that the boy's power was limited in duration. Yoma was, so to speak, caught off guard. He had hoped that no one would figure out how things really stood, since the young man hadn't told anyone about it. Now he wanted to know how Siegfried had found out. The Sword Emperor told the boy not to be afraid. He had merely drawn conclusions, and whoever Joma was, such power could not be used without limits. Otherwise, it would destroy Joma himself. During the exam and on the uninhabited island of Avalon, Siegfried noticed that about a minute after using his power, Yoma would faint. It was precisely this that led Siegfried to the conclusions he had reached. Kan Yoma clenched his hand into a fist to gather his courage and turned to Siegfried, saying that he had something to tell him about his power. After that, the men exchanged information that neither of them had ever shared with anyone else in their lives. Siegfried learned that when Yoma activates the blessing, a monstrous pain arises, which is temporarily suppressed by another blessing. Yoma told Siegfried about the blessings of the sword god and painlessness, omitting the minor details. Although the Sword Emperor inspires trust, it is still unwise to reveal all one's weaknesses to others. Yoma opened up to draw on his mentor's wisdom, not for sympathy or understanding. Siegfried promised that this would remain between them and reiterated that using one blessing to suppress the limitations of another was a truly revolutionary idea. Moreover, Yoma has already embraced this power and knows how to use it, albeit with some limitations. Siegfried was once again amazed by the talent of his extraordinary student. But you can't always race against time, so it's important to learn to understand and control your abilities. To do this, Yoma will need an experienced mentor, and Siegfried just happened to need a student with outstanding abilities. Since Siegfried had chosen Yoma as his successor, he needed to train him properly. Of course, Siegfried had already decided to retire, but even the thought of sitting around doing nothing frightened him. The Sword Emperor had practically left when he suddenly remembered something, turned back, and handed the young man his tie. He said that Abel had asked him to pass this on. Now Siegfried needs to settle all his affairs. And then the Sword Emperor would summon Yoma for training. Until then, the young man should enjoy a carefree student life. As both successor and apprentice, Yoma understood that this could not be allowed to happen. In time, he would have to talk Siegfried out of this plan. A dark, quiet night had fallen over the student dormitory. All the boys were fast asleep. Yoma was already asleep in his bed, but the young man twitched periodically in his sleep and moaned. Suddenly, it was as if flashes of light appeared in the boy's mind. Once again, the academy tower loomed before his eyes, and knives flew in all directions. And once again, Yoma fought against these knives, fending off their attack, not understanding why they were fighting him with his own weapons. And once again, reality vanished, and he found himself as if in outer space. Yoma hoped that this time he would be able to hold on and finally see this dream through to the end. The young man recalled Siegfried's words, "You have accepted this power and already know how to use it." In his dream, he also kept hearing the word accept. The knife seemed to dissolve and vanish from the boy's hands. The young man stood up straight, chest out, ready to take any blow. At worst, nothing terrible would happen to him. After all, it was just a dream. Yoma offered his chest, and a bright beam of light aimed straight at him, ready to die right there. Because it's impossible to die in a dream, but the blow was still very powerful, and now Yoma was flying into the void. The pain was hellish. Finally, the boy fell, feeling the vessels inside his body burst. Now Yoma lay unconscious and helpless. However, a few minutes later, the young man got up and began to shake the remnants of his clothes off. The shirt had completely vanished. The young man looked at his hands. They were like real ones, and yet very strong. Then Yoma felt as if some kind of creature had passed through him, and now the boy remained unchanged. Finally, Yoma saw his double, whom he hadn't seen in a long time. It was a white creature, as if created from the energy of lightning. The creature said that it had recreated a familiar place. It was here that Yoma had first met it, which was why he had gotten everything mixed up now. The creature added that it had a small correction it would like to explain to Yoma. The creature assured him that it wasn't the GM, and Yoma was completely confused, not understanding who was standing before him. The stranger spread his arms wide and said that, come to think of it, it didn't really matter who he was. Maybe he is you, or maybe you are him. Although to be precise, it's most likely the other way around. Yoma still couldn't calm down. He wanted to know who this creature really was. In response, it just laughed loudly, and this began to annoy Yoma. The creature apologized, saying that old memories had come flooding back. Of course, Yoma's curiosity was completely understandable and explainable. The creature took out an hourglass and said that if it started explaining who it was, the conversation would drag on for a long time. And there was little time left, so they needed to get straight to the point. People call the creature different things. To some, it is a disaster. To others, nature or even the universe itself. Some call this being God. Even if we assume that the being is God, it is an unusual God. It was the very real, unique, and one-of-a-kind God of the Sword. But the God of the Sword is not the one Yoma had in mind. In short, you can call the being whatever you like, because it is what it is. For now, he had to settle on that definition because time was running out. Yoma wanted to know why the being had appeared to him. It turned out that the restrictions on Yoma had been lifted quite recently. During the battle with the demon Agor, the blessing of the God of the Sword had been deactivated. But it hadn't been completely removed, which is why the creature now appeared before Yoma in this form. Even the fact that the creature and Yoma could now speak to each other was already a tremendous miracle. Suddenly, there was a loud crash and the hourglass shattered. The ceiling and the space around them also began to spread out and disappear. The creature said that for now, they could only communicate on this level. Yoma was completely confused and didn't understand what was happening now. The space in which he had just been communicating with the creature had almost completely vanished, and he felt as if he were falling into a pit again. The creature added that cutting everything in sight wasn't bad. but one shouldn't swing a weapon thoughtlessly. And also, the power that Joma uses. But the creature didn't get to say more. Time was up. And now the boy was falling into the darkness, staring at the creature. It wasn't fair because he still had a million questions. The creature said that in any case, he mustn't make a mistake, because it still believed in Kanjoma. The young man opened his eyes, holding his hand out in front of him, and didn't understand where he was. A few more moments passed before Joma fully woke up from his sleep. At that moment, right in the middle of the night, a notification about new stats and parameters arrived. It turned out that the assimilation level had reached a very high level, which meant the boy might have new options. But then Joma suddenly remembered something and jumped out of bed. He ran to the table where his diary and a pen lay. He immediately sat down at the table and jotted down a few words before he forgot. God of the Sword GM. He couldn't remember anything else. Joma sat at the table for a while longer, trying to replay the dream in his head, but nothing new came to mind. He needed to start gathering clues one by one, and gradually the whole picture would come together. Joma heard some noise outside the window. He thought the rainy season had already begun, and with all this studying, he'd completely lost touch with everyday life. The sharp spike in the assimilation rate certainly put the guy on alert, but so far the rise in this indicator hadn't led to anything bad. Then in the middle of the night, the phone rang. That was just too much. Joma thought it was time to stop using the phone. The young man answered the call and nearly went deaf from the shout coming through the receiver. Someone yelled at him, "We found it!" Joma was finally able to speak normally and continued the conversation, listening carefully to the information. As usual, the guys gathered at their favorite cafe to discuss things they preferred to keep secret from the other students at the academy. Saki couldn't believe her eyes. How could anyone respond to such an ugly poster? Joma and Chloe tried not to be rude, but they completely agreed with the girl. Chloe didn't think there was still so much trash left in this world. Even Joma had to admit that he was in shock, and now everyone was curious to know who had applied to join their club. The very fact that this person had responded to such a poster aroused suspicion. Saki decided to check everything thoroughly. Chloe supported her friend, believing that such caution and distrust had never hurt anyone. After all, the group still didn't know exactly what the female instructor and Ray Sean from the Undertaker's gang, who had bribed the guards in the dungeon, were after. Therefore, the new club member could be a spy sent by those hunting for Joma. Wapin turned to the club leader and reminded him about tomorrow night. Chloe confirmed Joma had once told her that he loved fish dishes. Soon their club would be officially approved. Plus, they needed to celebrate his discharge from the hospital, so now the guys had 2 reasons to visit a nice restaurant. Joma told the guys that he was actually a bit picky about sushi, but to be honest, he was just too lazy to go anywhere. Wapin enthusiastically explained that he'd picked the most popular spot near the academy and booked a table. It was harder than completing a quest. The place had 3,000 reviews. People wrote that even Japanese tourists appreciated the standard and quality of the food. So far, it all sounded very appetizing. Joma confirmed he'd come. Since it was going to be a celebratory dinner in his honor, it felt awkward to turn it down. Just then, a girl appeared in the doorway, waiting for the guys to finish discussing the restaurant. She opened the door slightly and asked if the guys happened to be members of the travel club. Wapin was the first to recover, confirmed it, and invited the girl to come in and sit with them at the table. Saki said that as strange as it might sound, at first glance the girl seemed normal. Joma thought about all the club members. Each of them was unique. So the stranger really did look normal. A pause fell at the table, one that needed to be broken somehow. At some point, while the silence still hung in the air, Joma sensed that the girl had mentally told him to get lost. Wapin, as usual, was the first to snap out of it. He thanked the girl for applying to their club. Saki Ryoji adjusted her glasses and asked the stranger to introduce herself first. All the club members looked at Saki in surprise. She was acting like a member of some kind of security service. The girl stood up and said her name was San Hana. She was a sophomore in Tiger's class, originally from the city of Busan. Kang Joma was very surprised. He asked if the girl was Korean. This question slightly flustered the newcomer. Joma knew that the surname San didn't exist in this world, even though he himself had the Korean surname Kang, originally from Earth. Joma said that when he lived in Busan, he used to eat pork soup all the time. It seemed that upon hearing this, the girl relaxed a bit and began to talk. She confirmed that pork soup was very tasty, white broth to which you add pepper, onions, and rice, and mix it all together. Saki elbowed Joma in the side and asked what on earth this was all about. Why had he brought up this topic? After that, Saki took the lead again, saying that her background and name were clear, but now the newcomer had to talk about her motivation and the reasons she decided to join the club. The girl explained that the announcement stated the club's main activities were travel and dungeon clearing. She was having trouble with her practical credits this year and wanted to clear a couple of dungeons. That's when she saw the announcement. According to Saki, this is primarily a travel club, and dungeon clearing is just a secondary activity. Besides, there are plenty of clubs where the primary goal is specifically dungeon clearing. The newcomer replied that in her second year, hardly anyone wants to take on a student with such mediocre stats as hers. The girl added that she was useless, so it was no surprise that no one wanted to deal with her. Saki continued to act like a strict police officer, adding that there was no need to put herself down like that. Then she asked what kind of weapon the new girl had. Hana replied that she didn't have anything specific, except maybe her fists. Now Saki had no idea if the girl would be able to handle the dungeon. The newcomer thought that, as far as she knew, that wasn't the main focus of this club. Weapon whispered quietly, so Saki wouldn't hear, that this was the first time he'd seen anyone out-argue Ryoji in a conversation. After that, a visual duel began between the two girls. And finally, Saki said that now she understood absolutely everything. Hana, perhaps thinking she was about to be kicked out, added that she really wanted to join the club not only for the dungeons, but also to gather as many impressions as possible about life at the academy for the future. Joma had met all sorts of people along the way and had become quite skilled at determining what kind of person was standing before him. On top of that, he could get a closer look at people through his ability, the blessing of the god of the sword. Saki thought that they would hardly be able to find anyone better than this girl. Finally, the president of the travel club spoke up and announced, "I'm happy to welcome a new member to our club." Hana couldn't believe her ears. Had she really been accepted? Joma confirmed that she had, and since all the other members were younger than Hana, she could speak to them informally. That was really cool news. The club members looked at the newcomer in surprise, realizing that she was going to surprise them even more. Saki wanted some explanation, but Joma said it would be more comfortable for everyone if they started addressing each other informally. For him and Chloe, that was more than enough. Hana said they could talk to her freely too. She was only a year older than the guys and didn't want to stand out among them. Wopin handed Hana a questionnaire and asked her to fill out the application and turn it in by the end of the week. The girl skimmed through the questionnaire and application and was very surprised. She hadn't expected the academy director herself to be listed as the club's advisor. Wopin confirmed this, saying that the club president, Joma, had asked the director, and she had agreed immediately. Hana smiled a puzzled smile, saying she could already tell how interesting life in the club would be. After that, the girl said goodbye to everyone, told them she would contact them next week, and left the cafe. Left alone, Kang Joma immediately let his guard down and voiced the question that had been on his mind. So who is she? Joma felt like Hana reminded him of someone, but maybe he was just having a strange feeling. Saki said that the guy had just confused her with someone else, since Hana's appearance was too ordinary, and besides, she was constantly adjusting her glasses. Just then, Joma received a text message. The guy said it was from the academy director. Wopin was thrilled. Could the director have already found out about the new club member? Joma replied that it was unlikely. He had simply asked the director for something last time, so he had probably just received a response. Jomi had asked the director to send him his personal file. He wanted to look into the information about his parents and relatives. And now the young man was convinced that his personal file contained absolutely no information about his parents, relatives, or date and place of birth. After looking over the information, Joma became upset, said goodbye to his friends, telling them he'd be leaving first today, and left the cafe. The guys didn't understand what had happened. Perhaps the principal had called him in for a meeting. Joma realized that all information about his family and parents had been erased. Now Joma understood that Rei Shona had been telling the truth and hadn't lied to him when she said he was a complete dark horse. All information regarding Joma's life before entering the academy had been completely erased. Only the data from the moment he entered the academy remained. Joma realized he couldn't even remember his parents' faces. The last time the young man had contacted them was before his midterm exams. After that, Joma hadn't called them because he didn't want to bother them unnecessarily. Joma decided to call his parents right then, but unfortunately heard that the number he dialed didn't exist. Joma couldn't understand how this could be. He wandered around the park for a long time, then sat down on a bench, trying to make sense of what was happening. Joma looked at the family photos but realized that soon his parents would disappear from them as well. This wasn't a mistake or a delusion. God of the Sword's blessing would never have allowed that. His parents had existed solely to help Joma adapt to this world. The young man felt even lonelier and completely unwanted by anyone. It seemed as though someone had planned all of this in advance, and that someone was the God of the Sword. At that moment, dark clouds gathered in the sky, and it seemed as though a storm was about to break. However, Joma was so distraught that he didn't pay any attention to it at all. The storm did indeed begin, and suddenly a bolt of lightning struck the very bench on which the young man was sitting. It's unclear how this might have ended, but Joma managed to pull his favorite sashimi knife from his jacket's inner pocket and fend off the lightning strike. In the academy, the hallways were constantly filled with the enthusiastic shouts of the boys. They couldn't help but react when the chic and confident Rachel walked past them. The girl paid absolutely no attention to the guys, saying they weren't on her level for her to bother with them. Every morning, the same thing happened. These students constantly pestered Rachel, hoping to start a romantic relationship with her. Abel looked at her friend, who clearly seemed out of sorts. Of course, she was usually like that, but today it was especially obvious. Finally, Rachel gathered her courage and told her friend that she was worried about something. The very fact that Rachel could be worried about anything was already alarming. Rachel admitted that lately her self-esteem had been at rock bottom, even though things around her didn't seem that bad. She was confident in her skills, plus she was beautiful, and guys were always all over her. She was practically sick of it. But at the same time, Rachel realized that something was missing. The girl got so carried away staring at her friend's chest that Abel had to cover up, despite Rachel's compliments. She got downright angry when Rachel said that Abel's figure was simply amazing. After that, like a true friend ready to upset her best friend, Rachel told her about the club that Joma had created. Once Abel had completely let her guard down, Rachel asked, "What happened between you and Joma on Avalon Island?" Abel started making excuses, saying that nothing like what Rachel was implying had happened. She just hurt her leg that day, Joma had fed her, and the next morning he'd left early, barely saying goodbye. Rachel knew her friend wasn't the type to lie, so she decided to take Abel's word for it and even apologize for going too far with her suspicions. Of course, Abel had said before that she couldn't care less about Joma, but now it didn't seem that way anymore. Rachel immediately realized that Abel had also developed an interest in Joma. Abel didn't understand why the conversation had taken this turn, or why they were even discussing Joma. Rachel replied that human feelings are quite fickle, and relationships are an unstable thing. In short, that's why she decided to bring up Joma today. Rachel asked for permission to join the club, but Walpin immediately turned her down, saying they had no openings. He noted that it would be a huge burden to accept a student from the STARS class into the club. Abel wanted to understand how this related to Rachel's declining self-esteem. The girl began to explain that, to live up to her status, she had to visit cafes regularly. That's why she went out first thing this morning to have at least 1 cup of cafe creme or cafe latte, drinks she enjoys every morning. And even if it's just coffee, she had to maintain Demore's prestige. So Rachel headed to her favorite cafe early in the morning. She ordered a strong cold Americano from the barista. The Korean summer turned out to be much hotter than in her homeland, so she needed to cool off first thing in the morning. While Rachel was waiting for her coffee, she spotted her prey in an unexpected place. The girl noticed Joma with the other members of his club, as well as one of the second-year students. She immediately guessed that Joma was conducting an interview for his club, and her memory still held the expression on his face. The thing was, Joma was grinning from ear to ear, and it was unclear what he had found in that girl with glasses. Or maybe Joma is just the kind of guy who'll chase after any new girl. After that, Rachel had to stop her story because Abel was literally boiling with rage. The restaurant looked quite respectable, at least from the outside. Joma noticed the name and thought that in this world, nothing was different from the human world. Most likely, the chef would be European too. Joma thought the main thing was to make sure his professional instincts didn't kick in at a place like this, or else he'd start making sushi again instead of being a student. When Joma walked inside, all the guys were already waiting for their boss. Joma immediately asked if Hana would be coming to the restaurant today. They told him that Hana doesn't eat raw fish, so she told the guys to go ahead without her today. Joma was surprised by this answer, since someone from Busan simply cannot eat fish. However, he didn't share his suspicions with his friends. Soon the whole group entered the dining room, where they were greeted by the waiters. Joma looked around and felt as if he had come home. True, one of the waiters looked suspiciously like someone. At that moment, little Chloe stood up, shielding Joma with her body, and prepared to fight. It turned out that one of the waiters working at this restaurant was her brother Knox. Joma asked the guy what he was doing there, but the answer turned out to be perfectly normal and reasonable. Knox said he was just working a side job. Of course, everyone knew that Knox came from a wealthy family of auditors, and it was unclear why he was working. Joma thought the guy was here incognito and carrying out some kind of assignment. Just then, the head chef shouted, complaining that this was no way to greet guests. After all, just a couple of days ago, the new guy had been practically begging to be hired, and now he was acting all aloof. Knox apologized to the chef and said he'd show the guests to their seats and seat them at the very best table. Saki suggested they ignore it and just go into the dining room. The group sat down at the table and began studying the menu, but Chloe was very pensive and upset. Joma said that Knox probably had his reasons for working here, but since they'd come to the restaurant, it was better to think about how to enjoy their meal. Chloe agreed that that was indeed the better approach. The relationship between the brother and sister was clearly strained, but Joma suspected that it was Knox who had wanted to meet his sister here. Saki said that according to reviews, the local Korean sushi specials were very tasty. The price seemed reasonable, and the quality should match. Saki believed that since they rarely went to restaurants, they shouldn't worry about the prices, but simply enjoy the food. And if Jom didn't like something, they could go somewhere else. However, the young man replied that he wouldn't interfere and that everyone should order whatever they wanted. Soon, Saki called over a waiter to place their order. Joma watched his girlfriend and thought that Saki was different after all. He just couldn't get used to the fact that they belonged to different social classes. The girl looked over the sushi sets and said they looked very appetizing. Even in Japan, there aren't many places like this, and the food here is top-notch. The fish looked good, but Joma had such an expression on his face that Saki noticed it right away and asked what was wrong. Joma really didn't want to ruin everyone's mood. The guys were genuinely treating him, so it seemed like there was no point in saying anything, but he decided to tell the truth. The sushi ingredients are all good, but the knife ruined everything. The fish is literally crying, he said. Knox was furious. That scoundrel had said exactly what the owner couldn't stand. That meant a scene was about to break out. And sure enough, the head chef appeared at the guy's table and asked, "What exactly did the guest just say?" Joma replied that he had said what he had heard. He was ready to repeat it. The chef's technique wasn't bad, but his skill certainly didn't justify the price listed on the menu. The chef listened calmly and said that if the guest felt that way, then perhaps he could teach the chef a thing or two. The chef asked the young man to demonstrate his knife skills. Everyone knew the situation had reached a dead end if Joma was forced to pick up a knife. However, the chef insisted on seeing his skills. Joma thought that this chef really did have excellent hearing. His Korean wasn't great, but he could understand speech on the fly. The young man stood up and the guys immediately tensed up, realizing that things could end badly. The head chef spotted the signature jacket and realized he was looking at an academy student. The man introduced himself. "My name is Mansoor. If this guy cuts better than I do, the food will be free for all the guests." Joma listened to this statement and told the chef not to go back on his word later. The chef didn't see a problem with that. He was just dealing with a little kid who wanted to show off in front of his friends. The chef decided to give him a piece of flounder and teach him a lesson at the same time. The chef said a small flounder was waiting for the boy, but Joma wanted to work with sea bream. Joma had already noticed that there was a sea bream on the cutting board. Ignoring any further requests or instructions, Joma turned around and headed for the cutting table. Of course, Knox knew how masterfully the young man handled a knife. The young man turned to the chef and asked him not to worry, but to simply watch this guest work first. But the chef was worried that the sea bream was very expensive and the stranger might ruin everything. Knox didn't want to say more than necessary, but he still told the chef that this guy could be trusted. Joma walked over to the cutting table and looked at the sea bream lying on the board. A wave of nostalgia washed over the young man. "How much time has passed since I used to do this every day at home," he thought, and took off his jacket to feel more comfortable. The blessing of the sword god was activated, and now the young man held the sushi knife with steady hands. A few seconds later, a gorgeous sashimi set was perfectly sliced and ready. The head chef fell to his knees right in the middle of the restaurant and said he had lost. The man admitted that in his entire professional career, he had never seen anyone fillet fish like that, and now he asked to be taken on as an apprentice. Joma didn't want to see the man in such a position. He helped him up, but the chef refused to stand, saying he had been too arrogant and now wanted to serve the young man. Joma said he really needed to get up. And as for being an apprentice, that was a bit much. But he was willing to give a couple of personal tips. The head chef armed himself with a notebook and pen and was ready to write down every word Joma said. Joma said the chef's skills were decent, but his knife work left something to be desired. He suggested trying a knife with a special blade designed for left-handed people. The head chef asked what exactly Joma meant by a knife for left-handers. The young man explained that you can see from the cut how the chef is straining his right hand, which is why the flesh is crumbling. He needs to switch knives and the result will improve. The rest the chef would figure out on his own after spending a few more years with a knife in his hands. The chef was on the verge of tears. Standing before him was a true master. Joma didn't want to listen to the enthusiastic remarks and reminded the chef of their agreement regarding payment for the meal. And considering that Joma had not only won the argument but also offered free advice, the head chef felt he should treat him to something else. As a result, Joma waved to his friends in the kitchen, saying that the chef had allowed him to prepare the meal for the guests himself today and make it absolutely free of charge. Joma happily set about slicing the fish, feeling completely in his element. Chloe watched her friend with a smile, realizing that Joma could be so happy and relaxed. Wapin volunteered to help his friend a little, because when the club president is so happy, how can the club members just sit on the sidelines? Saki Ryoji wasn't too thrilled with the idea, since she hadn't come to the restaurant to cook the food herself. But in the end, Saki also went to the kitchen to help and tried to take Chloe with her. At that moment, Knox approached his sister and said he wanted to teach her a little something. Late that evening, Joma reflected on the events of the past day. Actually, you could call it a sort of company dinner at which he simply couldn't hold back. Although he had enough time and the blessing of the god of the sword to fillet 3 fish, after spending so much time chopping up monsters, demons, and all sorts of vile 2-legged creatures, cutting fish was a pleasure. Perhaps in the future, Joma would open his own sushi restaurant. At that moment, someone approached him. Knox said that thanks to Joma's work, all the food had sold out. Not a crumb was left, and the chef had taken it upon himself to finish everything. But Knox wanted to let him know that Chloe was asking Joma to come see her. Joma asked why Knox had suddenly started working part-time at the restaurant. Knox replied that it was Joma who had once said, "If you work your butt off, you're bound to succeed." Joma remembered that he had indeed said something like that once, and Knox had remembered it and put it into practice. Joma wanted to encourage the guy and said that, of course, he remembered that, especially since Knox is a beast when it comes to work. Knox cleared his throat and said he didn't want to acknowledge Joma's words and had no intention of doing so, but he was willing to admit to himself he'd realized just how valuable hard work is when you're sweating buckets. And now Knox had a pressing question: how to deal with particularly nasty and drunk regular customers. Joma was back in his element and immediately offered a bunch of advice. Knox said it sounded like Joma had already lived a long life. Joma replied that of course he hadn't gotten any younger, he just had a lot of experience. It was clear that the guy wanted to say something else but was afraid to start, so Joma encouraged him to speak up. Knox said that it was forbidden to disclose the clan's internal affairs to outsiders. It was a serious crime, so he wanted to pass the information on through Chloe. However, Joma didn't answer the call. The auditor's investigation into Joma is complete. They found no suspicious facts, and the Elders' Council's request has been withdrawn. Moreover, the head of the Auditors' clan is now conducting an investigation into the council itself. The auditors exist to maintain order and are not anyone's attack dogs. Most likely an investigative team will be formed because the Council of Elders is a major target and they'll be digging deep. Knox also decided to join the case. Joma realized that the auditors would no longer be hunting him. If their blades are now aimed at the Council of Elders, whatever happens will certainly have nothing to do with Joma. Joma held out his hand to Knox, thanked him, and said he understood how hard it must have been for the guy to tell him all this. The two shook hands. Knox added that he hadn't done anything special and that the problems had really been with him. Joma hoped that now the relationship between brother and sister would improve at least a little. The two were already parting ways. But Joma suddenly remembered what he could ask. Did Knox know anything about Sanhana? Joma explained that she was a girl who had joined their club and thought that if they were in the same class, they must know each other. Knox confirmed that they were indeed classmates and that he knew Sanhana. She's a quiet girl who does nothing but read. She doesn't stand out, but she has one remarkable trait. Sanhana is always, in everything, right in the middle. Knox had to explain what he meant. Literally, in theory and in practice, Hana always gets average grades. It's not that easy to achieve that on purpose. But at the same time, it's impossible not to notice this strange pattern. Nox was surprised that Yoma had shown interest in anyone at all. Joma started to say that it wasn't what it looked like. But before Nox could finish his thought, their conversation was interrupted by the door. The restaurant door swung open, and the head chef shouted that Nox needed to get to work. It was time to tidy up and close the restaurant. The chef also turned to Joma, saying that he had learned a lot from him today and wanted to give him a gift, a knife. Joma replied that for someone who works in the kitchen, a knife is life itself. Did the chef really want to just give a knife away to someone else? The chef began to explain himself, saying that he had always relied on that knife. But now he realized that for a true master, skill is more important than the tool. Joma was satisfied with the answer and said that in that case, he would gladly accept the knife as a gift. The chef bowed his head, saying that it was a great honor for him. Later, Joma opened the knife and immediately realized it was an expensive item. In terms of craftsmanship, the knife was closer to a weapon than a kitchen tool. The young man remembered his first mentor, who used to say, "A master shouldn't blame everything on his equipment." But the master himself was obsessed with knives. A good knife is like a family member. It needs to be given a name. Joma named it the sashimi machine. The chef thought the young man didn't like the gift or that it wasn't good enough. But Joma replied that everything was fine. He was just lost in thought, trying to come up with a name for the knife. The boss immediately decided that the guy wasn't just a craftsman. He was still picking out suitable names in his head. He remembered hearing a phrase somewhere as a child, "The pride of our clan is Sori-kan Joma." And now the young man knew for certain that this knife would be called Sori-kan, which translates to eternal frost. It was late at night, and the city streets were practically deserted. At this dark hour, representatives of various gang groups were gradually gathering for a meeting. Everyone was very busy, so the meeting's leader thanked those who had come for their time. One of the gang members said that if they had been invited, there must be a serious reason for it. The man confirmed that this was indeed the case. The reason was serious. After that, the man in the hood declared that he was the professor in question. One of the gangsters said he was already swamped with work, and now the professor was distracting him. The man wanted to know what had happened. The gangster was sure that the professor had no idea how swamped he was with work. Hearing this, the professor began to laugh loudly, literally roaring with laughter. He couldn't hold it in, and his laughter grew louder and louder. The gangster, who had been annoyed up to that point, was outraged. He must be out of his mind. Why on earth did the professor suddenly start laughing? The professor replied that these people had just signed a contract but were already trying to overthrow the government, and that sounded cute. Hearing the word cute directed at him, the thug flew into a rage and lunged forward, intending to strike the professor. The professor knew that standing before him was a confidant of Mr. Farmarsh, commander of the 4th Legion. Earth element magic was quite rare. The villain didn't understand what the professor was muttering to himself, but that didn't matter because his fists had been itching for a long time. The thug suddenly began to grow, expanding before the eyes of everyone present. A few minutes later, a massive, muscular figure with a furious glare stood before them, towering over the professor, who stood alone and completely calm. Another thug tried to calm his comrade down, saying it would be better not to start a fight here. But the man was already in a rage. He didn't care if anyone tried to intervene. The thug declared he would kill anyone. Before he could do anything, the professor simply waved his hand in his direction. The man added that such power was beyond the capabilities of everyone present, so the space split into 2 separate parts. Even the thugs, who had seen a lot in their time, were stunned to witness the professor's power. After that, the professor said that the demonstration was over and it was time to get down to business. The professor turned to the student, that is the female instructor, and invited her to come closer. The man explained that he had held a chalkboard eraser in his hands for too long, so he had gotten used to treating everyone as students. The instructor would explain the further details of the matter to those present. The girl with lilac hair and pink eyes, an instructor from the academy, stood next to the professor. Her face was hidden by a mask. The instructor spoke up, stating that, contrary to the rumors about the demon Agur, she knew for certain Agur had not been killed by Emperor's sword. Everyone began to whisper, wondering who else could have defeated Agur. The instructor said that the demon had fallen because of a student. His name is Leon van Reinhard, and he is a future hero. The cafe was practically deserted, so he could calmly analyze the new information. Joma sat alone at a table, his mind occupied with important thoughts. The young man understood that the main event was beginning. The Council of Elders was entrusting the investigation to the auditor's house. Even among the aristocracy, the Academy's Council of Elders is considered the pinnacle of elitist snobbery, while the auditors, the guardians of order, are merely pawns. Ordering the murder of a student for no reason is, in essence, treating the auditors like guard dogs. But because of Joma's blunder, he ended up gaining a reliable ally. In the game, for the same reason, a character who kept Leon in check disappeared midway through the plot. There, the Council of Elders tried to scheme and ran headlong into the auditors. So Joma is now going through a very similar situation. The game's script protected Leon from getting his hands dirty, since the auditors took on that role. But now it's unclear who will protect Joma. For now, he's just working like a horse. Once the auditors have intervened, it will soon become clear who is behind all this. There's one person Joma still hasn't figured out, that very same mysterious female instructor. There's another interesting detail. The demon Agar mentioned that the instructor had begged him to sign a contract. The word begged is used when the strong are before the weak and the weak before the strong. So far, nothing is clear. All descriptions of the instructor mention purple hair, but the villains in the game could change their appearance, so it's not worth paying too much attention to the hair. Eye color and body proportions are most likely constant, and this needs to be verified. Joma didn't know if he'd even be able to find this instructor, since the sensitivity of the blessing of the god of the sword isn't all-powerful. Besides, Joma realized he had a catastrophically small amount of information about magic. Of course, he could have just waited or gone back to the library to study. Joma was literally wasting away from idleness and doubt. He had already scribbled all over his notebook and played with his pen, but still hadn't come up with a plan. He needed to stay one step ahead. There's a fine line between youthful idealism and recklessness. Now was exactly the moment to be bolder. Joma finished his mental exercises, deciding to drop by the professor's office soon. Just then, Wapan and Saki, who were always arguing with each other, appeared. The girl said that the guy needed to get rid of his habit of losing his temper over every little thing. Wapan thought that Saki just wasn't serious enough. She supposedly didn't understand what kind of day this was going to be. Joma wanted to know why these two, who were usually such good friends, had suddenly started arguing. But before the girl could say anything, Wapan jumped in and said he'd better explain everything, since it was almost July 7th. Joma thought it was his birthday, but still didn't think the date should be treated as a national holiday. According to Wapan, it was the day when Valor Joaquin sealed Riken, the commander of the First Legion of Demons. Wapan told them this and then fell silent, as if lost in thought. Saki didn't think there was anything supernatural about it and didn't think the day should be treated as some kind of special occasion. But Wapan insisted that special guests would be coming to the academy that day. It would be an old man from the mountains, the strongest assassin Altair, an auditor, the future head of the Steel King's clan, Ironleg, named Moa Ran. Among the guests would be the pride of the United States and one of the leading candidates for the new 7 stars, Ol Mute. Wapan explained very emotionally to his friends that all these celebrities would be coming to their academy for the festival, and so they would have an excellent chance to earn extra points for their travel club and at the same time save the rector's face. Saki thought her friend just wanted to have some fun and didn't need to hide behind noble goals. While the argument between the friends continued, Hana read a book, and Joma thought about the mess that had broken out in the club. Chloe asked if Joma had any special plans for the day of the festival. Upon receiving a negative answer, the girl blushed with embarrassment and began to say that perhaps in that case they could spend time together. Chloe didn't get a chance to finish her sentence because Wapan jumped to his feet and started explaining his latest idea. He suggested setting up a tasting tent, since their club president was a master with a knife, and it would be great publicity for the club. It wouldn't have been so bad, but Chloe got really angry because Wapan had interrupted her conversation with Joma. To everyone's surprise, Joma supported the idea of setting up a tasting area, saying it wasn't a bad idea. The young man realized that Wapan needed to be rescued from Chloe immediately. Saki didn't understand Joma's position at all, since the guy had never been interested in such events. He was probably planning to make a splash in front of the world's powerful figures. Of course, the young man wanted to reply that, of everyone present, Saki was the one most connected to those in power. But Joma said he had no specific reason. During the holidays, he'd just be running around the dungeons anyway. Until now, they hadn't had a chance to participate in anything like this. And anyway, in reality, There aren't that many days in the year when you can just relax and enjoy the holiday. Joma said there weren't that many left. This statement really surprised Saki, who wanted to know what "not many left" meant. For a second, Joma mentally transported himself 3 years into the future, to the time of the second war between humans and demons. How could he have blurted something like that out to the kids? Joma realized he'd become too careless around them. Saki kept pressing him. She wanted to know what Joma was hiding. Surely he knew something the rest of them didn't. The girl remembered that there had already been several situations where Joma knew more than the others. Joma realized he was in a tough spot. He was being pressured from both sides by the angry girls. Wapin showed remarkable insight. He realized that the club president was in danger. So the guy began to talk very emotionally about what a wonderful poster he would make to advertise their upcoming event. Wapin waved his arms loudly and enthusiastically and sketched a design. The poster was, as usual, ugly and unattractive. However, Hana said she really liked it, since she herself had joined the club after seeing his poster. Wapin realized that he had won this battle and saved Joma, so now there was no tension between them. Saki wouldn't let it go. She felt that Wapin was constantly getting in her way, first with that ridiculous club poster, and now with his ideas. Saki said she'd thought it over and made a decision. There were too many rowers in this boat. It was finally time to establish a clear hierarchy in the club. This needed to be done so that Wapin could no longer do whatever he pleased and meddle in other aspects of the club's work. After that, the guys moved to the training hall. Wapin had been waiting for this moment when he could finally pin Saki to the ground. Saki agreed that if she lost, she would stop getting in Wapin's way and would accept his idea at the festival without argument. The rest of the club members were just supposed to watch the match. Of course, it was just a practice match, but it should still be interesting. And so the two friends faced each other to finally determine whose ideas were more important. Wapin was armed with his flute. The guy wanted to clearly demonstrate which of them was the most useful member of the club. Saki couldn't let those words slide and had to put her friend in his place. Saki's main weapon is a longbow, but since they weren't in subspace right now, she wouldn't be able to use it properly. Wapin decided it would be enough to keep his distance from her and chip away at her health and mana points. As soon as the start of the duel was announced, Wapin immediately began playing his flute. This was how he cast his magic. Saki crouched down to grab her bow and prepared to attack. Wapin tensed up the moment he saw the girl grab her weapon. He knew it would be foolish to use a bow in this situation, so he decided to quickly cast debuffs on her. However, in the next instant, the guy looked up and saw Saki leaping toward him. It was too late to react. Wapin was surprised to see the archer in close combat and wanted to say she was a fool, since her blessing wouldn't work at that range. But just at that moment, Saki struck her opponent with her bow, and the blow was quite powerful. Wapin didn't have time to finish his thought. That blow was enough to send the guy flying across the entire training hall, smashing through walls and partitions with his back. The spectators of this amazing match all gasped in surprise. Saki Reiji Milo, smiling coyly, asked the club president, "Can we consider this match over?" No one wanted to hear the answer, nor could they, because at that very moment, Wapin, lying there like a broken vessel, was playing his flute to restore his health. There were only a few days left until the festival, and the group gathered at their travel club to prepare for the important event. Everyone took it very seriously and did their best. Chloe was practicing her cooking skills. She fried an egg in the shape of a heart. She was in charge of the food. Sanhana was in charge of purchasing and distributing the ingredients. She had already placed an order for kimchi, pork shoulder, and vegetables to be delivered. She bought enough food to last for the 3 days the festival would run. Pan, as always, was very nervous. He had already rented the pavilion, but the tables, chairs, and gas setup weren't ready yet. The guy had no idea when he'd managed to get it all done. Saki gave the guy a disapproving look. He had lost the bet, so now he had to silently carry out all the tasks. The girl worked at the computer, thinking about how she had never cooked anything in her life, and now she would have to do something involving kimchi. Is this really what it was worth winning for, she thought. Joma turned to Saki, saying that this was his decision regarding the dish, so he was counting on the club members' support. If everyone knew how to make sushi, it would be much easier. Otherwise, it's a one-man show, he added. Besides, the festival was long, and enduring it with a blessing that lasted only a minute was unrealistic. Joma thought that he had never really enjoyed festivals in his life. The young man had been working since he was 17, so he'd never had such joys in his life. That's exactly why he was so interested in the release of the mobile game Wonderful Blessing. Surely the guy secretly hoped that this game wouldn't affect anything in his life. But the calm came to an end when, about 2 years into the game, the demons noticed Leon. Joma, looking out the window, thought this would be the last festival they'd hold here. At that moment, Hana approached him. She wanted to know what he was thinking with such a sour expression on his face. Hana guessed that, judging by his expression, Joma thought the festival would be the last. Joma decided that the girl could read minds. Hana asked Joma if he remembered what she had said when she joined the club. Unfortunately, Joma hadn't remembered and now couldn't answer Hana's question. At that moment, Vapan let out a wild scream. The thing was, the guy had remembered something and, clutching his head, said he needed to step away for a moment. Joma also took advantage of the situation and told the guys that he would step out and fill them in on the details later. Saki Reiji gave these slackers a very stern look. They were just trying to take advantage of the situation and get out of work. Professor Demian was in his office. The man was pouring tea. He was informed that Kan Joma, a first-year student from Tiger's class, had arrived. The professor said that the young man had appeared just as he was about to drink his tea. It was black tea from Russia with an exquisite aroma. Joma thanked him for the offer of tea but declined, saying he was allergic to it. Joma glanced at the tree trunk sitting on the professor's desk and asked what it was. Professor Demian explained that he had recently acquired this specimen by chance. Although it looks like a piece of cobblestone, there is magic inside this strange object. The professor was willing to give Joma a piece if he was really interested. However, the young man declined the gift. The professor said he was very pleased to meet Joma. If the young man has any questions, the professor is ready to answer them as best he can. Joma replied that he was still interested in the phrase, "May the blessings of the gods be with you." Professor Demian said that those words had also caught his attention, so he had conducted a little research. The man went to his desk and brought back a book. He said that he had recently traveled to Russia specifically because of this book. Joma looked at the unfamiliar tome with interest. He understood that the professor was about to tell him something new and important. It turned out that Joma's question had given the professor food for thought. It piqued his interest because scholars are curious by nature. In short, this research came about thanks to Joma. But the main thing was what he discovered. As previously mentioned in lectures in academic circles, blessings are divided into 4 levels: personal, guardian, elemental, and heroic. The remaining blessings are bestowed by spirits. This is a classification based on who exactly bestows the blessing. Spirits are transcendent beings. Professor Demian looked at the young man and asked if he remembered what he had said at the very end of the class. Joma repeated his words, "There are no more gods in this world." The professor noted the young man's phenomenal memory. Now he asked if Joma would like to try his hand at being a teaching assistant. Joma sincerely thanked him for such an honorable offer, but said he wasn't interested in such work. Professor Demian continued his story, saying that the weak point lay precisely in those words. But first we must return to the mythical era. In those ancient times there were many gods. People call this period the Age of Myths. Their gods were not understood as spirit-like beings. They had neither emotions, nor reason, nor a physical body. They were in essence beings close to the very concept of God. Simply put, they existed on a completely different level. But even spirits were to the gods as fireflies are to the sun. They were absolute beings who had cast off their mortal shells. However, they were not destined to escape death. Although they all belonged to the same race, one of the gods perished at the end of that era. Professor Demian was very engrossed in the story. It was clear that the man knew his subject well, and this god who had perished at the end of the era was the god of the sword. Joma immediately recalled the being that had appeared before him. The phrase, "May the blessing of the gods be with you," was used by people who, after the end of the mythical era, worshipped this god and asked for his power. That was all Professor Demian could tell the young man at the moment. Joma was walking back from the professor's office, thinking that he had received a little information. However, that was still not enough. But it was surprising that because of the words Joma had spoken in class, Professor Demian had even made it all the way to Russia. Well, maybe it wasn't Joma's fault after all that the professor had to go to such a miserable place. Well, Russian black tea, that's just too much. Suddenly, Joma felt as if he had started to feel a bit strange. Joma decided that without his sashimi knife, his field of perception had narrowed. Without his favorite weapon, he felt a strange sense of isolation. Joma thought that even his personality had changed. The young man returned to the club to his friends and now watched along with everyone else as Chloe fried an egg. A few more days of preparation flew by, and soon Joma was showing his friends the kimchi jjigae dishes he would be preparing. Finally, the day of the festival arrived. Over 20 years of working with a knife, Joma had helped get many of the establishments where he worked back on their feet. He never accepted financial compensation, seeking out only those small restaurants that could close at any moment. It wasn't altruism, but for his own satisfaction. A single sashimi knife marked the revival of this dish. It's awkward, of course, to admit it, but there was something romantic about it. Joma believed that his teenage obsession had manifested itself late. It was probably due to his first mentor. And now the entire club team had lined up to greet their boss. The girls were dressed in special outfits. They looked like a cross between maids and waitresses. Wapin tried to keep everyone's spirits up until the festival opened. There were just a few minutes left. Serving food and handling money is no easy task, but there's no need to worry because everyone has practiced enough. Today, they just need to do what they've already rehearsed, and then everything will work out. Joma also thought that today might be the last festival, but since they decided to participate, they needed to enjoy it. The festival really was wonderful, and absolutely everyone came. Rachel was taking pictures and trying to calm her friend down, saying that everyone was enjoying the festival, and now no one would recognize her for sure. Abel stuck on a funny mustache, thinking she had become invisible and unrecognizable. The girls were having the time of their lives. Rachel was genuinely enjoying the celebration and the atmosphere. It was wonderful, fun, and noisy here, and on top of that, the Sword Emperor was supposed to show up. Abel also thought that a little fun now and then wouldn't hurt to lift her spirits. The girl replied that her grandfather had already retired and usually didn't like noisy events. Rachel confirmed that her uncle would never in a million years come to a festival like this either, so she felt very comfortable. The girl found a promotional flyer lying on the floor. This year, the Academy was once again showcasing the heroes who were the first to stand up and defend humanity against the threat of demons. There were supposed to be two standout newcomers this year, a hero from India, the great king of adventure Mahatma Sinbad, as well as a hero from Russia who walks through fire, Vladimir Saichev. The scale of this year's festival was simply magnificent. A multitude of journalists, celebrities, and very important guests attended the event. Ms. Allmute was also in the crowd. She was considered one of the candidates for the future 7-star hero, and now everyone wanted to interview her. Allmute was something of an idol to many, and the guys gazed at this cool woman in awe. Allmute had always been known for her calmness and composure, and how cool it was to see her in person today. Vapin got so carried away that he even forgot about the flyers he was supposed to be handing out. Saki grabbed her friend by the ear, saying that he'd been sent to hand out flyers. Yet he was getting distracted even though there was a ton of work to do at the booth. The young man tried to explain that he couldn't just walk past a world-class hero. But Saki reminded her friend that they'd ended up in this situation with the booth because of his suggestion, and now he wanted to shirk his duties. Wapin, in his battle with Saki, fell to the ground just as two beauties, Rachel and Abel, were passing by. Back at the tent, everything was going perfectly. Joma was preparing kimchi jjigae, Chloe was helping him in the kitchen, and Hana was delivering orders. Joma took notice of Chloe's work. He'd only shown her a little, and the girl was already handling the knife perfectly. Joma entrusted her with the slicing because he didn't want to waste a blessing unnecessarily. Besides, he was the only one who knew how to make kimchi jjigae. The number of guests kept growing. Joma was surprised that Saki and Vapon had gone somewhere, but just then the couple returned, and along with them came the Academy's biggest stars. Rachel rushed over to hug Joma with excitement and joy. At the last moment, the girl noticed little Chloe holding a knife in her hands. That was enough to make her leave Joma alone. Abel took the opportunity to chat with the young man. She crept up to him quietly and greeted Joma. Eventually, the girls sat down at a table and ordered a serving of kimchi jjigae each. Joma realized he'd been so caught up in preparing for the festival that he hadn't even considered the possibility that these two beauties might show up. He needed to feed the girls quickly and get them out of the tent. Rachel and Abel were already ready to order, but it seemed like Hana was simply ignoring them and didn't want to approach them. Rachel pointed at Hana and told her friend that this was the new girl she'd already told her about. Rachel was sure that Abel was just pretending not to care. But in reality, Abel didn't like the fact that girls were hanging around Joma either. Abel brushed it off, but Rachel decided not to press her friend since it was just a festival and they needed to relax. Maybe they should have done something similar too. However, Abel replied that exams were coming up soon and she needed to study, so she didn't have time for that. Just then, Saki approached them. She was serving their table as a waitress. Hana decided not to approach the girls after all. Weapon quietly approached Joma and said that there were 3 guests sitting at one of the tables. As he spoke, the guy was holding his cheek. When Yoma asked, Wapan began telling him about a hero from his country, Ol Mute, who was the next candidate for All-Star. Joma understood that his friend really liked heroes and advised the guy to put some ice on his face. Joma knew the candidate by name. She was a hero from the United States of America. This hero's real name was Han Elizabeth. She was known as a candidate for the 7 stars. The US and Korea ranked first among the superpowers. In addition, the hero community has its own system. As a rule, heroes are called hiru and are viewed as part of the business. Heroes are usually glorified after death, but hiru live while they are alive, so the whole world respects heroes and applauds them. Joma was very indifferent toward heroes because they were far from his ideal. The young man was very glad that he had not possessed the American, but had instead become a sashimi. Joma couldn't imagine how he could have survived that. Besides, Joma might cross paths with the Sword Emperor, since he is his heir. Of course, Joma was going to refuse this offer, but it would be best to avoid meetings for now if possible. Most likely, this wouldn't be a problem, because for the next 3 days, Joma would be preparing kimchi jjigae, and a celebrity like the Sword Emperor was unlikely to come here just to eat. Abel told Saki that she had often seen the girl before she transferred to Tiger's class. Saki was always sleeping in class. Saki replied that the festival couldn't be compared to classes. She felt that Abel was being biased and critical. Abel replied that it wasn't about extracurricular activities. She just didn't like that costume. It's hard to say what the girls would have agreed on and whose hair would have been pulled out first if a few uninvited guests hadn't drawn everyone's attention. Even the visitors to the tent were shocked. They never thought they'd see her here, since she was number 2. At that moment, an unfamiliar girl approached Joma. She said she wanted to see the guy who had done such a thing to her younger brothers. Joma realized that standing before him was the sister of the Mao twins, with whom the young man had fought during the first class while defending Chloe. The girl's name was Iron Leg Mao Run. She was surprised. She had expected to see a monster, but standing before her was just an ordinary, good-looking young man. The brothers Jun and Shun had said they'd fought a real monster. Though the girl couldn't recall her brothers ever speaking well of anyone, Mao Ran raised 2 fingers, and immediately a guard and an assistant appeared beside her, bringing in a special stool. The girl sat down on the stool and placed her leg on a special velvet footrest, the very leg that had earned her the nickname Iron Leg. Storm Leg was an S-class weapon. Joma realized that if Mao Ran had come in full combat gear, it meant she had come for revenge. Chloe understood this as well and immediately armed herself with a knife, ready to attack and defend Joma. Joma knew he couldn't get close to this woman because she was very strong, and especially since they were all in the real world, so he could get seriously hurt. Mao Ran pretended she had just dropped by to talk, since there was no point in dredging up events that had happened many months ago. Joma replied that he didn't understand why Mao Ran had come at all. As a reverend, she hardly had time to just wander around for no reason. Mao Ran confirmed that there was no particular reason. She just got curious to see Joma. Although her brothers have terrible tempers, they still possess decent skills. But as soon as they heard the name Kang Joma, they immediately started going berserk, and they do so very intensely, which is why their sister decided to see for herself what kind of person this Kang Joma is. Joma looked at the guest in the tent and realized that everyone in the Mao family was like that. The girl continued, saying that she was even a little grateful to Joma for what he had done to her brothers. Because of Jun and Shun, the family's reputation was in the gutter. Mao Ran had tried to rein them in time and again, but nothing worked. But after Joma gave them a little reality check, those crazy twins stopped causing trouble, and now their sister, as a member of the family, could finally breathe a little easier. Joma understood that these words were best translated as, "Thank you for getting rid of those who were standing in the way of my future," since Mao Ran was now also vying for the title of 7-star hero. Mao's status and popularity could be compared to Ol Mute's. Among the candidates, she was in a lower position. Mao Ran's level was inferior to Ol Mute's, and the stigma of being the sister of the good-for-nothing twins, her brother's problems, and her place among the 7 stars shaped her attitude toward Joma. So the guy turned around and headed back to the kitchen, saying he needed to get back to cooking. Mao Ran hadn't expected the guy to react this way to her arrival and failed to show the proper respect and enthusiasm. The girl went on to say that there was one more thing for which she had to thank Joma. It was very nice of him to open the stall selling Chinese pao kai. Everyone knows that there is still a dispute between Korea and China over the origin of this dish. After that, Mao Ran turned around and left the tent with her bodyguard. Although it was obvious to absolutely everyone that the woman was furious. Besides, she managed to provoke Joma, who didn't want kimchi to be referred to in that way. But Mao Ran said it wasn't a problem, since it was just ordinary, well-known pao kai. Joma was ready to just let the insolent girl get away with it, since he didn't want to draw attention. But there was one thing he couldn't forget. Joma called the girl to follow him. The guy was going to beat up Mao Ran. News of the upcoming show immediately spread throughout the festival grounds. Word was that there would be a battle between some student and Mao Ran. Everyone wanted to see as soon as possible how the contender for the title of hero would deal with this newcomer who had received special status. And when all the students abandoned their other activities and headed to the training hall, Leon pretended he wasn't interested. Only a few minutes had passed. Never before had the guys headed to practice with such enthusiasm. The stands were packed and everyone was chanting Mao Ran's name. Rachel and Abel also went to watch the amazing show they were about to see. Abel thought about how Joma always seemed to be at the center of everything. It soon became clear that not only students had come to the stands, but also distinguished guests. Among these guests was Olmute. She was eager to see her main rival, Mao Ran, lose. Mao Ran was in a great mood. She recalled the days when she herself had studied at this academy. Mao Ran asked her opponent, was he really feeling well? Because after the battle, he would end up just like her little brothers. Joma had a handsome face, but if his head was a mess, he wouldn't be able to marry, or he'd simply take Mao Ran as his wife. The girl was always happy to have new slaves. Joma replied that he now understood his opponent. The last of the Steel King's line was provoking her opponent so she could then defeat him and justify all her actions. Mao Ran confirmed with surprise that the boy was smarter than she'd thought, but he'd still fallen for the provocation involving kimchi. At that moment, a subspace began to open, and the opponents prepared to cross over and begin the battle. Joma said that Mao Ran would never become a hero of the Star family and began to draw his knife from its sheath. Mao Ran replied that her opponent had a complete lack of intuition and raised her steel leg. After that, the opponents lunged at each other, intent on ending the battle instantly. Everything around them was covered in dust and smoke. Mao Ran realized that the guy wasn't such a useless kid after all. He had hidden behind a veil of smoke. Gradually, the smoke began to clear. Mao Ran stood somewhat unsteadily on her feet. And at that moment, her head, severed clean off, lay separate from her body right there on the ground. The entire travel club team was worried about their leader, but the guys couldn't leave the tent. Wapan tried to get the girls back to work, saying that right now they shouldn't be worrying about the club leader, but about the customers. Saki also kept saying that Joma would be back soon, and they just needed to keep working. The spectators in the stands didn't understand what had happened. Mao Ran merely staggered, since the opponents hadn't even had a chance to do anything yet. However, those who understood even a little more than the average spectator saw and understood absolutely everything. The opponents emerged from subspace. Mao Ran could barely stand, touching her throat in horror. The girl made sure her head was still in place. She didn't understand what had just happened. But Mao Ran guessed that a battle of minds had taken place between them. A battle of minds is accessible only to masters of the highest level, such as the members of the 7 stars. However, there are exceptions to every rule. After all, if talent surpasses experience, even at a young age, the coveted doors can open. That was the case with Olmute. Mao Ran thought that she didn't like any of this at all. The girl didn't understand why Joma had entered her mind, since the duel would take place in subspace and none of them would actually die. It turned out that this guy just didn't want her reputation to suffer. He was demonstrating his abilities in secret to avoid conflict between the states. Mao Ran looked at the guy and realized this was a two-pronged plan. Some rumors had reached Mao Ran in high circles, and now the girl understood who the official heir appointed by the Sword Emperor was. There was constant envy, jealousy, fear, and trepidation among all the candidates. Mao Ran didn't want to give up her place among the candidates to some boy, after all. She hadn't come here for nothing. Mao Ran wanted to show everyone that she was the one who was worthy, and so she was grateful to her opponent, through whom she intended to achieve her goals. Mao Ran finally calmed down, pulled herself together, and rushed to attack the boy. Mao Ran activated the hurricane wind and the wheel of the storm. She delivered kicks, but Joma easily dodged the attack. Joma amazed those present with his reaction speed and agility. Mao Ran swung her legs, intending to destroy her opponent immediately with the storm. The impact of the falling weight was truly powerful, and cracks appeared on the ground. After that, the girl activated her crushers, and stones and shards flew in all directions. Soon, Mao Ran understood why her brothers had literally fallen into a stupor after their fight with this guy. He was very fast and never got hit. Mao Ran unleashed a hail of storm projectiles, and now it seemed the young man had nothing left to counter with. Joma parried several blows, but at one point felt a projectile strike his chest. Taking advantage of the confusion, Mao Ran activated Heavenly Official, and with tremendous speed and power, flew toward her opponent, striking him with her foot. But for some reason, the blow had no effect. Joma managed to raise his knife, using it as a shield. Although the weapon was covered in cracks, the attack was repelled. Joma then used healing, and both he and his weapon were whole again. Mao Ran was surprised, but immediately continued her attacks. She intended to keep doing this until she managed to break through his defense. But her attacks soon came to an end, because Mao Ran's arm flew high into the air, severed from her body. Mao Ran was in shock. She recovered from the excruciating pain she had felt and stared at this guy, who turned out to be so strong. Mao Ran knew she couldn't lose. She mustn't lose. The girl couldn't understand how she let things come to this. Tears welled up in her eyes. Mao Ran shouted that she didn't want to lose, but everything around her was a blur of magical flashes, and now nothing could be guaranteed. As if in a dream, the girl watched All Mute walk away, leaving her far behind. The duel that was supposed to propel Mao Ran forward and show everyone who was truly worthy of being the new hero turned out to be a complete failure. The winner of the subspace duel was Academy student Kang Joma. Absolutely everyone present saw and heard it. The continent's star, Mao Ran, had been defeated. Soon word spread through the tent that the duel had ended. Now they could calmly get back to work since their leader had won. Saki said she had always been confident in Joma and that he would handle it quickly. Rachel and Abel were returning from the gym after watching the match. Rachel admitted that she couldn't eat this kimchi stew. Abel replied that she was full too and didn't want to eat anymore. Joma didn't understand how that could be, since they had only just watched the battle, and there must still be plenty of delicious food in the tents. The guard looked at his mistress in fear. Mao Ran was holding onto the wall, even though she felt fine, since the match had taken place in subspace. That's why she hadn't suffered any injuries. However, the worst had happened. The girl had disgraced herself in front of the whole world and lost to a 17-year-old teenager. Of course, it was a shame for all the people who were rooting for Mao Ran, but she herself had seen that Joma was a real jackpot. Very soon, he would rise even higher. And when that happens, Mao Ran's own reputation will rise along with him, and everyone who is laughing at her now will end up on their knees, even All Mute. The guard couldn't understand. Was this student really that strong, and why did Miss Mao rate this guy so highly? Mao Ran explained that she had seen quite a few people who were called geniuses during her time at the academy. All Mute was one such genius. In the wider world, these are the heroes of the 7 stars. But this boy is walking a path that cannot be reached by effort alone. Mao Ran believed that the boy was not a human, but a true monster. And so said those whom the continent calls stars. In the subspace of the Joaquin Academy, an unexpected clash occurred. A monstrous newcomer descended from the heavens, shattered the continent's star. Mao Ran, the continent's best fighter, faced off against the Academy's freshman. The result was instant. With nothing but a sashimi knife, the student severed the head of the 7 stars candidate. It seemed that a commotion was about to break out in the world of heroes. All the bloggers were writing non-stop about the new hero. Everyone wanted to get a piece of the legend and spend at least a little time near him. The line at the travel club's tent grew instantly. People found out that the new hero could also cook, so now everyone wanted to try his dishes. Bopin tried to restore some order at the festival grounds so the line wouldn't block the walkways. Besides, the many people who simply wanted to chat with Mr. Joma for a few seconds were really getting in the way, and he had to be very firm with them. Saki was literally pushing people away because without a prior arrangement, and especially when the person himself was against it, it was impossible to expect a meeting. Saki was escorting one of the fans out. The girl had lost track of what was going on, not understanding what she was now forced to do. The visitors weren't just taking pictures of the Academy's star, They were also swapping photos, discussing Korean cuisine, and updating their blogs. Joma was very annoyed. Of course, he didn't want all this fame and attention. After the match that took place the day before, the entire internet was flooded with articles about the brilliant student. It was predictable, but among the multitude of headlines, one phrase stood out. Reporters had nicknamed Kang Joma Master Sashimi, and now there were even hashtags with that name. But Master was a title blocked by the game system. According to tradition, it was supposed to be passed on to the Sword Emperor in the future. But at the moment, Siegfried had practically retired, so the title of Master was bound to disappear along with him. The night before, when the first day of the festival ended, the guys were cleaning up. Reiji teased Joma, calling him Master. But seriously, after the title Master, which is supposed to be an honor, they just added the word sashimi, and the whole original meaning seemed to have evaporated. Wapon was a very responsible manager. He wanted to know when the next batch of stew would be ready because customer number 275 was already tired of waiting. Wapon reported that there was a waiting list. It had reached 675 customers, but they ran out of paper, so they stopped taking names. Joma was satisfied nonetheless. Romance and all that childish nonsense, that's great of course. But even in his past life, business had never gone this well for him. Chloe had also been working great these past few days. The girl suddenly cried out. It turned out she'd cut her finger. Joma thought, if this keeps up, someone might get hurt. There's a desperate shortage of hands. Joma has to pick up the knife himself. At that moment, unexpected guests entered the tent. It was the restaurant's head chef. They greeted Joma and praised his successful work. Joma was very busy. He apologized to the guests, saying he would come see them personally next time. But it turned out the men hadn't come as customers. They'd read the articles and realized many customers were expected today, so they'd come to help. Joma was surprised. After all, they were practically strangers. The guy warned him that they would have to get to work right away. But that didn't stop the chef. They said they were happy to help since now they had to call Joma Master Sashimi. Eventually, things really got going. Knox was now helping his sister, and the chef was doing a great job with the stew. And so another day of the festival passed. The crowd at the travel club's tent didn't let up all day long. Joma sat there in the evening, exhausted. He knew they'd never be able to pull something like this off again, but it had still been fun. Knox approached the guy saying that cleanup was almost done, but they were short on some ingredients for tomorrow. However, the head chef had promised to bring them. Joma thanked Knox. However, the young man felt that the chef deserved the thanks, since it had all been his idea. In any case, thanks to his assistance, Joma was able to catch his breath a little, because he definitely wouldn't have been able to handle the whole crowd on his own. Knox asked when Joma would have time, because the head of his clan would like to meet with him. The head of the Shadow Clan, a man known as the greatest assassin of all time and all peoples, maintains order in the world of heroes by carrying out his work in secret. He is called the Old Man of the Altair Mountains, the Auditor. He wanted to meet with Joma. Most likely this is connected to the highest echelons of the Academy, who issued the order to eliminate Joma. Most likely, Altair the Auditor watched the duel between Joma and Maoran. He is aware that the boy can enter people's minds. Those capable of doing so sense their own kind. Knox added that, according to his information, this is the first time the clan leader has shown interest in an outsider. Moreover, he expressed a desire to meet in person. Even for heroes, this is an extremely rare occurrence. Knox was certain that Joma himself was eager to speak with the clan leader face to face and ask him a multitude of questions. Joma realized that Knox was absolutely right. Besides, today, Joma had relied on the help of Knox and Chef Mansour, so he would need to thank them later. Joma continued to sit motionless, and Knox asked what he thought about all this. Joma replied that he didn't want to meet with the chief because he was too lazy and tired. After that, Joma thanked Knox once more for his help, turned around and walked away with a light step, leaving the guy in a state of utter confusion. The Academy Director Media was sitting in her office when there was a knock at the door. The visitor turned out to be the hero candidate, all mute. At the same time, the restless Vapin began tormenting his comrades with stories about preparations for the new festival. The guys knew they were doomed. They didn't feel like doing anything, and they didn't even need the extra points. Weapon pulled a maid's uniform out of a box, saying it could be used for the New Year's Eve show. Saki was categorically against it. She didn't want to subject herself to that nonsense again. But Weapon didn't lose his cool. He pulled out a Santa's girlfriend costume, a limited edition seasonal collection. Wappen announced that he had already reserved such costumes for all the girls, who would look like real little berries. The guy was sure it would be really cool. If their girlfriends dressed up in costumes like that, the club would be ahead of the pack again. Wappen didn't get a chance to say anything else, because Saki, unable to stand his arrogance, kicked him right in the forehead. The girl announced that she wouldn't wear any of those costumes, so Wappen had better focus on getting better. Media was happy to see Ellie again. It had been 5 years since she graduated from the academy. Allmute confirmed that she was really enjoying everything and having a great time at the festival. The academy director surmised that the girl had come to her office out of curiosity about Yoma. Ellie didn't beat around the bush and asked directly, "Who is this Kang Joma?" He had piqued her interest because he worked with consciousness. Media pretended that there was nothing strange about this since Ellie could also enter people's minds. Why couldn't Yoma do the same? Allmute literally boiled with anger and told the principal that she hadn't come to her to joke around. But media in turn also flared up in a way that was far from childish, saying that during the time they hadn't seen each other, Ellie had completely lost her manners. Or perhaps she felt incredible pressure. The director's power was such that not even the strongest spearmen and archers, nor even the elders, dared to cross her. Rumors were spreading among the heroes about yet another title, close to that of a sage, which was called the Tyrant of Media. At that moment, the director calmed down a little, eased the pressure, smiled at her guest and asked, "Are you going to stand there much longer?" The girl apologized to the principal, and media said that she had become a little irritable lately because of Siegfried. In any case, media didn't know exactly what Ellie had heard or why Joma interested her so much. But as the director, she couldn't disclose information about the students. The academy director must treat everyone equally. She had always said this, even back when Ellie was a student at the academy. Ellie realized that if she wanted to find out something, she would have to figure it out herself. The girl thanked the director for her time and got ready to leave. Media asked how much longer Ellie would be staying at the academy and advised her not to leave so quickly, but to enjoy the festival. As she was leaving, Ellie asked if the director's talk of treating everyone equally applied to a student named Kang Joma. Media paused for a moment, then added that, in fact, Joma was a difficult student for her. But Ellie didn't want to hear any more details. She slammed the door and left the office. This visit from the academy director had caused even more confusion, and now Ellie wanted to find out who Kang Joma really was. The last day of the festival had arrived, and the group was gathering in the tent to once again treat everyone who wanted to join them. Wappen came in looking a bit under the weather and said he seemed to have caught a slight cold and had even overslept. He apologized to his friends. Joma asked the manager what he thought about working until noon today, so that after lunch everyone would have some free time. The news was received with enthusiasm, since Wappen himself had suggested opening the food tent, and there should be enough ingredients to last until evening. Chloe quietly approached Joma and asked what his plans were for the afternoon. Chloe took on almost all the work in the kitchen, constantly filling in for Joma, and, come to think of it, she was the one who had to work the hardest. Joma remembered that even before the festival, Chloe had been trying to tell him something. She probably wanted to spend some time together. Joma asked the girl if Chloe would like to go for a walk together after the festival. Chloe was thrilled. She immediately agreed and set to work with even greater enthusiasm. Chloe's potential with a knife was impressive. In just a couple of days, her dexterity had improved, allowing the stall to continue operating without a hitch. Of course, he needed to thank her and do something nice for her. But Saki Reiji made it clear with her icy stare that she would never forget this. The girl said nothing, but her gait and movements made it clear that things were not going well. The last few hours of work passed, and as soon as the tent closed, everyone scattered to tend to their own business. Saki looked very unhappy. Joma figured it was because of fatigue or the journalists from yesterday who had tried to interview him. There was still half an hour left before meeting Chloe, so Joma decided to take a short break. Suddenly, he heard the tapping of a cane echoing throughout the park. An old man appeared next to him and asked permission to sit down in the empty spot beside him. After receiving permission, the old man sat down and said that as he got older, it was getting harder and harder for him to tolerate the heat. Joma turned to the man and asked what he wanted to say, since the man had come from far away. Joma guessed who was sitting next to him. It was the head of the family, the auditor, Mr. Altair. The old man was very pleased. He said the young man had an excellent intuition and wanted to know how Joma had figured it out. Joma had seen the old man's staff in a past life, but he couldn't mention that. It was Kane's sword, the syndicate. This item was very popular in the game because it belonged to the head of the mercenary clan. Joma had once wanted to get his hands on it too. The old man surmised that the young man had used to his advantage the fact that the raven's blessing had completely concealed his presence. That wasn't the case, but Joma didn't argue. The old man asked Joma why he had been looking for the boy. Joma replied that it was because the elders had ordered an assassination attempt on him. The clan leader replied that they settled their own family matters. There was no point in digging up the past. The reason he was looking for Joma was far more important. Joma couldn't understand what could be more important than a planned assassination. Maybe it had to do with his ability to enter people's minds. At that moment, Altair Auditor thrust his staff into the ground, drawing Joma's attention. It looked as if the world had stopped, and now no one else existed around them. No one could interfere. Joma didn't understand what was happening, why the old man was acting so strangely. He immediately thought that his knife wasn't with him right now. Finally, the clan chief continued. He asked what Joma was planning to do with his granddaughter. The old man wanted to know if they were actually dating. Joma replied that they were just friends and there was absolutely nothing between them. Joma remembered that this character almost never spoke in the game, but now he can actually talk. And yet one mustn't forget that the head of the Auditor clan was an unusual man. Soon the old man stood up, saying that he had satisfied his curiosity and therefore had to leave. But he asked Joma to look after his granddaughter as if she were a friend. The old man was worried about Chloe because she had a very gentle nature. Joma couldn't hold back and asked the clan leader, did he really think Chloe should become a mercenary? The clan chief understood that the boy had already seen her other side when Chloe lost her composure. Such was the true nature of Altair Auditor's granddaughter, a savagery infinitely close to that of a predatory beast. Therefore, such a creature could not be set free. Joma believed this was the result of training under the Auditor clan's system. But the clan leader said that their family wasn't nearly as terrible as the rumor suggested. Of course, they had special training for assassins, but first and foremost, they were a family. With Chloe, it was the opposite. The Auditor family tried to hide her true nature. Despite years of mental training, as soon as emotions flared up, Chloe immediately bared her teeth. The clan leader understood perfectly well that Joma was worried about Chloe as a friend. And of course, Grandpa should never say such things about his granddaughter. But Chloe was wild, and when her true nature emerged, she could hurt anyone. Even when standing right next to her, you could never be sure when your head would be severed from your shoulders. As he was leaving, the old man said that if Joma wanted to stay alive. But at that moment, the boy demanded that he finish his performance. The old man didn't seem to understand what was being talked about or what show was being referred to. Joma demanded that he not pretend to be worried. That was bad enough, but mixing lies with words was even worse. Joma activated the blessing of the god of the sword, and it turned out that all the people who had been peacefully strolling around were decoys. They immediately shed their outer shells, drew their weapons, and were ready to destroy. Altair Auditor raised his hand and ordered everyone to retreat. After that, he asked the young man when Joma had noticed it. Joma sheathed his knife and said that the old man himself had noted the young man's remarkable insight. The clan leader admitted that Joma had exceeded all his expectations. The outcome was beyond belief. Joma was sitting alone on the bench again, thinking about Chloe, who had only just begun to mend her relationship with her brother. Altair had mixed lies into his words, trying to confuse Joma. It was still unclear what his goal was. Joma realized that if it weren't for the presence of the weapon, he wouldn't have noticed a thing. At that moment, Chloe appeared in the distance. The girl was walking toward him with joy. Chloe apologized for being so late, but Joma said it was no big deal. He had just been relaxing. Altair Auditor recalled the previous encounter and noted the young man's perceptiveness, which had allowed him to spot the mercenaries disguised as passers-by. Moreover, the young man possessed a cool-headed courage. Even sitting right in front of the clan leader, Joma didn't flinch. The young man also had a remarkable ability to make split-second decisions in response to mental influence. It became very intriguing to wonder who Kang Joma really was. To call him a genius would be an insult. The clan leader walked into a deserted alley and called out to his grandson, Nox. The grandfather said the trip had been worth the journey. Nox was pleased that the clan leader had not been disappointed. Altair Auditor said that this was a first in his life. It was the first time he had ever felt afraid. Now the old man knew exactly what fear tasted like. Joma said that the academy was truly enormous, so it was no wonder Chloe had taken so long. Chloe immediately suspected that something had happened while she was gone. But Joma didn't want to talk about his meeting with the head of the auditor clan. So he replied that nothing special had happened. He'd just been relaxing. Joma checked the schedule. There was supposed to be a festival that evening, and when the sun went down, they'd set off fireworks. In the meantime, they could just go for a walk. That's how the whole day went. The kids walked around, visited all sorts of attractions, and Joma felt tired and sat down on a bench. Chloe immediately decided that Joma was tired because of her. She was very empathetic and sensitive. She thought she needed to help Joma more, because in her opinion, she still wasn't very good with a knife. Joma knew that he hadn't actually cut anything while working at the stall. He'd only been cooking. If it weren't for Chloe, the stall would have lost all its customers. Joma realized that the girl had shouldered the entire process herself. He reached out, ruffled Chloe's hair, and thanked her for everything. Chloe was very touched by Joma's gesture, and in turn thanked him for his tenderness and attention. It's unclear how this gathering would have ended, but Wapin spotted his friends and waved to them from a distance. All the club members gathered around the bench. Wapin apologized for being late, saying they had taken a long time to get ready. Joma didn't understand why they had come at all, since the guys had planned to spend time apart. Wapin showed a text message on his phone, saying that Joma himself had texted everyone that they needed to meet at 5 o'clock. Joma knew which of his friends was a computer genius, and also who didn't like his relationship with Chloe. But this time, Saki Ryoji had gone too far, sending out messages and ruining Joma and Chloe's walk. But soon it was time for the evening festival, and all the kids after all, watched the proceedings with delight. Everyone wanted to get closer to get a better look at the festival participants' costumes. They decided to head into the thick of the action to get a better view of the floats as they passed by. Joma walked quietly behind the kids but kept looking back and felt a sense of unease. Joma realized that he really didn't like crowded places after all. The boy sat down on a bench, preferring to spend the rest of the festival without drawing attention to himself. Watching his friends having fun like typical teenagers, Joma thought about how huge the difference between them was. It seemed like they spent all their time together at school and on assignments, yet they were completely different. Joma guessed what exactly Chloe was about to tell him, and now he was glad his friends had intervened. Besides, Chloe was having fun now. It seemed like she was enjoying everything. Joma noticed that everyone around them had split into couples. Some were hugging, others were just holding hands. Joma thought about how he was in the game world, and therefore there could be no real love here. For the guy, this feeling was unknown even in his past life, because Chef Kim had been very busy and hadn't had time to think about relationships. That's exactly why the chef downloaded the game, hoping it would make up for not being able to hang out with pretty girls. When he arrived at the academy, Joma was a little nervous at first. But now, sometime later, Joma wasn't even sure what had caused that nervousness. There was only one girl constantly on his mind. Since entering the academy, there had been far too many life-or-death situations. Joma realized he was simply confused and barely aware of where he was. That's why some feelings from his ordinary life had carried over into this world. Lately, Joma had felt like a sharpened blade. He was very tired. Saki Ryoji said she couldn't stand crowded places. The girl plopped down on an empty spot on the bench next to Joma and added that her legs couldn't hold her up anymore. Joma knew that Saki was one of the main characters. Besides, he had been using her constantly in the game, but now he didn't understand what was going on in her head. Nevertheless, Joma trusted Saki's judgment. Even the fact that she had hacked the system and sent a message from Joma's number wasn't done without reason. Saki noticed that Joma was staring at her very intently. Joma himself thought that for the first time he saw Saki not just as a character, but as a beautiful girl. Joma was such a slowpoke. He kept staring at Saki, and it was starting to annoy the Japanese beauty. Finally, Joma jumped up, grabbed Saki by the shoulders, and started asking why she had sent a message to the other guys from his phone number. Joma thought all this had something to do with that instructor. Saki put up with it for a long time, trying to say something, but then she just shoved the jerk away, saying he was hurting her. After all, you shouldn't grab people by the shoulder so hard, and it's unclear why Joma has such big hands if he can't see a thing anyway. Joma replied, "Well, whatever. If there are no more issues between them, then we can just forget about it." Saki looked very sad and upset. Joma thought he really had grabbed her too hard. But the very next moment, a bright blush spread across the girl's face, and Joma couldn't figure out what was happening to her. Couples were still bustling around them, and a heart glowed ahead. The atmosphere seemed to be hinting, "Hey, Joma, you're such a fool." Joma finally mustered his courage and asked the girl if there was anyone she liked. Saki's face flushed, turning as red as poppies, and she opened her mouth and eyes in surprise. Saki Reiji was very pleased. Everything had worked out. She'd been waiting for those words. As a game character, Chef Kim loved this girl very much and considered her smart and understanding. And now sitting on a bench next to this gorgeous beauty, Joma assumed that she most likely liked Leon. Saki Ryoji had never met a more clueless guy in her life. The girl replied bluntly that it wasn't Leon. Right now, she was most angry at herself. She couldn't understand how she'd let things get this far. And what on earth was Saki hoping for if the guy had no brains? In the end, Joma was left alone on the bench, wondering who else Saki could be in love with. But then a game screen appeared before him. Joma saw that his weapon level had risen to 6. This was likely the effect of the eternal frost he'd recently received from Chef Mansour, and his adaptation level, which had increased while he slept, had risen even further after the battle with Maoran. It's unclear whether this coefficient will turn out to be something like a lifeline or a poisonous holy grail. But one thing is clear, it's directly linked to the blessing of the god of the sword. Joma noticed that the noise was gradually dying down. It seemed the festival was coming to an end. The world was teeming with monsters and magic, but if you look closely, it wasn't all that different from Earth. Joma didn't miss his past life all that much. The only family he had there was his first mentor. However, even that first mentor, a master of ruthlessness, had cast Joma out when he realized the young man had mastered the knife. Back then, the boy was too young and angry, not understanding the reason. Only after traveling the world and becoming the best in the country did he understand the true meaning of that act. The ability to cope with unexpected changes is far more important than simply mastering technique. There is no better school than real battle. It is the ultimate practice. Suddenly, Joma sensed someone's presence. The young man tried to figure out who it was, but soon realized he was sensing magic, which meant an enemy was nearby. Joma quietly drew his knife and activated the blessing of the god of the sword. It granted heightened sensitivity, and using the floor as a reference, he was able to detect the enemy. Now Joma could almost scan everything around him. The boy hadn't expected such an effect. It turned out to be much stronger than he'd thought, and he soon spotted the enemy. Without hesitation, he rushed into the attack. There was no time to think. Joma leaped toward the opponent and immediately struck. It was a girl with lilac hair and pink eyes. Joma was satisfied. He had found his opponent, wounded her, and was now standing next to the stranger. The woman jumped to her feet and started screaming that she was dying, trying to attract people's attention. She told Joma that she had come here hoping to talk to him, and this was the welcome she got, but she had wanted to make a deal. Joma realized that this was the instructor he had been looking for. She had targeted him back in the Buffalo Dungeon. She was the villainess herself. The woman was on her knees, shaking with pain. It seemed she was barely holding herself together. Joma knew her name was Choe Sora. He didn't understand why she had pretended to be an instructor, but the woman replied that she had done it to infiltrate the academy. Joma wanted to know how many more traitors there were in the academy. Choe replied that they constantly changed their appearances and moved around under different names. She herself didn't know their exact number. Trying to save her life, Cho spilled a bunch of important information that no one had even asked her about. Most striking was the fact that some of the villains already knew that Joma had dealt with Agor. Despite the Sword Emperor's efforts to keep it a secret, the information had leaked. Joma didn't understand why the murder of the demon Agor was being attributed to Leon. Choi said she didn't know, but as soon as she saw the knife in the young man's hands, she added that Professor Wang was among them, and that almost all decisions originated from the mind of this monster. Choi said that the professor turned out to be even more insane than she had thought. Joma realized the woman was telling the truth, while the instructor continued to beg to be spared. Joma leaned closer to Cho and asked if she wanted to live. The woman immediately fell to her knees and began banging her head against the ground, begging to do anything, just not to die. Joma said he had 2 conditions. He wanted to know everything he could about the professor, who he was, what his goals were. Choi began to explain that the professor was under the command of Korn, a true demon. That was all the woman knew. She sobbed, begging him to believe her and lower his weapon. Joma knew that Korn was the commander of the 2nd Legion of Demons. The young man hadn't expected to hear that name. Raiken, the head of the 1st Legion, had been sealed away, and his servant, the Lord of the Demon Army, was at the academy. The woman added that the one who calls himself a professor doesn't reveal his identity even to those closest to him. That's why he has a terrible reputation. Professor is just a title. As she spoke, The woman prepared to attack Joma from behind. But as soon as the young man turned around, she immediately stood at attention. Joma knew that Chui was a servant of Agor. After her mistress's death, she had lost her place even among her comrades. Only remnants of her magical power remained. Most likely, Chui Sora had grown accustomed to relying solely on magic, and her physical abilities were weak. Joma said that in order to conclude a contract between them, she still needed to provide some information, because at this stage her value was too low. The woman said she had never tried to kill Joma, but had merely been following the orders of the demon Agor, who was now dead. Joma once again pressed his knife to the traitor's throat and stated his second condition. He demanded that the woman give him this information, and then she would be spared. Choi Sora stared at the man with a wild look in her eyes and said she didn't understand what he was talking about. Joma swung his knife, and magical stones flew out of the woman's body. When a contract is made with a demon of the Legion commander level, 2 stones are created. The servant's tokens, one goes to the Legion commander, the transmitter of magical energy. The other to the subordinate, the receiver. This stone was merely a receiver that no longer functioned after Agor's death. But Joma knew that the receiver stored life force and served as an effective leash through which the master controlled the servant. Judging by Sora's reaction, that was exactly the case. Joma looked at the woman, who still didn't understand what had happened to her. The young man said that Choi Sora had now become a villain, but she seemed to have just woken up from a sleep. She was that clueless about what was happening. Joma knew that people like her would do anything to survive. The woman was useful for gathering information, so Joma decided to make use of her later. The guy received another message. Saki was worried about where Joma had gone. Saki wrote that they hadn't finished talking yet, and the guy had already slipped away somewhere. She promised she wouldn't hit him. They still needed to talk everything through. Soon the sky lit up with magnificent colors. Everyone always loves fireworks. They're a little miracle that evokes pleasant emotions in people of all ages. However, Joma thought that this might be the last festival. The students gathered in the lecture hall for another exam. The day before had been such a great festival, and now they had to study again. They were outraged by the enormous amount of information they had to absorb today. They thought it was unfair. Wapin was convinced that forcing them to study such vast amounts of material was a complete violation of students' rights. Saki demanded that the guy shut up because he was keeping her awake, and his words were making her lose her train of thought. She said she could sleep peacefully now because she had already memorized everything, and only a dumbass like Wapin could still be struggling to absorb all the information. Saki and Wapin stared at each other, ready to burn each other to ashes with their glares. The young man could think of nothing but how to say everything he thought about this, when suddenly he got a hard slap across the face from Chloe. Chloe started apologizing, saying there was a huge fly on the guy's face, so she had to hit him. Joma noticed that lately everyone had it in for him. At that moment, everyone present received messages on their phones, and the students pulled out their devices. The message announced a change to the practical exam. The exact details would be revealed later, and the students would be randomly divided into teams. It was outrageous, changing the exam format the day before. Originally, the exam was supposed to involve navigating a goblin dungeon. Joma had been looking forward to this exam for the loot, but it seemed the game's storyline was starting to shift. Considering everything the guys had already gotten up to, it wasn't surprising. Joma knew this could happen, but now he was upset. If there was one major advantage to his own actions, it was his gaming experience. Joma thought that if things continued this way, he wasn't sure he'd be able to survive the next war against the demons. Saki noticed Joma's state of mind. She didn't understand why he was getting so worked up. It wasn't like him at all. Joma, of course, didn't explain anything. He simply chose to change the subject. Saki wanted to support her friend. She said that the news had caught her off guard too, but this decision didn't seem entirely unreasonable. During the last exam, there had been an incident involving a demon. Every time an exam was held outside the academy, incidents occurred. Therefore, there was no safer place for students than the academy itself. Joma, of course, couldn't tell the girl about the professor who was actually a demon and was now hiding in the academy. Looking at it from that perspective, Saki was indeed right. Joma thanked the girl for her explanation because everything had finally clicked into place for him. But Saki Ryoji immediately blushed and said she felt awkward. Why was he staring at her like that? In any case, Saki always felt awkward when she saw that Joma was confused or pensive. She explained that all the club members get flustered if the president looks unsure. Discipline breaks down immediately. What can I say? She got out of it as always. Joma, as usual, was a slow-witted, clueless guy. Joma made a request. He asked if the girl still had a printed copy of the Academy staff list that she had once hacked. Saki replied that she had deleted everything to avoid data tracking. But a printed version, in Joma's opinion, could solve the problem. He asked his friend to hack into the Academy's network again. Ryoji hadn't expected to hear such a strange request from Joma. The young man allowed her to tell the club members part of the truth. He shared the information that enemies were operating undercover at the Academy. The others were stunned. Chloe suggested that the incident with the Buffalo Dungeon was their doing. Of course, Joma couldn't be completely sure of this, because these people were constantly changing their appearance and living under various disguises. Saki decided to create a new list of Academy staff and compare it with the printed list. It was a great idea. The club had been created as a protective measure. If there were people who might pose a threat in the future, it was better to find out about them in advance. After listening to everything, Vapen said that while he certainly had many questions, he was ready to listen to Joma and do whatever was necessary. Chloe and Saki fully supported the club leader's initiative. Joma thanked the guy sincerely. He thought that this explanation would suffice for now. Saki said that all information about the Academy staff is automatically updated every month. It seems they use not only the cloud, but also subspace for this. Wapen didn't understand why they were making everything so complicated. It was hard for the guys to grasp the main issue. Optimization is the periodic deletion of fictitious data to reduce the volume of information. That's how the system works, and thanks to this, it's now possible to identify the right people. Joma wanted to know when the girl would finish this task and bring the new lists. Saki replied that it wasn't that difficult, but she felt that Joma relied on her help too often. It wasn't clear how the guy was supposed to respond to this complaint, but in a way, Saki was right. Joma understood that there was absolutely nothing he could do for Ryoji. He had no money, no status, and no fame, while she was the daughter of the Prime Minister of Japan. Joma asked her directly if Saki wanted anything in return for the favor. At first, the girl was even offended, but after thinking it over, she said she would ask him for something later. Joma immediately tensed up, but Saki told him not to worry. She didn't want anything material and would explain everything when the time came. The next day, a mountain of printouts was ready. The guys had barely gathered when Saki had already finished everything. She had printed out all the employees' data, including any suspicious movements. Now they just had to check everything. Joma was very pleased. He knew the girl would handle it perfectly if she took on the task. She always sees things through to the end. Wapen, as usual, was unhappy. These lists even listed the number of trips to the bathroom. Don't these people have a right to privacy? It seemed to the guy that they were doing the wrong thing. But Saki wasn't bothered by it. She believed that even hacking the data itself was a crime, so there was no point in getting upset and pretending you had nothing to do with it. Wapen believed there had to be some limits. After all, they were becoming criminals too. Saki called the young man a saint. Joma tried to calm the guy down, saying that the more information they had, even the most insignificant, the better. The group immediately agreed. As soon as they finished the investigation, all the documents would be destroyed once and for all. Joma understood that for the hired assassin Chloe and for Saki, who would use any means necessary to achieve her goal, moral boundaries were blurred. That's why having someone as honest and straightforward as Wapen allowed the team to stay on the straight and narrow. There was about a week left until summer break. It was decided that the travel club would operate even during exams to identify enemies. Hana raised her hand and asked for details. She had heard about the problem, but wanted to know the specifics regarding the source of the information. Weapon confirmed that he too had wanted to ask Joma about the traitors within the academy the day before. There was no need to doubt or ask such questions if the club president had already explained. Joma realized he'd almost been caught. What the guy had been trying to hide could no longer be denied. He couldn't say that Joma had conspired with Choe Sora or that she had set her sights on Leon. The misunderstanding would only grow, and there would be much more to explain. Besides, there was a chance that Chloe would simply kill Chu Sora. Joma said he couldn't talk about it right now, but his source was very reliable. It was a so-so answer. He added that when the chance arose, he would tell the guys everything. But right now it was impossible. The guys seemed to accept that answer. Only Hana sat there with an unmistakable expression on her face. Joma kept trying to figure out who she reminded him of. A few hours passed. All the club members were already pretty tired. Chloe brought Joma some water, looking out for her friend. Weapon found a candidate who hadn't been there last month, and his movements looked suspicious. Joma told Chloe that she could go about her business and not pay attention to Saki and Weapon, who were handling the paperwork just fine. On the other hand, Chloe had performed admirably in the Buffalo Dungeon. The girl was very pleased to hear the praise. She hoped that on the next exam the guys would end up on the same team again. Just then, the team rosters arrived. Joma ended up on the same team as Hana and Rachel. The rest of his club members were upset. Weapon thought everything would be fine, and that Chloe shouldn't worry about Joma because he'd be on the same team as Rachel. Besides, Hana would be there too, so nothing should go wrong. Hana confirmed that Chloe shouldn't worry. She would keep a close eye on Joma so as not to lose sight of him. Weapon wanted to know who Saki had been paired with, because she looked very sad. It turned out she would be with Leon and Elio from the sophomore class. It was a very strange grouping. Everyone sat pensively, trying to guess where this would lead. Saki turned to Joma. She wanted to know what he was thinking. But Joma replied that it was nothing serious, wished everyone good luck on the exam, and suggested they finish up and go rest. It was already late in the evening, but Saki and Hana were still working on the lists. Finally, Hana said she was going to leave too. The girl had practically left the room when Saki suddenly called out to her. She had found something suspicious. Saki wanted to understand why San Hana's name was on the list of teachers. She wanted to find out who San Hana was. Perhaps it was time for San Hana to take off her mask and reveal herself to everyone without pretense. Saki said that Hana had a gentle disposition, and her words and actions were always well considered in everything she did. She never imposed her opinion on others. From the very beginning, all of this seemed very strange and suspicious. Saki decided not to call the girl Hana anymore, but rather to address her by her official title. And San Hana's title was Professor. So, sitting before Saki was Professor San Hana. Upon hearing this, she coughed. Suddenly, Hana raised her hands, spreading her fingers wide in front of her, and said that Saki had overworked herself at the meeting and was now apparently very tired. Hana kept wiggling her fingers and said this was going too far. Saki had confused two people with the same last name, which really wasn't like her at all. The girl had skimmed the information about the business trip during the festival that the professor had gone on, which meant the data had been falsified. The subspace system updated automatically. External interference was impossible. Only the academy director had access. Could media be involved? Hana told her friend not to worry. Everyone makes mistakes after all. The girl wasn't a machine and had simply been working very hard. Hana added that things might be different in Japan, but in Korea, there are a lot of people with the same first and last names. It was probably because the guys got carried away discussing their enemies, and that's why Saki got lost. But since the misunderstanding had been cleared up, Hana went to rest. Saki felt awful. She had never made a mistake like this before. Confusing people with the same last name. Maybe only an idiot would. San Hana, standing in the doorway, said she wanted to give Saki some advice. Guys like Joma would never figure it out unless you told them exactly how you felt. Hana added that out of all the girls, she was rooting for Saki. After that, Hana waved her hand and left. Joma woke up before his alarm and lay in bed, thinking about the upcoming exam. Not only had they changed the exam content, but they'd also given a new assignment. He had plenty on his plate, and on top of that came the stress from Rachel, a very burdensome character. Rachel shows interest not out of affection, but to ensure a strong heir. That's been her mindset since the very beginning of the game. Perhaps that's why the developers made her a die-hard loner, to create a contrasting effect. Because of this, she became the character I won over last. Of course, Rachel was initially interested in Leon too, but now we just have to hope the exam goes smoothly. Suddenly, right in the middle of the night, the phone rang. It was Ryoji calling. The young man answered immediately, asking why she wasn't sleeping. He didn't understand why she wasn't sleeping either. However, Saki never slept at night. Joma asked if she had noticed anything strange in the documents. Saki replied, "Do you really think I'd only call you about work? Usually people call in the middle of the night if something urgent has happened. Besides, they used to only communicate through text messages." Reiji said she just wanted to wish him good luck on the exam, then said goodbye and hung up. It was all strange and out of character, but there was no time left to think about it. Dawn had broken, the sun was rising, and she had to get ready. The building where the exam would take place looked perfectly normal from the outside, but it was a special academy building, inside which a completely different atmosphere reigned. Inside was a room created by the academy's founder, Valor Joaquin. Drawing on his experience of surviving in Gehenna, he had brought even the stones and weeds here, creating a scaled-down replica of a labyrinth with its own ecosystem. Of course, the exam was designed to be practical, but holding it in a place like this was strange. Joma kept thinking that this was nothing like the game he was used to. At that moment, a loud scream rang out, and Rachel, with no one to hold her back, rushed to embrace Joma. She nearly smothered him in her embrace, but the young man managed to grab his knife. Rachel immediately sensed the magical influence and stepped back. She noticed that the boy had become much stronger compared to last time, and there was a special charm in that. Soon, the third member of the group appeared, Hannah. She greeted Joma. The girl was holding a crowbar. Joma was surprised to see such a strange weapon. He immediately thought that this test needed to be stopped right away. He started off on the offensive. He asked Hannah why she was always late, but Hannah didn't fall for the provocation. She greeted everyone and said she was counting on Captain Rachel's help during the exam. Rachel immediately warmed up to her. The girls had a pleasant chat, and Joma noted that Hannah was excellent at managing people. Soon, everyone was told to stop talking. Once all the students had gathered, they were briefed on the exam. This time, the exam for first-year students would take place in a special building, an unusual format. It was a team competition, but not quite what people usually think of as a competition. The format is simple. You have to enter through the gate and reach the designated point within 1 hour. The team that makes it on time advances to the next stage. Those who are late are disqualified. So far, it all sounded very simple. You just had to run quickly across the entire area. That's too easy for a midterm exam. There are no monsters inside, but the space mimics a labyrinth and creates what is known as an artificial hell. There is no intervention or protection from the subspace veil, so freshmen need to be especially careful. The students walk through the gate, not understanding what they should fear if there were no monsters. Maybe there's an oxygen problem in there? The instructors added that using weapons in this place could result in injury to oneself, so the use of weapons is strictly prohibited. Joma thought that a timed race was much fairer than the midterm exam. However, subspace and Gehenna are incompatible. It's unclear how they'll grade without intervention. One instructor is assigned. This is necessary both for grading and to prevent potential accidents. If students want to give up during the race, they should simply inform their instructor. Rachel announced that the midterm exam is too boring. Usually, students fight with each other. After that, it was announced that all students must hand in their weapons. Choi Sora was the supervisor of Rachel's team and was surprised to see Kang Joma among her students. Rachel thought that Joma was acquainted with this instructor, which meant the girls' mood would be ruined. But the instructor said that they didn't know each other personally. However, there wasn't a single instructor in the entire academy who hadn't heard of the exploits of the star student, Kang Joma. The instructor introduced herself. Her name was Instructor Kim. She would be in charge of Rachel's team for this semester's exam and wished everyone good luck. Instructor Kim was in shock. She didn't understand why she, of all people, had been assigned to this madman's team. On top of that, Joma had taken the servant's badge. Instructor Kim tried to cheer the students up. She said that, of course, she was incredibly beautiful, but they'd better not get distracted and focus on the exam. In fact, Instructor Kim thought that just because a blonde had a little bit of fat on her chest didn't mean she was a beauty. Rachel told the instructor that she was a nasty old hag who was asking for trouble. The instructor couldn't understand how such a cheeky little thing dared to speak to her that way. After that, Instructor Kim advised the little blonde brat to calm down, since the instructor is responsible not only for the students' safety, but also for their grades. Joma turned to the instructor, saying that the exam was starting and they needed to go. Of course, it was strange that Kang Joma didn't become the group leader. Rachel was furious. She didn't like any of this. What she disliked most was when the group ended up in the wasteland. It was really cool there, but actually terrifying. Instructor Kim noticed that Rachel was gasping for air and couldn't pull herself together. The girl promised to kill the instructor when they got outside. The kids were walking through very strange places, and even the air around them seemed unusual. As soon as they followed the instructor inside, the first test began for the students. Joma felt fine, but Rachel turned out to be too sensitive to the mana. She looked exhausted. In this state, the next stage might be even harder for her. Due to her high magical compatibility, Cho Sora felt right at home here. She had energy to spare. Joma wanted to know how Hannah was feeling in this environment. Hannah replied that it was bearable so far, but Joma looked absolutely fine. He said his skin felt a little tingly. Hannah was a member of the club, But she still made Joma a little uneasy. The guy knew that the enemy had infiltrated deep into the academy. Joma hadn't brought a knife, so he couldn't check anyone. He just had to watch. Joma asked how much time had passed since they'd entered this area. Rachel was already so out of breath that she could barely speak. Hannah replied that only 25 minutes had passed. Many were already exhausted and couldn't get their bearings, and there was still quite a bit of time left. Joma realized that if things continued this way, they would be disqualified. But the guy didn't want to give up. Besides, they knew nothing about the prize. If Joma had at least a knife, he might have been able to sense mana nearby. But for now, everything was too unclear. Then the young man remembered that he had a servant's badge, which meant he could use Chuesora. Joma activated the magic stone, and now with the instructor's help, he would search for mana.